In a state of destitution, Jiang Xiaobai aspired to leverage the awakening of his beast mastery to reverse his fortunes. However, he unexpectedly awakened with the most lamentable dual F talent. Faced with the derision and belittlement of his peers, he erupted in indignation. Quietly activating the underdog counterattack system, he discovered that by inciting anger, he could accrue emotional points, which could be used to enhance his abilities, draw prizes, and purchase an array of peculiar items. Yet, upon accessing the Beast Mastery System panel, his world crumbled. The reversal of fate rendered him a spirit pet? Hey, feed me peanuts. What do you mean by personally entering the Beast Mastery duel? I warn you, do not approach me. If you do, I shall scream. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no beast will come to your rescue. Years later, many prodigies gazed up in awe at the figure seated upon the supreme throne, reflecting with nostalgia. Failed? Do you know why you failed? He's a beast master who didn't study beast mastery, but focused on enhancing himself instead. Chapter 1. The item is old, yet of little use. The item is old, yet of little use. Jiang Xiaobai donned a faded short-sleeved shirt, oversized shorts, and flip-flops. He sat casually on a small stool, lazily fanning himself with a tattered fan. Old man, perhaps it would be wise for you to retreat and allow others a chance. The elderly man, loitering at the stall, glanced behind him in bewilderment, only to find no one there. Young man, please take another look. I paid a hefty 50 yuan for my spot, and you cannot treat me so dismissively. A hint of helplessness appeared on Jiang Xiaobai's handsome face. Turn it over. The old man turned around on the spot. Jiang Xiaobai bit his lip, nearly stifling a laugh. Truly, it was as if an old lady was burrowing in a bed. This old man was indeed a peculiar character. I meant for you to turn over the treasure. Young man, I have a wife. I'm not interested in that. The old man hesitated, casting a curious glance at Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai. Speechless, he face-palmed. Is this what they call a generation gap? Why is communication so arduous? I meant the item in your hand. Oh, how did this happen? The old man flipped the item in his hand over. Jiang Xiaobai leaned slightly forward, pointing at the object on the stall cloth, his voice low and serious. Old man, don't you think this surface is large and wide? Indeed. Then it is confirmed this item was once used for wall-mounted illumination at night. It is called a wall lamp. Although this one has faded, its surface is somewhat darkened. Thus we can ascertain it is indeed old. Furthermore, there is a unified term for such items. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression became animated. What is it called? Old wall lamp. Old wall lamp, the old man repeated, his face alight with anticipation. How many steamed buns is this old wall lamp worth? Jiang Xiaobai shook his head with a sigh. Although the item is old, your old wall lamp is of little use. It is worth not many steamed buns. This statement felt oddly peculiar. The old man pondered this, suddenly standing and pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Xiaobai. You scoundrel! Are you mocking me? Do you dare call me the useless old thing? You said that yourself. I had no such intention. Jiang Xiaobai waved his hands dismissively. These days, some people actually seek insults. You should inquire about my reputation. I, Wang Laoba, have been on this street for many years, scamming countless amounts and fattening many others. Isn't that what I saved for today? Wang Laoba whistled, and suddenly, two bald men emerged from nowhere. With a single kick, they shattered the old wall lamp in front of him. You brat, my treasure was damaged at your stall. If you don't compensate, you shall not escape. A crowd gathered, drawn by the commotion, pointing and commenting. This young man is in trouble. He has been scammed by Wang Laoba. Even children are bullied. This Wang Laoba is truly the epitome of scoundrel. Shoo, keep your voice down, or he might come after you. What's there to fear? In merely reciting poetry, not insulting him. As Jiang Xiaobai observed the situation, he inwardly lamented. This old fellow came with ill intent. It seemed he would not leave without shedding some blood today. This juncture. Only one plan remained. How much do you want? I want scam you 1,000 yuan will suffice. Jiang Xiaobai rummaged through his pockets, displaying a troubled expression. I don't have 1,000, then how much do you have? I only have this. Jiang Xiaobai held up 5 fingers. Damn, a pauper. Fine, 500 will do. Even a fly is meat. Wang Laoba cursed under his breath, stepping forward. Hand it over. All right. With a swift motion, Jiang Xiaobai slapped Wang Laoba across the face and fled without looking back. In this day and age, one encounters all sorts of people, even those who voluntarily invite a slap. For such a request, Jiang Xiaobai could hardly refuse. Chase him down. Wang Laoba, momentarily stunned by the slap, soon realized the boy had vanished. He could only glare in frustration. The onlookers, while relishing in the spectacle, also found it curious how swiftly the boy had escaped. Little did they know, this was a skill honed by Jiang Xiaobai over the years. However, though he had evaded his pursuers, another trouble awaited him. Behind him, a fireball relentlessly pursued him. Jiang Xiaobai glanced back, cursing his luck. Brother, look closely. I'm not Qiansong Yi. Why are you chasing me? This fireball, descending from the heavens, seemed to be like a tadpole searching for its mother. No matter how he turned, it relentlessly followed. Jiang Xiaobai's feet were nearly smoking, and the wheels of his dilapidated bicycle nearly flew off, yet he could not shake off the fireball. Finally, at a corner, Jiang Xiaobai misjudged the turn and was struck squarely on the head by the fireball, rendering him unconscious. Minutes later, he scratched his head and climbed to his feet. How unlucky! Which child set off fireworks without consideration for others? Jiang Xiaobai had intended to rise early to set up a stall for breakfast money, only to encounter this vexing situation. This left him quite disheartened. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself unscathed, dismissing the incident as merely a firecracker. He glanced at the time. Oh no, I'm going to be late. Without further thought, he pedaled furiously on his bicycle. In this world where beast mastery reigns supreme, everyone is born with a spirit beast egg, which is uniformly awakened and hatched at the age of 18. The talent awakened during this process largely determines one's future prospects. Thus, it can be said that awakening marks the beginning of one's quest to defy fate. Today is the day for this cohort of students to awaken their spirit beasts. Upon arriving at the school, the entrance was already a throng of people. In anticipation of this special day, numerous concerned parents had blocked the entrance, creating a bottleneck. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaobai felt overwhelmed. He immediately pulled out several 100 yuan bills, tossing them to the ground, then feigned surprise, shouting loudly, "Hey, whose money just fell?" This utterance seemed to trigger some command, as the crowd at the entrance surged forward, scrambling to seize the bills. In the ensuing chaos, Jiang Xiaobai seized the opportunity to slip through the school gate. Behind him erupted a chorus of furious exclamations. Damn it, these are just hell notes. Who shouted this? Jiang Xiaobai glanced back at the multitude of enraged eyes and hastily retreated. This place was no longer safe. The battle prowess of an irate Andy is not to be underestimated. I stepped onto the campus. I was greeted by two dazzling beams of light emanating from the elevated platform. Ahead, nearly blinding my titanium alloy eyes. As the radiance subsided, a fair-haired maiden, her tresses cascading like silk, descended gracefully from stage. Her skin was as smooth as fine jade, and she walked with long, slender legs that gleamed like purest ivory. Her expression exuded an air of aloofness, and her clear, sparkling eyes held a hint of icy detachment. Each male who met her gaze found themselves unable to maintain eye contact for more than a fleeting moment. However, Jiang Xiaobai was different. He regarded such exquisite beauty with a sense of appreciation and stole a few glances. What a pity it would be if these legs were not utilized to pedal a tricycle, he mused. Chapter 2. How am I like a loser? Jiang Xiaobai offered an astute assessment. This enchanting young lady is none other than the campus belle of this academic year. The dream goddess of every boy, Chunling Miao. However, to him, she was merely a stranger, a person whose existence was as distant as the stars. The only commonality between this so-called loser and her was their shared species. At that moment, whispers began to circulate around him, confirming her status as a goddess with exceptional innate talent. Indeed, her extraordinary mental prowess was enviable. Yet, the boys could only mindlessly fawn over her. After all, her spirit beast was merely of a low grade, while our Hanyu Appa possessed a spirit beast of a much higher caliber. Is a low-grade spirit beast considered weak? Pray tell, what grade is your spirit beast, little fairy? What do you mean by that? Are you attacking my character? I shall accuse you of slander. My ginseng is right beneath my feet. How could it possibly harm you? You're too fierce. You frightened it. Female classmate. Onlookers. Jiang Xiaobai was somewhat taken aback. Beneath that male student, a trembling ginseng spirit beast clung to his thigh, peeking out to observe stealthily. This brother is truly a talent. His spirit beast is quite the oddity. He glanced around once more. Each student on the playground was accompanied by a spirit beast of various forms, some majestic and imposing, others adorably clumsy. The only commonality was that they were all in their juvenile stage. In this phase, Jiang Xiaobai candidly believed he could easily kick one away. At that moment, Teacher Chun, who presided over the awakening ceremony, shouted into the microphone, "Is there anyone who has yet to come up to activate their awakening? Hurry up." The voice echoed across the entire playground, yet no one stepped forward. The awakening ceremony seemed to be nearing its conclusion. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai, wearing flip-flops and with his hands behind his back, muttered in a low voice, "Is it finally my turn?" The protagonist always makes a grand entrance. Muggles, prepare to witness a miracle. Jiang Xiaobai slowly walked onto the stage under the watchful eyes of the crowd, as a colossal activation device buzzed ominously above him. Jiang Xiaobai, what are you posing for? Get in there quickly. Teacher Chun, a middle-aged man with a sizable belly, couldn't help but scold him upon seeing him standing there in a self-important manner. Oh, right, Teacher Chun. Jiang Xiaobai cleared his throat, touched his nose, and swiftly jumped into the device. As the switch was activated, the buzzing intensified, and waves of energy pulsed from above his head down to his feet. Jiang Xiaobai felt a shiver run through his body, as if he had just been jolted awake. A dazzling light began to emanate around him. Initially faint, but gradually growing more intense with the passage of time. It's about to happen. I wonder what grade this fellow will attain. The build-up is quite impressive. Could it be another low-grade spirit? No way. What gives him the right to achieve that? Oh wow, it's coming. My eyes are being dazzled. Am I about to witness another genius? The light surrounding Jiang Xiaobai reached an astonishingly blinding level, causing the students below to squint their eyes shut. Teacher Chin silently pulled out a pair of sunglasses from his pocket, chuckling softly. Humph, this is the calmness of an adult. You little ones should take note. The brilliance lasted for over 10 seconds before gradually fading. The students slowly lowered their hands and opened their eyes. Did anyone see the color he emitted at the end? I didn't catch it, but didn't the detector display it? Wait, it's actually low-grade? What a spectacle for such a low-grade mental power. The screen above the detector boldly displayed glaring white letters. The crowd erupted into animated discussions. But before they could delve deeper, Jiang Xiaobai's body burst forth with white light once more, transforming him into a radiant figure. My goodness, it's happening again. Just as the crowd had adjusted their vision, they were unexpectedly hit with another blinding flash, leaving some in tears. This burst of white light persisted for over 10 seconds before finally returning to normal. Squinting, the crowd gazed at the stage, where a large message prominently displayed on the screen. Suddenly, laughter erupted from the crowd, as if ignited by a chain reaction, and a chorus of mirth filled the air. This guy must be here for comic relief. Truly unprecedented. How can someone be at such a low grade? Do you know what water at 100 degrees Celsius is? What? It's boiling. Oh gosh, you're quite the provocateur. Just when I thought he'd unleash something grand, it turns out to be a colossal disappointment. My eyes nearly suffered from the glare he emitted. Saying this, a burly figure shot a fierce glare at Jiang Xiaobai on stage. Upon recognizing Jiang Xiaobai as current appearance, he paused momentarily. Am I seeing illusions? He nudged his companion beside him, pointing out, Look, is that a bald spirit beast perched atop his head? Indeed, it really is. Could that be a spirit beast? Suddenly, I feel quite sorry for him. In this world where spirit beasts reign supreme, two aspects of talent are primarily considered. The first is mental power, which is the foundation for controlling spirit beasts. The second, of course, is the grade of the spirit beast. The classification of both talents begins at the same level. For instance, Chun Ling Miao possesses high-grade mental power, enabling her to command spirit beasts more effectively in battle. And the higher the mental power, the more comprehensive the spirit beast's capabilities and duration of performance. With surplus mental power, one can also contract additional spirit beasts. Jiang Xiaobai's talent is nearly non-existent, both types being of the lowest grade, rendering him almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person. However, at that moment, Jiang Xiaobai was entirely unfazed by the laughter surrounding him. Just as he awakened, in addition to the expected Beast Mastery System panel in his mind, another panel unexpectedly appeared. He distinctly heard a sound in his mind, initially believing it to be a mechanical noise. What is this? He directed his consciousness towards the additional system panel, where a dialog box materialized. Detection indicates that the host is an ideal candidate for the loser counterattack system. Do you wish to activate this system? Yes, no? Below the options, a line of red text read. Note, once this system is bound, it will be closely related to the host's Beast Mastery System. Please choose wisely. What does it mean that I am an ideal candidate? How am I like a loser? Jiang Xiaobai seethed in anger, lowering his gaze to inspect his attire, flip-flops, oversized shorts, hands in pockets, one leg striding confidently. He conceded that he did indeed resemble a loser. Chapter 3, The Loser Counterattack System. He silently reined in his actions, becoming ensnared in contemplation. The system's name evidently did not suggest a legitimate origin, replete with dubious implications. To choose or not to choose? That is the question. Hey, hurry up and get down. What are you still doing up there? All right, perhaps he cannot bear the blow. Show a bit of kindness. I've heard of him. He seems to be an orphan. The shouts from below interrupted Jiang Xiaobai's thoughts, and he had indeed heard the mocking voices. By nature, he was carefree and indifferent to others' opinions. He could disregard the label of wild child and ignore the peculiar gazes from those around him. However, he was in dire need of money. Exceedingly so. He was an orphan, abandoned at the doorstep of an orphanage as a child, and as he grew older, he managed to escape on his own. The small courtyard he currently resided in was rented. The rent, while not exorbitant, was still 500 a month. He had nearly exhausted all his strength, struggling for survival and education. He took odd jobs, set up street stalls, and hauling bricks had become part of his daily routine. His clothes were so worn they had faded, yet he couldn't bear to change them. At such a tender age, he was already burdened with the daily worry of making money. Despite the hardships, he chose to persevere, for he understood that only through education and the awakening of his spirit beast could he alter his fate. However, after enduring so much, to face such an outcome was inconceivable to him. The taunts from those around him incessantly trampled on his already fragile self-esteem, repeatedly inflicting emotional wounds. Jiang Xiaobai lowered his head in silence, mentally choosing an answer that had never truly been a choice. Would you like to activate this system? Yes. The loser reversal system has been activated, binding to the Beast Master system. Binding of the Beast Master system completed. The system panel is temporarily not visible. Activation Task 1. Please collect 1,000 emotional points within 12 hours. Emotional points can be obtained by performing outrageous actions to elicit emotional feedback from others. Upon completion of Activation Task 1, the system panel and subsequent tasks will be unlocked. I am garbled. I am garbled. The subsequent content was a mosaic, something Jiang Xiaobai had often seen in certain movie clips. Indeed, it was an unorthodox system. Jiang Xiaobai silently derided it, noting that the audience below was still hurling insults at him. Anger surged within him. These snobbish onlookers were utterly despicable. Was it merely a matter of inciting emotions? A trivial task, as he was naturally born to provoke. Thus, under the gaze of the entire audience, he strolled leisurely to Teacher Chen's side. In response to the bewildered expression on the teacher's face, he snatched the microphone from her grasp with ease, as if performing an utterly mundane act. Negative emotional points from Chen Dong, 20. To his delight, the system responded swiftly. It seemed Teacher Chen was quite displeased with his microphone theft. Hey, As he spoke, all attention shifted back to him, the silence in the room becoming palpable. They were eager to see what antics he would pull next. However, Jiang Xiaobai found himself abruptly tongue-tied, the words halting mid-sentence. Seconds passed, and the classmates below exchanged bewildered glances, while Jiang Xiaobai held the microphone aloft, frozen. Speak up already. Finally, someone could no longer contain their frustration. Upon hearing this, the crowd awoke to the realization that they had been played by this mischievous boy. He had undoubtedly done it on purpose. Instantly, the audience erupted like a powder keg, voices raised in outrage. What a trickster! How absurd! Is he trying to be funny? Jiang Xiaobai, however, remained unfazed, secretly delighting in the chaos. His system's back-end notifications were buzzing with excitement. Negative emotional points from Wang Shui, 10. Negative emotional points from Li Ming, 20. Negative emotional points from Long Outyin, 15. Negative emotional points from Qian Ruxua, 25. Negative emotional points from Ka Bai Shou, 10. Something strange has slipped in. Negative emotional points from Chen Dong, 100. Jiang Xiaobai, get down here. Teacher Qin could no longer tolerate the disruption this troublesome boy had caused to the awakening ceremony and kicked Jiang Xiaobai off the stage. How petty of Teacher Chen. Was borrowing a microphone really worth such anger? Rubbing his backside, Jiang Xiaobai muttered to himself. No sooner had he descended from the stage than countless furious gazes fell upon him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly made his escape. Fearing he might drown in a sea of scorn, he ran until he reached the school gate, only to encounter another group of troublesome figures. A stout lady pointed at Jiang Xiaobai with wide eyes. That's him, the one who threw the ghost money. I saw it clearly. The outcry stirred a frenzy, and a crowd of uncles and aunts surrounded him. Young man, that was quite unkind of you. How could you do such a thing? Negative emotional points from Miao Zuehua, 40. Negative emotional points from Ho Guifan, 20. Negative emotional points from Lu Ruyin, 30. Jiang Xiaobai felt a mix of shock and bemusement as he perceived the absurdity of the situation. While the unexpected points were thrilling, being lectured by a group of aunties was hardly a pleasant experience. Moreover, why were some of them taking the opportunity to grope him? This was utterly intolerable. Jiang Xiaobai could no longer endure it and shouted, "School's out. Who's that kid? Their spirit beast is a dragon. Oh, it's about to take off." The moment he uttered those words, the crowd of nosy uncles and aunts immediately diverted their attention from him to the dragon. The awakening of a spirit beast was the top priority for every parent wishing for their children to achieve greatness. Many ordinary families hoped their children would soar to success and completely change their destinies. Thus, when they heard someone had awakened a dragon, their hearts brimmed with hope for their own children. However, when they turned back with eager eyes, not a single student emerged from the school gate, only a security guard, perplexed by the sight of the eager parents. He silently pondered whether he should stop them if they tried to force their way through. Jiang Xiaobai, however, had no time for such concerns. He pedaled his rickety bicycle furiously, the warm wind brushing against his youthful face, causing a trickle of blood from a cut on his forehead to dance in the breeze. Jiang Xiaobai was injured, his knee was scraped, and his head bore a gash. Yet he paid no heed. Transforming into a determined cyclist, he pedaled with all his might, occasionally glancing back as if pursued by some monstrous beast. In a flash, a flashy red sports car zoomed past him, gracefully carving a semicircle in front of him. The door swung open, and a tall, stunning young woman with long white legs stepped out, her beauty chilling and captivating. Seeing the enchanting figure before him, Jiang Xiaobai managed to force a smile from his spot on the bicycle. What a coincidence, Chen Tongxue. The young woman was none other than the school beauty, Chen Lingmiao. Striding with elegance, she approached him, her brows slightly furrowed in irritation. Why are you running? Running? How could he not? Fearing the group of uncles and aunts seeking retribution, he had pedaled a bit too forcefully, inadvertently increasing his speed. Little did he know that as he passed an intersection, a car had suddenly appeared, leaving him no time to stop, resulting in a collision with his bicycle. Jiang Xiaobai's heart trembled with anxiety. As a destitute individual, he feared he could not afford the consequences if he were sold off. Running away would only be a fool's choice. Ultimately, however, his bicycle could not compete with a sports car, and he was soon caught. If only he had not rushed through the red light. Fate had destined him for this calamity, he lamented. After coming to terms with it, Jiang Xiaobai straightened his back and declared, I did not flee. I was merely eager to return home and fetch you the money. Oh. Chen Lingmiao appraised Jiang Xiaobai from head to toe, a slight smirk gracing her lips. Embarrassed under her scrutiny, Jiang Xiaobai feigned composure and said, Just tell me how much it is. I shall repay you. Not much, just 30, Chen Lingmiao replied, raising 3 fingers. 30? Jiang Xiaobai chuckled. Despite his poverty, he could manage that amount. Relieved, he waved his hand dismissively. Isn't it merely 30? I can give it to you right now. He reached into his pocket, rummaging through it. Finally, he lifted his gaze, forcing a smile he believed to be friendly. May I write an IOU first? From a young age, Jiang Xiaobai recognized he was somewhat different. While other children attended school accompanied by their parents, he would walk alone, carrying a cloth bag for 2 blocks to school. He traversed that path for 5 years, undeterred by wind, rain, or snow. Eventually, he felt he could find his way to school with his eyes closed. Yet, as time passed, the distance to school grew. 2 blocks transformed into 6, necessitating early mornings and hurried runs to class. Being late became routine, and standing in the hallway as punishment was frequent. He was seen as a troublemaker by teachers and an outcast by classmates. Yet, he had done nothing wrong. He simply persevered in life, having exhausted all his strength. He was just a child. It was not until high school that an elderly man collecting scrap metal gifted him a bicycle, the very one he rode now. Though worn, this bicycle had carried him through 3 years of youth, safeguarding him on countless journeys to and from school. Was it merely a simple bicycle? No. It represented his youth, a treasure worthy of remembrance, an invaluable possession, his family. Are you finished? The scrap collector, known as Lao Ba, impatiently waved his hand. All right, 40. Take it or leave it. If you want to buy, then go. Wait, 45. Can we settle on 45, old man? What about sentiment? Jiang Xiaobai's expression shifted to urgency as he grasped Lao Ba's arm. 42, that's my final offer. Fine, 43 it is. I said 42. What? You think 43 is too much? No worries, old man. It's tough for everyone. I'm young, so I can take a loss. Jiang Xiaobai counted the 10 yuan bills in his hand. 10, 20, 30, 40, 1, 2, 3. Perfect, old man, we're settled. The elderly collector frowned in disdain. A total of 43, and you counted it 10 times. In all my years, I've never seen someone so stingy. Earning a bit from you is harder than eating dung, though I've never eaten dung. Enough, hurry up and leave. I've got work to do, Lao Ba said, picking up a broom to shoo Jiang Xiaobai away. With cash in hand, Jiang Xiaobai exited the recycling station. Outside, Chen Lingmiao leaned elegantly against her sports car, arms crossed. The striking car and beautiful woman drew the eyes of passers-by. Some, driven by curiosity and boredom, set aside their tasks to observe. They wondered who could inspire such patience in a wealthy and beautiful woman in such a dilapidated area. Chen Lingmiao had long grown accustomed to the attention. Whether in the lower or upper city, she was always the center of attention, pursued by countless admirers. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai was a rarity. She had never encountered someone like him. In school, she had seen those who were outcasts, possessing the poorest of talents, but he seemed unfazed by his bleak future. He dared to confront mockery, albeit in ways that left others bemused. Was it a sign of utter resignation, or did he possess an inner strength? Here. This is the 30 IOU. We're even now, Jiang Xiaobai said, pained as he handed over the 30 yuan. Yet, Chen Lingmiao simply smiled at him, refusing to take the money. What are you doing? Are you trying to swindle me? Jiang Xiaobai asked, growing wary. Let me tell you, you cannot renege. We agreed beforehand. I sold my beloved bicycle. From Chen Lingmiao's negative emotional value, 30. Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback. What had he said? Why was she upset? Chen Lingmiao, exasperated, shot him a look. Swindle him? Over a bicycle? This boy was utterly clueless. When I said 30, I meant 30,000. What? Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed, unable to contain his shock. 30,000. He barely had 30 yuan to his name. Where would he procure 30,000? You might as well rob me. Would you like me to arrange a repair for you to see? Jiang Xiaobai felt defeated. Still, he hesitated to confirm once more if it was truly 30,000. Chen Lingmiao nodded indifferently. Perhaps an IOU would be best, Jiang Xiaobai thought, cursing his misfortune. He realized he had become somewhat arrogant after acquiring the system. Life suddenly seemed bleak. Chapter 5, The Lottery Center. An IOU is fine, but I have a much better plan that will allow you to repay your debt swiftly. Chen Lingmiao said, a mysterious smile playing on her lips as her gaze roamed over him. Jiang Xiaobai instinctively inquired, what is this plan? Life becomes vibrant again. He mused. Yet, he sensed something unsettling in her gaze and smile, causing him to cross his arms defensively. What do you intend to do? Let me make it clear. I will never bow to money. I want to sell my body. No. I meant to say I want to sell my artistry. Seeing her unwavering gaze, he continued, how about this? If it comes to it, I could begrudgingly compromise. But it's my first time. Could we negotiate for 30,000? From Chen Lingmiao's negative emotional value, 30. From Chen Lingmiao's negative emotional value, 30. The notifications flooded in mere moments. She had contributed a substantial sum of emotional value to Jiang Xiaobai. Have I said something wrong? Jiang Xiaobai wondered, confused. Surely, he had struck a nerve within her, prompting her to react in anger. He was convinced she was coveting him. With a murderous glare, Chen Lingmiao seized him and pulled him into the car, leaving only the echoes of his despairing cries behind. Onlookers nearby could only murmur in disbelief. Indeed, a handsome man draws attention. Even the carefree youth has a beautiful woman pursuing him. You know nothing. I suspect that boy is just a plaything. And now a wealthy young lady has come to claim him. Really? It looks more like he is in trouble to me. Did you not see that boy's struggles? His cries were chilling. In a crowd of 1,000 spectators, 1,000 interpretations would arise from the recent events, likely leading to a catastrophic butterfly effect. Yet, the two involved remained blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding around them. Jiang Xiaobai sat in the passenger seat, clutching his arm and wincing in discomfort. A vivid red mark glaringly apparent. Chen Lingmiao's pinch had been quite painful. As she drove, Chen Lingmiao handed him a bag. Wrap it up yourself, she suggested. Jiang Xiaobai, taken aback, accepted the bag and discovered it contained gauze, alcohol, and adhesive bandages. He stared at the bag in astonishment, realizing these items must have been purchased by Chen Lingmiao while he was haggling with the old man at the junkyard. After all, who keeps such supplies in their vehicle? Furthermore, the bag bore the name of a nearby pharmacy. Do you want me to help you bandage it? Chen Lingmiao asked, noticing his hesitation. No, it's fine. Jiang Xiaobai quickly replied, waving his hand in refusal. What a ridiculous notion. How could this pampered young lady, who had never lifted a finger for herself, possibly assist him? He doubted even her father would receive such treatment. Just tough it out. It's merely a superficial wound. Why are you whining like a child? Chen Lingmiao remarked, her beautifully arched brows furrowing as she parked the sleek sports car by the roadside and proceeded to treat his injury. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at her exquisite features, her bright eyes as clear as autumn waters, her elegant brows curving gracefully, and her lips as radiant as pearls. The scene felt surreal. He never expected this seemingly aloof school goddess to be so caring. All done, Chen Lingmiao said, admiring her handiwork. She clapped her hands and restarted the car. As they drove, Jiang Xiaobai's heart was a tumult of emotions. He felt anxious sitting beside this stunning beauty, uncertain of her true intentions. Yet, he had no choice but to acquiesce, considering she was his creditor. Suddenly, he remembered his activation task and seized the opportunity to check it. Surely he had accumulated a fair amount by now. He recalled hearing a prompt earlier, but at that moment he had been too preoccupied fleeing the school to pay attention. With that thought, he focused on the system's pop-up window. Congratulations, host has completed activation task 1. Emotional value, 2,550 10,000. System panel unlocked. Some functions are now available. Please confirm. Upon confirmation, Activation Task 2 will officially commence. Activation Task 2 requires the host to collect 5,000 emotional value within 48 hours. Current progress, 05000. This second task also involved gathering emotional value, seemingly requiring him to start anew, as the previous points did not count. With 48 hours at his disposal, Jiang Xiaobai did not worry too much. After confirming, he shifted his attention to the system's features. He opened the main menu of the system panel, which presented 3 additional options: shopping store, lottery center, and background records. He first accessed the shopping store, only to be greeted by a mosaic screen, with only the first item visible. Why does this system evoke such an inappropriate impression? Jiang Xiaobai lamented helplessly. The first unlocked item was particularly unsettling. Beaker, price, 50. Note, a boon for countless single dogs, flammable and explosive. In the bottom right corner, a line read, balance, 1550. What on earth? What use do I have for a cup? Who do you think I am? And what does flammable and explosive even mean? Who in their right mind would dare use that? Furious, Jiang Xiaobai was about to close the ridiculous store when suddenly his balance jumped from 1550 to 1560. Huh, is this thing accumulating live updates? From Xiao Ke, negative emotional value, 10. Who is this Xiao Ke? What grudge do they hold? Why are they so vengeful? Unable to find anything worthwhile in the shopping store, he decided to open the lottery center, hoping for better luck. Inside the lottery center was a spinning roulette wheel with 2 buttons. One indicated a cost of 100 per draw, while the other, a golden 10-draw option, was priced at 990. Jiang Xiaobai's spirits lifted. With 1560, he could afford a 10-draw. After a moment's contemplation, he clicked the single draw option to test his luck. The wheel spun rapidly, gradually slowing until it finally came to a halt. Thank you for participating. Jiang Xiaobai felt an urge to curse. This ridiculous system even had the audacity to thank him for participating. Unethical merchant, return my emotional value. If you don't, I swear I won't draw again. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Each time he heard it, he felt his frustration swell. His 1560 emotional value had swiftly dwindled to 470. Had he truly endured such peril to accumulate that meager amount, only for it to be devoured by a greedy merchant? Was it his luck that was poor, or was the lottery's drop rate abysmally low? He was beginning to question his very existence. Fine, since it has come to this, I might as well use the remainder. In a fit of resignation, he clicked again. The wheel spun once more, and when it finally stopped, the mosaic faded to reveal a small leather whip woven from vines. Beast Taming Whip has been added to the inventory, can be retrieved by thought. The system kindly presented a pop-up window. Would you like to retrieve it now? Yes. What kind of nonsense is this? Jiang Xiaobai thought furiously. If the system could manifest, he would gladly use the whip on it. Was this item even appropriate? It appeared to be something suited for individuals with peculiar preferences. If he were to take it out, he would undoubtedly be labeled a pervert. Yet, despite his grievances, Jiang Xiaobai recognized that this whip likely was not without merit. In this world of beast taming, a whip of that nature should be highly relevant. Deciding to hold on to the remaining emotional value, he considered his luck. Given his track record, a miracle seemed unlikely. At that moment, Chun Lingmiao had already begun to park the car. Their destination had arrived, Jiangxing Grand Hotel. Named after the city, its opulence was evident. Jiang Xiaobai stood in the lavishly decorated room, feeling somewhat bewildered. Actually, I'm not ready yet. Shouldn't we develop some rapport first? He had anticipated a different adventure, but instead, they had come directly to a hotel room. Was he the sort to sell his body for money? No, he was not. Do you want to wash first, or should I? From Chun Lingmiao, negative emotional value, 50. Chun Lingmiao shot him a glare, clearly exasperated. What are you thinking? She retorted, and without further ado, clapped her hands. A line of uniformed staff entered in unison, standing behind Chun Lingmiao. Miss, they greeted in unison. And Jiang Xiaobai's realization dawned upon him. This hotel belonged to her. While he pondered what she intended to do with the staff, Chun Lingmiao pointed at him and commanded, transform him. Yes, Mississippi. The staff responded in unison, advancing toward Jiang Xiaobai with an intimidating demeanor. Some wielded scissors, others donned white gloves, while a few burly individuals approached with clenched fists and sinister smiles. Seeing their approach, Jiang Xiaobai panicked and struggled to escape. Hello, Chun classmate. I will gradually repay you. But you cannot treat me this way. Chun classmate, the magnificent Chun, the goddess Chun. Jiang Xiaobai attempted to awaken Chun Lingmiao's humanity with words. Yet all she received in return was the sight of a cold, beautiful back. No, don't touch there, please. The youth's anguished cries echoed above the hotel, lingering in the air. There is a saying that one is judged by their attire, and Jiang Xiaobai interpreted this as the miraculous power of wealth. A portly uncle adorned with a thick necklace, even if he were a toad, would still be a gilded frog. No matter how handsome the gentleman may be, if they donned ragged clothing and rummaged through trash bins, they would merely be seen as beggars. This principle he experienced firsthand. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he felt a sense of unfamiliarity. With a well-proportioned height of 185 centimeters, long legs, a tailored suit, and his already strikingly handsome visage, how could he not captivate millions of young ladies? He looked rather dapper. He posed narcissistically in front of the mirror, unable to restrain his admiration. The only flaw was the band-aid on his forehead, which marred his perfect appearance, reducing his score from a 10 to a barely acceptable 9.9. He initially feared that Chun Lingmiao intended to conduct some nefarious experiment on his body or perhaps wanted to extract his kidney for debts. Yet, to his surprise, she merely insisted on giving him a makeover. Various stylists busied themselves around him, allowing him to experience the life of the affluent. He had to admit, it was incredibly enjoyable. Among the stylists, he found the one named Xiaohua, a Tony teacher, who transformed his look entirely. Very nice. Chun Lingmiao had unknowingly approached him, hands clasped behind her back, leaning slightly forward, her eyes sparkling as she scrutinized him. Chun classmate, could you enlighten me on what you actually want me to do? Jiang Xiaobai was still puzzled, unsure of Chun Lingmiao's intentions. I would like to treat you to dinner tonight, she stated. Is it really that simple? Indeed. It is that simple. Jiang Xiaobai scrutinized her with a skeptical gaze, observing her composed demeanor, which seemed devoid of any ulterior motives. Nevertheless, to be cautious, he inquired, I need to ask, will the main course be me? Chun Lingmiao's expression darkened, and she retorted, what are you thinking? After a brief pause, she cleared her throat. It's simply a dinner to repay a debt. Jiang Xiaobai sensed something peculiar about her demeanor, suspecting there was more to this than met the eye. He shifted his gaze slightly, probing further. Is there no program afterward? What kind of program do you desire? Jiang Xiaobai ventured. Something like my cat doing a flip, or perhaps a drink before heading out. Or maybe it's too late and your family has locked the doors. Chun Lingmiao took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling. Suppressing the urge to strike him, she smiled faintly. It's merely a simple dinner. You will understand once you attend. What type of dinner? Jiang Xiaobai still felt uneasy. Just an engagement banquet, Chun Lingmiao replied casually. Chun classmate, the magnificent Chun, could you step outside for a moment? Jiang Xiaobai chuckled lightly. Why? Chun Lingmiao looked at him in confusion, wondering why he wanted her to leave. I need to change clothes. Change clothes for what? I feel this outfit is a bit heavy for me. What a ridiculous joke. An engagement banquet, following the Klitsch D storyline. I'll likely be the scapegoat for this young lady. Observing her hesitation, he was certain she harbored ill intentions. Was this dinner truly a meal, or merely a prelude to disaster? Did she think that his financial struggles made him easy to manipulate? The schemes of this young lady were audibly calculated. Yet, had she ever considered how dire Jiang Xiaobai's subsequent fate might be? The Chun family, to which Chun Lingmiao belonged, was a prominent clan in Jiang City, controlling many economic lifelines of the area with formidable familial strength. Her father, Chun Huatian, a level 58 beast master, possessed two powerful contracted spirit beasts, one a royal beast with extraordinary talent and the other a king beast. He was among the most formidable beast masters in Jiang City. The classification of beast master levels is as follows. Initial form, the state when the beast has just hatched, corresponding to the beast master level of 0 to 10. Mature form, a slightly grown state, corresponding to the level of 11 to 20. Complete form, a further enhanced stage after maturity, corresponding to the level of 21 to 30. Extraordinary form, possessing capabilities far beyond ordinary spirit beasts, corresponding to the level of 31 to 40. King beast form, possessing initial pressure, capable of intimidating lower-level spirit beasts, corresponding to the level of 41 to 50. Royal beast form, bearing the pressure of royal bloodlines, with absolute dominance, corresponding to the level of 51 to 60. This illustrates the immense power of Chun Huatian. Chapter 7. The Debt Contract. A high awakened talent merely indicates potential and a slightly faster upgrade. Ultimately, the strength of a beast master depends on their own level and that of their spirit beasts. For instance, a level 20 dual-class beast master can easily overpower a level 1 beast master. This is akin to the disparity between a worthless adult and a genius infant. The outcome of a contest between the two is evident. Of course, at the same level, those with higher talent levels are naturally more formidable. Although Chun Lingmiao did not explicitly state whose engagement banquet it was, Jiang Xiaobai had implicitly accepted it as hers. Considering their previous encounter, it seemed too coincidental. A conspiracy. A blatant conspiracy. Jiang Xiaobai was not foolish enough to be used as a pawn. No amount of money could persuade him to partake in this. 300,000. Chun Lingmiao raised 3 fingers. As long as you agree, our debt will be settled. Miss, Please do not force me. Let me go. There is no possibility for us. Jiang Xiaobai lamented, attempting to slip away while she was distracted. However, a long leg blocked his path at the doorframe. What is this posture? Jiang Xiaobai glared at her, internally disdainful of such behavior. Chun Lingmiao seemed to realize her actions were inappropriate, and upon noticing Jiang Xiaobai's gaze, she cursed under her breath and quickly lowered her leg. Add an extra 100,000, and I promise you will be fine afterward. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head again. Your words sound like the sweet nothings exchanged between lovers. Valid only during the romance. Jiang Xiaobai found it strange. This beautiful lady was rather quick to anger, as he was merely stating facts. Moreover, who was this Xiao Ke that had been incessantly appearing since the beginning? Although it provided emotional points, it was quite annoying. Stop being a wisecracker. Just tell me what conditions would make you agree. I can fulfill anything right now. Chun Lingmiao continued to persuade. The entire exchange was filled with temptation and devoid of any genuine offer. Any condition, and you can fulfill it immediately? Jiang Xiaobai perked up, his eyes shining brightly. A mischievous smile appeared on his lips as he scrutinized Chun Lingmiao. Chun Lingmiao was flustered under his unabashed gaze, fearing he might have ulterior motives, and quickly added, but not too excessive. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai sighed, feigning regret. He had genuinely considered becoming the Chun family's son-in-law. Wouldn't that make the wedding banquet a natural progression? However, all of this is merely a matter of contemplation. He still possesses a degree of self-awareness. Yet, having reached this point in the conversation, it would be uncharacteristic of him not to seize an opportunity. Despite the awakening of the system, he remains somewhat impoverished. To put it succinctly, 2 words suffice: lack of funds. Well then, let me outline my terms. Jiang Xiaobai sighed, realizing that without a response, he would not be able to leave. What? Chun Lingmiao gazed at him with eager anticipation. First, in addition to clearing my debts, I require an additional 200,000. Certainly, that is not an issue. Chun Lingmiao's overly agreeable response made Jiang Xiaobai feel as though he was losing out. Could I revise my request? Chun Lingmiao regarded him with disdain, stating, I will offer you 300,000, but nothing more, as my funds do not come easily. It's a deal. Indeed, her financial prowess was evident, as she did not even pause to consider the increase. Secondly, you must publicly clarify our relationship afterward. That is acceptable. Chun Lingmiao hesitated momentarily before agreeing. Thirdly, however, as he began to articulate his third condition, he faltered upon noticing her disapproving gaze. Thirdly, mere words are insufficient. I require a written agreement. He altered his statement on the spot, having just sensed Chun Lingmiao's negative emotional fluctuations. If he did not amend his request, he might truly find himself at her mercy. A pleasant collaboration. Within the room, Jiang Xiaobai joyfully tucked away the contract. Chun Lingmiao cast him a glance, hesitating to speak. Classmate Chun, feel free to voice any request you may have, Jiang Xiaobai said with genuine consideration, for she was his benefactor, and he ought to fulfill his obligations. Otherwise, he would feel guilty about the 300,000 he received. Can you perhaps behave a bit better during the event? Chun Lingmiao's meaning was clear, despite their brief acquaintance. She had already sensed that Jiang Xiaobai was somewhat unusual, and she feared he might engage in some erratic behavior at the banquet. Though their relationship was temporarily fabricated, she, as a lady, was sensitive and desired to maintain her dignity. I understand, you need not worry. Jiang Xiaobai flashed a bright smile, giving her a reassuring glance. It is merely a matter of presenting oneself well, a skill in which I excel. Observing his radiant smile, Chun Lingmiao inexplicably felt a foreboding sense of dread. Oh, let us hope it is merely a figment of my imagination. As night descended, the city lights illuminated the scene. Prominent figures from Jiangxing gathered for the engagement banquet between the Chun and Li families. As the foremost families in the region, such a powerful alliance bore significant implications, capable of greatly influencing the power dynamics within Jiangxing. It was indeed a rare spectacle in high society. Lu Yuxiao, being the spirited young princess of the Lu family, could not resist attending such an event. Oh, Xiaowai, you must try this. It is absolutely delicious. The pastry chefs from the Lingmiao family are truly exceptional. I wish I could bring them all over. Lu Yuxiao exclaimed with her mouth full, mumbling to the person beside her. What a glutton you are. Focused solely on food in a place like this, Jiang Xiaowai replied with evident disdain, her sparkling eyes darting around. In such a setting, the primary task is to gaze upon handsome gentlemen. What is appealing about handsome men? Can they be eaten? Lu Yuxiao tilted her head, somewhat puzzled. Men cannot be consumed, and they do not possess the beauty of women. What is the appeal? Ling Miao is getting engaged, and even Xiao Wai is acting this way. As if to punctuate her point, she dashed off to flirt with someone. I believe this young lady raises a valid point. What is so captivating about handsome men when there is food to be had? Suddenly, a voice interjected nearby. Lu Yuxiao turned her head to see a young man in a sharply tailored suit standing beside her, delicately selecting food from a platter. The man was strikingly handsome, and his tall, graceful figure was accentuated by his fitted attire, rendering him particularly charming. However, the actions of this dashing gentleman left Lu Yuxiao in profound doubt. Unsure, she rubbed her eyes. Fine, she was not mistaken. The man was indeed elegantly using chopsticks to pick up steak, enjoying a salad. You, Lu Yuxiao, were utterly astonished, momentarily at a loss for words. What is it, beautiful young lady? Jiang Xiaobai smiled gently at Lu Yuxiao, inquiring whether he could be of assistance. After speaking, he casually took a large bite of steak and gracefully dabbed his mouth with a napkin. Lu Yuxiao could hardly fathom how this man managed to blend elegance with an approachable demeanor so flawlessly, without the slightest incongruity. How intriguing. Lu Yuxiao suddenly found herself drawn to him. Her moonlit, clear eyes sparkled with mischief as a faint smile graced her lips. Young man, you seem rather unfamiliar. Which family do you hail from? Which family? Jiang Xiaobai hesitated, clearing his throat. Ahem, the Jiang family. The Jiang family? Lu Yuxiao tilted her head, racking her brain, but failing to recall a Jiang family in Jiangqing. Surely, it must be in Jiangqing. Jiangqing, as the capital of Jiangzhou, hosts most of the prominent families in the province, though not exclusively. Many families operate outside. Lu Yuxiao concocted her own narrative, harboring no doubts about Jiang Xiaobai's identity. Which family do you belong to, young lady? Jiang Xiaobai remained mindful of his mission, to be a competent socialite, or rather, a social butterfly. The Lu family. My name is Lu Yuxiao, and it is a pleasure to meet you, she introduced herself. Jiang Xiaobai. With their names exchanged, they had made a simple acquaintance. Subsequently, Jiang Xiaobai engaged Lu Yuxiao in casual conversation, discussing the fine weather, which young master was charming, which young lady was involved with a gigolo, and which family head was discreetly keeping mistresses. As the conversation progressed, Jiang Xiaobai sensed a shift in dynamics and promptly decided to halt the discussion. After assessing this adorable girl, he realized she was a curious gossip-monger. Such a pure soul as his could not be led astray by her whims. Finding a convenient excuse to escape, Jiang Xiaobai began to assert his presence in the hall. He needed to demonstrate to Chun Lingmiao, his benefactor, that he was indeed industrious and not merely taking advantage of her generosity. Have you heard? The engagement between the Chun and Li families was a sudden decision. No way. Wasn't it said that the engagement had been arranged long ago? How could that be? Have you ever heard of Chun Lingmiao having a fiancé? It seems not. So what is going on? Please, tell me more. Don't rush. Let us discuss it in that corner. It's too crowded here. The two gossiping princesses discreetly glanced around before slipping into a corner to sit down and gossip. Hadn't Chun Lingmiao just awakened this morning? I heard her talent is indeed formidable, with a level of spiritual power and a level spirit beast. Yes, it is because of this that her awakened spirit beast, although only level 1, is quite special. It is called the Yin Yu Yao Lang. Wow, that name sounds impressive. It is indeed remarkable. But the most astonishing aspect is that it can evolve its talent level. How is that possible? Aren't spirit beasts' talents fixed? You must be somewhat ignorant. Some special spirit beasts can evolve, and hers belongs to this category. But what does this have to do with the sudden engagement? The young fairy inquired, her face a picture of confusion, anxiously awaiting the answer her friend had been teasing her with. This is related to Li Chengxian of the Li family. He also possesses a level talent, and his awakened spirit beast is called the Yin Yu Lang. Chengxian is indeed formidable. Upon hearing the name Li Chengxian, the little fairy's eyes sparkled with delight, eliciting a series of exasperated eye rolls from her close friend. Enough with the infatuation, you're about to get engaged. And you have no chance left, she chided. Humph, what is so great about Chun Lingmiao? She is merely a bit prettier than me. I'm not lacking in charm either. All right, you're the best. Let me continue without interruption, her friend waved dismissively, proceeding to elaborate. The Dark Moon Phantom Wolf and the Silver Moon Demon Wolf have always been a pair, complementing each other and evolving together. It is precisely for this reason that the two families have decided to arrange a marriage contract between these two who rarely interact. Wow, so that's it. Level beasts combined create a formidable alliance, capable of nurturing two level beasts. No one would pass up such an opportunity. After their gossip session, the little fairy, who admired Li Chengxian, felt a sense of helplessness. This was evidently a foregone conclusion. Although her family was also strong, there might have been a chance to compete for his affection before, but now it was undoubtedly futile. My Chengxianji, she sighed. Just as the two were about to speak again, an odd, crisp sound echoed from behind them. They turned to see a handsome man seated behind them, casually munching on sunflower seeds. Noticing the two fairies staring at him wide-eyed, Jiang Xiaobai feigned innocence. Please continue. I was quite engrossed in your conversation. As the two continued to gawk at his handsome face, he furrowed his brow and said, Ladies, while I admit my good looks. Isn't it a tad impolite to stare at me like that? Upon hearing this, the two women widened their eyes even further, nearly bursting into laughter. Is eavesdropping considered polite now? And to turn the tables on us? They had never encountered someone so shameless, leaving them momentarily speechless. Jiang Xiaobai silently scoffed at their indignation, turning to leave, leaving behind an effortlessly charming silhouette for the bewildered duo. What a cat! After a considerable time, the two finally unleashed their frustration in exasperated exclamations. Jiang Xiaobai quickly dismissed the incident from his mind. His nature was always carefree and untroubled. It seemed nothing could dampen his spirits for long. Though he often found himself troubled by the attention his looks attracted, he regarded it as trivial. As another commotion ensued, drawing a fresh wave of emotional responses, Jiang Xiaobai sighed and settled into a corner. Perhaps he ought to tone down his charm. Attracting too much attention could be burdensome. However, just as he took his seat, a soft voice floated from beside him, accompanied by the sight of a voluptuous figure entering his view, nearly overwhelming his senses. "Oh, are you here alone?" Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the alluring woman who had approached him in a low-cut evening gown, her captivating figure impossible to ignore. Instantly, he stood, bowing slightly, stretching, and glancing left and right, which elicited a look of confusion from Jiang Xiaobai, who thought, "Is he a fool?" Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "Are you looking for something?" "Nothing at all. You startled me. When you asked, I thought I had left my partner at home." Jiang Xiaobai patted his chest, feigning relief. "Huh." Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, then gradually comprehended the situation. She burst into laughter. "You're quite humorous." Her laughter was infectious, stirring something within Jiang Xiaobai. He swallowed hard, reflecting, what my teacher said is indeed true. The knowledge gained in the past returns to me in peculiar ways. What? Jiang Xiaowai's laughter halted. Her curious gaze fixed on him. Having heard her close friend Lu Yuxiao mention this man was amusing, she had been skeptical, but now she found him intriguing. His appearance is quite to my liking. By the way, what should I call you?" Jiang Xiaobai resumed his professional demeanor, flashing a charming smile. "Jiang Xiaowai." "Just call me Xiaowai," she replied. Xiaowai, such an unusual name, he thought, but kept his expression neutral. "I'm Jiang Xiaobai. Since we're on familiar terms, you can call me Xiaobai." "Xiaobai? Xiaowai." Jiang Xiaowai was momentarily stunned, then laughed lightly. "What a coincidence." "Indeed, a coincidence," Jiang Xiaobai responded enthusiastically. "How old are you?" I'm not sure, probably 18. Jiang Xiaobai blurted out, realizing halfway through that he had misspoken, his face flushing with embarrassment. "We've only just met." "That is crossing a line." Jiang Xiaowai, feeling a mix of surprise and frustration, took a deep breath to steady herself. "I was referring to age." "Oh, awkward." "Yes. I'm also 18. Jiang Xiaobai scratched his head, feeling flustered by the misunderstanding. Seeing him flustered amused Jiang Xiaowai, prompting her to inch closer. "Really?" Jiang Xiaobai caught a whiff of her fragrance, and staring at the sultry beauty mere inches away, he was overwhelmed. He instinctively retreated, plopping back into his seat and crossing his legs. He felt as if a part of him was paying her due respect. Clearing his throat, he stated, 18. Without a doubt. Jiang Xiaowai shot him a playful glance, her enchanting eyes sparkling with mischief. She leaned in closer, resting one long, slender leg over the other, her high heels teasingly tapping against his pant leg. Her luscious lips parted, and she spoke in a sultry tone. "That is not the age I was inquiring about." "Goodness. This enchantress is relentless. Is she determined to leave me utterly disarmed?" Jiang Xiaobai lamented internally. This was hardly the appropriate setting. Just then, a voice resonated throughout the hall, capturing everyone's attention. All eyes turned to the source, where a man gestured toward the second floor and declared, "What are you looking at?" "I'm referring to Miss Chun, who just made her entrance." The crowd collectively sighed, initially hoping for some juicy gossip, but upon his reminder, all conversations ceased as they focused on the second floor. At the stairway entrance on the second floor, Chun Lingmiao donned an immaculate, ethereal white long gown, complemented by a matching shawl draped over her shoulders. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down like pearls, and her skin, as fair as jade, was adorned with a subtle touch of makeup that accentuated her already exquisite features. As she gracefully moved, her figure swayed with an enchanting allure, exuding confidence that balanced her femininity with a refreshing vigor. The opulent decorations surrounding her seemed to pale in comparison to her radiant presence. Jiang Xiaobai found himself momentarily entranced by the dazzling young woman before him. Unlike the charmingly innocent girl he had encountered earlier, Chun Lingmiao now radiated an air of regal elegance. Nevertheless, her entrance had inadvertently rescued him from Jiang Xiaowai's clutches. Jiang Xiaowai, observing Jiang Xiaobai's infatuated demeanor, felt a twinge of irritation, interpreting his awe as a subtle comparison of her allure to that of Chun Lingmiao. In a huff, she scoffed, clearly displeased. "Indeed. A lecherous lad, captivated by beauty. But don't get your hopes up. She is already engaged to someone quite exceptional. Jiang Xiaobai raised an eyebrow in curiosity at Jiang Xiaobai's sudden annoyance. What was her issue? She hadn't seemed upset moments ago, yet now she was fuming without provocation. His bewilderment was mingled with a sense of respect. After all, her negative emotions were still beneficial to him, as she was his benefactor. He thought to himself, appreciating beauty is universal. I merely stand as an admirer. Moreover, they are not officially engaged yet. The future remains uncertain, he retorted playfully. Oh, so you do have feelings for Chen Lingmiao? Jiang Xiaobai chuckled, bemused. This seemingly inconsequential youth was amusing, yet far too presumptuous. How can one know without attempting? Shall we wager? Jiang Xiaobai suggested with a mischievous grin. What shall we wager? Jiang Xiaobai inquired, her interest piqued, eager to see what this young man had in store. Let us bet on whether the engagement ceremony will proceed. Agreed. What shall the stakes be? Jiang Xiaobai contemplated, mimicking Chen Lingmiao's air of mystery as he raised a finger. A night? Jiang Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, briefly perplexed, before breaking into a smile. What do you mean by a night? Jiang Xiaobai asked, utterly confused. He had intended to wager 1,000 yuan, a sure thing he couldn't resist. Did you think I meant something else? Jiang Xiaobai responded, equally surprised, her thoughts seemingly wandering. What a lovely thought, Jiang Xiaobai thought, staring at her incredulously. You are a stunning beauty. Could you not exhibit a touch of modesty? I meant a wager of money, 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan? Jiang Xiaobai was exasperated. She couldn't believe he equated her to such a sum. If not for her interest in him and his appealing looks, she would never have entertained such a notion. It infuriated her that he even rejected the idea. How could her allure be eclipsed by a mere 1,000 yuan? She glared at him, wishing she could kick his head like a ball. As Jiang Xiaobai, the goddess in many men's eyes, her admirers were countless. Yet, in this young man's eyes, she paled in comparison to a mere monetary value. The thought only fueled her anger as she snapped, Fine, if you enjoy gambling so much, let us wager 100,000. What? Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the enormity of the wager. Is poverty truly limiting my imagination? Upon seeing the system's pop-up notification, he quickly understood. This enchantress must have been irked by an earlier incident and sought revenge through a larger bet. However, her scheme would ultimately backfire, as she appeared intent on gifting him money, and he had no reason to refuse. All right, 100,000 it is. Jiang Xiaobai readily agreed, hastily drafting a contract to ensure she wouldn't back out. This act drew a disdainful look from Jiang Xiaobai, further increasing her negative emotions. By the time they had settled their wager, Chen Lingmiao had descended the stairs, embodying the role of the evening's hostess. Naturally, she mingled with the guests, fulfilling her responsibilities with grace and poise. During this time, she and Jiang Xiaobai exchanged not a word, behaving as if they were strangers. A prearranged act they had agreed upon. Jiang Xiaobai, though puzzled by her strategy, recognized her status as his benefactor and felt no need to question her methods. Miss Chen, congratulations. I truly envy you, Lingmiao. A voice rang out as Chen Lingmiao gracefully navigated through the crowd, effortlessly engaging each guest with warmth and charm. Observing her, Jiang Xiaobai couldn't help but admire her composure, a quality unmatched by ordinary individuals. Lingmiao, over here. Lu Yuxiao waved enthusiastically from the side. Having noticed Jiang Xiaobai and Jiang Xiaobai together, curious, she approached them and, upon learning of their wager, was filled with excitement. Seeing Chen Lingmiao approach, she eagerly anticipated sharing this news, but upon catching Jiang Xiaobai's warning glare, she hesitated. Though she shared a close bond with both Chen Lingmiao and Jiang Xiaobai, the latter two had a contentious relationship. After some consideration, she chose to remain silent about the wager, fearing it might incite tension. Chen Lingmiao, with her graceful demeanor, approached the trio, her gaze briefly flitting over Jiang Xiaobai before settling on Lu Yuxiao. A gentle smile graced her lips as she addressed her friend, Yuxiao. I apologize for the delay in finding you. No worries, you've been incredibly busy today. Lu Yuxiao waved dismissively before pulling Jiang Xiaobai forward. Let me introduce you to an interesting person. This is Jiang Xiaobai. He is the same age as us. Oh, Chen Lingmiao regarded Jiang Xiaobai with a playful smile, extending her hand gracefully. Hello, Jiang. It's a pleasure to meet you. Likewise, the pleasure is mine, Jiang Xiaobai replied, shaking her hand lightly. Just as he intended to retract his hand, he felt a peculiar sensation as Chen Lingmiao subtly tapped him. A shiver ran down his spine, observing her playful demeanor. An inexplicable thrill surged within him. Why did it feel like they were engaged in a covert affair? Despite knowing each other, they were pretending to be strangers in front of her acquaintances. Was this the so-called thrill of forbidden love? How exhilarating. They exchanged knowing glances before swiftly returning to their facade. Miss Chen, Congratulations are in order. It seems you will soon become a mother, Jiang Xiaobai remarked. Her words shocking Jiang Xiaobai, who was taken aback by her bluntness. What animosity lay behind such a bold statement? If Miss Jiang wishes to witness such a scene, I can fulfill that request at this very moment, Chun Lingmiao replied, maintaining her composure while locking eyes with Jiang Xiaobai. Oh, I find myself quite intrigued. Could it be that our esteemed Miss Chun has become pregnant out of wedlock and already has a child? Jiang Xiaobai exaggeratedly covered her mouth, feigning astonishment. Naturally, a child could be born, provided that Miss Jiang is willing to make some concessions. A faint smirk of ridicule graced Chun Lingmiao's lips. Humph, why should I accommodate you? Jiang Xiaobai, wary of her intentions, cast a suspicious glance in her direction, having endured numerous encounters where she was often at a disadvantage. She alone understood the cunning nature of this woman. Well, it seems there is no other option. Chun Lingmiao shrugged, a look of feigned regret on her face, saying, If you don't call me mom, how can I be a mother? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaowai's face flushed with anger as she pointed an accusing finger at Chun Lingmiao, exclaiming, You are utterly shameless. Shameless? Perfect, as you're not one yourself. The teacher's words rang true. 3 women constitute a theatrical performance. And he was astounded by how the aloof young lady wielded her words with equal potency. Jiang Xiaobai ignored Lu Yuxiao's pleading gaze for assistance and quietly withdrew from the fray. Among the esteemed families who regarded themselves as the upper class, even if there were mutual disdain, they typically refrained from such overt confrontations, either out of decorum or for the sake of their own reputations, unless there was a significant conflict of interest. Although Jiang Xiaobai was curious about the events between the 2 women, he was not foolish enough to provoke trouble at this moment. After slipping away, he was just about to seek something to eat when he suddenly noticed a commotion at the entrance of the hall. Ah, is there more excitement to behold? It seems attending gatherings regularly is quite entertaining. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes brightened as he seized a piece of watermelon and moved closer. As he approached the periphery of the crowd, he heard a chorus of female voices shrieking, Wow, it's Cheng Xianapa, so handsome. Wow, it's Cheng Xianapa, so handsome. Wow, it's Cheng Xianapa, so handsome. Jiang Xiaobai thought, Wow, it's Cheng Xianapa indeed. Unable to contain himself any longer, he muttered exasperatedly, Where did this repeating machine come from? Chapter 11. Listen to your mother less in the future. From Zong AI number 1's negative emotional value, 50. From Zong AI number 2's negative emotional value, 50. From Zong AI number 3's negative emotional value, 50. The incessant barrage added several hundred points to Jiang Xiaobai's emotional value. Ahead, 3 identical triplet girls with double ponytails turned their cold eyes towards him, causing him to feel a chill despite the summer heat. Was there a slip in the script? Why has the atmosphere turned so ominous? Jiang Xiaobai forced a smile at the trio of girls and pointed towards the handsome man at the entrance. Look, Cheng Xianapa is coming. Immediately, the trio of starry-eyed girls shifted their focus, their eyes sparkling as they rushed towards him, letting out a sigh of relief. Jiang Xiaobai felt as if he had just sweated a bucket. Indeed, the speed at which women change their affections is astounding. Observing the 3 girls surrounding Li Chengxian, chattering excitedly, he couldn't help but reflect on the matter. It must be said that in terms of looks and charisma, Li Chengxian was undeniably captivating. His slicked-back hair gleamed, his high nose and deep-set eyes seemed almost magical, and his demeanor exuded utmost gentlemanliness. Even when enveloped by admirers, he remained unperturbed, greeting each of his fans with a warm smile. Ladies, may I step in before we reminisce? With a resigned smile, Li Chengxian prompted the crowd to part, allowing him to enter the hall. After smoothing out the wrinkles in his attire, he approached Chun Lingmiao with a gentle smile. As the protagonist of this engagement banquet, he naturally sought to engage with her first. Lingmiao, I apologize for my tardiness, Li Chengxian stated. His penetrating gaze fixed upon Chun Lingmiao as he stood amidst the 3 women. Upon catching sight of the woman in white, even having encountered many beauties before, he felt a wave of admiration. The thought of such a woman becoming his fiancée stirred a sense of excitement within him. Furthermore, her 2 friends were each unique in their own right. With this in mind, he discreetly glanced at Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Yuxiao, inwardly lamenting his fortune in securing such advantageous prospects. Chun Lingmiao, having noticed the commotion at the entrance, paused her verbal sparring with Jiang Xiaobai upon seeing Li Chengxian approach. With a subtle smile, she softly remarked, It's quite all right. I just arrived recently. The formal banquet won't commence for a while, so we can mingle freely. My father and Uncle Li should be on the 2nd floor. Her words were delivered with precision, exuding a sense of comfort while unmistakably conveying a distance. Hearing this, Lu Yuxiao remained unfazed, gazing at the lively scene with a silly grin, while Jiang Xiaobai shot a strange glance at Chun Lingmiao, pondering if there truly was a change, as Jiang Xiaobai suggested. Chun Lingmiao's mention of the freedom to roam and reference to his father and Uncle Li subtly implied, before the banquet begins, you are welcome to entertain yourself. Feel free to seek out your uncle on the second floor if you wish to leave the first. Though her words seemed considerate, they nearly conveyed the message that she was not inclined to converse with him. Indeed, upon hearing this, Li Chengxian's previously warm smile faltered slightly, giving way to a hint of awkwardness followed by a furrowed brow. A flicker of displeasure crossed his face, and his tone became noticeably flat. All right, thank you, I understand. With that, he cast a lingering gaze at Chun Lingmiao, turning on his heel with a hint of petulance. As he turned, a gentle smile returned to his face. Quickly integrating himself with other young elites from various families, though he would occasionally glance back in Chun Lingmiao's direction. Humph, a hypocrite. Chun Lingmiao muttered under her breath. Lingmiao, do you not like him? At that moment, even the somewhat oblivious Lu Yuxiao sensed something amiss. Tilting her head in inquiry, her face a canvas of confusion, she remarked. He possesses good looks and a commendable reputation. You seem quite well matched. I do not like him. He seems too artificial. There are no perfect people in this world. Chun Lingmiao replied, a smile playing on her lips as she teased, if my Xiao Xiao were to fancy this type, I would gladly relinquish him to you. She knew this girl was inherently innocent and often oblivious, deliberately teasing her. No way. You just called him hypocritical. I'm not foolish. Lu Yuxiao protested, shaking her head vigorously like a rattle, before pouting discontentedly at Chun Lingmiao. Lingmiao, you've changed. How could you push me into the fire? My mother told me that we should not desire men rejected by other women. Good men are scarce, so my mother advised that if I fancy someone, I should go after them. Chun Lingmiao. Jiang Xiaobai. Chun Lingmiao rubbed her temples in exasperation, observing her foolish friend earnestly reciting her mother's advice. She solemnly said, you should listen to your mother less in the future. Jiang Xiaobai, from a distance, merely glanced over at the unfolding drama before losing interest. For him, accumulating negative emotional value was far more pressing than engaging in gossip. Hey, what just happened? Let me tell you, our Lingmiao was just with her fiancé. Lu Yuxiao excitedly began to relay the story to Jiang Xiaobai, but abruptly halted when she noticed Chun Lingmiao's disapproving gaze, swallowing her words. In the end, she could only reluctantly lean in close and whisper, I'll tell you once Lingmiao leaves. Jiang Xiaobai exchanged a knowing glance with her, and the two resumed their light-hearted banter as if nothing were amiss. At that moment, the stage in the banquet hall appeared to be fully prepared. A middle-aged man stood before the audience, adjusting the microphone. The murmurs in the hall gradually subsided as all eyes shifted toward the stage. Ahem, first and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed guests present today for attending the engagement banquet of my daughter, Lingmiao. It is my honor. Upon hearing the speaker's words, Jiang Xiaobai realized that this dapper middle-aged gentleman was none other than Chun Lingmiao's father, Chen Huatian. Initially, he had assumed he was merely the host. One must admit, the Chen family boasted commendable genetic traits. However, he now felt a tinge of anxiety. What was this unsettling sensation? It felt akin to a bride meeting her in-laws for the first time. According to the customary engagement protocol, this was the opening remarks segment, which meant he would soon make his appearance. He hoped the elder gentleman would not be too irate and, in a fit of anger, summon his spirit beast to deliver a slap that would end him. In Chapter 12, titled Engagement Turmoil, he discreetly cleared his throat, subtly reminding Chun Lingmiao. Upon receiving a reassuring glance from her, he managed to calm his nerves slightly. Looking back to the stage, he noticed Li Qingshuan's mother, Zhao Haiwei, had also taken her place on stage, engaging in dialogue with Chun Huatian about the specific details of their family's union. Whispers began to circulate among the audience. In my opinion, the union of the Chun and Li families will exponentially bolster their strength. And let us not forget the Zhao family. This is a trifecta alliance that no family head would dare to overlook. A chuckle punctuated the air as Jiang Xiaobai listened intently, gaining insight into the Li family's circumstances. The current head of the Li family was Zhao Haiwei, as Li Qingshuan's father had tragically perished during an expedition into a secret realm years ago. Consequently, the weight of the family fell upon her shoulders. Despite being a woman, Zhao Haiwei was formidable, her power slightly inferior to the other prominent family heads in Jiangxing, yet still formidable. Coupled with support from her own family and her son's commendable talents, the future potential of the Li family was boundless. While they may not match the Chun family's stature, they were certainly comparable, making the two families well-matched. The onlookers clearly shared this sentiment regarding the marriage. Of course, the primary condition for all of this was Chun Lingmiao's willingness. In that moment, only she and Jiang Xiaobai were aware of the impending developments, and the thought filled Jiang Xiaobai with a sense of anticipation. Silently scolding himself, he shifted his focus back to the stage. At this juncture, Chun Lingmiao and Li Chengxian had also ascended the stage, seemingly ready to commence the engagement ceremony. Today's engagement was markedly different from a conventional wedding. As one of Jiangqing's distinguished families, its main purpose was to officially announce the occasion, resembling more of a press conference. After brief introductions from both sets of parents, they reached the pivotal moment of exchanging tokens. For the couple, these tokens were typically the most significant items from their families. Li Qingxian had already taken a delicate red box from his mother's hands and was slowly opening it before the assembled guests. He turned his gaze toward Chen Lingmiao, contemplating the fact that this captivating woman would soon be his fiancée. A flicker of warmth ignited in his eyes as he spoke tenderly. Lingmiao, this is a storage ring passed down through generations in the Li family. This ring not only allows for the storage of ordinary items, but can also temporarily house spirit beasts. Today, I present it to you as a token of our engagement. After delivering his words, he patiently awaited her response. Though Li Qingxian maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, the atmosphere in the hall erupted with excitement. The audience gazed at the ancient-looking black ring with envy. The Li family had indeed spared no expense, presenting an exceedingly rare storage ring. Oh dear, you know nothing. While storage rings are rare, using one as an engagement token is somewhat beneath the occasion. The true value lies in its ability to temporarily house spirit beasts. Jiang Xiaobai mused, feeling weary of the term envy. Why am I not the one standing on that stage? Wake up, child, if you wish to stand there. Remember to choose a better fate in your next life. What a remarkable treasure. Jiang Xiaobai silently reflected as he observed the ring. As they had mentioned, in this world, while storage rings are rare, the ability to temporarily contain spirit beasts is far more precious. When beast tamers encounter a desired spirit beast in a relic or secret realm, after defeating and capturing it, they may find themselves depleted of mental strength or lacking the requisite level to immediately contract the spirit beast. Such a ring would resolve numerous challenges, allowing them to return to their family and wait for an opportune moment to form a contract. The deep-rooted strength of illustrious families is derived not only from their awakened spirit beasts, but also from their elders' ability to help future generations select suitable spirit beasts through this method. Though the ring appeared ordinary, many lesser families might possess only one such item. Yet, to Chen Lingmiao, it seemed she was less than pleased, maintaining a stoic expression devoid of any sign of joy, resulting in Li Qingxian holding the ring aloft for all to see. Please accept it, Lingmiao. This is Chen Xuan's heartfelt sentiment, Zhao Haiyue urged, observing Chen Lingmiao's lack of response. We have prepared additional betrothal gifts as well. Zhao Haiyue feared that Chen Lingmiao was dissatisfied with their offerings and, wishing to alleviate the tension, attempted to smooth over the situation. Meanwhile, Chen Huatian, the head of the Chen family, seemed to notice his daughter's unusual demeanor. Frowning slightly, he spoke, Lingmiao, please accept it. Additionally, this is our Chen family's gift to Chengxian. As he said this, he reached to place an item into his daughter's hands. However, midway through his action, Chen Lingmiao suddenly took a step forward. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, she took a deep breath, glanced apologetically at her father, and then turned toward Li Qingxian, proclaiming loudly, Young Master Li, your gift is indeed precious, and I can feel your sincerity. After a brief pause, she pivoted her statement. However, I regret to inform you that I cannot accept it. The once boisterous banquet hall fell into an eerie silence with those words. After a moment of shock, the crowd gradually began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Oh my, it's truly happening. This is beyond dramatic, murmured one onlooker. To refuse a marriage proposal publicly is a slap in the face. Indeed, what on earth is Chen Lingmiao thinking? Among the spectators, two gossiping young ladies from the Wang family, particularly the princess, were practically ecstatic. Ting, do I have a chance now? Chen Lingmiao seems less intolerable than before. Her friend, Zhou Ting, looked at her with exasperation, shaking her head with a sigh. This love-struck woman is beyond redemption. The audience buzzed with hushed conversations, accompanied by laughter. Meanwhile, Li Qingxuan's expression darkened as he inhaled deeply, regaining his composure. Slowly retracting the ring, he fixed his gaze on Chen Lingmiao and inquired, Lingmiao, have I done something to offend you? Lingmiao, this is no trifling matter. Chen Huatian admonished gently from behind, before apologetically addressing the Li family. I apologize, everyone. Lingmiao has been spoiled by me. Chapter 13. I have a boyfriend. Chen Huatian stepped forward, gently tugging at his daughter, and in a hushed tone asked, Lingmiao, what is going on? This is not the time for childish antics. Chen Lingmiao turned to him and softly replied, I apologize, father, but I have a boyfriend now. Therefore, I cannot accept young Master Li's proposal. What? The moment these words escaped her lips, everyone present was taken aback, their mouths agape in shock. Chen Huatian regarded her with a mix of suspicion and bewilderment, inquiring, when did you get a boyfriend? How come I was not informed? Who is he? He remained relatively composed, aware of his daughter's disdain for the marriage, leading him to suspect that she was merely using this as an excuse to evade the union. In stark contrast to Chen Huayan's calm demeanor, the expressions of the Li family were far from pleasant. Li Chengxian looked as if he had swallowed something bitter, his usual gentleness entirely absent as he glared at Chen Lingmiao. Just as he was about to speak, his mother subtly pulled at him, signaling him to refrain from acting impulsively. Upon noticing this, Li Chengxian managed to regain his composure. It was not the appropriate time for the Li family to intervene. The Chen family would undoubtedly provide an explanation. Heavens, Chen Lingmiao actually has a boyfriend. This is huge news. But no one had heard about her being involved with anyone. Who could this young man be? Perhaps it is the young master of the Lu family? I've heard that Chen Lingmiao has a good relationship with the Lu family's little princess, Lu Yuxiao. Don't be ridiculous. The young master of the Lu family hasn't been in Jiangcheng for years. How could he possibly be involved? Then who do you think it is? I reckon Han Yu from the Han family is a more likely candidate. After all, he and Chen Lingmiao are in the same year. One a campus belle and the other a campus prince, which makes more sense. Now that you mention it, that does seem plausible. A single statement can stir up a torrent of speculation, and the audience erupted in a flurry of discussions and gossip following Chen Lingmiao's announcement. Jiang Xiaobai found it impossible to remain quiet. Lu Yuxiao was bubbling with excitement, shaking both Jiang Xiaobai and Jiang Xiaobai in turn. Oh my gosh. Lingmiao actually has a boyfriend. When did this happen? How could she not tell me? Come on, who do you think it is? The secrecy has been impeccable. She chattered incessantly, transforming into a chatterbox at the mention of gossip. Jiang Xiaobai crossed her arms and supported her chin with one hand, gazing at the woman on stage, shaking her head and saying, something's not right. What is not right? Everything just seems off. Jiang Xiaobai, knowing the woman well, had already guessed that she was likely concocting an excuse solely to reject the marriage proposal. Clearly, many others shared her sentiments. As some in the crowd began to chant provocatively, which young master is so fortunate? Come forth and let us see. Indeed, if she has a boyfriend, it is hardly suitable for an engagement. Miss Chen, why not invite your boyfriend to join us? I believe the Li family would not object, as an engagement requires the consent of both parties. Such malicious taunts were not in short supply, predominantly from factions opposed to the union of the Chen and Li families. The rivalry between families has always been fierce. Although the tactics may be lowly, mistakes can lead to a precarious situation. On stage, the Chen and Li families were clearly under pressure, and if the situation continued, it might become difficult to manage. In light of this, Chen Lingmiao stepped forward, her expression unflinching, adorned in a white evening gown that, combined with her icy demeanor, exuded an air of regality. Her gaze swept over the rabble-rousers in the crowd, compelling them to fall silent. I will provide an explanation to all of you and the Li family regarding today's events. As the surrounding chatter subsided, Chen Lingmiao turned to Li Chengxian and spoke slowly. If young Master Li feels offended in any way, I ask for your forgiveness. I will ensure appropriate compensation is provided. However, I genuinely have a boyfriend and cannot accept your proposal. Li Qingshuan's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and calm as he exchanged glances with his mother. Finally, he regarded Chen Lingmiao with a placid demeanor. It is no concern, it was merely a proposal after all. Miss Chen's agreement or refusal is entirely normal. However, since you claim to have a boyfriend, I cannot press the matter further. Chengxian was also curious about this young man who had captured Miss Chen's heart. Would it be possible for him to make an appearance? It must be said, Li Chengxian handled the situation with considerable finesse, his words impeccably crafted, leaving no room for criticism while showcasing his own stature. Nevertheless, his final request clearly conveyed his displeasure to Chen Lingmiao. Chen Lingmiao regarded him closely for a moment, then nodded slightly. Thank you for your understanding, young Master Li. She then directed her gaze to the audience, calling out, Jiang Xiaobai, please come up. Jiang Xiaobai? Who is Jiang Xiaobai? The name sounded unfamiliar. Upon hearing her invitation, the crowd's attention shifted toward the direction Chen Lingmiao was looking. Everyone was eager to discover the identity of Chen Lingmiao's boyfriend. Who was this Jiang Xiaobai? Why had no one ever heard of him before? On stage and off, a multitude of eyes focused on the trio where Jiang Xiaobai stood. As glances darted back and forth, they ultimately settled on a handsome young man who, like the others, was scanning the crowd, seemingly searching for someone. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was left bewildered. Could it possibly be him? Yet, in that area, he was the only male amidst a sea of females. This left everyone perplexed, gazing at Chen Lingmiao in confusion. Seeing this, Chen Lingmiao felt a surge of frustration. What on earth was this fellow doing at such a critical moment? Well, it seems the creditor is displeased. I can no longer feign ignorance. Jiang Xiaobai recognized that there was no escape, clearing his throat. Striding confidently through the crowd, he approached the stage amidst the astonished gazes of the two women beside him. In front of the assembled crowd, he confidently took his place beside Chen Lingmiao, grasped the microphone, stood tall, and beamed, Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Xiaobai. When he was younger, Jiang Xiaobai had harbored a dream of becoming a film star. He admired the celebrities who could proudly introduce themselves on stage, believing it to be an incredibly cool thing. Of course, his ambition was not fueled by the potential wealth of fame, nor was he motivated by the prospect of kissing beautiful actresses. Jiang Xiaobai was not such a superficial individual. Regardless, the childhood dream had taken its first step towards realization today. However, the anticipated thunderous applause was conspicuously absent, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. Chapter 14. Identity revealed. Fortunately, all eyes remained on him, though the gazes directed his way felt rather peculiar, as if he were an extraterrestrial being, which left Jiang Xiaobai feeling quite vexed. Just as he was about to continue speaking, the microphone was snatched away. Chun Lingmiao shot him a warning look, fearing this unpredictable individual might utter something outrageous. After all, she had her own reputation to uphold. However, this exchange of glances, observed by others, was misinterpreted. Wow, they're treating us like we're invisible. Getting all flirty right from the start. Initially, I thought Miss Chun was merely fabricating an excuse, but it seems there is indeed something more between them. Bro, that's quite disrespectful. What they share is pure love, not illicit. Illicit is what I have with your wife. That is truly scandalous. What? You've been with my wife? I was just using that as a metaphor. When I inquired about the bride price from your mother back in the day, why do you ask? I intend to marry your mother. The once tranquil banquet hall became lively as two brothers engaged in a fierce brawl. The crowd began to speculate about the identity of the youth on stage, ultimately recalling the illustrious families of the region, only to discover that this individual, Jiang Xiaobai, seemingly did not belong to any of them. This revelation sparked suspicions, leading them to wonder if he hailed from a notable family in another state. Such conjectures reached the ears of the Li family, prompting Li Qingxian to gaze skeptically at Jiang Xiaobai. After a moment of contemplation, he approached and greeted him. You must be Brother Jiang. It is a pleasure to meet you. Jiang Xiaobai, noting Li Qingshuan's demeanor, politely extended his hand in return. Brotherly, the pleasure is mine. Surprisingly, the young master of the Li family exhibited a rather amiable disposition. Jiang Xiaobai had anticipated that the other would be indignant and harbor resentment. It was indeed a characteristic of those from prestigious families, displaying grace and composure. He could not help but feel relieved to avoid further complications. The two began to engage in cordial conversation, their warm exchange resembling that of long-separated friends. Meanwhile, Chun Huatian seized the opportunity to pull Chun Lingmiao aside, quietly inquiring while occasionally glancing at Jiang Xiaobai. However, Chun Lingmiao remained deliberately vague, leaving Chun Huatian perplexed. What nonsense about a prodigy? He is merely the underachiever of our school, a dual talent failure. At that moment, someone within the crowd revealed the truth. Among the attendees were several students from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, who could no longer tolerate the thought of such a failure winning over their school's goddess. They began to shout, not only is he talentless, but he is also an orphan living in the lower city's slums, a complete pauper. Their revelations caused a stir. What? He is merely a commoner. What qualifications does he have to be Chun Lingmiao's boyfriend? Is it just because he is somewhat handsome? It seems she has been bewitched. Why choose this fellow over Li Chengxian? How infuriating. I feel I could do just as well. Chun Lingmiao must be blind to settle for such a man. It appears she has fallen low. Thank goodness she did not agree to marry our Chengxian. The derogatory remarks continued to ripple through the crowd, predominantly mocking Jiang Xiaobai. As Chun Lingmiao was the daughter of a prominent family, they could only gloat from afar, unwilling to speak too freely. However, their disdain for Jiang Xiaobai, lacking both background and talent, was far less restrained. As these words reached the stage, Li Qingshuan's expression immediately soured. He forcefully pushed Jiang Xiaobai's arm from his shoulder and disdainfully brushed off his shoulder, casting him a cold glance before stepping back. Feeling repulsed, he realized that since this fellow was not a genius from a distinguished family, there was no need to seek his favor. Jiang Xiaobai watched in astonishment as the scene unfolded, his lips twitching slightly. How swiftly this fellow's demeanor changed. He had thought the young master possessed a good character. It appeared to be nothing more than an act. He then raised his thumb in mock admiration, exclaiming, I did not know Brotherly possessed such talents. I am truly impressed. Li Chengxian frowned, puzzled by the comment. What do you mean? Your ability to change your expression is unparalleled. Even a master of disguise would feel ashamed in your presence. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai glanced at Zhao Haiyue, noting her impassive expression. It seemed they were indeed cut from the same cloth, both possessing profound depths. Lingmiao, you are simply being foolish. Chun Huatian had discerned his daughter's intentions. As the saying goes, no one knows a daughter better than her father. He could easily see that Jiang Xiaobai was merely a shield his daughter had sought. While others remained oblivious, he was not so easily deceived. Currently, he stood with a stern face, quietly reprimanding her. I am doing this for your own good. Your innate spirit beast is only at level 1. While that is not poor, it pales in comparison to other prodigies. This marriage could very likely allow your Silver Moon Demon Wolf to evolve to level 2. It is a decision with no drawbacks. I cannot remain by your side forever. After you advance to a higher school, the dangers will significantly increase. In an academy teeming with talent, your level 1 spirit beast will be utterly inadequate. Chun Lingmiao merely tilted her head, remaining silent, as her father's earnest entreaties fell on deaf ears. Seeing this, Chun Huatian could only sigh in resignation, recognizing that his daughter was resolute and had staged such a public display to counter his opposition. Forcing her now would yield no results. Especially since the Li family had already experienced discord. There was no turning back. He could only choose between his daughter and the interests of their family. Very well. Since you are unwilling to marry, so be it. Just do not blame your father later. The path you choose is your own. Upon hearing her father relent, Chun Lingmiao gazed at him with a hint of grievance. Father, I can handle this myself. I do not wish to trade my happiness for an uncertain future. Moreover, Li Chengxian is far too hypocritical. I do not like him. Chengxian is merely somewhat cunning. Chun Huatian persisted, but upon seeing his daughter's tearful expression, his heart softened, and he amended his stance. All right, regarding your youthful affairs, I shall not interfere. You may handle the subsequent matters. No problem. Dad, you are the best. Chun Lingmiao's previously sorrowful visage brightened instantly, leaving Chun Huatian momentarily taken aback before he could only shake his head with a wry smile. I have been completely outmaneuvered by the two of you. Are you not willing? Willing, 100 times over. When Chun Lingmiao returned, her mood had evidently improved. Observing her demeanor, Jiang Xiaobai understood that the farce was nearing its conclusion. This young lady had achieved her objective. First, she had invoked the fictitious identity of her boyfriend to silence the Li family, and next, she had persuaded her father, Chun Huatian. Thus, the engagement ceremony was essentially rendered void. This had been their agreed-upon plan. Of course, Jiang Xiaobai bore considerable risk during this period, as he could easily become a target for both the Chun and Li families. Currently, the Chun family held no grievances against him. However, as his true identity was revealed, more individuals began to harbor resentment towards him beyond the Li family. Chapter 15, Beastmaster Panel. From the very beginning, unfamiliar names began to float across his interface. In just a short time, he had nearly accumulated the 5,000 emotion points required to activate Task 2. Money is indeed not easy to earn. Jiang Xiaobai reflected on the hostile gazes directed at him. The subsequent developments hinged on Chun Lingmiao's actions, as she announced her intentions to the attendees. She addressed the Li family regarding any necessary compensations while soothing the guests. The banquet continued uninterrupted. Throughout the event, Jiang Xiaobai remained merely an accessory, shadowing Chun Lingmiao while no one paid him any heed. He was indifferent, aware that they were from entirely different worlds. He was merely there to fulfill his role. When the timing felt right, he seized the opportunity to slip away. He returned to the side of Jiang Xiaobai and her companion. Upon his arrival, Lu Yuxiao eagerly approached him, exclaiming, "Hey, Jiang Xiaobai, when did you and our Lingmiao get to know each other? How long have you been dating? Moreover, you sly fellow, how could you keep this from me? I just introduced you to Lingmiao. How embarrassing." Faced with Lu Yuxiao's rapid-fire inquiries, Jiang Xiaobai felt overwhelmed. Could he confess that they had only met earlier that day? How much longer shall we converse? Does a few minutes of discussion regarding the contract count? At this moment, I cannot divulge anything to them. I can only feign mystery with a smile. A secret. The negative emotional value from Lu Yuxiao is 20. I shan't speak further. I shall inquire with Ling Miao later. Once I have dismissed this girl, Jiang Xiaobai rubbed his hands together with a grin and leaned closer to Jiang Xiaobai. Miss Jiang, do you recall our previous wager? He was here to collect on his bet. Of course, ISNT at just 100,000. I, miss, willingly accept my losses. Jiang Xiaobai, with indifference, handed him a check. Jiang Xiaobai's eyes brightened, and he reached out to take it, only to be pulled closer. The soft sensation against his chest causing his heart to flutter. Tell me the truth. Do you have any relationship with Chen Lingmiao? Speak honestly, and I'll give you an extra 10,000. Oh, such a delightful offer. Jiang Xiaobai perked up, reluctantly moving aside, and after carefully stowing the check, he leaned in conspiratorially to whisper 2 words in her ear. Guess. With that, he waved his hand and turned to leave. The negative emotional value from Jiang Xiaobai is 20. Jiang Xiaobai glared at his retreating figure, contributing more emotional value to him. What an absurd joke. Jiang Xiaobai can be swayed by a mere 10,000. Though he has a fondness for wealth, he still possesses a sense of contractual integrity. He would not reveal the truth to anyone at present. The banquet continued until late into the night. After all the guests had departed, Chen Lingmiao, appearing somewhat fatigued, approached Jiang Xiaobai. Upon their meeting, she handed him a check. Here is the 300,000 I promised you. Jiang Xiaobai accepted it, scrutinizing the amount, checking it repeatedly until Chun Lingmiao's face darkened with impatience. He grinned and gestured. Miss Chun, you truly are generous. We are even now. Chun Lingmiao remained silent for a moment before nodding. Yes, I will inform them that we have parted ways. It should not significantly affect you. I have also explained the situation to the Li family, but you must still exercise caution. Therefore, I suggest you stay at my place for the next few days. Once the initial commotion dies down, they should refrain from taking any action against you upon realizing our connection. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai scrutinized her closely. Miss, we agreed it was merely a pretense. If you truly have intentions towards me, that would entail a different price. Chen Lingmiao. The anguished cries of a youth echoed through the hotel banquet hall. Jiangcheng Grand Hotel, 18th floor VIP room. Jiang Xiaobai stood bare-chested before the mirror, lamenting the red, swollen marks around his waist. Chen Lingmiao has many admirable traits, except for her painful grip. I wonder if she is trained to specifically target that tender flesh. Her precision is akin to guided tracking. Ultimately, he acquiesced to Chen Lingmiao's counsel, choosing to stay at her large hotel for some time. Following their class's awakening ceremony, they would no longer need to attend any courses, merely awaiting the promotion assessment 3 months hence. Successfully passing this assessment would elevate them to a higher-tier Beastmaster Academy, a haven for prodigies typically established through collaboration among several nearby cities. Jiangcheng, as the capital of Jiangzhou, does not possess such qualifications. The esteemed institutions along the coastal region are situated in a unique city known as Shangjing. Shangjing lies adjacent to Linzhou, yet it holds a special status, being a large, independent island city. Surrounding it are numerous marine relics and mystical realms. This locale boasts the richest resources for beast masters in the coastal area. Young talents from Jiangzhou, Linzhou, and Daizhou all aspire to enter Shangjing. Naturally, Jiang Xiaobai is no exception. Gaining admission to any prestigious institution in Shangjing would indeed be a cause for celebration. However, at this moment, he recalled a matter of great importance related to this. Damn it, where is my spirit beast? Indeed, since his awakening, he had yet to see his destined spirit beast. During the awakening, he had been delayed by the sudden emergence of his system, causing him to forget this crucial detail. No wonder he felt something was amiss. Jiang Xiaobai, feeling dejected, sank into the sofa and began to ponder. His consciousness delved into his mind, and he realized that he had accumulated the 5,000 emotional points required to activate Task 2. Congratulations, host. You have activated Task 2. Emotional value, 56,655,000. The Slacker reversal system is now officially activated, and the panel has been fully unlocked, including the Beastmaster panel. Finally, he could view the Beastmaster panel. Jiang Xiaobai temporarily disregarded the troublesome system. He was eager to discover the level of the spirit beast he had awakened. What kind of lowly creature could be deemed a level? How utterly worthless. A virtual panel materialized before Jiang Xiaobai's eyes. Name, Jiang Xiaobai. Character, slacker, cunning, somewhat delusional. Brash yet kind-hearted, carefree, narcissistic, lecherous. Race, human. Talent, infuriating. Skills, oil on the soles of the feet, master level. Whimsical ideas, master level. Deceiving others, master. Sarcasm, master. Riding a bicycle, ordinary. Cooking, ordinary. Attribute values, level 1. Health, 1000. Mental power, 100. Attack power, 5. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Spirit, 5. Constitution, 5. Luck, 5. Fire resistance, 100. Water resistance, 0. Ice resistance, 0. Thunder resistance, 0. Potential rating, contracted host, Shao Ke, Beastmaster talent, light touch summoning. What in the world? Chapter 16. Shao Quebec. Jiang Xiaobai was left utterly bewildered. He skeptically exited and reopened the panel, only to find that the Beastmaster panel indeed displayed this. Was this not his attribute panel? How did it become the Beastmaster panel? Moreover, the panel was rife with aspects worthy of ridicule. Jiang Xiaobai could hardly be bothered to comment. What on earth were those descriptors regarding character, talent, and skills? Where did they align with his identity? How could a promising young man like him be labeled lecherous? That's merely a man's instinct. He scrutinized the panel for quite some time until his gaze fell upon the last line. Upon recognizing those familiar characters, he froze in place. Shao Ke. So the elusive Shao Ke had been here all along. He examined the words again, and his expression gradually morphed into one of incredulity. Subsequently, he erupted in a tirade. Damn it, you wretched system. Come forth and give me a reasonable explanation. What on earth is happening here? No words, I see. You can con me. But you lack the guts to face me directly, you little rascal. Fetch your superior. I wish to lodge a complaint. Bring your faulty panel to court. Jiang Xiaobai unleashed a torrent of grievances, but the system paid him no mind. After exhausting himself with his tirade, Jiang Xiaobai could only resign himself to silence. He collapsed onto the sofa, utterly devoid of hope. While others possessed spirit beasts, here he was, reduced to being a spirit beast, dominated by this entity named Xiao Quebec. This was simply too absurd. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and Jiang Xiaobai abruptly shot up from the sofa. I must discover the true nature of this Xiao Ke. By heavens, I shall uncover the truth. He promptly activated the Beast Master panel and gently touched the red inscription of the little sparrow. Subsequently, he began to survey his surroundings. However, after half a day, there was naught but silence. Is something happening? He stood up and gazed around, only to find nothing in the room. Indeed, what a disappointing system. Jiang Xiaobai pursed his lips in silence, as he had hoped to rely on this system for a turnaround, but now, all hope was dashed. With such thoughts, he somewhat disheartenedly flopped back onto the sofa. Suddenly, he felt something drop onto his head and quickly looked up. To his surprise, a plump little red bird, no larger than the palm of his hand, was fluttering on the sofa. Oh, where did this little chick come from? Observing that the chick seemed too heavy to stand, Jiang Xiaobai kindly extended his finger to nudge it upright. Thus, the little chubby chick, with only 3 red feathers atop its head, began to engage in a silent stare-off with him. Negative emotion value from the sparrow, 10. This little sparrow has reappeared. Jiang Xiaobai silently observed the little red bird, which was also staring back at him with its bead-like eyes. The two exchanged glances for quite a while. Finally, with a sigh, Jiang Xiaobai reached out and picked up the little red bird, cradling it in his hands. Poor little creature, did you lose your way and accidentally wander in? The little red bird displayed a hint of panic and fear in its eyes as it was held, prompting Jiang Xiaobai to reassure it. Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. I am a kind-hearted person and cannot bear to see such things. I shall set you free. While speaking, he walked towards the window with the little red bird in his hands. With a creak, the window opened, allowing the evening breeze from the 18th floor to waft in, bringing a refreshing chill. Cradling the little red bird, he extended his hand out the window, exuding an air of sanctity. Go forth. You belong to the skies and should not be confined within this modest 200 square meter room. You are free once more. As soon as the words left his lips, Jiang Xiaobai released his grip. The little red bird fluttered desperately a couple of times before plummeting downwards. Jiang Xiaobai leaned out the window, watching the little creature vanish into the night, quietly reflecting. It truly longs to return home, flying so swiftly. Finally, he shouted towards the direction it had departed, his voice echoing repeatedly. No need to thank me. Thank you. Thank you very much. Negative emotion value from the sparrow, 1000. Some individuals may be human, yet they truly embody the essence of a dog. This was the most profound realization of the little sparrow upon arriving in this world. As a descendant of an ancient divine beast, albeit in its juvenile form, one would expect at least a modicum of respect upon its summoning. However, it was met with indifference, and the summoner had completely forgotten about it. Just as it was recalled, the summoner clumsily tossed it from the 18th floor. Although it was inherently a bird, a newly hatched chick cannot fly. Does this fool lack even this basic knowledge? Were it not for its juvenile status, it would have made this person experience the consequences of their folly. Yet, at this moment, their fates were intertwined, and even in its displeasure, it had no choice but to endure. Ah, fate. I apologize, little sparrow. I did not anticipate that you would be my destined spirit beast. Jiang Xiaobai scratched his head, glancing at the little red bird on the sofa, offering repeated apologies. However, the little sparrow appeared quite miffed, tilting its head in disdain. Upon seeing the anthropomorphized demeanor of this little creature, Jiang Xiaobai found it amusing. In truth, he had vaguely surmised something, but was merely testing the waters. He had not expected the little one to be unable to fly. How serious could a bird be if it cannot fly? Had he not been quick-witted and summoned the sparrow back, just as its negative emotion value appeared, it might have ended up as a bird that met its demise. Forever etched in the family's hall of shame, he had indeed encountered a spirit beast, yet a new dilemma lay before Jiang Xiaobai. His current identity was that of a spirit beast, while the sparrow's profile only contained a simple introduction, fate contract. Aside from that, there were incomprehensible fire and explosive attributes with infinite resistance. Without a detailed panel, he had no idea how to upgrade the little sparrow. After soothing the little sparrow, Jiang Xiaobai lay on his bed, pondering the matter. He could not fathom the purpose of this additional troublesome system. Why had it transformed him into a spirit beast panel? Unable to comprehend, he silently opened the interface of the loser counterattack system and began to explore. He first checked his emotional value balance, 2120. After deducting the 5,000 for activating the task, he could now freely allocate the remaining value he had accrued. Upon reopening the shopping store, The interface still displayed a mosaic pattern, but this time, there were additional unlocked items. Skipping over the useless beaker, Jiang Xiaobai focused on the second column of goods, attribute point package, priced at 100. Note, contains 10 attribute points. The path to becoming a strong person is always accompanied by tremendous challenges. Upon seeing this second item, Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of excitement. At this moment, he finally grasped how he could embark on his counterattack. Chapter 17, Allocation of Points. At a pivotal moment of destiny, any hesitation is folly. Would you like to exchange for the attribute point package now? Yes. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaobai spent 100 emotional values to exchange for the package. However, for the sake of caution, he chose to redeem just one first. Upon opening the package, the system displayed a notification that the attribute points had been credited. Switching to the Beastmaster panel, he could clearly see that the lower right corner now indicated available attribute points, 10. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaobai felt utterly at ease. His mood was inevitably a little exhilarated, and even the disappointing system appeared much more agreeable. At last, he had accomplished something worthwhile. System, I truly love you. Next, the task before him was to allocate the attribute points. However, glancing at his unimpressive initial attribute values, he perfectly embodied the definition of a weakling. Jiang Xiaobai began to ponder thoughtfully. Although attribute points were acquired by exchanging emotional values, which seemed easy, it was not quite that simple. As someone with ample resources, he could distribute points evenly, but in the early stages, it was wise to focus on key areas. After a moment of analysis, he allocated the 10 attribute points as follows: Strength, 52, Agility, 55, Spirit, 51, Constitution, 52. As for the most vital attribute for a Beastmaster, Spirit, he only added 1 point. Not for any other reason, but simply because he felt it unnecessary. As a spirit beast himself, there was no need to divert his focus to control other spirit beasts. In future battles, he could directly engage himself. Hence, agility became paramount. As the saying goes, in the realm of martial arts, speed is of the essence. If he could move swiftly enough to evade his opponent, then he would have the upper hand. Jiang Xiaobai was not motivated by fear of death, seeking to flee quickly. Rather, he approached the allocation with strategic intent. Once he finalized the allocation plan and clicked confirm, a soft white light suddenly emanated from his body, causing strange changes to occur. The sensation of comfort nearly made Jiang Xiaobai exclaim in delight. As the radiance gradually faded, Jiang Xiaobai felt an unprecedented lightness enveloping his entire being. A gentle leap equated to the distance he once could only achieve through strenuous effort. While the improvement seemed modest at first glance, it was essential to remember that this was merely the effect of a point allocation package. Relishing the transformations within his body, he placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily, declaring, "Indeed, it appears I am destined to become a man as swift as the wind." With the presence of this allocation package, he could foresee the terrifying extent of his future prowess. The thought elicited another bout of boisterous laughter from him, stirring the young sparrow, which had been dozing nearby, into wakefulness. The creature regarded him with disdainful eyes, as if mocking his moment of triumph. However, Jiang Xiaobai paid little mind to such judgments, his thoughts wholly consumed by the system at hand. After experiencing the benefits, he exchanged the remaining 2,000-odd emotional points for allocation packages. Upon completing the exchange of all 20 packages, he was taken aback. Squinting at the second column where the allocation packages were listed, he noticed a subtle line of text in the lower right corner. Remaining stock, 79. His excitement had indeed been premature. It appeared that these packages were limited in number, including the 21 he had already redeemed. He realized he could only acquire a maximum of 100 packages for now, translating to a total of 1,000 attribute points. How miserly! Jiang Xiaobai silently derided the system, though he did not dwell on it. Everything in existence is subject to balance, a notion he had anticipated. Thus, he understood that he could no longer allocate points recklessly. After meticulous calculation, he ultimately distributed the remaining 200 points, primarily focusing on agility. Once completed, his attribute panel reflected the following values. Attribute values: level, 1 health, 1470 mental power, 210 attack power, 78 strength, 52 agility, 110 spirit, 16 constitution, 52 luck, 5 fire resistance, 100 water resistance, 0 ice resistance, 0 lightning resistance. 0 He had desired to augment his agility by 150 points. Yet for reasons unknown, the system informed him that no attribute could exceed a difference of 100. Thus, he settled for this distribution. As for luck, it appeared to be locked, rendering any attempts at enhancement futile. The elevation of other attributes correspondingly resulted in increases in health, mental power, and attack power. Health seemed solely linked to constitution, while attack power appeared influenced by both agility and strength. As for mental power, its correlation was self-evident. After finalizing the allocations, Jiang Xiaobai scrutinized the values once more for any discrepancies, taking a deep breath. So be it, he concluded, pressing the confirmation button. Yet, contrary to his expectations of a euphoric sensation, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his body. The agony was sudden and overwhelming, as if his insides were being mercilessly twisted. The joints and bones creaked incessantly, and the intensity of the pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Curling up on the ground, he trembled uncontrollably, unable to suppress an expletive, damn. The torment persisted for an indeterminate duration before gradually subsiding. When it finally ceased, Jiang Xiaobai lay exhausted on the floor, drenched in sweat. Gazing weakly at the ceiling, his lips trembled as he attempted to articulate something, but he lacked the strength. In that moment, he recalled the seemingly trivial words in the description of the allocation package. The path to power is always fraught with tremendous challenges. To grow stronger is never a simple endeavor. After regaining a modicum of strength, Jiang Xiaobai promptly scrambled to the shower. He felt sticky and uncomfortably odorous. Emerging from the bathroom, he gazed at his reflection in the mirror and felt as though he was radiating light. He appeared taller, and his physique seemed more proportionate than before. Is this akin to a cleansing of the marrow? He murmured to himself. His condition resembled those tales of cultivation where individuals underwent a transformation akin to rebirth. His body's recovery abilities had notably improved. The most immediate sensation was that he felt as light as cotton, brimming with vigor. Although he was curious about the extent of his newfound strength, the hour was late, and further exertion was ill-advised. After a brief tidying up, he calmed his mind and prepared to throw himself onto the bed for sleep. Spotting the young sparrow peacefully slumbering on the sofa brought a smile to his face. He approached and gently prodded the creature awake. The little bird blinked its drowsy eyes in confusion. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely forgot to wish you good night." "Good night, little sparrow." With a click, the light was extinguished, plunging the room into darkness, and soon the rhythmic sounds of breathing filled the air. From the little sparrow's negative emotional value, 200. The small red bird on the sofa fluffed its feathers in indignation, appearing rounder and more disheveled. Meanwhile, the boy on the bed seemed to be dreaming sweetly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 18. The old, weak, sick, and disabled. "Hey, is Zhang Ani busy?" On a sunlit morning, Zhang Shun, the seasoned gardener of Jiangqing Hotel, commenced what should have been a delightful and leisurely day of work. It was supposed to be this way, yet the arrival of an unexpected guest shattered the tranquility. Zhang Shun lifted his head and glared at the youth inspecting the grounds with his hands behind his back, exclaiming irritably, "How many times must I say it? My name is Zhang Shun, not Zhang Ani. Furthermore, if you are so free, you could lend a hand." Jiang Xiaobai shook his head, adopting a serious demeanor as he replied, "Zhang Ani, I must criticize you for this. As a member of Jiangqing Hotel and a representative of the Qin family, how can you expect a guest to do your work?" He then cleared his throat and added, "However, considering our friendship, I will reluctantly assist you." Zhang Shun grimaced, muttering under his breath, "What do you mean by assist me? This kid has no shame. I wonder how the young lady can tolerate such a fellow." The young lady had just mentioned that the damage to the lawn caused by him would be charged to his account. "If you refuse to help, that's fine. You'll just end up paying for it. Now, discussing money feels too formal between us." Upon hearing about the deductions, Jiang Xiaobai dropped the pretense and eagerly stepped forward to help repair the lawn. His assistance significantly sped up the process, alleviating Zhang Shun's grievances considerably. It had been 5 or 6 days since the engagement banquet, and during this time, Jiang Xiaobai had remained at Jiangqing Hotel. Fortunately, the hotel was spacious, with an ample lawn for him to acclimate to his body. Otherwise, given his restless nature, he might have left long ago. Due to his ongoing struggle to adjust to his newfound strength, the lawn bore numerous divots after several days. Initially, these were accidental, but recently, they had become deliberate. He discovered that every time he visited, he could harvest a substantial amount of negative emotional points from Zhang Shun and the hotel staff, likely due to their complaints about the extra workload he caused. Moreover, his demeanor was rather infuriating, as he inspected the grounds like a master while others did the labor. Finally, they could no longer endure it and reported him to Chun Ling Miao, resulting in the recent confrontation. Despite the annoyance he caused, they found his character quite likable, and over the days, they had forged a camaraderie. "Zhang Shan, may I inquire about our esteemed young lady's recent undertakings? She seems to have become elusive, akin to a dragon that is seldom seen." Zhang Shun, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "It is indeed Zhang Shun. Our young lady is likely occupied with matters concerning her engagement banquet from a few days prior." "Oh," Jiang Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, pressing further, "was it not already settled? Is the Li family still reluctant to concede?" Zhang Shun paused his task, leaning on his pitchfork, casting a meaningful glance at him as he replied. It is not so simple. I have heard that Li Chengxian is rather unwilling to let go. He hesitated slightly, then cautiously added. It is said that as long as our young lady remains unengaged, he retains the right to pursue her. Oh, Jiang Xiaobai nodded thoughtfully. It appears the allure of a high-tier spiritual beast is indeed compelling, and the Li family is evidently unwilling to relinquish their ambitions. Zhang Xin anticipated Jiang Xiaobai might react with anger or embarrassment. After all, any man would be disconcerted by the notion of his girlfriend being pursued by a wealthy and handsome rival, openly indicating an intention to undermine him. Everyone is aware of the young man's background. He is a talentless and unremarkable individual. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai displayed an indifference that was perplexing. Jiang Xiaobai, are you not concerned? Zhang Xin inquired. Concerned about what? Jiang Xiaobai responded with surprise. Then, realizing the implication, offered a mysterious smile. There is nothing to worry about. In fact, I would prefer if Li Chengxian were to pursue her even more fervently. Why is that? Zhang Xin was bewildered. What kind of reasoning is this? Could this be the legendary confidence of a man? You wouldn't comprehend it if I explained. There are complexities involved that you should ponder. Jiang Xiaobai patted his shoulder with significance and departed, leaving Zhang Xin to contemplate deeply. After a moment, he slapped his thigh in frustration, looking at the unkempt lawn, lamenting. Damn it, this little trickster has outsmarted me again. On the bus to the lower town, Jiang Xiaobai shook his head in dismay. It seems one cannot solely rely on harvesting benefits from others. After several days of frequent extraction, Zhang Xin had been thoroughly drained, resulting in diminishing emotional value output. A multifaceted approach is necessary. In that moment, Jiang Xiaobai's gaze fell upon a row of shops by the roadside, and inspiration struck him. He had devised a swift method to collect emotional value. Previously, he lacked the means, but now, with a modest fortune, it was entirely feasible. The next stop was conveniently his destination. As the vehicle progressed, the announcement echoed, "Please hold onto the handrails. We are approaching our stop, Digital City. Passengers disembarking. Please gather your belongings." The bus halted at a platform, and immediately a throng of people surged forward, filling the previously vacant seats. A curly-haired, elderly lady, delayed in her movement, found herself without a seat. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaobai initially intended to rise and offer his seat, as he still had one more stop to go. However, before he could stand, the curly-haired lady swiftly confronted him, glaring fiercely. "Young man, kindly vacate your seat." Her tone was laden with hostility, as if Jiang Xiaobai had wronged her. Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of irritation and settled back into his seat. "On what grounds?" he retorted. The elderly lady raised her voice sharply. "You young people should know how to respect your elders. How were you raised? At my age, with my health. Shouldn't you be offering me your seat?" Her loud voice drew the attention of other passengers, who began to whisper and point at Jiang Xiaobai. Unfazed, he remained composed in his seat, pointing to the bus signage. "What does it say? Priority seating for the elderly, disabled, pregnant, and ill." The lady puffed out her ample belly defiantly. Jiang Xiaobai scoffed. "May I inquire, are you elderly, weak, ill, or disabled? If you claim to be pregnant, then I shall gladly yield my seat and wish you well." His words ignited the elderly lady's ire, yet she found herself at a loss for a retort, as she was merely in her 40s. Chapter 19. The Transformation of the Elderly Lady. The surrounding passengers began to murmur, casting judgment upon her for bullying a younger person. Embarrassed, she shot a venomous glare at Jiang Xiaobai. "You sharp-tongued brat." Jiang Xiaobai, uninterested in further engagement, leisurely vacated his seat as they neared the stop. Curiously, the elderly lady also disembarked at that station. This stop was Digital City, his intended destination. However, he did not rush into Digital City. Instead, he meandered through the narrow alleys surrounding it before finally entering the building. Upon entering Digital City, he headed directly to the mobile phone section. Indeed, he had come to purchase a phone. "Sir, take a look at our latest model. This is the newest foldable phone, versatile in its configurations. Sir, our Juzi 18 has just launched, priced at a mere $28,888. With just one kidney, you can take it home." The saleswoman, clad in black knee-high stockings, was exceedingly patient, entwining her arm with Jiang Xiaobai's and persistently promoting the product in a flirty tone. "It's perfect for a girlfriend. Valentine's Day is just around the corner. Are you sure you don't want to buy one? If you lack funds, we also offer kidney loans. If you purchase it and gift it to me, you'll gain a charming girlfriend like me, along with the phone. Choose whichever you desire." Jiang Xiaobai's lips twitched at such absurd propositions. He had never endorsed such indecent attire and behavior and could only observe critically. Ultimately, he hastened his escape at a speed of 60 meters per hour. What a ridiculous notion. It was merely a phone, not an organ donation. As he glanced at other sales staff, black stockings, ultra-short skirts, and even some dressed as bunny girls, He began to question if he had wandered into the wrong establishment. Was the electronics industry now so competitive? After passing several shops, Jiang Xiaobai gained a wealth of experience. Beyond trading body parts for money, he even discovered some offering loans secured by spiritual beasts. Ultimately, he selected a seemingly reputable store and picked out the latest smartphone. Spending several thousand yuan stung his heart. But considering he still possessed a substantial fortune, he felt considerably better. After enduring poverty, suddenly having so much money was an adjustment. With the phone secured, he exited the store. This time, he opted for a taxi instead of the bus. Where to, young man? First, to Falu Street in the lower town. Sure thing. The driver, a bearded gentleman, was quite chatty, engaging Jiang Xiaobai in conversation. Let me tell you, young man, you wouldn't believe it, back in my day. When I was your age, Jiang City produced an extraordinary beastmaster. Please elaborate, Jiang Xiaobai inquired, intrigued by the mention of beastmasters. This is not common knowledge. I would not share it if I didn't find you likable. In our previous cohort, one of our seniors made a remarkable awakening. Can you guess what level of spiritual beast he awakened? The middle-aged man appeared to be quite the storyteller, deliberately piquing one's curiosity. Could it be true? Though rare, such occurrences were not astonishing. The bearded gentleman scoffed. Let me enlighten you. That is the only instance in Jiangcheng in decades. A prodigy? Jiang Xiaobai furrowed his brows. Indeed, the existence of such a talent was remarkable, yet during his 3 years at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, he had never heard his teachers mention such an individual. If what the bearded man claimed was accurate, this person should now be a prominent figure. Such a distinction would surely be documented by the school and heralded throughout Jiangcheng. Do you think I'm spinning tales? The bearded man seemed to discern Jiang Xiaobai's skepticism. With a deep sigh, he provided an explanation. That senior should have had a brilliant future, renowned across the land. Yet due to his arrogance in his youth, he garnered resentment and ultimately met a tragic end. A tragic end? Jiang Xiaobai softly reflected on those words. It appeared that this once great genius had been a victim of foul play. Yes, a tragic end. The bearded man chuckled grimly, for fallen geniuses are never true geniuses. At that moment, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. Through the rearview mirror, the bearded man cast a cold glance at Jiang Xiaobai. His previously amiable smile vanished. If even geniuses meet such fates, what hope do you, without background or strength, possess? He added, young man, do not blame us. We have arrived at your destination. With a resounding crash, the car door flew open, and a figure tumbled out. The unfortunate soul hit the ground hard, blood spewing forth, face flushed, trembling as he pointed weakly in the direction of the taxi before losing consciousness. Jiang Xiaobai stepped out, clapping his hands. Looking at the bearded man sprawled on the ground, he disdainfully remarked, after all that, I thought you were something special, yet this is all you can do? With that, he began to survey his surroundings, only to find himself frozen in place. Wasn't this the abandoned power plant? As the name suggests, it was a deserted facility, long since left to ruin. Years ago, during his time at the orphanage, he and his friends had frequently ventured here to explore and play, an amusement park for the wild children of their youth. As he took in the familiar environment, nostalgia washed over him. He wondered how his friends were faring. Perhaps Xiao Qi and Xiao Jiao were doing better than he. Suddenly, a strange sound emanated from the corner, and two figures, one plump and one slender, emerged. Jiang Xiaobai snapped back to reality, somewhat exasperated. Can I indulge in my nostalgia a bit longer? Raising his gaze, he recognized the two before him and smiled. Isn't this about not letting you have a seat? And you, isn't this about not buying your family's phone? Is it really necessary to chase me all the way here? The figures in the corner were none other than the curly-haired lady from the bus and the female clerk from the electronics store. Ah, young man. I told you long ago, you must learn to respect your elders. The curly-haired lady said as she slowly removed her wig, transforming into a rotund man. The clerk, clad in knee-high socks, also reached for her head. Jiang Xiaobai, initially indifferent, suddenly widened his eyes in terror. Internally, he screamed, no? As the clerk scratched her head. Jiang Xiaobai exhaled in relief. To be honest, he had never felt such tension, not even during an exam. Chapter 20. The heart is too soft. If that clerk turned out to be a cross-dresser, producing something larger than he possessed, the mere thought of her playfully clinging to him at the electronics store would haunt him for life. The psychological trauma would be more dreadful than assassination. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of panic, nearly allowing them to succeed. Young man, I followed you because I fancy you. Not because I wanted to harm you. The clerk winked at Jiang Xiaobai, striking a flirtatious pose. I believe you not. Jiang Xiaobai remained unmoved by her charms, crossing his arms and observing them quietly. At a crucial moment, one must heed the leader. Enough of this frivolity. If we capture him, we can do as we please. The rotund man said, casting a cruel glance at Jiang Xiaobai, before proceeding without further ado. In an instant, A flash of crimson light enveloped the scene, and a three-headed hellhound materialized before them. The creature, dark red and fearsome, dripped foul saliva from its menacing jaws. An oppressive heat radiated from its presence. You, young man. While I do not know how you managed to ambush Lao Hu, your luck ends here. Do not say I did not give you a chance. Summon your spirit beast. The rotund man declared with disdain. Prepare to meet your demise. With that, he commanded his hellhound to attack. Jiang Xiaobai, sensing the gravity of the situation, decided to proceed with caution. Very well, since you embody such knightly spirit, I, Jiang Xiaobai, shall indulge you. Mimicking his opponent's demeanor, he extended his hand and boisterously proclaimed. From the abyss, Lord of Flames, you are the embodiment of fire, the sovereign of the skies. You are the favored of the great divine. A lengthy series of summoning words flowed from his lips, and upon witnessing Jiang Xiaobai's grandstanding, the previously arrogant Zhang Ge faltered, stepping back in uncertainty. Could it be that this boy has a hidden card up his sleeve? But I recall reports saying he was a dual waste. In this world, only exceptionally powerful spirit beasts possessed unique summoning incantations, and the longer the prefix, the greater the beast's innate prowess. Glancing at the fallen Lao Hu, doubts began to creep into his mind. Should he retreat? Yet, he soon found solace in the fact that Jiang Xiaobai had been reciting his summoning words for nearly a minute. No spirit beast could have such an extended incantation. This boy was clearly trying to deceive him. You little rascal, are you playing me for a fool? I will take you down now. Zhang Ge, enraged at being intimidated by this so-called waste, abandoned any pretense of knightly virtue and ordered his beast to attack. Three colossal heads, adorned with menacingly sharp fangs, roared and lunged toward Jiang Xiaobai. Unperturbed, Jiang Xiaobai deftly retracted his movements, lightly tapping his toes to propel himself several meters back, narrowly evading the gaping maw of the hellhound. This little rascal runs surprisingly fast, Zhang Matzi observed, momentarily stunned by Jiang Xiaobai's swift retreat. Assuming it was merely a fluke, he continued to command the hellhound to pursue. Each time, Jiang Xiaobai appeared momentarily paralyzed by fear, only to spring away like a released top the instant the hellhound lunged. After several rounds of this, Zhang Matzi began to lose his composure, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it! This is absurd. Xiao San, unleash the magma flames. Brother Zhang, please don't. If you do that, he'll be turned to cinders. How will he even stand a chance?" The girl in knee-high socks interjected sweetly. Mind your own business. I refuse to believe this brat can escape again. Zhang Matzi, clearly agitated, paid little heed to her concerns. As his words fell, the throat of the hellhound named Xiao San turned a fiery crimson. Its mouth opened wide, aimed directly at Jiang Xiaobai. With a whoosh, a fireball the size of a human, enveloped in magma, hurtled forth like a meteor, racing towards Jiang Xiaobai. Oh no, they mean business. Jiang Xiaobai sensed the searing heat and dared not linger. He had gauged his speed against Zhang Matzi's hellhound and realized he could easily outpace it. This three-headed beast was evidently a fire element powerhouse, lacking in speed. He had merely used it to familiarize himself with the fight. However, the fireball was no slow projectile, and he could not afford to underestimate it. Boom. Just as he vacated the spot, the ground was scorched, leaving a sizable crater. Hiss. Witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai furrowed his brow slightly. It was evident that these people were intent on killing him. If he hesitated, he would indeed meet a fiery end. With this realization, he cast a cold glance back at the two. Damn it, did you let him slip away? Zhang Matzi was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom how someone who could not even release a spirit beast could possess such agility. Even he, a level 25 beastmaster, did not boast such physical prowess. Let us take action together. Although astonished, he did not forget his mission and whispered to his companion. However, when he turned back, he found no one beside him. He paused. Then his expression shifted dramatically as he whipped around to the direction where Jiang Xiaobai had stood. To his shock, it was empty. His heart sank, and he stiffly turned to face behind him. Jiang Xiaobai greeted him with a radiant smile. What's the matter? Didn't your mentor teach you to keep a close watch on your opponent during a fight? As the words left his lips, Jiang Xiaobai launched a powerful punch towards Zhang Matzi's face. Crack! Zhang Matzi flew back like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground, his legs twitching before falling still. Jiang Xiaobai rubbed his wrist, slowly approaching the fallen man, looking down from above at his now swollen face, and shook his head. I tend to be too soft-hearted. In the final moment, Jiang Xiaobai had opted for a palm strike instead of a punch. Otherwise, that blow could have proven fatal for Zhang Matzi. He needed to keep him alive to inquire about their motives, as well as to find out where the girl in knee-high socks had vanished to in the blink of an eye. It was indeed peculiar. He first piled the unconscious Hu and Zhang Matzi together, then rummaged through their belongings, retrieving two shriveled wallets. Opening them, Jiang Xiaobai was left speechless. These wallets are cleaner than my face. Even at his poorest, he had at least 10 yuan in his pocket. Yet these two men, in their 40s, possessed merely 4 coins. He found the amount hardly worth taking. After pocketing the 4 coins, Jiang Xiaobai dragged both men deeper into the abandoned power plant. Thankfully, they had driven him to this desolate location. Otherwise, carrying 2 living men through the streets would have raised too many questions. Slap. A few sharp slaps revived Zhang Mozi. Jiang Xiaobai began his interrogation. Who are you, and why are you after me? Zhang Mozi, now bruised and battered, was stubborn. You want to learn anything about my employer from me. As a competent assassin, I want to betray the Li family. Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, finding it both amusing and perplexing. He was uncertain if this man was clever or foolish. Enough with the nonsense. Where did that girl escape to? Jiang Xiaobai delivered another slap, causing blood to trickle from Zhang Mozi's mouth. Zhang Mozi, bloodied yet defiant, smirked. You want to know where she went? Forget it. I want to tell you. Go ahead, kill me if you dare. Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Mozi's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression turning vacant. He had never anticipated Jiang Xiaobai would be so resolute. Well, you brought this on yourself, Jiang Xiaobai said innocently, releasing his grip on Zhang Mozi's neck. He then turned to the other unconscious individual, twisting his hand forcefully. Both met their demise. Jiang Xiaobai set them ablaze, kindly aiding their journey to the afterlife. As for the fleeing girl, she remained a mystery he could not unravel at the moment. That night, at the Jiangxing Grand Hotel, Jiang Xiaobai lay on his bed, idly scrolling through his phone, lamenting, this sum of money is truly difficult to acquire. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. Who is it? He called out, clad only in his shorts, as he approached to open the door. Why are you not dressed? Chun Lingmiao turned her back, reproaching him. How was I to know you would come at this hour? Besides, I'm wearing shorts, aren't I? Jiang Xiaobai pouted, internally grumbling. Before returning to the room to put on a short-sleeved shirt, he then reclined on the sofa, propping his legs up. So, Chun, what brings you here? Chun Lingmiao entered, closing the door behind her, and sat across from him. Seeing him disregard his appearance, she rolled her eyes. Did you go out today? Upon hearing her mention it, Jiang Xiaobai recalled something and sat up straight. By the way, Chun, do you have a group for our class? A group? Yes, the group. As he spoke, he eagerly poured her some tea. Don't be formal, make yourself at home. Chun Lingmiao was speechless, thinking, isn't this my home? Why does it feel like I'm the guest? I do have a group, but why do you ask? Noticing the puzzled look on her face, Jiang Xiaobai cleared his throat. It's nothing much. I just wanted to ask if you could add me to the group. Understanding dawned on Chun Lingmiao, although she suspected he was up to something. Fine, I'll add you as a friend first, then I'll add you to the group. Jiang Xiaobai beamed at her response and pulled out his phone. Get closer. It's hard to add you from that distance. Move a bit. Don't make me do all the work. Chun Lingmiao urged impatiently. Why does this statement always evoke such a sense of malevolence? Jiang Xiaobai shook his head, attempting to dispel the strange thoughts swirling in his mind. He took a couple of steps forward, and with a soft beep, his social media app, Jiangxian, finally displayed its first friend notification. To his surprise, Chun Lingmiao's nickname was simply Linger. Glancing at the hastily chosen name he had adopted, his expression turned peculiar. I swear, this time I did not intend to take advantage. It was purely coincidental. Ding dang. Chun Lingmiao seemed unfazed, merely confirming with him. Ah, yes, indeed. All right, I shall add you to the group. During the day, after the awakening test, those with aspirations for further education had already joined the group autonomously. The school would subsequently communicate all matters through that group. Due to his lack of a mobile phone, Jiang Xiaobai had been unable to join. The teacher hadn't inquired either, as with his dual talents revealed during the awakening, it was generally assumed that he had no prospects for further education. There was no need to go through the motions. Chun Lingmiao was certainly aware of this. She looked at Jiang Xiaobai and sighed softly. Becoming a beastmaster is not the only path. If you excel in academics, there are still promising opportunities after graduation. She assumed Jiang Xiaobai was reluctant to give up. Hence her kind-hearted advice. What did you say? The anticipated scene of the youth unwilling to concede did not materialize. Jiang Xiaobai was oblivious to Chun Lingmiao's words. His head bowed as he stared at his phone, grinning foolishly. From Chun Lingmiao's negative emotional value, 30. Chun Lingmiao pursed her lips, a frown forming on her forehead. It seemed she had spoken unnecessarily. Taking a deep breath, she began to discuss serious matters. I heard you were ambushed today. Upon noticing her irritation, Jiang Xiaobai straightened up slightly. A few petty thieves, nothing to fret about. He waved dismissively. However, the information I received indicates that those two were both beast masters over level 20. Chun Lingmiao continued. How did you manage to escape? Jiang Xiaobai understood that with the Chun family's influence, they would undoubtedly be aware of the entire situation. However, He had no intention of disclosing his secrets to anyone. Speaking of which, I find it quite miraculous. I was captured by them, but who would have thought that they would end up fighting over credit? As they tussled, both of them collapsed. Jiang Xiaobai shrugged, a look of bewilderment on his face. Upon hearing his explanation, Chun Lingmiao regarded him skeptically for a moment. Ultimately, she said nothing further, merely nodding and apologizing. I am sorry. It seems you were ensnared because of me. This entire situation stemmed from my recklessness. I never anticipated they would resort to such vicious means. It was my lack of foresight. I truly should not have involved you in this. As she spoke, Chun Lingmiao nervously fidgeted with her skirt, appearing somewhat awkward. Chapter 22. The Young Lady Who Loves to Pinch. Jiang Xiaobai observed this scene, momentarily taken aback. In truth, he had considered the consequences before this incident occurred. It was all within his expectations. The reason he agreed was simply that Chun Lingmiao had offered far too much. As someone who had lived in poverty for 18 years, and who had never accumulated even 1,000 in savings, the ability to offset the debt from scratching her luxury car was not only advantageous, he stood to gain significantly. Even if Chun Lingmiao's act of breaking off the engagement was inappropriate, he had no reason not to agree. To put it plainly, this was a mutually beneficial transaction, one that was contractually binding. What he had not anticipated was that this previously aloof campus goddess, a scion of a prominent family, would sincerely apologize to him. Indeed, human nature is complex, Jiang Xiaobai mused internally, waving his hand dismissively. It's nothing. This falls within the bounds of our agreement. To accept payment for one's services and to mitigate disaster for another, is that not the essence of business? Upon hearing these words and seeing his demeanor, Chun Lingmiao felt considerably relieved. Just as she was about to speak, Jiang Xiaobai interjected. If Miss Chen truly feels guilty and wishes to compensate me, I am open to it. What kind of compensation do you desire? Jiang Xiaobai stood up, approaching Chun Lingmiao in his slippers. Let us reason together. You see, my life is currently under threat, is it not? Yes, but do not worry, I will resolve this matter. However, it would be wise for you to refrain from going out for the time being, Chun Lingmiao hastily explained. Ah, you do not comprehend. Jiang Xiaobai slowly shook his head, sighing tragically, his voice laden with emotion as he gestured dramatically, as if reciting poetry. Have you ever heard the saying, life is precious, love is even more so? For the sake of freedom, both can be forsaken? Is my predicament merely a simple threat to my life? No, it is my freedom that has been stripped away. Chun Lingmiao gazed at him, seemingly influenced by his fervor, her internal guilt intensifying. Feeling somewhat culpable, her previously cool demeanor softened. Pouting, she murmured, what do you suggest we do? Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback by this unexpectedly pure and endearing side of the young lady, and suddenly felt that perhaps deceiving her was not entirely appropriate. This diversion abruptly shattered the carefully cultivated mood. Blinking at Chun Lingmiao, he approached the bed and patted the mattress. Well, regarding freedom, I shall not seek that as compensation. How about we settle for a love compensation instead? That would conveniently resolve all dilemmas. Love compensation? Chun Lingmiao, pondering Jiang Xiaobai's words, suddenly grasped the implications of his actions. At that moment, with just the two of them alone in the room, her fair complexion flushed crimson up to her ears. She abruptly stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Jiang Xiaobai, you shameless. From Chun Lingmiao's negative emotional value, 100. From Chun Lingmiao's negative emotional value, 100. Enraged, Chun Lingmiao strode toward him with purpose, her long legs embodying her fury. You want compensation, do you? Love compensation, you say? I shall give you a proper compensation right now. At this point, it was Jiang Xiaobai who felt the fear. No, I don't want it. Please do not come any closer. Miss Chun, classmate Chun, goddess Chun, calm down. Calm down. Haha, do not touch there, it tickles. Hey, no, that is not allowed, ow. In a hotel room, after a long and tiring day, Zhang Shun, who had been dreaming of mowing lawns, was abruptly awakened. Blinking through his heavy eyelids, he sat up groggily, swaying slightly, mumbling to himself. What's with that dog barking? He then flopped back down, continuing to mutter in his sleep. Damn it, Jiang Xiaobai, you are such a nuisance. Achoo, achoo. As dawn broke, Jiang Xiaobai sneezed twice. It seems two people are thinking of me. Jiang Xiaobai leaped out of bed, first engaging in a vigorous morning exercise routine to invigorate himself. Stretching lazily, he then proceeded to wash up, gazing at the ring of red marks around his waist in the mirror, feeling a sense of sorrow for himself. Those marks should rightly be on his shoulders or back. Of course, if there were patterns adorning his neck, that would also be acceptable. Here he was, Jiang Xiaobai, a respectable man, reduced to being bullied by a woman. Alas, it seems my charm is still insufficient. After completing his morning routine, his first task was to check the back-end records. The first thing that caught his eye were two notifications from Zhang Shen's negative emotional value, 20. From Zhang AI's negative emotional value, 30. Oh, and Zhang is still quite formidable. Not bad, not bad, keep it up. Jiang Xiaobai was quite pleased with Zhang Shen's performance. However, who was this Zhang AI? Jiang Xiaobai furrowed his brow, pondering for quite some time in an attempt to identify the person who had vexed him over the past few days. Yet, it seemed he could not find such a character. Never mind, perhaps it was just some passerby. The matter at hand was of greater importance. After several days of gathering, his negative emotional value had accrued over 2,300, with Zhang Shen contributing the most. However, this time, he did not rush to redeem a point package. Instead, he opened the lottery center in the system. The familiar spinning wheel greeted him once more. He wondered if there would be anything different when all was activated this time. Jiang Xiaobai rubbed his hands together, feeling a sense of anticipation. A splendid day would begin with a lottery. He shouted with fervor, closing his eyes in concentration as he clicked for a single draw. The wheel spun, gradually slowing to a halt. Jiang Xiaobai opened one eye, glancing at the wheel. Thank you for participating. He took a deep breath to calm himself. It was merely a warm-up, which indicated that today would yield something substantial. One more time. Moments later. Thank you for participating. Again. Thank you for participating. Again. Thank you for participating. Again. Thank you. Goodness. Jiang Xiaobai couldn't help but chuckle 7 consecutive times. All he received was a thank you for participating. Without needing a mirror, he knew his expression must be dark. 700 emotional values had echoed in vain. If he could do something about this wheel, he would undoubtedly unleash a barrage of strikes upon it. With over 1,600 emotional values left, should he continue to draw? Jiang Xiaobai was deeply conflicted, but ultimately decided to take a gamble. He would go for a 10 consecutive draw. Who knows, perhaps a bicycle could transform into a motorcycle. He needed to discern whether this lottery center might surprise him with a point package akin to a grand revelation. However, he required a bit of good fortune first. After a few minutes, Jiang Xiaobai stood upright, dressed sharply, and nodded in satisfaction. This was how it should be. The lottery was akin to going into battle, taking an exam, or even embarking on a date. How could one not take it seriously? This was what one called serendipity. Wouldn't you agree, Xiaokai? Chapter 23, An Unexpected Surprise. Jiang Xiaobai reached out to ruffle the head of Xiaokai, who wore a disdainful expression, clearly displeased at being summoned for overtime. The little creature exuded an invisible aura of resentment from Xiaokai's negative emotional value, 10. So, this so-called serendipity meant having it perched upon his head, did it? Despite its vibrant red hue, which indeed carried the fortune of a divine beast's offspring, was this really the appropriate way to utilize it? Couldn't it be more reliable? Jiang Xiaobai assumed Xiaokai's grievances stemmed from being disturbed during its beauty sleep. After offering some words of comfort, he apprehensively pressed the button for the 10 consecutive draw. Whether a miracle would occur depended on this moment. If he did not receive something worthwhile this time, he might very well unleash a torrent of curses. The wheel clattered with each turn, resonating in Jiang Xiaobai's heart. With a sudden flash of silver light, Jiang Xiaobai's excitement surged. Finally, this burst of radiance was unlike anything he had witnessed before, igniting a spark of anticipation within him. As the silver light dissipated, he gazed at the 10 slots. A quick scan revealed 2 of them shimmering with silver light, standing out distinctly. To his astonishment, a double surprise. Jiang Xiaobai eagerly clicked to reveal the items. The first was a small square backpack depicted in silver, Beginner S Experience Pack, priced at 100. Note, contains 1,000 points of experience. The path to strength, though fraught with immense challenges, occasionally offers shortcuts. What a splendid find. Jiang Xiaobai had been fretting over how to swiftly level up. The previous battle with Zhang Mozi had indeed contributed some experience. However, he was uncertain whether the lack of engagement with spirit beasts during the fight was the reason his experience gain was minimal. Despite his victory, he only received a mere 50 points of experience, which prompted quite a bit of grievance. After all, he was a level 25 Beastmaster. This was clearly an over-leveled challenge, yet he couldn't even break through 1 level. It was incredibly frustrating. Leveling from 1 to 2 required merely 100 experience points. Now, having drawn the experience pack felt like receiving a pillow when one was weary, simply delightful. Experience pack has been stored in the inventory. Would you like to use it now? Jiang Xiaobai did not rush to decide. Instead, he fetched a towel, rolled it into a tube, and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, with a serious demeanor, he pressed yes. Upon pressing the button, he felt a wave of warmth coursing through his body, preparing himself for the ensuing discomfort. Suddenly, a chilling sensation surged through his brain, gradually radiating throughout his entire being. The interplay of cold and heat created a dual sensation, prompting an involuntary exclamation of pleasure. This delightful sensation persisted for 2 to 3 minutes before gradually dissipating. The upgrade had concluded. Jiang Xiaobai clenched his fists, sensing a slight enhancement in his physical prowess, though it was not overtly pronounced. However, his vision appeared significantly clearer, and his focus had markedly improved. He examined his status panel once more. His level had now risen to 10, and to reach level 11, he would require 200 experience points, leaving him short by 50. In the attributes panel, his strength, agility, and constitution had each increased by a mere 9 points. The most notable enhancement was in his mental attribute, which had risen from 16 to 34. Consequently, his mental power had naturally escalated to 390. It appeared that leveling up granted the most substantial boost to mental power. Jiang Xiaobai furrowed his brow in contemplation, beginning to grasp the underlying reasons. Ultimately, he was still human. It was merely that the original Beastmaster system had transformed into a point allocation system, resulting in this difference. For humans, the most significant improvement during level-ups would inherently be mental power. For a Beastmaster, mental power was paramount. However, Jiang Xiaobai was an anomaly. The upgrade did not manifest in the manner he had envisioned, yet his strength was undeniably growing. Moreover, after the recent experience, he realized that mental power held considerable importance. It enabled him to maintain his rationality during physical transformations while also mitigating some pain. All in all, he found himself quite satisfied. Regaining his focus, he turned his attention to the remaining silver item, Lucky Slime's Remnant, priced at 100. Note, though it appears as a lump, it can bring you luck. Skill effect. When thrown, it allows you to swap positions with any person or spirit beast it touches. After being thrown, it will automatically return to the inventory. Skill cooldown time, 1 hour. Interesting. Jiang Xiaobai's interest was piqued upon reading the description. This item possessed quite an impressive effect. Lucky Slime's Remnant has been stored in the inventory. Would you like to retrieve it now? Yes. What a remarkable item. Jiang Xiaobai casually tossed the object in his hand. A green shadow darted across the room, landing on the sofa. With a sudden jolt, Jiang Xiaobai felt an inexplicable lightness as he realized he had teleported. He now stood precisely where the sofa had been, utterly bewildered. After glancing back at his previous position, he found the sofa had indeed materialized there. They had swapped places. It truly worked. Jiang Xiaobai inhaled sharply. He retrieved the viscous green remnant from his inventory once more. Holding it in his hand, he resisted the urge to throw it away and instead examined it closely for a moment. This green remnant was approximately the size of a palm, with a slippery and sticky texture. With a gentle squeeze, it retained a bit of elasticity. However, its appearance left much to be desired. Alas, it was indeed a fine object, yet it was rather difficult to present in public. Jiang Xiaobai once again gained a fresh perspective on the abstract nature of this system. After carefully storing the green object, he was about to deactivate the system when he suddenly noticed a change on his panel. The luck value had inexplicably increased from 5 to 51. Could it be attributed to that green object? He recalled that the notes mentioned it would bring him luck. Indeed, I must confess I had been a bit superficial in my judgments. Jiang Xiaobai silently mused. A splendid day indeed begins with a stroke of fortune. After a brief tidying up, he descended the stairs, preparing to have a meal. Upon entering the dining hall, he spotted a familiar figure. What was she doing here? Jiang Xiaobai pondered briefly before approaching her. Miss, are you dining alone? Would you care to join me for breakfast? Not convenient, Jiang Xiaobai replied, her head still bowed. Coldly declining, she sat in a corner, her gaze somewhat vacant, seemingly lost in thought. The food on her table had already grown cold, indicating she had been in a daze for quite some time. Jiang Xiaobai paid her no mind and seated himself across from her. Jiang Xiaobai instinctively furrowed her brow, preparing to chastise the oblivious man before her. However, upon recognizing his familiar face, she froze in place. It's you? Then, recalling something, she looked at Jiang Xiaobai with curiosity. Have you been staying here these past few days? Indeed, why not? Jiang Xiaobai gestured towards the food in front of her. Are you not going to eat that? No, I have no appetite, Jiang Xiaobai instinctively replied. Wasting food is disgraceful. Jiang Xiaobai reached out and pulled the food towards himself. As he ate, he continued to chatter incessantly. What's wrong? Are you troubled? Jiang Xiaobai replied curtly, propping her chin on her hand, but did not elaborate further. Jiang Xiaobai halted his chatter, glancing at her in surprise. This alluring woman seemed to be in rather low spirits today. Did something happen yesterday? What do you mean by that? Frost? No, it's summer now. How could there be frost? Jiang Xiaobai questioned, bewildered. Then why do you look like a frostbitten eggplant? Jiang Xiaobai stared at him in astonishment for a moment before finally chuckling softly. You are indeed quite amusing. Thank you, she replied, dressed in a loose-fitting sports outfit that, despite its bagginess, could hardly conceal her alluring figure. Jiang Xiaobai stole a couple of glances and sincerely complimented her. Your smile is quite beautiful. You should smile more often. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at him with a smile in her eyes, seemingly not doubting his sincerity. When you are serious, you actually resemble a decent person. What do you mean? I am a decent person, thank you very much, Jiang Xiaobai grumbled. After his diversion, Jiang Xiaobai's mood seemed to improve considerably. Jiang Xiaobai refrained from inquiring about her troubles. He was not a saint, after all. Why fret over unnecessary matters when he had the pleasure of a captivating beauty accompanying him on this fine morning? Nonetheless, he felt a tinge of curiosity about why she was having breakfast in Chun Lingmiao's territory, given their less than amicable relationship. Driven by his curiosity, he asked, Miss Zhang, what brings you here for breakfast today? Upon hearing his inquiry, Jiang Xiaowai's smile deepened. However, her voice remained languid. Of course, I came to see someone. Unfortunately, I waited all morning just to catch a glimpse. Someone? You mean me, don't you? Jiang Xiaobai connected the dots, recalling her earlier shift in demeanor. He straightened his attire and said earnestly, Well, Miss Zhang, although I consider myself quite exceptional, I must inform you that I am already taken. There are indeed many men in this world who, while not as remarkable as I, are still rather distinguished. He sighed. Thus, regarding your affections, I can only acknowledge them. Perhaps you should aim for someone more suitable. As he spoke, he noticed Jiang Xiaowai's expression shift to one of amusement, causing him to falter in his words. May I inquire if the person you are referring to is indeed me? What do you think, Jiang? Jiang Xiaowai's smile intensified. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai realized that she was intentionally teasing him. Reflecting on his earlier comments, even his thick skin turned a shade of red. Such self-adoration could lead to embarrassment. After all, clearing his throat, he said, I was just joking. Miss Zhang, please don't take it seriously. Alas, he had let his guard down and fell into her playful trap. By the way, is it really acceptable for such a stunning beauty to be so sly? He silently chastised himself. Finishing the last few bites of food hastily, he remarked, Miss Zhang, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he hurriedly made his exit. Jiang Xiaowai rested her chin on her hand, watching his retreating figure with interest, her eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. Perhaps he was a promising choice. The breakfast encounter was soon cast aside by Jiang Xiaobai as he lay on his bed, scrolling through messages in a chat group. Eggs melancholy, have you all heard? It is said that the assessment criteria for this year's advancement have been significantly raised compared to previous years. Invincible beauty, no way. If that's the case, I'm doomed. Stop joking, it's already tough enough. If they raise the standards, how many will even pass? A classmate with the username, Watching Melons and Weasels, seemed skeptical. Behind the scenes cook. Indeed, it was I who suggested raising the standards, Can someone up there be normal? Selling blood to surf the internet, retorted, do you believe him, or do you believe I am Qin Shi Huang? Ding dong. I believe you are a toilet paper thief. Selling blood to surf the internet, yours mine. African little white face, the idiot below. Supreme virtue. Which class does that little white face belong to, and what is his name? African little white face. Who do you think you are to ask me? Supreme virtue, then sent a selfie, which caused the chat group to fall silent. The discussion about the assessment abruptly ended. Jiang Xiaobai felt a wave of disinterest wash over him as he glanced at the photo of the person wearing sunglasses. What? Is that Teacher Chin? Has she gone on holiday? How leisurely. He silently pitted the little white face for 2 seconds. He began checking his recent back-end records. Negative emotion value from Wang Lan. 30. It was indeed useful. Jiang Xiaobai gleefully tossed his phone aside. The reason he had purchased the phone in the first place, and had Chun Lingmiao add him to the group, was to utilize this method to acquire negative emotion values. He had initially been uncertain whether it would work over the screen and through the internet. Now that he had tested it, he felt completely reassured. With this, he could capture emotion values both online and offline. Surely, he wouldn't run out, would he? Just as he was envisioning the future, a new message arrived on his phone. Opening it, he saw it was a private message from Chun Lingmiao. Are you there? Jiang Xiaobai replied, yes. Would you like to go out with me tomorrow? I can't. I have something to do. Jiang Xiaobai added a busy emoji beneath his message. On the other side of the screen, Chun Lingmiao stared at the message, speechless. This guy really wouldn't act until he saw results. What could he possibly have to do every day? Other than wandering around the hotel aimlessly, he was likely just causing trouble for Zhang Shun. After a moment of thought, Chun Lingmiao swiftly typed a series of messages and sent them. Forget it. I'll find someone else to accompany me on an adventure in the secret realm. After sending that, she quietly extended her fingers, silently counting down from 3 to 1. Just as she reached 1, Jiang Xiaobai received a message back. Chen Nushin, I was mistaken. I am free tomorrow. When shall we depart? Chun Lingmiao smiled and replied, at 9 a.m. sharp, let us gather at the entrance. All right. Jiang Xiaobai set his phone down, pondering Chun Lingmiao's intentions. After much contemplation, he remained baffled. The secret realm was an immensely valuable resource for any family. Akin to an alternate space or world, teeming with various spiritual beasts and opportunities, exceedingly precious. Larger secret realms were often jointly owned by multiple families or managed by authorities. Even the smallest secret realms were rare treasures. For ordinary individuals, entry was exceedingly difficult and perilous. Logically, such a precious resource would not warrant sharing with him, especially since, to outsiders, he was merely a waste with dual talents, a burden rather than an asset within the secret realm. Thus, he could not comprehend why Chun Lingyao would bring him along. Moreover, her prior decision to cancel their engagement left him perplexed, given her intelligence. She should not commit such a thoughtless act. It felt as though she was deliberately creating trouble to draw closer to him. Standing by the bed, he gazed into the distance, ultimately concluding, indeed, she harbors ulterior motives, seeking to conquer me with honeyed words. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, at the entrance of the Jiangxing Grand Hotel, he remarked, "This seems inappropriate, Miss Chun." "What is inappropriate?" she countered. "After all, I have yet to be formally welcomed. It would not reflect well if seen by others. How shall I manage thereafter?" Chun Lingyao, her forehead adorned with a frown, pulled the loquacious Jiang Xiaobai into the car, leaving her mark on him. "If you did not sleep well, you may rest. The secret realm is not nearby, and we shall likely arrive by noon," she advised. "Oh, no worries. I slept quite well," he replied. "Then what about that stubble?" Chun Lingyao observed his disheveled appearance, adorned with sunglasses, and assumed he had not rested adequately. "Oh, this is makeup. The stubble is applied," he explained, removing the sunglasses to reveal the foam mustache. "I have enemies, so I must maintain a disguise. I crafted this look myself." Chun Lingyao sighed in disbelief. "What significance does your disguise hold?" "My intention in bringing you along is to position you at my side as a warning to those lurking in the shadows." "Huh." Jiang Xiaobai's lips twitched slightly. "Isn't my effort then in vain?" Chun Lingyao chuckled. "Not entirely in vain. At least your makeup skills have improved." "What use is that?" "I have no intention of becoming a gigolo." Jiang Xiaobai cursed his misfortune inwardly, retrieving a wet wipe to remove his makeup. With a sigh, he realized that it was not his charm that had won her over. He understood now that Chun Lingyao intended to leverage this opportunity within the secret realm to resolve his troubles. "Does this mean many prominent families will participate in the secret realm?" he inquired. Chun Lingyao nodded. "The secret realm we are visiting is called Flimjing, located on Flibndo, a realm jointly held by various families of Jiangcheng, recently discovered." Jiang Xiaobai, being a local, was somewhat familiar with Flibndo, where most residents relied on the sea for sustenance, with many fishermen inhabiting the area. The ocean in this world was perilous, often harboring terrifying spiritual beasts capable of capsizing boats. Some formidable fishermen made their living by capturing these creatures, resulting in a rugged local culture. Due to the long journey, Chun Lingyao opted not to drive, but instead engaged a chauffeur. However, the driver seemed overly cautious, dressed excessively for the summer heat. They traveled in a relatively understated vehicle, which, to Jiang Xiaobai, still seemed ostentatious compared to the usual standards. A convoy of luxury vehicles was unmistakable to any observer, revealing the presence of influential families. As they conversed intermittently, they soon arrived at Flibndo by noon. The glistening coastline ran parallel to the road, and the fresh, salty air wafted through the car's windows, uplifting Jiang Xiaobai's spirits considerably. He realized he had not visited the seaside in ages. His impoverished past had deprived him of leisure. Although class outings occurred annually, he had never participated due to financial constraints, leading to an unspoken agreement among classmates to disregard his presence. Consequently, he had become an outsider. Devoid of friends, Jiang Xiaobai was unconcerned, preoccupied with life's demands, unlike his peers. When survival became a daily struggle, there was little time for socializing or maintaining relationships. Thus, this outing with peers marked a significant first in his life. Reflecting on this, he suddenly recognized that many of his first experiences were somehow connected to this young lady beside him. His first car accident, his first contract, his first debt, and his first repayment, as well as his first time spending time alone with a girl, albeit a feigned romance. Realizing this, he turned to Chun Lingyao. Gazing intently at her, she noticed his stare and met his gaze, unable to bear his silence, and finally asked, "What is it?" Jiang Xiaobai replied nonchalantly, "Nothing much. I merely feel that so many of my first experiences have been shared with you. Shouldn't you owe me an explanation?" Chun Lingyao was initially taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief as she processed his words. When had he shared so many firsts with her? She couldn't recall. Caught off guard by his sudden declaration, she forgot to retort. Meanwhile, the driver, overhearing their conversation from the front, nearly lost control of the vehicle. "Master, please focus on the road. Safety comes first." Jiang Xiaobai promptly reminded him. "Understood," the driver replied curtly, Though his tone suggested irritation, his grip on the steering wheel tightening. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaobai sensed a rise in temperature within the vehicle, feeling stifled. He attempted to lower the window for fresh air, but found it unresponsive. Perplexed by the luxury vehicle's malfunctions. At the same time, Chun Lingmiao finally registered the implication of Jiang Xiaobai's words, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting? What firsts? Isn't it the first time we pretended to be a couple?" Jiang Xiaobai replied innocently. As he spoke, he sensed the atmosphere within the car lightening. Chun Lingmiao instinctively cast a glance forward, glaring at him while subtly gesturing as if to strangle him. "Speak another word, and I shall." Despite not being physically harmed, Jiang Xiaobai inexplicably felt a twinge of pain in his waist and quickly waved his hand dismissively. "Fine, enough said." Yet, he still harbored a sense of resentment and muttered under his breath, "After all, it was you who booked the room for me the first time." Suddenly, the vehicle came to a jarring halt, causing the two passengers in the back seat to lurch forward due to the tremendous inertia. Jiang Xiaobai reacted swiftly, bracing his body with one hand while extending the other to cushion the forehead of Chun Lingmiao beside him, preventing her from hitting her head. After ensuring everything was in order, he was about to confront the driver in anger when Chun Lingmiao tugged at him, whispering softly towards the front, "Dad. Don't listen to his nonsense." Chapter 26. People from different worlds. When Chun Lingmiao uttered the word dad, a swirl of emotions enveloped Jiang Xiaobai. He felt an urge to slap himself, questioning why he had such a penchant for loose talk. But could he truly blame himself? Here was a prominent head of a prestigious family personally driving, and on top of that, why was he adding a disguise for no reason? Was he simply bored? Naturally, these thoughts remained unvoiced in his mind. As fate would have it, his retribution was finally at hand. He steeled himself and greeted, Uncle Chun, what a coincidence." Chun Huatian slowly removed his mask, revealing a face reminiscent of an African. With a sardonic smile, he fixed his gaze on Jiang Xiaobai and scoffed, "Humph. Quite the coincidence indeed." Realizing that Chun Lingmiao's father was still irate, Jiang Xiaobai understood the need for caution in his words, avoiding any abstract remarks. Uncle Chun, I was just joking earlier. Miss Chun and I only share a professional relationship." Chun Huatian cast a fleeting glance at him, his smile devoid of warmth, and retorted, "Humph. I certainly know that. If it were true, you would already be outside the car." Jiang Xiaobai silently rejoiced that he had refrained from being too abstract. After a brief pause, Chun Huatian continued, "I have already heard from Lingmiao. She indeed has made some missteps, and this expedition into the secret realm is meant as compensation. After it concludes, you two shall have no further entanglements. Is that acceptable?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai gradually suppressed his smile and nodded earnestly. It was only fitting. Chun Huatian expressed satisfaction with a soft hum, turned around, and resumed driving. From that moment onward, Jiang Xiaobai fell into a contemplative silence. Chun Lingmiao glanced at him, several times on the verge of speaking, but ultimately remained silent. The remainder of the journey passed in quietude. When the vehicle finally halted, they had arrived at the location of the Fulai secret realm. Contrary to Jiang Xiaobai's expectations of a mystical realm, the place appeared rather rudimentary. If one were to stumble upon this site, they might mistake it for a desolate fishing village by the sea. Yet, from the dilapidated low-roofed houses emerged several burly men clad in black uniforms. Leading them was a bald man with a single eye, wearing an eye patch over his right eye. If he were to don a curved sword and a captain's coat, he would perfectly resemble a pirate chief. Upon seeing the convoy's arrival, he hurried forward to greet them, his rugged voice carrying across the distance. "Old Chun, what winds have brought you to my humble abode?" Chun Huatian exchanged a light embrace with him and jested, "What? If there's nothing going on, I can't come to see my old buddy?" "Not at all. Your arrival is most welcome. Lunch will be ready shortly. Stay and share a drink with me." "I can't today. I have serious business to attend to." "This is my little girl." "What serious business?" "It won't hinder our drinking." Come. The bald pirate chief pulled Chun Huatian along to reminisce over drinks. Chun Lingmiao efficiently organized the guests they had brought along, directing them to eat or rest. Jiang Xiaobai, however, wandered about the small fishing village, taking the opportunity to explore. Yet, he ventured no further than necessary, wary of the secrets the realm might hold. After a brief stroll, without discovering anything of interest, he returned to the courtyard where they were staying, settling down to fiddle with his phone. To his dismay, he found there was no signal. He had intended to join a group chat to rack up some emotional points, but the app merely spun in circles. The peculiar spatial distortions of the secret realm were evidently the reason for the absence of signal. At some point, Chun Lingmiao approached, carrying 2 boxed meals. She handed one to Jiang Xiaobai. "Let's eat something first. We can only enter the secret realm once everyone has arrived this afternoon." "Thank you." Jiang Xiaobai accepted the meal, opened it, and was pleasantly surprised by its generous contents. Feeling quite hungry, he wasted no time digging in. Don't take my father's words to heart. Chun Lingmiao suddenly interjected. What words? Jiang Xiaobai looked up, his mouth full, confusion etched on his face. The things he said. Chun Lingmiao glanced at him, momentarily taken aback. Before offering a faint smile, it's nothing. With that, she began to eat as well. The courtyard fell into a tranquil silence. In truth, Jiang Xiaobai understood precisely what Chun Lingmiao was indicating. Chun Huayan's message was unmistakable. Jiang Xiaobai should not take advantage of this situation to become overly entangled with Chun Lingmiao. He had grasped this truth long ago. They were fundamentally people from different worlds. One was a privileged daughter of a grand family, born with a silver spoon, while the other was an orphan from the lower city. Had it not been for a chance encounter, they might never have crossed paths in their lives. Although Jiang Xiaobai was somewhat narcissistic and a bit of a rogue, he comprehended far more than many of his peers. Chun Huatian clearly looked down upon him, and rightfully so. He had not demonstrated any extraordinary qualities. Jiang Xiaobai remained indifferent to Chun Huatian's opinions, yet being underestimated still left a sour taste in his mouth. Humph. To delve deeper, it is actually your precious daughter who has been persistently entangling herself with me, Jiang Xiaobai silently mused. Recalling something, he decided to check on the system in his mind after finishing his meal. Given Chun Huatian's earlier anger, there should have been some emotional points accrued. Why had none appeared on the screen? As he opened the system, a notification promptly popped up. System maintenance complete. The message flashed briefly before a barrage of system updates flooded in. Negative emotional points from Zhang Shun, 10. Negative emotional points from Chun Lingmiao, 50. Negative emotional points from Chun Huatian, 100. Negative emotional points from Chun Lingmiao, 100. Negative emotional points from Chun Huatian, 200. Goodness, I knew it. The system was undergoing maintenance. Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed, feeling exasperated. Now reassured that the system was functioning correctly, he was about to close it when another line of background records appeared, causing him to pause momentarily. Negative emotional points from Zhang AI, 30. Who is Zhang AI? He pondered. What grudges could there be? At that moment, another convoy arrived, parking in front of the courtyard. The car door swung open, and several young individuals stepped out, the leader being Li Chengxian. Chengxian, let's enter the secret realm together later. One youth suggested. Yes, Chengxian, isn't the secret realm terrifying? I'm a bit scared, piped up a delicate boy. Scared of what? With Chengxian around, we'll be just fine. Around Li Chengxian, a group of boys and girls chattered incessantly, their incessant banter causing Jiang Xiaobai to feel somewhat irked, particularly since the one expressing fear was a rather effeminate young lad. In this day and age, one encounters all sorts of people. Jiang Xiaobai silently expressed his disdain. He noticed that Li Chengxian seemed to be making his way over. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, Li Chengxian had evidently spotted the figures of Chun Lingmiao and her companion. His gaze, however, lingered more on Chun Lingmiao, sparing only a cursory glance towards Jiang Xiaobai, exhibiting an air of indifference. How tiresome, indeed, he thought. Chapter 27, The Twin Brothers. Who is this gentleman who so boldly articulates my thoughts? Jiang Xiaobai mused, turning towards the source of the voice. He observed a group of youngsters slowly approaching from the direction of another vehicle. The leader appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, clad in a black trench coat despite the summer heat, arms crossed, and an expression of disdain plastered on his face, exuding an aura of ostentation. What do you mean, Hanyu? Li Chengxian retorted coldly. I want to repeat myself, interpret it as you wish. The flamboyant young man was none other than Hanyu, famously regarded as the heartthrob of Jiangxing No. 1 High School. Jiang Xiaobai recognized him well, having heard much about this individual who was said to possess talents surpassing even those of Chun Lingmiao. Coupled with his attractive looks and affluent background, he garnered a multitude of admirers within the school. It appeared that the two young masters were at odds. Li Chengxian had intended to approach Chun Lingmiao for conversation, but with Han Yu's interruption, he merely huffed and led his entourage to a nearby courtyard to rest. Han Yu smirked, guiding his group into the courtyard adjacent to Jiang Xiaobai and the others. This scene left Jiang Xiaobai perplexed, prompting him to inquire, Miss Chun, is there a particular significance to this courtyard? Why does everyone congregate here? Chun Lingmiao, seemingly unfazed by the events outside, pointed towards a building behind her and said, Do you see that structure? Inside lies the entrance to the secret realm. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, and she continued. Each entrance can accommodate only a fixed number of individuals at a time. Different entrances lead to varying destinations. Thus, an unspoken agreement has developed whereby factions entering the secret realm occupy separate entrances. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai finally grasped the situation. They were essentially reserving spots. How many individuals can enter through each entrance? He asked. Chun Lingmiao raised her hand, showing 5 fingers. Jiang Xiaobai glanced at her, and then at himself. But we are only 2. Wouldn't that be a waste? Not to worry, Others have yet to arrive. All right then. Subsequently, Jiang Xiaobai inquired further about the secret realm. Having never ventured there before, he felt it prudent to prepare adequately. Otherwise, entering without knowledge would be quite disadvantageous. This upcoming expedition to the secret realm was limited to the novice area, as all factions had sent young individuals aged between 18 and 20. Many, like Chun Lingmiao and Han Yu, had only recently awakened their abilities. Even with family resources for training, their levels were unlikely to exceed 20, with most hovering around the 10th level. Consequently, they were expressly forbidden from entering the intermediate area, and teleportation points would solely appear in the novice zone. Although the novice area was home to fully developed spirit beasts, it was deemed relatively safe when in a group, ensuring the safety of these offspring of noble families. After waiting for approximately 2 hours, everyone gradually arrived. To Jiang Xiaobai's surprise, among the 3 members of their team was Jiang Xiaobai. The other 2 were a pair of twin brothers, also from the Qin family, named Qin Chunxing and Qin Qiuxing. So, you are the older brother? Jiang Xiaobai inquired, pointing at Qin Chunxing. No, I am the older brother. Qin Qiuxing interjected hastily, eager to correct him. Little brother, do not be foolish. The elder must not be mistaken. Qin Chunxing replied with an air of maturity, turning to Jiang Xiaobai. Good sir, by our names, you can deduce that I am indeed the elder brother. Jiang Xiaobai's lips twitched slightly at his overly pedantic manner of speech, which felt awkwardly anachronistic. Were you born in different seasons? One in spring and the other in autumn? If that is the case, then Chunxing should indeed be the elder brother. This remark momentarily silenced the group, with the 2 brothers, Chun Lingmiao and Jiang Xiaobai, all staring at him. Brother, we are twins, Qin Chunxing finally sighed, visibly exasperated. Oh dear, how could I forget? My apologies, Jiang Xiaobai said, lightly tapping his forehead. But if that is the case, why did your elders bestow such names upon you? Because it was dictated by the family tree, Qin Chunxing explained helplessly, as the brothers had long harbored grievances regarding their names. They had explained this countless times over the years. Should he divulge that it was due to their grandfather's drunken whim on a fateful day? In reality, they were both born in the summer. Jiang Xiaobai placed a comforting hand on the brothers' shoulders. Do not fret, names are merely labels and hold no true significance. Take me. For instance, I am called Xiaobai. He gestured to himself, then pointed at Jiang Xiaobai. And she is called Xiaowai. These names do not define us. Just because I am called Xiaobai, does that imply I am foolish? And does her name, Xiaowai, suggest she is unreasonable? The brothers glanced at Jiang Xiaowai, nodding in agreement. Jiang Xiaobai sighed. You 2 are quite candid. Even if it is the unvarnished truth, it should not be spoken in front of others. Jiang Xiaowai's expression darkened immediately. She stepped forward, firmly grasping the ears of both brothers, delivering a thorough reprimand. The 2 siblings cried out in pain, begging for mercy as the essential tenets of the Chung family were invoked. My apologies, they lamented. Jiang Xiaobai watched in bewilderment. What was happening? Was it customary for siblings to be treated in such a manner? He discreetly glanced at Chun Lingmiao, noticing her lack of reaction, which left him somewhat perplexed. What a tangled web of relationships this was. Indeed, the dynamics among the elite were ever so convoluted. This minor commotion fostered a sense of camaraderie among the group. By around 4 in the afternoon, Chun Huatian returned, reeking of alcohol, accompanied by several elders, most of whom were heads of prominent families, including Li Qingshuan's mother, Zhao Haiyue. Once everyone had gathered, an elderly man with a youthful demeanor stepped forward and proclaimed, I shall refrain from reiterating the formalities. You all are well aware of the rules. However, I must emphasize a few points. The secret realm will be accessible for a duration of 24 hours, including day and night. Upon the conclusion of this period, you will automatically be teleported back. No one is permitted to enter the intermediate area or engage in mutual slaughter. Violations will have consequences. Chapter 28, The Great Lotus. After the elder concluded his address, he exchanged glances with the other family heads, each retrieving a stone of varying colors, approaching a designated entrance. Together with the elder, there were 7 individuals, each holding stones that corresponded to the colors of the rainbow. They entered the 7 corresponding courtyards, and moments later, strange beams of light emanated from within. Subsequently, the 7 individuals emerged one by one. The entrance has been opened. You have 10 minutes. Once the time is up, there will be no waiting. Upon hearing the proclamation of the white-haired elder, the crowd ceased their hesitations and stepped into their respective rooms. Jiang Xiaobai, trailing at the end, entered the chamber only to find that the interior's arrangement starkly contrasted the dilapidated exterior. It was akin to a fortified shell. The thick walls exuded a metallic essence. And as Jiang Xiaobai touched the surface, he discerned that it was not merely steel. The walls were crafted from celestial meteoric stone. Otherwise, they could not possibly support the entrance to this secret realm. Chun Lingmiao, displaying a thoughtful demeanor, provided an explanation while urging, "Keep up." Before them, a red vortex was slowly rotating in a counterclockwise direction. Just a glance was enough to draw one's gaze into its depths. Chun Lingmiao approached the vortex without hesitation and stepped inside, her figure vanishing in an instant. The others, initially hesitant, followed suit. Jiang Xiaobai remained at the rear, feeling a fleeting disorientation, as if a gentle current were flowing through him. Upon regaining his senses, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Looking up, he beheld a profound starry sky with two full moons hanging above, one dark red, the other luminous white. The interplay of red and white illuminated the distant, towering lotus flowers, each several meters high, making them strikingly conspicuous. Jiang Xiaobai lowered his gaze and could not help but exclaim, "What on earth is this place?" It was no wonder he was taken aback. They were undeniably on a solitary island. More accurately, it was an aerial island, measuring no larger than a football field. And astonishingly, it floated midair. Such islands were not isolated but interconnected, leading to unknown destinations. The magnificent lotuses merely peaked above the surface, scattered amid these aerial islands. The other companions were equally astonished by this wondrous sight, gathering at the edge of the island to marvel at the extraordinary world around them. Beneath them lay an expanse of ocean, yet these islands floated rather than rested upon the water. Witnessing such a spectacle in this lifetime was more than enough. Chunxing, feeling whimsical, suddenly had an episode. Xiaoxing glanced at his twin brother with disdain and teased, "In such a moment, why not compose a poem?" Chunxing, stroking an imaginary beard, sighed dramatically, I wish I could, but alas, I lack poetic talent." "That's simple. I can," Jiang Xiaobai interjected, intrigued. Chunxing's eyes lit up. "Brother Xiaobai, do share." Chun Lingmiao and Jiang Xiaobai, who had been documenting their delightful experiences on their phones, paused their selfies, curious to see what he would produce. Jiang Xiaobai, with one hand behind his back and the other pointing toward the distant scenery, struck a pose reminiscent of a poet. From afar, the lotus appears grand. Up close, indeed. It is a magnificent lotus. Qin Chunxing, Jiang Xiaobai, Chun Lingmiao. Is this your poem? We had some expectations. Yet this is utterly disappointing. The exasperation was palpable. To add to the absurdity, someone even applauded, "Bravo! A splendid poem." Qin Xiaoxing, clapping, gradually ceased, puzzled by the strange looks from the other three. "What's wrong? I think it's quite good. Brother, you have taste." Jiang Xiaobai enthusiastically placed a hand on Qin Xiaoxing's shoulder. "Indeed, such kindred spirits do exist in this world. Truly, your poem highlights the lotus's characteristics exquisitely. It is ineffably brilliant." Qin Xiaoxing continued to shower compliments. "Oh, you flatter me. If you keep this up, I might become arrogant. Your discerning taste is first-rate as well." The trio of Chun Lingmiao observed the two engaging in mutual flattery, inexplicably reminded of a phrase that vividly encapsulated their synergy, "birds of a feather." Jiang Xiaobai, having showcased a glimpse of his talent, garnered a wave of emotional value, which left him quite satisfied. Over time, he discovered that this emotional value was broadly defined. It did not solely derive from anger. Even provoking a sense of bemusement, as just witnessed, could yield results. Naturally, the values acquired in such a manner were generally modest, with the highest values stemming from fury or similar reactions. After familiarizing themselves with their surroundings, they commenced their exploration. In this secret realm, risks and opportunities coexisted. Vigilance was paramount. The massive lotuses and leaves, whether naturally grown or the result of some deliberate enchantment, formed connections between the floating islands. Thus, they began traversing from one aerial island to the next. "Our timing for entry is rather unfortunate. It is already night, and we are unaware of the dangers ahead. Let the Yaoyue lead the way," Chun Lingmiao suggested, waving her hand. As silver points of light coalesced, a silver wolf, roughly the size of a human, materialized before them. This wolf bore a crescent mark on its forehead, and its fur shimmered with a silver glow beneath the moonlight. Jiang Xiaobai, upon glimpsing this creature, felt a genuine admiration. This Yaoyue, Chun Lingmiao's spirit beast, had evidently grown significantly in just half a month, surpassing the initial stage and entering maturity. "Go on," Chun Lingmiao said, affectionately ruffling the wolf's head. The Yaoyue responded with a playful demeanor, bounding ahead of the group, seemingly invigorated by the night. It dashed about with remarkable speed, comparable to Jiang Xiaobai's own. He mused that he could not afford to be complacent and resolved to exchange his remaining emotional value for enhancement packages. Currently, while the levels of these gifted beast tamers did not exceed those of Zhang Matzi, their innate talents were exceptional, and their spirit beasts surpassed those of ordinary tamers. Their strength could not be judged by conventional standards. Against Zhang Matzi, as long as they were not overly countered, they could easily claim victory. After traversing 3 aerial islands, They reached the fourth when an unexpected turn of events occurred. As they stepped onto the fourth island, the Yaoiwei, acting as a scout, suddenly darted back. A flash of silver light. It reached Chun Lingmiao and whimpered softly. The others looked on in confusion, while Chun Lingmiao's brow furrowed slightly. The Yaoiwei conveyed that a powerful spirit beast lay dormant on the next island. What are your thoughts? Should we circumvent it or press on? Chun Lingmiao inquired. Lady Chun, we entered to hone our skills. If we avoid danger, what is the point of our venture? Jiang Xiaobai, who had been silent thus far, crossed his arms and glanced at Chun Lingmiao before addressing the twin brothers. What do you think? Yes, the brothers, startled by Jiang Xiaobai's gaze, timidly nodded in unison, their heads bobbing like chicks pecking at grain. It seemed they were quite intimidated by Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai observed the trio, deep in thought. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, waiting for his opinion, he thought, perhaps it was better to follow the majority. After all, with so many of us, how could we possibly fear a mere little spirit beast? Chun Lingmiao, noticing his stance, cast a deep glance in his direction and said softly, very well then. I have no objections. Let us meet this spirit beast that may soon ascend to an extraordinary form. With that, she signaled the team to continue onward. Wait! Jiang Xiaobai suddenly shouted. Chun Lingmiao turned to him, a look of inquiry in her eyes. Ahem, I suddenly feel that what we are doing seems rather unseemly, he continued. What do you mean? Chun Lingmiao's lips curled into a faint smile. Think about it. It would be quite impolite to barge into someone else's home while they're sleeping. Wouldn't it? As a gentleman, I firmly protest such unethical behavior. Therefore, I believe that taking a few extra steps to exercise our bodies is quite beneficial. What do you all think? With that, Jiang Xiaobai blinked innocently at them. Haha, Jiang, are you afraid? Zheng Xiao chuckled. I distinctly recall someone saying, how could we possibly confront them with so many of us? She tilted her head, pretending to be unable to remember, causing Jiang Xiaobai's face to flush with embarrassment. He retorted, I am not afraid. I simply think that it is rather unethical for so many of us to storm onto someone else's territory and gang up on them. This is not in accordance with the spirit of chivalry. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoxing stepped forward and grasped Jiang Xiaobai's hand, shaking it vigorously. Brother Xiaobai, you truly are my kindred spirit. I was just thinking of refusing this very act. Such behavior is utterly disgraceful. Today, he released Jiang Xiaobai's hand, pointing at Zheng Xiaoyao with a face full of indignation. Even if this old woman threatens me, I must say it. How can real men engage in such a collective assault? A true man must embody the spirit of chivalry. One-on-one duels are the essence of masculinity. As he uttered these words, Chen Xiaoxing, who had been blushing, now appeared refreshed, his posture straightened, and he stood tall, defiantly glaring at Zheng Xiaoyao. The atmosphere fell silent in an instant. Jiang Xiaobai, attempting to withdraw his hand, found it firmly grasped. Upon noticing Zheng Xiaoyao's murderous glare, he discreetly gave a thumbs up to the dazed youth beside him. You are incredibly brave. Under the crimson and white moonlight, peculiar sounds echoed from the floating island. Unlike any from before, this piqued the curiosity of the spirit beasts lurking beneath the water, prompting them to surface and listen. However, the sounds were far from melodious. They bore a somewhat mournful tone. Humans are indeed strange creatures. They fear not a godlike adversary, but dread a pig-like companion. Jiang Xiaobai felt a deep resonance with this sentiment today. Why must you act recklessly? We men may disdain shameless acts, but sometimes we must learn to be adaptable. At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai walked alongside Chen Xiaoxing at the forefront, while behind them, Chun Lingmiao and Yaoiwei observed from afar. Chen Xiaoxing sported a red handprint on his face, cradling it with a pitiful expression. I understand, Brother Xiaobai. I apologize for dragging you down. Seeing his forlorn demeanor, Jiang Xiaobai could not bring himself to say much. He glanced back and whispered to Chen Xiaoxing, Xiaoxing, do you see? We are indeed kindred spirits. Of course, Brother Xiaobai is the most upright person I have ever known. This is my lifelong sentiment, Chen Xiaoxing replied. All right, I understand. Jiang Xiaobai hurriedly interrupted his lengthy affirmation. Knowing that Xiaoxing was a stubbornly passionate youth, and allowing him to continue would lead to an endless monologue. Would you say we have endured hardships together as brothers? Xiaoxing solemnly patted his chest. Absolutely. Jiang Xiaobai continued. Since we are brothers, I have a question that has been on my mind. Speak freely, Xiaoxing urged, cutting him off. What is your relationship with Zheng Xiaoyao? It seems you both are rather fearful of her. Jiang Xiaobai had finally voiced his curiosity. Xiaoxing hesitated for a moment. Then his gaze became resolute as he replied, It's not really a secret. She is our sister. Your sister? Zheng Xiaoyao? Is she a sister to the Chun brothers, or a biological sister? Jiang Xiaobai found this hard to believe. However, if she were indeed a biological sister, everything that had transpired earlier began to make a lot more sense. Yet, she bore the surname Zheng. This involves many matters that I cannot explain clearly at the moment. Chen Xiaoxing said, glancing back at the graceful figure, sighing as he continued, "Our sister has had a difficult life." Seeing this, Jiang Xiaobai refrained from asking further questions. However, he began to understand why Jiang Xiaoyao had a spot in the Chun family's secret realm and why she had appeared at the Jiangqing Grand Hotel that morning. She was, after all, a member of the Chun family. Thus, Jiang Xiaoyao and Chen Lingmiao were cousins. Jiang Xiaobai could not help but conjure up a dramatic narrative of a large family in his mind. Indeed, the upper echelons of society are quite chaotic. Being born into a prominent family is no easy feat. Reflecting on this, Jiang Xiaobai patted Qiuxing on the shoulder confidently and said, "Do not worry, I will protect you. Watch as I deal with that troublesome beast. You all just need to cheer me on from the sidelines." Qiuxing was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a radiant smile. "All right, Brother Xiaobai, did you not say you would handle this spirit beast alone? What is happening now?" On a somewhat larger floating island, Qin Qiuxing found himself tucked under Jiang Xiaobai's arm as they sprinted. Each leap sent them jolting about. "Be quiet, brother, I am maneuvering here," Jiang Xiaobai said as he glanced back at the shadows soaring above them, feeling a twinge of despair. No one had informed him that this spirit beast could fly. The most critical point was, how could a pig fly? Would that not imply climbing trees would be a breeze? Thus, men are indeed reliable. Chapter 30, The Dawn of Ingenious Ideas. As Jiang Xiaobai and his companions set foot on the fifth floating island, they had not taken more than a few steps before they inadvertently roused the slumbering spirit beast. Jiang Xiaobai had chosen not to abandon the venture, primarily wishing to test his abilities and gain some experience. At the very least, his speed was remarkable. If worst came to worst, he could always employ the 36 stratagems and retreat. However, he encountered a creature that could fly, which seemed to possess speed surpassing his own. Running away was no longer an option. If it were only Jiang Xiaobai, he could have maneuvered around, but with Chen Qiuxing alongside him, he had to ensure this burden was safely set aside. Moreover, he had no intention of showing off. At that moment, the flying wild boar was hot on their trail, furiously pursuing them. Its dark plumage stirred up gusts of wind with each flap, and its protruding tusks glimmered ominously in the moonlight, presenting a fearsome appearance. Jiang Xiaobai led the flying boar back in the direction they had come. As they neared the edge of the floating island, he suddenly halted, turned to assess the position of the flying boar, and tossed Chen Qiuxing aside. "All right, we can engage now." As his words echoed, 3 distinct spirit beasts surged forth from their hidden corners. Yaiyue appeared to the left, while a red-eyed rabbit emerged to the right. Above them, a hawk the size of a human head soared. The moment these 3 spirit beasts revealed themselves, they swiftly encircled the flying boar. The flying boar, suddenly besieged, seemed to sense impending danger. Its charge abruptly ceased as it flapped its wings in midair, warily scanning its surroundings. Yet, it appeared confident, showing no inclination to flee. Meanwhile, Chen Lingmiao and her 2 companions, who had long been lying in ambush, emerged from their hiding spots. Chen Qiuxing, upon witnessing this, promptly released his own spirit beast. His spirit beast, though similar to Chen Qiuxing's, was distinguished by its black-headed appearance. The 2 black-headed spirit eagles soared above, maintaining aerial control, while on the ground, Yao Yu and Jiang Xiaowai's red-eyed rabbit formed a blockade. This encirclement was indeed impeccable. "Keep an eye on that black-headed one. Don't lose focus. And stop staring at me. And you, rabbit, quit munching on carrots. It's time to get to work." Jiang Xiaobai, sensing that he was no longer involved, nonchalantly produced a small stool from somewhere and began to pontificate from the sidelines. However, his actions evidently incited discontent among certain beasts. Negative emotional value from He Sun, 40. Negative emotional value from Xiao Wu, 20. It seems this black-headed spirit eagle has quite the temper. And Jiang Xiaowai is quite the creative namer. "Hey Xiaobai, why aren't you taking action?" Chen Qiuxing inquired, puzzled. "Ahem, I disdain to intervene," Jiang Xiaobai replied, lightly clearing his throat. This naive brother Qiuxing was truly capable of undermining the situation. "I see." Chen Qiuxing gave him a thumbs up, filled with admiration. Brother Xiaobai indeed possesses principles. Even in such circumstances, he maintains his moral integrity, refusing to bully the beasts. "I should learn from you." Just as he was about to express his own disdain for overwhelming the weak, he suddenly noticed his sister's disapproving gaze and swallowed his words. "Forget about him. Let us take action," Chen Lingmiao commanded. Both Chen Lingmiao and Jiang Xiaowai understood that Jiang Xiaobai's strength was meager. His previous swift escape had already surpassed their expectations. They had no real hopes pinned on him. With her words, Chen Lingmiao signaled Yao Yu to launch an assault. Suddenly, Yao Yu vanished from sight. A silver flash darting towards the airborne spirit pig. The spirit pig, already on guard, abruptly folded its wings. In a free fall, it narrowly evaded Yao Yu's attack. Bang! The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground resonated as the spirit pig crashed down, creating a deep crater upon impact. Witnessing this, Chen Lingyao's expression shifted slightly, and she called out a warning. Be cautious. It may excel in both strength and speed. No sooner had her words left her lips than the spirit pig's bristly fur stood on end, transforming its entire body into something akin to a hedgehog. Jiang Xiaobai, seeing this transformation, could not help but exclaim, "What the heck? Is it a porcupine? Be careful, don't get pricked by those quills." Negative emotional value from Chen Lingyao. 10. Chen Lingyao shot him a look of exasperation. If you're not going to help, at least don't cause trouble. Do you think this is target practice? Those quills are part of its body. They won't just fly out. Ignoring Jiang Xiaobai further, they began to launch a series of attacks on the spirit pig. Given the presence of quills, close combat became ill-advised, leaving only the rabbit, which could only kick, to provide cover. After a long while, their efforts proved fruitless. Yao Yu and the two spirit eagles, both of the wind element, intermittently unleashed wind blades for ranged attacks. The spirit pig seemed devoid of any ranged abilities, merely rolling itself into a spiky ball and charging at them. Due to the quills, its speed was not particularly swift. After several encounters, despite its tough hide, it began to show signs of wear. Yet another charge came, and Jiang Xiaobai helplessly sidestepped. After observing for a while, he discerned that the spirit pig was not as formidable as Chun Lingyao had suggested. Its strength appeared to be at the mid-stage of its complete form, roughly around level 25. Logically speaking, these individuals possessed spirit beasts of high talent, each around level 12. It should have been effortless for the four of them to subdue this spirit pig. However, their lack of battle experience and insufficient utilization of their spirit beast abilities proved detrimental. Perhaps due to Jiang Xiaobai's unique talent skill, ingenious ideas, master level, he quickly discerned the appropriate usage of these spirit beast skills. Xiao Wu, look at you. Although you can't get close, your rabbit legs aren't just for kicking beasts. Dig up the ground, kick some stones. That will distract the pig. And you too. Black-headed and white-headed eagles. Do you only know how to flap your wings? Are you afraid it will overheat and need a breeze? Yao Yu, don't think you're exempt. While you look lovely, there's no need for your moves to be so graceful, alright? Are you trying to make sure everyone knows you're about to strike? Jiang Xiaobai pointed and lectured the four spirit beasts. This prompted their respective masters to pause, their expressions shifting. Subsequently, they quietly began to adapt their combat styles based on Jiang Xiaobai's guidance. In a mere instant, the spirit pig began to falter, its strength waning. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai stroked his chin, satisfied. Indeed, the youth can be taught. Realizing something fell amiss, he quickly shook his head. No. I almost got led astray. In reality, during spirit beast battles, the beasts were primarily guided and commanded by their beast masters. Although Jiang Xiaobai appeared to be criticizing the spirit beasts, he was actually addressing his four companions. Fortunately, they were not entirely foolish. Chapter 31. The Haunting Self-Explosion. As the situation in the arena seemed to reach a favorable point, Jiang Xiaobai resumed his seat on the small stool, leisurely fanning himself with a tattered fan. Masters don't need to intervene. After speaking, he glanced at his hand movements and shook his head. It seems I still have some distance to cover. If only I could borrow the black and white-headed eagles from the Qiuxing brothers, I wouldn't have to fan myself in this heat. With that thought, he prepared to shift his gaze back to the battlefield. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, locking onto a distant floating island. After observing for a while, he scratched his head and redirected his attention to the combat scene. How strange, could he have misjudged? Just as he turned his head, a faint glimmer of fire flickered in the distance, vanishing as if it had never existed. In the spot where the light disappeared, an irate male voice echoed. I told you not to smoke. You nearly got us caught. It's fine. It's so far away, and besides, strange occurrences in this cursed place are hardly surprising. They won't suspect anything. A neutral voice, filled with a nonchalant tone, followed. Still, better to be cautious. It's about time to notify the young master. Agreed. In the shadows, two furtive figures vanished from sight. Back with Jiang Xiaobai, he was focused on the ongoing situation. To his shock, upon looking, he saw a flurry of attacks suddenly strike the spirit pig, which let out a mournful cry before collapsing into a pool of blood. The four, after a fierce battle, exchanged glances and shared a smile of relief. Yet, at that moment, a startling transformation occurred. The spirit pig, which had seemingly met its demise, suddenly began to swell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, its size doubled and continued to expand. Observing this scene, Jiang Xiaobai felt a twinge of unease. His expression shifted dramatically as he shouted a warning. Be careful. Just as his voice rang out, he dashed towards the four, who were now looking at him in confusion. Damn it! Jiang Xiaobai cursed inwardly. He shouldn't have shouted that. People would naturally focus on him. Realizing this, he quickly amended his warning. Get down. And in that instant, the spirit pig's body, having expanded to its limit, exploded with a loud pop. Sharp quills shot out from the explosion like arrows, hurtling in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the explosion of the Ling Zhu's corpse served as the epicenter, casting a cleansing wave across a radius of several dozen meters. Spikes embedded themselves deeply into the ground. The smoke and dust generated by the explosion enveloped the surroundings. Jiang Xiaobai, his complexion pale, gazed at this scene, the faint scent of blood in the air causing his face to contort with distress. He stepped forward with heavy strides, slowly walking into the haze. As the smoke gradually dissipated with the wind, the devastation at the heart of the explosion came into view. What met his eyes was a scene of utter disarray. Jiang Xiaobai swiftly scanned the area, and upon spotting the 4 individuals lying on the ground, a weight lifted slightly from his heart. Thank heavens! Although the 4 appeared quite disheveled, their clothes torn, faces covered in dirt, and bearing several abrasions on their foreheads and bodies, there were thankfully no gruesome injuries to be seen. Are you all alright? Jiang Xiaobai approached and helped the 4 to their feet in turn. We're fine. Luckily, your early warning helped us avoid more severe injuries from the explosion, Chen Lingmiao replied, her face somewhat pale and looking weak as her spirits seemed to sink. However, the Yao Yu and the others who tried to save us have sustained serious injuries and will likely be unable to emerge for quite some time. Jiang Xiaobai, usually a lively demoness, appeared quite shaken, taking a while to regain her composure. Her voice was slightly hoarse as she cast a grateful glance at Jiang Xiaobai. Thank you very much. The brothers Chunxing and Qiuxing also stood in a daze for a while, eventually returning to normal. Xiaobai, you were indeed right. Those spikes could fly out. We owe our thanks to your timely warning, combined with the protective instincts of our spirit beasts, otherwise. Jiang Xiaobai graciously accepted their gratitude, realizing that his final warning had indeed made a difference. Thanks to the spirit beast's protection, they had only suffered superficial injuries. However, the serious injuries sustained by the spirit beasts would significantly backfire on their beast masters. Thus, the faces of the group showed signs of pallor, resembling those who had overindulged. I fear our expedition in this secret realm may have reached its end. Chen Lingmiao sighed softly, her cold eyes flashing with a hint of melancholy. Her innate talent was not particularly strong among the offspring of prominent families. Indeed, aside from Jiang Xiaobai, the others present were of similar caliber. Zheng Xiaowai shared her aptitude. While the brothers Chunxing and Qiuxing possessed slightly weaker spiritual talents, but were still competent. Together, the brothers' combat effectiveness would multiply. Although Chen Lingmiao's talents might be beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, among these wealthy clans, she did not rank among the top tier. The crux of the matter was her status as the daughter of the Qin family head. How could such talent command respect? Her father had considered this aspect when contemplating a marriage alliance with the Li family. However, Chen Lingmiao had been unwilling, which eventually led to the collaboration between her and Jiang Xiaobai. For beast masters, while the awakened talent was indeed significant, it was not the sole factor. Opportunities and resources were equally indispensable. If fortune smiled upon them abundantly, then both the Beast Master S level and the Spirit Beast S level would naturally surpass others. Such circumstances would greatly compensate for the innate deficiencies of their spirit beasts, resulting in what was often referred to as a level suppression. Chen Lingmiao had initially hoped to rapidly elevate her standing through this secret realm expedition, yet encountered such misfortune. How could she resign herself to this outcome? The others shared her sentiments. Noting their despondent expressions, Jiang Xiaobai attempted to console them. Fear not, did we not just slay a pig? This was a challenge beyond our level. You all did splendidly, and your experience should have increased considerably. The atmosphere grew even quieter. Another series of notifications appeared on the screen, and Jiang Xiaobai scratched his head. I must have gained a level, right? I've just leveled up. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 4 darkened further. If you can't comfort us, you might as well keep quiet. You really know how to pick the wrong moment. The unfortunate truth was that the pig had not been felled by their final blow. It had self-destructed before its demise, resulting in a pitifully small amount of combat experience. They were already feeling quite frustrated, having expended so much effort for so little reward. Most aggravatingly, this fellow, who had merely watched from the sidelines, had leveled up too. Oh, poor souls. It seems I shall have to look after you on the journey ahead, Jiang Xiaobai lamented, patting his chest confidently. Rest assured, when we encounter spirit beasts later, I will handle them alone. You can just enjoy the spoils. Chapter 32, The Path Lies Ahead. Qiuxing regarded him, hesitating to speak. Xiaobai, didn't you say that just now? Did I? I don't recall. Jiang Xiaobai coughed lightly. Let us not get sidetracked. This isn't important. Do not be too disheartened. If the sky falls, I will bear the burden. The others clearly did not take this to heart. As a dual-talented beastmaster, Jiang Xiaobai was merely capable of self-preservation within this secret realm. They had come to understand his nature to some extent, treating it as if they hadn't heard. They resumed their tasks. Chun Lingmiao retrieved some gauze and iodine from her storage ring to tend to her wounds. After a brief rest, the group stood up to explore the floating island. Let us search for any treasures, perhaps some spiritual herbs, she suggested. Logically, such a powerful spirit beast should possess some treasures within its territory. Alas, after a thorough search, they discovered nothing of value. The place where the flying pig resided was merely covered in a layer of straw. This was likely not its lair, but merely a temporary resting spot. Chun Lingmiao expressed her disappointment. Let us continue. We must be more cautious moving forward. I will lead the way. Jiang Xiaobai volunteered. The four, injured as they were, did not refuse. Though Jiang Xiaobai was weaker in strength, he moved quite swiftly, and thus they harbored little concern. The group continued onward with determination, traversing one floating island after another. Upon reaching the last floating island, a change finally appeared ahead. A towering cliff emerged, its summit flat, indicating that they were approaching another area. However, the grand lotus flower was absent, and thus the path to the opposite side was lost. The cliff stood nearly 100 meters away from the floating island where they stood. These frail beast masters, lacking the aid of their spirit beasts, had no hope of crossing. Oh no, could this be a dead end? Chen Xiaoxing plopped down on the ground, pinching his leg in frustration. Do we have to head back? Jiang Xiaobai had only sustained superficial injuries in the previous explosion, though her skirt bore several holes. She had modified it into shorts, which looked rather cool. With her arms crossed, she silently surveyed the surroundings and continued. There must be a way. Let us keep looking. I do not wish to return. The others shared her mindset, scattering to search anew. These floating islands were generally flat, allowing them to see one another without concern for sudden hazards. After more than 10 minutes, the group reconvened, shaking their heads in resignation. Where is Xiaobai? Xiaoxing queried in confusion. The four began scanning the area. Suddenly, the sharp-eyed Chunxing squinted, pointing in a direction. Isn't that him? Looks like it. Let us go see. Perhaps he discovered something. When the four individuals arrived, Jiang Xiaobai stood at the edge of a floating island, gazing into the abyss with his chin resting on his hand, seemingly captivated by something far away. He exhibited no reaction to their presence. Jiang Xiaobai, what have you discovered? Zheng Xiaowai inquired, leaning closer with curiosity. Did you not see it? Jiang Xiaobai pointed toward the cliff ahead, his voice low and somber. See what? The group instinctively followed his gesture, observing the sheer cliff, where thick vines dangled into the water below. The lake's surface rippled with the wind, continuously crashing against the base of the cliff, producing a cacophony of sound. After scrutinizing the scene for some time, they found nothing particularly remarkable, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. Seeing their reactions, Jiang Xiaobai sighed in exasperation. You all ought to consume more carrots. What sort of eyesight do you possess? At such a young age, you all seem to have developed night blindness. I genuinely pity you. Did you not notice that cliff? The four present paused, momentarily stunned. They exchanged silent glances, rendered speechless. Xiaoxing, however, was unfazed, replying. So what if I saw it? Jiang Xiaobai was puzzled. Did you notice the vines on the cliff? Of course, Xiaoxing answered matter-of-factly. Jiang Xiaobai fell silent, bemused that they acknowledged seeing it yet pretended otherwise. Is that all? The others shared his bewilderment, realizing that he had been standing there for so long. Merely referring to that. They were not blind. Who could possibly miss it? Another wave of negative emotions washed over Jiang Xiaobai. These individuals truly had strange thought processes. He silently criticized them before shrugging and explaining, what else could there possibly be? Just look at this view. It is splendid. Does it not evoke a sense of solitude? A sense of solitude? You think this is a vacation? At times, they truly wished they could pry open Jiang Xiaobai's head to see what occupied his mind all day. Zheng Xiaowai stepped forward, annoyance evident in her tone. Aren't you supposed to be finding a path? Yes, I am indeed searching for a path, Jiang Xiaobai replied confidently. Zheng Xiaowai, taken aback by his audacity, slowly approached him. Then, dear sir, might I inquire where the path lies? Ah, such a familiar line. Jiang Xiaobai turned his head, tentatively singing, the path is beneath our feet. Chen Chunxing remarked, such a familiar melody, yet I cannot recall it. Chen Xiaoxing lowered his head, meticulously searching for something. Chun Lingmiao and Zheng Xiaowai both appeared equally perplexed. It was one thing for Jiang Xiaobai to be such a scatterbrained individual, but now it seemed his two foolish younger brothers were also succumbing to his absurdity. At that moment, she wished to kick the three of them into the lake to clear their heads. Just as she was grappling with her frustration, an even more perplexing event unfolded. I found it. Chen Xiaoxing exclaimed joyfully, pointing below. Look, the path truly lies beneath our feet. The group approached the edge of the floating island and peered down. They beheld thick vines extending downward, entwined with enormous petals that floated serenely on the lake's surface, ensnared by the descending vines. The path was indeed beneath them. In that instant, Jiang Xiaobai was utterly bewildered, mirroring Jiang Xiaobai's astonishment. He had not anticipated that his whimsical musings would actually hold truth. Observing Jiang Xiaobai's dazed expression, he found it amusing, though he maintained an air of nonchalance. "See, I told you, I was searching for a path." The sound of pedals breaking the water echoed continuously. Jiang Xiaobai, as he maneuvered the pedal boat with his hand, pondered the two recent events. He felt that something was amiss. His words seemed almost prophetic, as both incidents had unfolded in ways he had not anticipated. Initially, he had merely spoken casually, yet the spiritual pig had indeed launched a projectile. Later, a throwaway comment had led them to find an exit from a dead end. This inevitably prompted him to question the influence of that green slime. He recalled that the fortunate slime's remnants possessed a peculiar effect. Wearing it would enhance one's luck slightly. At present, his luck appeared to be a modest 6 points. No, that could not be it. Jiang Xiaobai quickly dismissed this theory, reasoning that a minor change in luck would not yield such significant results. Besides, neither incident could be entirely attributed to fortune, as the first was indeed a stroke of bad luck. After much contemplation, he could arrive at no clear conclusion and settled on this notion. Just as he was lost in thought, he noticed something moving before him, snapping back to reality. "What are you thinking about? You seem lost in contemplation," Chun Lingmiao remarked softly, withdrawing her hand. Time has a way of healing all wounds. After this period, her spirits seemed significantly lifted, and she reverted to her confident, cheerful self. Jiang Xiaobai offered a faint smile. "It is nothing." He glanced at the sky, where red and white hues intertwined. The floating island above appeared to be an ethereal mirage suspended in the air, while the pedal boat gently swayed beneath them. Everything felt surreal. Jiang Xiaobai exhaled deeply, reflecting, "This world is truly marvelous." Indeed, perhaps this is the joy of being a beastmaster, filled with boundless possibilities, Chun Lingmiao mused. Her slender fingers gliding across the water's surface, her cool gaze fixated on the droplets cascading from her fingertips, as if she were lost in a distant memory. "Did you know? When I was young, I never aspired to be a beastmaster. However, my father seemed to have different intentions. I began studying beastmaster knowledge at the age of 8, which was typically reserved for high school students. Yet, I did not enjoy it. Back then, I was merely a child, not much different from ordinary girls. My father was indulgent in many aspects, but he was adamant about my studies in beast mastery. Life felt quite monotonous during those days." As she spoke, Chun Lingmiao's expression shifted, a hint of nostalgia gracing her features as a faint smile played at the corners of her mouth. "Later on, Xiaowai came to my home, and my life began to change. I was truly happy then. However, an incident occurred." Her voice softened, a shadow passing over her countenance. Perhaps realizing she had strayed from her path, she smiled apologetically at Jiang Xiaobai. "I apologize. I should not have burdened you with these thoughts." Jiang Xiaobai regarded the young woman before him, his voice calm as he recounted a story. "Once, I knew a girl who was an orphan, sent to an orphanage at a tender age. She was petite and slight of stature, yet fiercely determined, unyielding even when faced with boys much larger than herself. She often ended up bruised and battered, yet she continued to fight for what she wanted. Ironically, her ferocity instilled fear in many of the other children at the orphanage. One day, I asked her why she behaved this way. Jiang Xiaobai's gaze lifted to meet Chun Lingmiao's eyes. Can you guess what she said? Chun Lingmiao's clear, curious eyes searched his. What did she say? Her words have remained etched in my memory. Jiang Xiaobai paused, inhaling deeply before continuing. She said, I just want to live. I just want to live. Chun Lingmiao's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she absorbed his words, her heart a tumult of emotions. She was aware of his orphan status, having heard that he once resided in an orphanage. This tale perhaps speaks of him himself. Just listening to the story he shared earlier, she could envision how arduous his past life must have been. In contrast to him, Chun Lingmiao considered herself fortunate. She had loving parents and a comfortable upbringing. She had never truly endured hardship, always living a life of abundance without worry. She understood the significance behind Jiang Xiaobai's narrative. Compared to him, what reason did she have to be sentimental? She merely faced a few minor setbacks. Yet her mindset paled in comparison to his by a significant margin. Reflecting on this, Chun Lingmiao felt a tinge of shame. Curiosity stirred within her, wondering how Jiang Xiaobai had persevered all these years. Thus, she inquired, what happened to that friend of yours? Jiang Xiaobai shook his head, quickly clarifying, no, she is not my friend, I merely know her. Indeed, how could she possibly be his friend? He was recounting his own experiences. Chun Lingmiao's conviction was further solidified upon hearing Jiang Xiaobai's response. Later on, one day, she tried to take my place. At that time, I was tall and didn't indulge her. I simply slapped her away, he recounted, gesturing dramatically. From that moment on, she never dared to seize my belongings again. Jiang Xiaobai concluded his story with satisfaction, stating, therefore, In life, being happy is paramount. Do not allow yourself to be wronged. If others irritate you, reciprocate that irritation. If both parties are content, then that is a matter unfit for children. As he spoke, he paused, casting a curious glance at Chunling Miao, then looked up at the 2 full moons in the sky. Oh, it's not obstructed at all. He waved at Chunling Miao, saying, Miss Chun, why has your face suddenly turned so dark? May I ask why you are glaring at me so angrily? Not dark, not dark. We are quite fair, he added. Chunling Miao remained silent, seemingly enveloped in shadows, with only her icy gaze piercing through, causing Jiang Xiaobai to swallow nervously. When Chunling Miao stood up determinedly, he was utterly alarmed. Hey, what are you doing? I must tell you, we cannot resort to violence here. We are on a boat. Do not act impulsively. Come over here. Be cautious, or the boat might tip. Under the moonlit night, the flower-petal boat swayed more vigorously upon the lake. Jiang Xiaobai gazed sorrowfully at the stunning woman before him, her face as delicate as snow, her stature tall and proud. He could not fathom how such a rare beauty had developed a penchant for aggression. Xiaobai, what happened with Ling Miao? What was that all about? Qiu Sheng arrived beside Jiang Xiaobai, glancing at the 2 graceful figures ahead, and inquired softly. The commotion from earlier had been audible even to them on another small boat. Jiang Xiaobai waved dismissively. It's nothing. Your young lady was just being excessive, suggesting she would pay me to let her hit me to vent her frustration. It's laughable. Would someone of my integrity agree to such an impudent request? It's truly beneath me. Qiu Sheng raised his thumb in admiration. Xiaobai, you are indeed noble. I ought to learn from you. Cough, cough. Let us keep a low profile, Jiang Xiaobai replied, clutching his waist as he followed. A corner of a check peeked from his pants pocket, and Qiu Sheng rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Surely, I must be mistaken. Who goes out for training with a check in their pocket? He murmured as he continued on, but that does look quite like a Chen family check. The group drifted on the lake for quite some time before reaching the cliff's base. They then began to ascend using the vines gradually. Although beast tamers possess relatively fragile physiques, this is merely in comparison to their mental prowess. Even a first-level beast tamer's body surpasses that of an ordinary person. Thus, climbing posed no difficulty for them, especially with the sturdy vines for support. They encountered no unforeseen challenges and soon reached the top of the cliff. The terrain here was significantly more complex than that of the previous floating island. As they delved deeper, the vegetation visibly flourished. Various shrubs and peculiar plants began to emerge. This is Hu Xiang Chao, a favorite among herbivorous spirit beasts, and this is by Ling Hua, one of the primary materials for crafting beast tamers pills. Unfortunately, there are too few here, Chen Ling Miao explained as she collected the spirit herbs. Among them, only she possessed a profound understanding of this knowledge, while most of the others were utterly clueless, familiar only with common items like Bai Ling Hua. Although Jiang Xiaobai had not studied this subject extensively, he was not wholly ignorant. He understood that beast tamers pills are valuable. Besides gaining experience through normal combat, spirit beasts can elevate their levels by consuming these pills. Thus, in the world of beast tamers, these pills serve as currency. Given the limitations on their exploration in this secret realm, gathering some spirit herbs was a worthwhile endeavor. Hence, they paused here instead of hastily advancing, dispersing to gather herbs. Many items, although not immediately useful to Jiang Xiaobai, could indeed be sold for a profit. As long as something held value, Jiang Xiaobai would not overlook it. Consequently, he meticulously examined every peculiar flower and plant, not neglecting a single one. With his waist bent low, he lost himself in joy, humming a tune. A little girl picking mushrooms carries a large bamboo basket. One basket on my left, one on my right. Suddenly, a large black paw appeared before him, abruptly halting his song. His outstretched hand froze in place as he slowly raised his gaze. A large face loomed above him, adorned with vibrant, plump red lips, cascading black wavy hair, and strikingly painted eyes. The long eyelashes fluttered incessantly, creating an almost surreal effect. Jiang Xiaobai's expression froze, struggling to suppress his urge to vomit, and gradually took a few steps back. Through the moonlight filtering in, he finally discerned the peculiar sight before him. Clad in a dainty pink apron, paired with a robust physique, it appeared utterly bizarre. For a moment, Jiang Xiaobai stood in stunned silence. Was this a pink gorilla? And a female one at that? He had thought flying pigs were peculiar enough. But this was something else entirely. What breed was this? The flamboyantly dressed gorilla appeared equally startled upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai, displaying no excessive movement, merely swaying its ample form in an almost human-like manner. Had this creature become shy upon encountering him? Jiang Xiaobai's lips twitched slightly. Being favored by a female gorilla brought him no joy, yet he dared not act rashly. This gorilla had approached him without him noticing. Realizing this, he wondered how the others were faring. A swift glance confirmed that there were no other people in sight. Only then did he comprehend that he had become so engrossed in foraging that he had unwittingly separated from the group. At this moment, he found himself in a dense forest. Greed can indeed be perilous. For now, he could only remain calm and devise a strategy. Fortunately, neither he nor the pink gorilla moved, the latter covering half its face with its oversized hands, bashfully gazing at Jiang Xiaobai. Seeing this, his heart raced even more. Had these creatures forgotten about him without a word of warning? What disloyalty! Meanwhile, outside the dense forest, a sneeze echoed. Qiuxing straightened his back, crossed his arms, and rubbed his hands together, as if he had caught a chill. Xiaobai, how have your endeavors fared? He called out, but his voice echoed unanswered in the stillness. After a moment's contemplation, Qiuxing nodded to himself. The dedication exhibited by Xiaobai was indeed admirable and worth emulating. With a clenched fist, he motivated himself. Qiuxing, you must persevere. You can do this. Suddenly, an enraged roar erupted from the shadowy depths of the forest. Following this, rustling and thudding noises ensued, as though something was darting back and forth through the thicket. At last, in a clearing devoid of trees, two figures emerged, one small and one large. Up front, Jiang Xiaobai dashed forward, while behind him, a pink gorilla pounded its muscular chest and energetically pursued him. Stop chasing. This is futile, Jiang Xiaobai shouted over his shoulder. Yet, the pink gorilla remained relentless, the distance between them steadily diminishing. Goodness! Jiang Xiaobai felt a surge of panic as his scalp prickled. He quickened his pace, frustration bubbling within him. Why was this female gorilla so intent on pursuing me? Indeed, attracting too much attention could lead to trouble. After sprinting with the pink gorilla for some time, Jiang Xiaobai began to feel fatigued. He realized that if this continued, he would inevitably be caught, and the thought of what would happen next sent a shiver down his spine. As he pondered, he activated the system in his mind while still running. Would you like to extract the beast tamer whip? Yes. With no one around, it was the perfect opportunity to test this item. In an instant, a small black whip materialized in his hand. Jiang Xiaobai examined the whip, nearly discarding it in disgust. What a peculiar design. And what is with these tassels? Is this even appropriate? He found himself exasperated, sometimes doubting whether this troublesome system had a secondary purpose of collecting his negative emotions. This item was more akin to a novelty whip than a proper beast taming tool, and it was far too short. How could a man wield something so diminutive? As his thoughts drifted, he momentarily slowed, granting the pink gorilla the opportunity to charge forward. With outstretched arms and an eager expression, it aimed to deliver an intimate embrace. Let us give it a try. Jiang Xiaobai resignedly lifted the whip to meet the oncoming creature. A sharp crack resounded as the whip struck the pink gorilla, stunning it instantly. The massive creature curled into itself, trembling inexplicably. Well, that actually worked. Jiang Xiaobai marveled in disbelief. He had not anticipated its efficacy. The gorilla emitted strange sounds of distress, and Jiang Xiaobai, suppressing his revulsion, continued to wield the whip. After a furious flurry of strikes, he noticed the gorilla's cries had ceased. Peering cautiously, he observed the pink gorilla convulsing on the ground, appearing as though it had lost consciousness. With a disdainful expression, Jiang Xiaobai chose a direction and made his escape. He could only proclaim the beast tamer whip lived up to its name. Meanwhile, outside the forest, two groups stood in opposition. Among them were Chun Lingmiao and her companions, facing a familiar group of 5 from the Li family. Chun Lingmiao's expression darkened as she regarded the leader of the opposing group. What is the meaning of this? She questioned icily. Li Chengxian smiled gently. Lingmiao, do not misunderstand. I merely observed that you seemed to be injured and thought it prudent for us to travel together for mutual support. At his side, a lanky boy chimed in, indeed. Miss Chen, my cousin is simply being considerate. Your spirit beasts appear to be hurt. Midway through his flattery, the boy retreated awkwardly. Chun Lingmiao's expression grew even colder as she fixed her icy gaze on Li Chengxian. Have you been following us? Li Chengxian cast a brief glance at the lanky boy before returning his calm gaze to Chun Lingmiao. I was merely passing by. What a coincidence. Zheng Xiaobai scoffed derisively. Just as she was about to continue her mockery, her companions tugged at her sleeve, silencing her. Li Chengxian, having overheard Zheng Xiaobai's words, shot her a glance before redirecting his attention to Chun Lingmiao, a flicker of desire dancing in his eyes. These two sisters were each remarkable in their own right. He was indeed fortunate. However, recalling his mother's admonitions before his departure, he suppressed his impulses and maintained his characteristic gentle demeanor. Lingmiao, if you are concerned, you may explore at your own pace while we follow behind. We will intervene if danger arises. Chun Lingmiao remained nonchalant, while Li Chengshuan's group began to murmur in discontent. Brother Qingxian, this is quite biased, one girl protested. Why should we act as their bodyguards? We need to strengthen our own abilities. The dissenting voices belonged to 2 girls who were not from the Li family, but rather from other clans, having joined Li Chengxian in this expedition. If Jiang Xiaobai were present, he might recognize that he had encountered these girls before. Everyone is a friend. Helping one another is nothing to fret over. Li Chengxian replied cheerfully. Humph, fine then. Brother Chengxian truly has a broad mind, Jiang Xiaobai conceded. In addition to the two girls, the Li family group included Li Chengshuan's cousin and a tall girl with short hair, who remained silent and aloof, seemingly acquiescing to the arrangement. Seeing the consensus, Li Chengxian turned back to Chun Lingmiao. Lingmiao, what do you think of this proposal? After a moment of quiet contemplation, Chun Lingmiao nodded slightly. Jiang Xiaobai hesitated. Her words caught in her throat before she ultimately chose to remain silent. The group resumed their journey into the depths of the forest, with Li Chengxian keeping a respectful distance behind, adhering to his promise. The shadowy forest loomed ahead, where the moonlight struggled to penetrate, casting an abyssal darkness that seemed to engulf everything. Jiang Xiaobai, holding a small illumination device, stepped closer to walk alongside Chun Lingmiao. After a brief pause, she spoke. He does not seem to have good intentions. I am aware, Chun Lingmiao replied softly without turning her head. Then why agree to his proposal? What other choice do we have? It would be unwise to provoke him and sever ties. That would not benefit us. Delaying may work in our favor, perhaps allowing us to regain some strength. Jiang Xiaobai fell into silence. Chun Lingmiao's actions were justifiable. They had little choice in the matter. Although there were strict prohibitions against mutual harm, and as core members of the Chen family, it was unlikely Li Chengxian would dare to act against them. The unpredictability of the situation weighed heavily on her. Jiang Xiaobai discreetly glanced at her cousin, letting out an almost imperceptible sigh. You have indeed changed. Upon hearing this, Chun Lingmiao's body subtly trembled, and she replied softly, You have changed as well. Meanwhile, the twin brothers trailing behind exchanged whispers. Qiuxing, do you think we've forgotten something? Indeed. Qiuxing, do you remember? Chunsheng. Yes, it seems we didn't have dinner. Meanwhile, in another part of the dense forest, Jiang Xiaobai wore a troubled expression as he gazed around. What the heck? Am I lost? He had often heard people talk about getting lost, and he had scoffed at the concept back then. However, when it happened to him, he began to understand. The old saying was indeed true. One should not mock others until they walk in their shoes. He pondered for a moment, not in a hurry to wander aimlessly. Finding a withered tree stump, he sat down and lightly tapped his forehead with his fingers. Let me think. I recall reading in a book that when one is lost, it's necessary to find a reference point. Got it. Jiang Xiaobai slapped his thigh and slowly raised his head, only to lower it again. All right, the moon is blocked. What can I see? Even if I found a gap to look through, it would be futile. Those two full moons have not shifted since they entered, remaining suspended above him. They were of no use as reference points. He stood up and helplessly scanned his surroundings. The pitch blackness enveloped him, and if it were daytime, perhaps he could discern a direction. The enhancement of his mental acuity had significantly improved his vision, though it had its limits. Wasn't this akin to blindfolded wandering? What if he encountered some monsters? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a soft rustling sound emerged from behind him. Jiang Xiaobai quickly turned to look. But after a long gaze, he found nothing. Just as he thought he might have misheard, suddenly, the strange sound came again, this time seemingly closer. Jiang Xiaobai turned around once more, still seeing nothing. Doubts began to creep in. Could it be that I was right? Chapter 36, The Lost Stone Being. No sooner had he thought this than the peculiar sound arose again from behind him, even nearer than before. An involuntary shiver ran down his spine. He spun around suddenly. And yet, there was nothing. This is bizarre. Jiang Xiaobai frowned and cautiously retreated, his nerves taut as he observed his surroundings. Abruptly, he heard the strange sound again from behind. This time, he feigned a turn, but midway through, he spun back around. At last, he caught sight of a figure. A little head darted out from the ground before immediately retreating. So that's how it is. Jiang Xiaobai squatted down, leaning toward where the little head had vanished. He picked up a small stick and prodded. Sure enough, it felt somewhat soft. It turned out to be a soil rat. Jiang Xiaobai tossed the stick aside and clapped his hands, completely at ease. Just a mischievous, earth-type spirit beast. He was no longer afraid. If it dared to come out again, he would smash its head. Jiang Xiaobai playfully swung his fists, attempting to intimidate the creature underground. However, it clearly was not intimidated and boldly emerged, revealing a small mushroom-like head. Ah, you really are cheeky. Jiang Xiaobai became furious and stomped toward it, expecting it to retreat like a turtle. To his surprise, it stood its ground. When he stepped on it, he felt something was off. Looking down, he realized that the mushroom head remained as rigid as a lump of iron. A sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Xiaobai. He quickly withdrew his foot, intending to flee. But the ground suddenly trembled violently. His body began to sway, nearly causing him to fall. What in the world? Jiang Xiaobai exclaimed in shock. Around him, the ground was sinking, and the surrounding trees were cracking. His figure began to rise slowly. Once he regained his composure, he realized he had burst through the coverage of the dense forest. The interconnected green canopy was now beneath his feet. Moonlight once again bathed him as Jiang Xiaobai gradually lowered his head, finally understanding his predicament. He was standing atop a colossal creature. Jiang Xiaobai paused for a moment, silently retracting his foot. By the way, I was just joking earlier. Do you believe me? Jiang Xiaobai didn't care if the creature understood him when faced with danger. One must do something, right? He couldn't fathom why this secret realm was said to only open in the beginner's area. What then was this stone monster beneath him? Wasn't it extraordinary? This massive being, standing over 20 to 30 meters tall, could easily squash him with a single slap. The most infuriating part was that he had just provoked it. Sometimes, he wished he could slap himself. In his anxiousness, time ticked by. The stone creature, having emerged from the ground, stood still as if frozen. Could it be that this creature is asleep? Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Xiaobai leaped down to the creature's shoulder. Tilting his head, he gazed at its head. All right, Jiang Xiaobai scratched his head. It turned out he had overthought it. The creature had no face, let alone eyes. Only a ball of blue ethereal fire resided in its chest, occupying half of it, and flickering intermittently. Surrounding the ethereal fire was a layer of transparent crystal, appearing to be only a thin veneer. Noticing the stone creature remained stationary, Jiang Xiaobai gradually grew bolder. Standing on its shoulder, he surveyed the surroundings. At last, he discerned the direction from which he had come. After a brief observation of the stone creature, he carefully hopped down along its joints. Once on the ground, he turned to gaze up at the colossal being, deep in thought. Subsequently, he dashed off in the direction he had identified, vanishing in an instant. Shortly after his departure, the stone creature began to slowly sink back into the ground. In mere moments, the area regained its tranquility, and a clearing emerged in the dense forest. Have you heard of the lost stone being? No, tell me more. It is said that there exists a type of earth spirit beast that dwells in woodland areas, particularly in dense forests. These spirit beasts possess almost no intelligence. However, when someone wanders too long in the forest, they will appear to guide the lost individuals. You must be joking. This sounds like a fairy tale. Why would I lie to you? This is what my grandmother told me. Would my grandmother deceive me? When did your grandmother tell you this? It seems it was before bedtime when I was little. In the dense forest, Li Chengxian walked alongside two girls who chattered incessantly. They appeared to be enjoying an outing rather than training. The other girl, tall with short hair and a cool demeanor, starkly contrasted with their exuberance. At that moment, she was smoking a slender stick of incense, the faint scent causing Li Chengxian to furrow his brow slightly. Watching her, he quietly advised, when we arrive, you two just stay outside. No matter what happens, don't let anyone in. The short-haired girl flicked the half-burned incense to the ground and stomped it out. Her magnetic, husky voice replied, "You're the boss, it's your call." Li Chengxian nodded. Although this girl's personality and various behaviors were quite unappealing, she was reliable. She was a mercenary he had specifically hired at great expense. Her age was similar to his, and while her talent might not match his, her strength far exceeded it. He had struggled to find such a capable ally of comparable age, and he had paid a steep price for her services. A cost that even the Li family would feel a pinch over, all to fulfill his ambitions. Yet, he felt it might be somewhat excessive. Had I known the recent events that transpired among them, I would have refrained from extending an invitation. Li Chengxian increasingly felt a sense of loss and discontent as he gazed upon the graceful figure ahead. His fists clenched tightly, determination igniting within him. This time, success is imperative. Outside the secret realm, the sky had darkened. A few middle-aged gentlemen sat leisurely in a courtyard, each in a grand armchair, fanning themselves and engaging in conversation. Old Xia, I have heard whispers of a remarkable location within this secret realm. Zhao Haiyue, the only woman present, inquired with poise. Unlike the boisterous men around her. What sort of remarkable location? Do enlighten us, Madame Zhao. The others expressed their curiosity, having not heard of it before. Zhao Haiyue paused briefly before recounting. I am not entirely certain, but it seems there exists a cave harboring a wondrous liquid with extraordinary properties. Chapter 37. The Lost Jiang Xiaobai. Her vague description left the others perplexed, and they turned their attention to the elderly white-haired man. Knowing that as the first overseer of the secret realm, Old Xia would possess the most knowledge. Noticing the gazes upon him, Old Xia stroked his white beard and smiled. Madame Zhao speaks the truth, such a place indeed exists. As for the effects of that liquid, he intentionally drew out the suspense, causing the group to grow anxious. Old Xia, do share, urged one. Come on, old man, why the theatrics? Grumbled the one-eyed muscular man, prompting a disapproving glare from Old Xia. With a light exhale, he revealed, fusion. Fusion? The heads of several families exchanged bewildered glances. Only Zhao Haiyue's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement, which she quickly concealed. How does one begin to explain this fusion? Chun Huatian questioned, and the others, besides him, remained equally baffled. The concept of fusion is quite literal, for the liquid possesses a certain probability of enabling two spirit beasts of the same attribute to fuse and evolve. How could that be possible? Upon hearing old Xie's words, the group could no longer maintain their composure, all standing abruptly. Is what you say true, old Xie? The heads of the families were filled with excitement. If the liquid indeed held such miraculous properties, it would be deemed priceless. It is widely understood that the innate spirit beast of an individual is predetermined at the moment of awakening. Aside from certain rare circumstances, if the awakening occurs at a certain grade, the innate spirit beast's talent is likely also predetermined to that grade. The innate spirit beast is intricately linked to the beast master, complementing one another. The higher the innate spirit beast's talent, the greater the future accomplishments of the beast master. Conversely, even if a beast master possesses a spirit beast of slightly inferior talent, a higher mental acuity would facilitate smoother evolution. Nonetheless, the path of spirit beast evolution is fraught with uncertainty. The likelihood of evolution increases with the grade. The existence of such a liquid could not fail to excite them. However, they soon regained their composure, for old Xie remained unperturbed in his grand chair. Old Xie, does this liquid possess any shortcomings? Inquired Wang Lang. The burly head of the Wang family, his brow furrowed. Certainly, old Xie shook his head. Look at your youthful excitement. Not a trace of the composure befitting a family head. After a brief admonition, he continued, I mentioned it has a certain probability. If it were truly an item of such rarity, would I be sharing this with you? And what is that probability? The others nodded, seeking clarification. Old Xie slowly raised a finger, 1%, perhaps even less. Furthermore, it is only effective for spirit beasts below the extraordinary level. Failure would severely deplete the spirit beast's vitality. Upon hearing old Xie's description, disappointment washed over the heads of the families. The liquid indeed seemed somewhat lacking. The probability was exceedingly low, and the side effects considerable. Alas, what a letdown. You old men are too mischievous, always toying with our hopes, grumbled the one-eyed dragon. Zhou Long, inciting old Xie to rise in irritation. This boy's utter lack of respect for elders was a constant source of vexation for old Xie. Ultimately, the others intervened to prevent further escalation. Zhao Haiyue stood aside, gazing towards the secret realm under the moonlight, a hint of worry crossing her face. I wonder how Xian is faring. I hope all goes smoothly. Brother, it seems dawn is approaching. Look at the moon. The lean monkey suddenly leaned next to Li Chengxian, pointing towards the sky. Since earlier, they had noticed the surroundings growing brighter. The twin moons in the sky were gradually converging. Yes, once dawn breaks. We should be close enough to move, Li Chengxian replied, his interest waning as he looked up. Much of the intelligence regarding the secret realm had been procured by his mother through special means, including information about the twin moons. More importantly, he learned of the destination he was to reach, where all he desired awaited him, and it was not far off. With this thought, his heart surged with fervor as he squinted at the woman who had brought him humiliation, coldly murmuring, Soon, everything you possess will belong to me. Meanwhile, in another part of the dense forest, Jiang Xiaobai was racing through the undergrowth, oblivious to the brambles scratching his cheeks. He could only sprint frantically. After emerging from a thicket taller than himself, he glanced back. Seeing no movement behind him, he let out a sigh of frustration. What a stroke of bad luck. Even drinking cold water feels like a chore. He had just fled from a stone creature and intended to retrace his steps when fate intervened, as he unexpectedly encountered the pink gorilla once more. This time, the creature was even more ferocious, overwhelming Jiang Xiaobai. Fortunately, the gorilla lacked stamina, and he managed to evade it by navigating through a complex terrain. As Jiang Xiaobai surveyed his surroundings, the sky was brightening, preventing him from feeling like a headless fly. It should be that way, he hesitated briefly, pointing a finger and venturing deeper into the forest. Shortly after he departed, the pink gorilla emerged from the bushes, pausing momentarily where Jiang Xiaobai had stood, sniffing the air before following in his direction. Moments later, another gorilla emerged from the underbrush. This one significantly more robust than the pink one. It paused, sniffed the air, bared its teeth, and pounded its chest before pursuing Jiang Xiaobai. Not long after the muscular gorilla left, the bushes trembled once more. Jiang Xiaobai emerged, looking ahead with uncertainty. Have I been here before? Never mind, I shall press on, he declared, taking a few more steps forward. Moments later, the pink gorilla reappeared, tilting its head in confusion, scratching its head before following Jiang Xiaobai. Not long after, the robust gorilla also emerged, furiously pounding the ground, creating two deep craters in its frustration, before begrudgingly giving chase. About 10 minutes later, the underbrush shook again. Jiang Xiaobai crawled out, his face smeared with dirt. Upon emerging, he froze. Have I truly lost my way? He stepped forward, suddenly noticing 2 deep pits on the ground. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, it seems I have not lost my way. The day was just dawning. How could I possibly be lost? Chapter 38, The Fire Fox. Jiang Xiaobai departed with unwavering confidence. Shortly after his departure, the pink gorilla emerged, its expression rife with confusion. After a moment's contemplation, it chose not to follow. Instead, it found a nearby tree, climbed it, and concealed its body behind the trunk. After a while, the robust gorilla appeared, gazing down at the 2 large pits it had created in the ground, momentarily stunned. Subsequently, it let out a series of furious roars, pummeling the earth with great force. As the dust settled, a pit, half the height of a person, was revealed. The muscular gorilla sniffed the air and silently turned its gaze upward. Where had those individuals gone? Jiang Xiaobai, wielding a small wooden stick, swept aside the weeds and shrubs, feeling increasingly frustrated. It had been an hour since he had departed. Yet he had not encountered Chun Lingmiao and the others. Had they simply disregarded his absence? Or had they forgotten him entirely? That seemed rather inconsiderate. Jiang Xiaobai silently complained. When suddenly, he heard a series of thumping noises ahead. This startled him slightly. Was someone fighting? The sounds resembled a scuffle, and with a flicker of his eyes, he muttered to himself, "It must be them. They are likely in danger. I must go protect them." Realizing that the others lacked the ability to defend themselves, he quickened his pace. As he emerged from the thicket, he froze in place. Indeed, one should not peer into the bushes, for one may witness things best left unseen. Before him, in an open area, 2 massive gorillas were engaged in a fierce brawl. The ground was already pockmarked with deep holes. The sight of their violent clash was anything but beautiful. Jiang Xiaobai's sudden appearance caused both gorillas to halt their movements, turning in unison to look at him. "You may continue. I'm merely passing through," he said, utterly disinterested in the domestic dispute. He swiftly turned and fled. Upon seeing him run, the pink gorilla, which had previously been at a disadvantage, suddenly summoned an unknown strength, using its shoulder to hurl the robust gorilla aside before bounding after Jiang Xiaobai in pursuit. This turn of events only infuriated the muscular gorilla further, and it rose from the ground, howling in rage as it plunged into the thicket. At the moment the red moon and the white moon overlapped, dawn broke. The once cold moonlight merged into the sun, creating a scene that was truly miraculous. Xiao Sheng. Through my earlier observations, I have discovered something. At this moment, Chun Sheng and the others continued their journey through the dense forest. The daylight brought a vibrancy to the woods, contrasting the tranquility of night. The myriad of colorful and peculiar plants dazzled the young adventurers, who were new to this secret realm. The brothers Chun Sheng and Xiao Sheng gazed around with curiosity. "What is it?" Xiao Sheng asked, puzzled. "Have you not noticed that it seems we are missing someone from our group?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Sheng paused, extending his fingers to count the number of people present. 1, 2, 3, 4. Upon reaching himself, he hesitated, then counted again. 1, 2, 4. "Indeed, we are," Xiao Sheng gasped, feeling a twinge of existential doubt. "Where has Xiaobai gone?" The brothers exchanged silent glances, both feeling perplexed. Logically, it was improbable that they would not notice the absence of a living person for such an extended period. Even if they had forgotten, it was strange that Chun Lingmiao and the others had not mentioned it either. This left them utterly baffled. With this in mind, they prepared to remind Chun Lingmiao and Jiang Xiaobai, but unexpectedly, an unforeseen event transpired. Suddenly, a fox enveloped in flames leaped out before them. This fox stood taller than a person and was now positioned directly in their path, glaring menacingly at Chun Lingmiao and Jiang Xiaobai. The appearance of the fire fox caused the brothers' expressions to shift dramatically. "This is bad. This is at least a fully evolved spirit beast." Under normal circumstances, while the fire fox was formidable, the 4 of them together would not find it insurmountable. However, in their current state, unable to summon spirit beasts and with their mental faculties compromised, even 100 would pose a significant threat. Meanwhile, Chun and Jiang's expressions were tense, as they dared not make any hasty movements. Chun Lingmiao gazed at the fearsome beast, its body wreathed in flames, and calmly spoke. "Xiaowai, you should run ahead." "What nonsense. Is Lady Chen still trying to act tough at a time like this?" Jiang Xiaowai clenched her skirt tightly, feigning composure. "You run first if you want. I am not afraid." With a sigh, Chun Lingmiao's fingers glimmered with a ring, and a talisman appeared in her hand, adorned with mysterious patterns. "What is this?" Jiang Xiaowai's eyes widened in surprise. "Indeed, this is an ancient spirit talisman," Chun Lingmiao explained. "It is a trump card my father gave me, fearing I might encounter danger. It can temporarily restrain it." She then turned to Jiang Xiaowai, offering a wry smile. "So, it has not yet reached a point of desperation." Jiang Xiaobai huffed quietly. Clearly more at ease now. Ancient spirit talismans are treasures from a bygone era, typically rare and potent. With this artifact, they should be safe. And indeed, that was the case. After observing for a moment, the firefox seemed to confirm that the humans before it posed no threat and suddenly launched an attack. Its reddish-brown tail whipped through the air, sending a fireball hurtling towards Chun Lingmiao and Jiang Xiaobai. Seeing this, Chun Lingmiao wasted no time. She summoned her dwindling mental energy to activate the talisman. The talisman, imbued with her energy, immediately radiated a strange light and ascended into the air, unleashing a net of energy beams that intertwined and enveloped the firefox. The fireball that followed was also caught within the net. Upon striking the energy web, the flames merely created a ripple before dissipating into the air. It works. Chun Lingmiao breathed a sigh of relief. She turned to Jiang Xiaobai and instructed, "Take Chun Sheng and Qiu Sheng and leave first." Jiang Xiaobai furrowed her brow, scrutinizing her sister, and for once, refrained from arguing. "And you? This talisman requires constant mental energy to maintain. Otherwise, the binding formation cannot fully take shape, and it won't hold for long." Jiang Xiaobai looked at her, uncertainty clouding her gaze. Chun Lingmiao met her eyes steadily. Seeing that her sister seemed sincere, Jiang Xiaobai nodded silently. "Be careful, I will wait for you ahead." With that, she waved to the twin brothers and shot a glare at their inquisitive expressions, guiding them away from the firefox. Upon seeing the three approach, the firefox suddenly became enraged, thrashing against the energy web, its tail flicking flames in all directions, exhibiting a restless and infuriated demeanor. Chapter 39. The Ancient Spirit Talisman. However, the Ancient Spirit Talisman proved to be remarkably effective. No matter how it thrashed, the firefox could not escape. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai and the others finally felt relieved as they swiftly bypassed the area occupied by the firefox. They did not stop until they reached a considerable distance. Gazing back at Chun Lingmiao's situation, Chun Lingmiao's face had turned pale, beads of sweat beginning to form on her smooth forehead. Although the ancient spirit talisman was powerful, there was one detail she had not disclosed to Jiang Xiaobai. Maintaining the binding formation required a continuous infusion of mental energy until it was fully established. If she were uninjured, it would be manageable. However, the earlier explosion had left her mental energy severely depleted. It is fundamentally difficult to sustain the formation of the confinement spirit array, which currently exists merely as a fragile semblance. She struggled to maintain the array while glancing back at the direction behind her. To her surprise, the Li family's team, which had been trailing them at a distance, had vanished without a trace. This realization caused her to furrow her brows involuntarily, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. In that moment of distraction, her mental energy, which was channeling into the spirit talisman, wavered slightly. Consequently, the luminous net that ensnared the firefox dimmed noticeably. Seizing the opportunity, the firefox intensified its efforts and launched a vigorous attack. Chun Lingmiao silently lamented her predicament and hurriedly steadied her mind, preventing the creature from breaking free. However, the confinement spirit array now appeared precariously unstable. It could not be delayed any longer, Chun Lingmiao murmured to herself. With a sudden surge, she directed the last vestige of her mental energy into the spirit talisman and swiftly ran towards the direction where Jiang Xiaobai and the others were located. Behind her, the talisman continued to hover in midair, still emitting the final flicker of its energy. In the distance, Jiang Xiaobai seemed to sense something amiss. Although Chun Lingmiao was approaching them, her steps were unsteady, resembling someone who had indulged too much. "Something seems off with Lingmiao. Let us go assist her," Jiang Xiaobai instructed. Dashing back to provide support, the brothers Chunxing and Qiuxing nodded in agreement and swiftly followed, quickly outpacing Jiang Xiaobai due to their superior stamina. When the brothers arrived, they were taken aback. Chun Lingmiao's face was extremely pale, appearing as though she might faint at any moment. Upon seeing them, she could no longer hold on and weakly cried out, "Run," before collapsing. Fortunately, the brothers rushed forward to catch her, preventing her from hitting the ground. They exchanged glances, foregoing words, and immediately helped Chun Lingmiao retreat. What happened to Lingmiao? Jiang Xiaobai arrived and assisted, her face etched with concern. She must be severely drained of mental energy. "She'll recover soon. We should retreat. Something feels off," Chunxing replied hastily, sensing the urgency of the situation. "All right," Jiang Xiaobai agreed without further questioning. And the three of them swiftly departed with Chun Lingmiao. They soon vanished from the area. Not long after their disappearance, the ancient spirit talisman completely lost its power, slowly descending from the sky. Suddenly, a slender hand emerged, grasping the talisman. What a fine item," the owner of the hand remarked, her voice rich and magnetic. It was none other than the tall, short-haired woman from the Li family's team. "Xiaobai, you've worked hard." As her words fell, the flames enveloping the fire fox gradually dissipated, its red skin visibly transforming to white. Its form shrank until it became a small white fox, which joyfully yelped and leapt into Ouyang Shue's embrace, its eyes squinting with delight as it nuzzled against her. All right, I understand you've been wronged. Once we return, I'll treat you to something delicious. The small white fox emitted a satisfied sound, nuzzled a few more times, then with a puff, its form abruptly vanished. Ouyang Shue, witnessing this, could only smile helplessly as she stored the talisman away. She retrieved an exquisite little iron box from her pocket, opening it to reveal neatly arranged slender cigarettes. As she reached to take one, she suddenly hesitated, pausing her motion. With a snap, the little iron box closed again. If I don't smoke, then I want tea. A conflicted expression crossed Ouyang Shue's face, as if she were engaged in silent dialogue with someone. She returned the iron box to her pocket and looked towards the direction where Chun Lingmiao and the others had left, murmuring to herself, they were right. Jiangcheng has indeed fallen into decline. Once this matter concludes, it's time to return. Jiang Xiaobai and her companions fled with the unconscious Chun Lingmiao, their path frantic and unfocused. They finally halted at the foot of a mountain. All right, we should be safe now. Jiang Xiaobai pointed to a relatively flat stone. Let us place Lingmiao here. You two should rest as well. Chunxing and Xiaoxing, who had tirelessly supported Chun Lingmiao without pause, were now quite exhausted. Upon hearing this, they felt as though a great weight had been lifted. After laying Chun Lingmiao down, they collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Jiang Xiaobai rested Chun Lingmiao's head on her lap and retrieved a medicinal pill from her storage ring, administering it to her. After a moment, Chun Lingmiao's pallor began to improve, and her breathing became more regular. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaobai let out a sigh of relief, her heart finally at ease. Honestly, you always insist on being so stubborn. Next time, I won't bother with you. Sister, Lingmiao can't hear you right now. Who are you talking to? Xiaoxing interjected, eliciting an annoyed glare from Jiang Xiaobai. What is it to you? Sister, could you perhaps be a little gentler with us? Xiaoxing instinctively shrank back, protesting softly. You're not like this in front of those handsome guys. Prioritizing looks over kinship, are you? Fine, I'll be gentle with you later. Jiang Xiaobai snickered coldly, and sensing trouble, Xiaoxing hurriedly waved his hands. No, that's not necessary. Your gentleness is better reserved for others. Xiaoxing glanced at his brother, who was relishing the spectacle, and sighed inwardly. Xiaobai is certainly preferable. Where did this guy go? He hasn't forgotten about us, has he? Achoo. Jiang Xiaobai rubbed his nose, murmuring softly. Who is thinking of me? Glancing behind, he noticed that the pink figure had not followed. He slowed his pace a bit. How vast is this grove? Why haven't I exited yet? Jiang Xiaobai felt frustrated, sensing that the grove was somehow at odds with him. Most concerning was the two troublesome gorillas behind him. Along with that stone creature, he had seen no other spirit beasts. This expedition into the secret realm was meant for training and leveling up. He desperately needed to find a weak spirit beast to bully, to see if he too could level up like the others by defeating monsters. It was utterly vexing. Either the creatures were too strong to contend with, or he couldn't spot a single one. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, a figure suddenly appeared ahead of him. Chapter 40, Malicious Intent. Jiang Xiaobai's heart raced with excitement as he focused his gaze. Oh, is that him? What is he doing here? He recognized the figure ahead as the lanky monkey who had been following Li Chengxian. However, at this moment, the individual was bent over, rummaging through a patch of hay with his hands. Jiang Xiaobai pondered briefly, his eyes lighting up. Could there be something valuable? He tiptoed closer and crouched beside the individual. What are you looking at? Nothing much. I'm just waiting for Miss Ouyang, the lanky monkey replied. Miss Ouyang? Is she one of their companions? Jiang Xiaobai deduced. It seems so. He continued to inquire. What are you waiting for her for? What else could it be? Of course, I'm here to notify her. The lanky monkey responded, his impatience evident, turning to face Jiang Xiaobai with a frown. Just as he was about to speak, he abruptly stopped short. What are you doing here? Why can't I be here? Jiang Xiaobai retorted. The lanky monkey appeared somewhat flustered, suddenly recalling that his cousin had mentioned Chen Lingmiao had a rather bothersome boyfriend, who seemed to be this very individual before him. Before entering the secret realm, Li Chengxian had warned him to deal with this guy carefully if they crossed paths. However, the lanky monkey found it strange that they hadn't thought of this fellow earlier. With these thoughts racing through his mind, the lanky monkey's eyes darted around before he forced a smile. You must be Jiang Xiaobai. I'm Hioji. A pleasure to meet you, monkey. Jiang Xiaobai glanced at his figure, and surprisingly, the name seemed quite fitting. Not a monkey, it's Hioji, the lanky monkey clarified, enunciating each word carefully. Oh, you hail from the land of the beach, do you? I see, there's no need for further emphasis. I comprehend perfectly. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Jiang Xiaobai remarked thoughtfully. The slender monkey gazed at Jiang Xiaobai in silence. This fellow truly lives up to what my cousin said. He is indeed infuriating. So, It turns out you are He Tongxue, my apologies. The system notification appeared, and Jiang Xiaobai finally realized he had misheard. However, what are you doing crouching there? Is there prey ahead? As he spoke, he pushed aside the underbrush and was taken aback. The ground before him was riddled with deep pits. Is this not the very place I just visited? He silently discerned and confirmed that it was indeed the same location, with the remnants of a recent battle between two guerrillas still evident. Yet, this time he approached from a different angle. He felt somewhat exasperated with himself. Had he really just walked in circles for half a day? I've been waiting here for you. The slender monkey's voice jolted him back to reality, and Jiang Xiaobai looked at him with confusion. Waiting for me? The slender monkey's gaze flickered uncertainly, and he cleared his throat. Well, it seems Miss Chun and her companions have encountered danger. I'm not quite sure what happened, but they seem unable to command their beasts. My cousin and I just happened to pass by and intervened to drive off that spirit beast. Later, Miss Chun said she couldn't find you and requested that we help look for you. Jiang Xiaobai, upon hearing this, stroked his chin and pondered in silence. This slender monkey clearly did not seem to be lying. He, Jiang Xiaobai, had encountered all sorts of people. What kind of trickery did they think would fool him? However, since this slender monkey was aware that Chun Lingmiao and her companions were unable to control their beasts, it seemed he had indeed seen them. Jiang Xiaobai felt uncertain about their condition and began to worry. With this thought, he resolved to play along. So where are they now? The slender monkey's heart leapt with joy upon hearing this. This guy is indeed a fool. Maintaining a calm facade, he replied. They are in a cave not far from here. Follow me. I appreciate your assistance, monkey, Jiang Xiaobai said. It's he. My apologies for my poor memory. No worries. By the way, you're not lost, are you? Along the way, Jiang Xiaobai managed to extract quite a bit of emotional value from the slender monkey, which left him quite satisfied. He found the slender monkey increasingly agreeable. Although the slender monkey was considerably irritated, he endured it for the sake of leading Jiang Xiaobai to Li Chengxian. Upon rounding a hill and spotting a cave up ahead, he let out a sigh of relief. Finally, we've arrived. Once this matter with Li Chengxian is settled, I shall personally teach this fellow a lesson. Yet, he knew he must not act impulsively just yet. They are in that cave ahead. You may enter first. I still need to inform another companion who has also come looking for you. Jiang Xiaobai glanced at the cave entrance, which was flanked by a considerable amount of underbrush, indicating it had recently been cleared. Aside from that, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. Jiang Xiaobai nodded in agreement and proceeded toward the cave. As he reached the entrance, a wave of dampness enveloped him. Should I enter? He hesitated slightly. Logically, both the slender monkey and Li Chengxian clearly harbored ill intentions toward him. Entering an unknown cave under such circumstances was a risk he ought not to take. However, considering Chun Lingmiao's situation, he made his decision. Although their time together was brief, he found those individuals to be quite commendable. Jiang Xiaobai was not a paragon of virtue, yet he could not remain cold-hearted in the face of danger to his companions. A man must act, and sometimes refrain from action. Moreover, he held confidence in his own strength. If things went awry, he could always flee. With this resolve, he strode boldly into the cave. Observing his entrance, the slender monkey let out a cold laugh. You'll regret this. With that, he turned and departed. He had just been meeting with Ouyang Shui to inform her that their plan was nearly complete and that she could return to guard the cave entrance. Upon Ouyang Shui's return, he would need to distract the two young ladies in their party, allowing Li Chengxian the time to execute his plan. Now, with Jiang Xiaobai unexpectedly appearing, he found himself compelled to make another trip. Thus, his resentment toward Jiang Xiaobai grew even more profound. Meanwhile, deep within the cave, the walls glistened with peculiar, luminous stones, illuminating the vast cavern and preventing it from being overly dark. At the innermost part of the cave, two factions were engaged in a tense standoff. One group consisted of Jiang Xiaobai and her companions, while the other was solely Li Chengxian. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai knelt on the ground, supporting the unconscious Chun Lingmiao, her eyes filled with fury and despair. The Chunxing brothers leaned against each other, standing guard at the forefront, their bodies bruised, blood trickling from their lips. What is the point of this? You cannot even unleash your spirit beasts. What do you intend to oppose me with? Li Chengxian mocked from across the way. Beside him stood a pitch-black spirit wolf, its presence imposing. The wolf bore a white crescent moon mark on its forehead, emanating a black mist, radiating an aura of malevolence. Who could have imagined that the esteemed young master of the Li family would resort to such treachery? In response to Qin Chunxing's derision, Li Chengxian remained unfazed, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Blame your esteemed young lady. If she hadn't called off the engagement, none of this would have happened. Qin Xiaoxing spat blood from his mouth, exclaiming, You vile schemer, do you think you are worthy to marry our Lingmiao? Bah! Li Chengxian's expression darkened ominously. You refuse to heed the warning? Go. With that command, The dark moon spirit wolf vanished in an instant, reappearing before the two brothers. With a swift motion of its tail, it struck them with the force of a whip, sending them crashing to the ground, gasping for breath. Their faces flushed and blood spilling from their mouths. As they attempted to rise, they found themselves unable to support their weight and could only glare at Li Chengxian in bitterness before succumbing to unconsciousness. Chunxing, Qiuxing, Jiang Xiaobai shouted anxiously, her anger directed at Li Chengxian. If you dare to harm them further, I will not let you go. Li Chengxian initially paused, then clutched his abdomen with one hand and pointed at Jiang Xiaobai with the other, bursting into derisive laughter. Miss Jiang, are you jesting? I am terrified. Can you not see the current situation? Li Qingshuan's smile gradually faded, his voice growing cold. It is not whether you will let me go, but whether I choose to spare you. As he spoke, he leered at Jiang Xiaobai, his gaze shamelessly roving over her figure. Yet, I am a kind-hearted soul. If you were to appease me, I might consider letting your two foolish brothers go. What do you say? You. Never. Jiang Xiaobai felt a wave of nausea wash over her at his lewd gaze, her anger causing her fingers to tremble. Li Chengxian regarded her with disdain, taunting. What are you pretending to be virtuous for? Everyone knows that you, Miss Jiang, are often found in the company of men. Why is it that you refuse to do something you are so accustomed to? As he spoke, he advanced toward her. Jiang Xiaobai, sensing the encroachment, began to retreat, fear evident on her face. To Li Chengxian, her demeanor seemed to ignite a long-suppressed desire within him. A faint, wicked smile lingered on the corners of his mouth as he approached her with deliberate slowness. When Jiang Xiaobai found herself cornered against the wall, she seemed to resign herself to her fate, turning her face away, her disheveled hair cascading over her cheek, exuding an air of delicate vulnerability. Li Qingshuan's impatience grew. The primal desires and malevolent thoughts within him swelled to an unbearable extent. He stepped forward, intent on subduing the enchanting figure before him against the wall. Yet, as he reached Jiang Xiaobai, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The once closed eyes of Jiang Xiaobai snapped open, revealing a glimmer of resolve. A flash of cold light glimmered in the dim cave, leaving traces of blood in its wake. Ah! Li Chengxian cried out in agony, clutching his cheek as blood seeped between his fingers. In Jiang Xiaowai's hand, a glistening dagger dripped with crimson. She regarded Li Chengxian with icy disdain, and taking advantage of his moment of pain, she lunged forward, aiming to plunge the dagger deep into him with such force that it seemed destined to pierce through. However, just as the dagger was about to strike, it was suddenly wrenched from her grasp. Li Qingshuan's spirit beast, the Dark Moon Wolf, intervened just in time. You vile creature. I will kill you. Li Chengxian, now fully alert, realized that Jiang Xiaowai's attack could have marred his handsome visage. Pain and fury intertwined, shattering the facade of calm he had so carefully maintained. His features twisted in rage as he commanded his wolf, kill her. With that order, the wolf transformed into a wisp of smoke, reappearing in an instant, its massive jaws poised to devour Jiang Xiaobai. Filled with despair, she closed her eyes, lamenting her failure to vanquish this beast. Ling Yao, I'm so sorry. Chunxing, Qiuxing, I'm sorry. Sister is inept. I hope the pain won't be too unbearable. Suddenly, a strange sound pierced the air, leading Jiang Xiaobai to ponder. Is this what death feels like? Surprisingly, there was no pain. She silently embraced the sensation and gradually opened her eyes, eager to witness the afterlife. What greeted her, however, left her momentarily stunned. Gazing at the handsome visage before her, she instinctively inquired, You two have died? What nonsense is this? Jiang Xiaobai, in exasperation, tossed Jiang Xiaobai aside, causing her to land heavily. Is this how you greet someone? Cursing them to death upon first meeting? I rushed here to save you. Despite the pain in her backside, Jiang Xiaobai stared at him in astonishment, surveying her surroundings. She realized they remained within the cave. Understanding dawned upon her. You saved me? Obviously, Jiang Xiaobai remarked, examining her forehead with a puzzled expression. Your temperature is normal. You're not feverish. How can a perfectly fine girl be so daft? It is you who is daft, Jiang Xiaobai retorted, finally regaining her composure. Although she was unsure how Jiang Xiaobai had accomplished this feat, he had indeed rescued her, rekindling a flicker of hope within her heart. Yet, her expression soon darkened again. The situation had not significantly changed. They merely had an additional companion in their plight. With that thought, she spoke to Jiang Xiaobai. If you can leave, you should. You cannot defeat him. Do not concern yourself with us. Jiang Xiaobai, upon hearing this, bristled. His expression hardened as he approached Jiang Xiaobai, delivering a gentle yet firm flick to her forehead. What are you saying? Am I Jiang Xiaobai the sort to betray my comrades and cower in fear? With that, he stepped forward, casting a striking silhouette as he slightly turned his head, a confident smile gracing his lips. I promise to protect you. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the youthful figure before her, her heart stirred. In the dim cave, his slender yet imposing frame emanated a powerful aura of confidence. Despite his seemingly frivolous nature, he radiated a strength that was difficult to dismiss. Yet, how could he, a novice beastmaster, likely not even at level 5, contend with Li Chengxian, who possessed formidable mental prowess and a higher rank of beast mastery? It was likely Li Chengxian was now above level 20. His wolf larger than Chun Lingyao's silver wolf. She could not fathom where Jiang Xiaobai's confidence stemmed from. At this moment, Li Chengxian shared the same thoughts. He scoffed. You? Really? He had not rushed to attack, instead tending to the wounds on his face, fearful that neglecting them might ruin his appearance. Though surprised by Jiang Xiaobai's sudden appearance, he did not regard him as a threat. To him, it was utterly absurd for a prodigy from a prominent family to contend with a useless individual. Were it not for Chen Lingyao, he would not even know of Jiang Xiaobai's existence. Which dog is barking? Jiang Xiaobai looked around, playfully asking Jiang Xiaobai, did you hear that? From Li Qingxuan's negative emotion value, 100. From the Dark Fang's negative emotion value, 100. Well, how generous of the enemy to provide supplies before the battle, Jiang Xiaobai thought. Secretly reveling in the situation, Li Chengxian seethed with anger. Jiang Xiaobai's words were a veiled insult directed at him, and his spirit beast was also implicated. Clearly, it is a wolf, Jiang Xiaobai thought, bemused by his irreverence. Oh, if we are to use the process of elimination, he said, pointing his finger back and forth between Li Chengxian and the wolf, finally settling on Li Chengxian. So, it was you making the noise? From Li Qingxuan's negative emotion value, 200, another 200 emotion points were awarded, and Jiang Xiaobai suddenly found Li Qingxuan's hypocritical demeanor rather endearing. I suppose I shall render him half dead shortly. You seek death. Li Chengxian could no longer contain himself. Meanwhile, the snarling wolf yearned to shred this detestable human. Transforming into a shadow, it vanished in an instant. Be careful, Jiang Xiaobai warned anxiously. As her words fell, a massive maw appeared behind Jiang Xiaobai, its sharp teeth poised to strike. Jiang Xiaobai covered her eyes, unable to bear witness. With a snap, the wolf's fangs closed on nothing. Jiang Xiaobai had somehow managed to evade the attack, having moved 2 meters away. Humph, quick reflexes. But how long can you continue to escape? Li Chengxian scoffed, directing the wolf to attack once more. Frustratingly for him, each time it came close, Jiang Xiaobai slipped away like an eel. Jiang Xiaobai's initial concern transformed into awe. After several encounters, Jiang Xiaobai remained unharmed, skillfully evading the assaults. She marveled at his agility, wondering how he could possess such speed. It surpassed the limits of ordinary human training. Perhaps a beastmaster could achieve such feats, but that required years of practice. For Jiang Xiaobai to reach this level, he must have trained since birth. She was utterly perplexed by how he accomplished it. With this realization, a glimmer of hope ignited within her. When hope emerges, expectations often follow suit. However, the subsequent developments once again filled her with concern. Perhaps it was the long-standing inability to subdue Jiang Xiaobai that left Li Chengxian and Yuya feeling humiliated. Li Chengxian chose not to launch another attack. Instead, he summoned Yuya back to his side. With Yuya in front and Li Chengxian behind, he began to form a series of intricate gestures with his fingers. An invisible wave of energy emanated from within him, merging with Yuya's form. As this mental force integrated, Yuya's body began to swell, and the fur on its body hardened. Within moments, a towering 2-meter-tall giant wolf, sinewy and muscular, took shape. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at this scene with uncertainty. The stance, the aura, coupled with Li Qingxuan's demeanor, it was unmistakably reminiscent of a familiar scenario. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, "What the hell? Could it be?" Li Qingxuan's eyes, filled with bloodshot rage, glared at Jiang Xiaobai, responding with a sinister grin. Indeed, it is. Tooth for tooth? Jiang Xiaobai picked up on the cue. Li Chengxian momentarily faltered, his momentum stalling. What do you mean by that? Ha ha, you're so sudden, came the mocking laughter of Jiang Xiaobai. Li Chengxian pondered briefly, then suddenly grasped the meaning, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. His once handsome face swelled grotesquely, resembling a monkey's backside, and he glared furiously at Jiang Xiaobai, roaring, "I will make you pay." This fellow still dared to call him a dog. Fueled by rage, both man and wolf charged forward, unleashing a well-prepared ultimate move. Yuya transformed instantaneously into a bloodthirsty demon wolf, exuding a formidable aura as it advanced slowly towards Jiang Xiaobai. An invisible pressure locked onto him, compressing the surrounding space and rendering him nearly immobile. Jiang Xiaobai struggled to move, realizing with alarm how arduous it was. Glancing around, he noticed a layer of inky black mist particles enveloping him, making it exceedingly difficult to perceive in the dim environment. The source was the demon wolf before him. Moments ago, while forming its gestures, Li Chengxian had prepared this deadly move. The true killing strike was these black mist particles, capable of silently ensnaring and confining a person. Indeed, this was the case. Li Qingshuan's ultimate technique sacrificed the demon wolf's elusive stealth and speed to amplify its strength, thereby applying the binding force that made escape nearly impossible. It was undoubtedly an exceptional skill for one-on-one combat. As the demon wolf drew nearer, Jiang Xiaobai's struggles intensified. Not far behind, Jiang Xiaobai was in a frenzy, yet her weakened body made it difficult for her to stand. She could only hurl stones in a futile attempt to obstruct the giant wolf. Observing Jiang Xiaobai's continued struggles, Li Chengxian felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Haha, keep running. Don't worry. I will have Yuya slowly chew your bones until you meet your end. Moreover, I will spare your life just so you can witness how I claim everything from Chunling Yao. Humph, you worthless fool. Dare to vie for a woman with me? Yet, Jiang Xiaobai remained unfazed by his taunts, eliciting a sense of frustration akin to striking cotton. Li Chengxian lost interest in continuing further. Yuya, take him down. Upon this command, Yuya quickened its pace. However, at that moment, Jiang Xiaobai, who had been struggling, suddenly lifted his head with a strange grin, showing no signs of tension. Seeing this, Li Chengxian thought, could it be that this fellow is too scared to respond? Just as he pondered, Jiang Xiaobai produced a clump of green substance that appeared sticky and utterly repulsive. With all his might, he hurled the green mass at the advancing giant wolf while exuberantly shouting, "Eat this." Chapter 43, Up and Down, Left and Right. Wolves eat meat, dogs eat excrement. This is an unchanging truth. Yet, throughout the long process of biological evolution, exceptions do exist. Perhaps this giant wolf before him had a taste for something different. Jiang Xiaobai believed this wholeheartedly. Thus, he produced a lump of green filth. Was there anything wrong with that? Clearly, there was none. In fact, he felt somewhat magnanimous. Despite the giant wolf's clear intent to end his life, he thought to offer it a delightful treat in the form of a custom burger. Such benevolence is rare in these times. Of course, while empathy is often mutual between people, it is not necessarily the case between humans and beasts. Hence, he did not expect gratitude from the giant wolf. When the green mass struck the giant wolf's face, the effect of the displacement kicked in, allowing him to break free from the confinement of the black mist particles. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged straight at the stunned Li Chengxian, executing a swift kick. He performed a whirlwind attack. As Li Chengxian shamelessly collided with Jiang Xiaobai's shoe, this battle, which had only just begun, was destined to conclude swiftly. With a resounding thud, Li Qingshuan's body flew like a cannonball, crashing into the cave wall. Blood gushed from his mouth, and as his body weakened, he began to slump to the ground. However, accompanied by a strange cry, a large shoe print appeared on his forehead. I strike. Jiang Xiaobai, adhering to the principle of seizing the moment of weakness, offered no chance for reprieve. Showboating is only acceptable when one confirms their opponent's inability to resist. As the saying goes, villains perish from excessive chatter. And he was acutely aware of this truth. After delivering a near-fatal kick to Li Chengxian, he followed up with a high knee strike, then a direct punch, culminating in a flurry of combination blows. The final blow, Lushan Rising Dragon Wave, marked a stylish conclusion to his performance. Turning to Li Chengxian, whose once handsome visage was now swollen like a pig's head, he had completely lost consciousness. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. The giant wolf was still furiously tearing at the mess on its face, while Jiang Xiaowai's expression of worry had yet to fade. Everything came to an abrupt end. When the giant wolf finally removed the green filth from its face, it beheld its master's tragic state. It immediately lunged forward, intent on tearing Jiang Xiaobai to shreds. However, Jiang Xiaobai merely placed a gentle hand on Li Qingshuan's neck and warned, "Do not move. If you do, I will choke him." A woo. The wolf's howl was futile. It needed to understand that, in this moment, eliminating Li Chengxian was as effortless as crushing an ant. After uttering these words, Jiang Xiaobai felt an odd sense of dissonance. His proclamation sounded strikingly similar to that of a villain. This was inappropriate. Clearing his throat, he attempted to temper the grin at the corner of his mouth. "Well, Yuya, you should hurry back. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that my hand will remain steady. I am rather timid, and you look somewhat intimidating. If I were to panic and accidentally crush your master, you mustn't hold it against me." The giant wolf stood its ground, intently staring at Jiang Xiaobai, seemingly deep in thought. The bond between a master beast tamer and their spirit beast is uniquely profound. Should the spirit beast perish, the beast tamer would suffer greatly. However, after a period of recuperation, the beast tamer could summon their spirit beast once more. Although its power would be significantly diminished, the spirit beast would not be lost forever. Conversely, if the beast tamer met an unfortunate end, even if the spirit beast bore no injuries, it would vanish from this world. This distinguishes it from contracted spirit beasts. Thus, it can be said that even when a cherished companion may betray, a spirit beast will remain loyal. In this moment, Jiang Xiaobai held Li Chengshuan's life as leverage, and despite the giant wolf's fury, it found itself powerless to intervene. This also constitutes a significant and fatal flaw for beast masters. However, proficient and experienced beast masters typically take measures to protect themselves or conceal their presence. Clearly, Li Chengxian has not managed to do so. It is hardly surprising, as he never anticipated defeat at the hands of the seemingly inconspicuous Jiang Xiaobai. The giant wolf cast a quiet glance at the fallen Li Chengxian before its form gradually diminished, ultimately returning to its original size. Its tail drooped, and its demeanor appeared disheartened. The after-effects of unleashing its ultimate move had set in. It cast one last reluctant look at its porcine master, letting out a mournful cry before vanishing into thin air. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai let out a cold snort, acknowledging the wolf's wisdom. He glanced at the unconscious Li Chengxian beneath him, surmising that it would be some time before he regained consciousness. With a sense of reassurance, he approached the astonished Jiang Xiaobai, who was speechless in disbelief. He waved a hand in front of her eyes. "Hey, are your eyes glazed over? While I must admit I am quite handsome from all angles, there's no need to stare at me so intently. I find such behavior rather disdainful." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai finally snapped back to reality, still somewhat at a loss for words, and asked vacantly that, "What was that soft, clay-like thing? Is that your spirit beast?" This girl was rather dim-witted, prompting Jiang Xiaobai to indulge in teasing her. Nodding with a proud smile, he replied, "Indeed, that is my slime. Impressive, isn't it?" At this, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes widened in realization. Slimes are not an uncommon type of spirit beast, and are considered one of the weakest. It made sense that Jiang Xiaobai had awakened such a creature. However, the unique coloration of his slime was indeed rare, and its abilities seemed rather peculiar. Although its innate talent was somewhat lacking, its skills were commendable. Reflecting on this, she nodded sincerely. "It is indeed impressive. All right, I almost forgot the main issue. Let's not digress." Jiang Xiaobai waved a hand dismissively and inquired, "Do you have any rope?" "Rope?" Jiang Xiaobai looked at him quizzically. "What do you need rope for?" Jiang Xiaobai wore an expression of exasperation. "What a silly question. Of course, it's to bind someone. Do you think I'm playing jump rope? Oh, I'm not interested. That sort of mindless activity is quite dull." Jiang Xiaobai tossed the rope back to Jiang Xiaobai, feeling somewhat disheartened. The joy of victory had diminished significantly. Spending over an hour idly playing jump rope with Jiang Xiaobai, he had not won a single round. "You stingy person, you can't handle losing." Jiang Xiaobai shot him a glance, reveling in her victory as she tucked a few hundred yuan bills into her pocket. "Ah, the thrill of winning is delightful." Jiang Xiaobai felt exceptionally pleased. Although a few hundred yuan was hardly significant for her, witnessing Jiang Xiaobai's defeat brought her immense joy. Earlier, Jiang Xiaobai had requested rope from her to bind Li Chengxian securely. He then moved Chen Lingmiao and the twin brothers Chunxing and Qiuxing nearby to tend to their injuries. After completing these tasks, the two of them waited idly for the others to regain consciousness while engaging in jump rope games. Naturally, Jiang Xiaobai ended up losing several hundred yuan. Humph. Jiang Xiaobai found her gleeful demeanor quite irksome and decided to vent his frustration on others. Chapter 44, Awakening. A mouthful of salty soda was enough to rouse Li Chengxian from his stupor. He seemed still bewildered, gazing around in confusion. It was only when he felt the excruciating pain throughout his body that he realized his predicament, writhing on the ground like a caterpillar. Upon noticing his awakening, Jiang Xiaobai approached and gave him a gentle kick. "Now, tell me, what was your plan?" From Li Chengshuan's negative emotion value, 250. "Fine. You're rather stubborn." Jiang Xiaobai kicked him again. "Ouch." From Li Chengshuan's negative emotion value, 299. "Oh dear, you have some spirit." Jiang Xiaobai was not deterred and kicked him once more. "Ow." From Li Chengshuan's negative emotion value, 388. Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback by this wealthy young man's resilience. Just as he prepared to kick again, Jiang Xiaobai, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "It seems you haven't removed the sock from his mouth." Jiang Xiaobai paused, looking down to realize it was indeed still there. He assisted Li Chengxian to sit up against the wall. With a sheepish grin, he remarked, "Look at this mess. My apologies." He then removed the foul sock from Li Chengshuan's mouth. The latter immediately began to gag violently, his face turning crimson as veins bulged in his neck. After a moment, Li Chengxian gradually regained composure, leaning weakly against a large stalactite in the cave. "How did you?" It was evident that he still could not comprehend what had just transpired, only vaguely recalling a large foot flying toward him before he lost consciousness. "I'm the one asking you," Jiang Xiaobai retorted coldly. "Can you not see the current situation?" Jiang Xiaobai cast him a curious glance, hesitating to speak. This line of questioning sounded familiar. "Ha ha ha, you think you can intimidate me, you mud-legged peasant?" I would rather die than yield, Li Chengxian, regaining some strength, shouted defiantly. His head held high. Well, you have spirit, and I respect that. To show my respect, I won't press you further, Jiang Xiaobai responded nonchalantly. It's not particularly important anyway. Upon hearing this, Li Chengxian momentarily froze in confusion. Just as he pondered, he saw Jiang Xiaobai pick up the discarded foul sock and shake it, revealing clumps of mud still clinging to it. At this sight, Li Chengxian seemed to realize something. His eyes filled with terror. Our Li family received word that there is a wondrous liquid within this cave of the secret realm. This liquid can facilitate the fusion and evolution of two spirit beasts with matching attributes. My spirit beast and Chun Lingmiao's complement each other and share a special bond. I thought to leverage the miraculous effects of this liquid to enhance my own spirit beast. Under the duress of the stinky sock, Li Chengxian reluctantly divulged everything. You're lying. I know your spirit beasts complement each other, but their attributes are not the same, Jiang Xiaobai asserted, bringing the foul sock closer to him. Li Chengxian quickly shook his head in protest. I am not lying. Our spirit beasts both possess dual attributes and share a common attribute, dark. Dark attribute, Jiang Xiaobai mused. Glancing at Jiang Xiaobai, who nodded and explained, P.S. telling the truth, Lingmiao's spirit beast, Yaoyue, has both wind and dark attributes. Upon receiving this confirmation, Jiang Xiaobai gestured for Li Chengxian to continue. The liquid is located deep within the cave. Though called a liquid, it is actually a pool of spring water. All that is required is to immerse both spirit beasts in it and set up a spirit gathering array. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai furrowed his brow. Is it really that simple? I feel like you're trying to deceive me. Li Chengxian shook his head vigorously. No, I wouldn't dare. Jiang Xiaobai remained skeptical, and it was no wonder he felt this way. The rumors surrounding him had been circulating for quite some time, primarily originating from Li Chengxian. However, this was understandable. He had good reason to be resentful after being beaten to such a state. If successful, which of the two spirit beasts would benefit? Jiang Xiaobai posed the crucial question. What about the other one? Li Chengxian hesitated briefly before whispering. Naturally, the stronger one would gain the advantage, while the other would lose most of its potential and downgrade. Its talent level changing from A to B. You. How truly malicious. Jiang Xiaobai cast a chilling glare at him, feeling a shiver run down her spine. If Li Chengshuan's plan succeeds, Chun Lingmiao's future will be utterly destroyed. Moreover, considering this fellow's previous demeanor, he might have ulterior motives. It is difficult to imagine what Chun Lingmiao will become under such dual blows. Turning back to glance at the serene, unconscious Chun Lingmiao, Jiang Xiaobai felt a twinge of sentiment. Lingmiao, you truly owe a significant favor this time. Lost in thought, she self-deprecatingly smiled, realizing she too was in a similar predicament. Stealing a glance at Jiang Xiaobai, she mused that she should have known better than to win against him so often. At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai was unaware of Jiang Xiaowai's chaotic thoughts. He was frowning in contemplation, pondering the matter of the liquid. He wondered whether that liquid would be of any use to him. With this thought, he pressed Li Chengxian for the location of the liquid, subsequently knocking him out again. As for how Li Chengxian would be dealt with, that would be left to Chun Lingmiao upon her awakening. Jiang Xiaobai was no fool. Such matters should certainly involve the Li family. Given his current strength, meddling in affairs of great families would only invite danger. He recalled the previous assassination attempt vividly. Despite his threats, Li Chengxian had insisted he knew nothing of the matter, and he did not appear to be lying. This left Jiang Xiaobai feeling a hint of unease. If it were not the Li family, who else had their sights set on him? Additionally, he found himself perplexed by his inexplicable luck, which fluctuated between favorable and unfavorable, leaving him utterly baffled. Suddenly, a frail voice broke the silence. Chun Lingmiao had awakened. Jiang Xiaowai hurried over to support her, asking with concern, Lingmiao, how do you feel? Are you any better? Chun Lingmiao first looked around in confusion before silently nodding. Much better. Where are we? Jiang Xiaowai began to explain the events that had transpired. Recognizing the moment was personal, Jiang Xiaobai tactfully stepped away, allowing the two friends their heartfelt reunion. He began to explore the cave, realizing he had been so preoccupied with saving someone that he had not taken time to investigate the surroundings. The cave appeared to be divided into two by rows of stout stalactites, and they were located in the outer section. Li Chengxian had only mentioned that the liquid was in the inner cave, but had not had the chance to investigate it himself. As Jiang Xiaobai passed through the narrow passageway, he entered the inner chamber. Upon stepping inside, his gaze was immediately drawn to an object at the center of the cave. Chapter 45. The mysterious white jade statue. What is that? Jiang Xiaobai rubbed his eyes, convinced he was not hallucinating. Was that a depiction of a beauty emerging from a bath? He approached for a closer look, merely seeking to discern its nature, devoid of any other intentions. As he drew nearer, he could see more clearly. Alas, it was indeed just an illusion. He felt a pang of regret. It seemed to be a statue, its features indistinct. The statue stood in the waters at the cave's center, which appeared to be a hot spring, with wisps of steam rising. This created a captivating scene. How curious, why would there be a statue here? Jiang Xiaobai found it incomprehensible. He directed his gaze towards the statue's mouth, but found no water outlet. He recalled that many fountains featured child statues from which water flowed, and he had initially thought the hot spring might follow a similar design. Crouching beside the spring, he observed closely. He discovered that the spring emanated a peculiar aroma, and he could distinctly sense a flow of spiritual energy. It seemed that the water in this spring was indeed the liquid Li Chengxian had mentioned, and there was an abundance of it. Jiang Xiaobai had not anticipated such a quantity. Leaving it here would be a waste. Considering this, he pondered and accessed the system, hoping to find a container to hold some of this liquid, regardless of its utility. At the very least, it could be sold. After searching fruitlessly for some time, he grew frustrated. What should he do? Suddenly, his eyes lit up upon spotting a cup in the shopping section. Although it seemed somewhat inappropriate, he decided to give it a try. Perhaps the system was teasing him. How could such an item be found in a shopping store? With that thought, he promptly spent 50 emotional points to procure the item. Beaker, priced at 50. Note, a boon for countless single souls, flammable and explosive. Jiang Xiaobai held the red, bucket-like object and fell into deep contemplation. He could hardly contain his exasperation. He had thought the system was playing a joke on him, but it turned out to be true. Moreover, when he shook it, the surface began to shimmer red, indicating a highly unstable state. Couldn't he at least provide him with something functional? What did this mean? A merciless vendor, exploiting his curiosity to dupe him out of 50 emotional points. And it looked so hideous, resembling a grenade. Jiang Xiaobai found himself in a dilemma, unable to decide whether to toss it aside or keep it. Finally, with a sigh of resignation, he opened the lid and poured some liquid into it. After all, it was still a cup, and with a lid, it could hold some of the liquid. With that, Jiang Xiaobai paused, feeling an odd sensation, as if he had gotten his money's worth. No, I am a respectable person. He shook his head, dismissing the strange thoughts. Once filled, he placed the cup in his inventory. Despite its quirks, the system was quite functional. He had currently unlocked 10 slots, which could serve as a storage ring. Subsequently, he exchanged for 5 more cups, filling each with the liquid before he decided to stop. He then jumped into the hot spring. The moment he stepped in, a warm sensation enveloped his entire body, causing him to shiver in delight. Whether useful or not, this place was indeed quite pleasant for a soak. As Jiang Xiaobai waded through the spring water towards the statue, the surrounding mist caressed his body, as if seeping through his pores. The hot spring was not particularly deep, with the deepest part only reaching his waist. When he finally reached the statue, he was taken aback by its towering height. It stood at least 3 to 4 meters tall, crafted entirely from white jade, with a square base at its foot. He climbed onto the base, wringing out the water from his pant legs. Looking up, he was momentarily stunned, pondering why the statue lacked a face. Was it unfinished? The features indicated it was a female figure, garbed in a sheer, shimmering gown, a sight he had only seen in television dramas. If nobody had intentionally altered it later, it could be deduced that this statue dated back to ancient times. This was not particularly surprising. Many secret realms and ruins often housed relics from antiquity, a fact taught in school. With this in mind, he mimicked the gestures of ancient people from the dramas, cupping his fists in front of the statue and bowing respectfully. Dear fairy sister, I stumbled upon this place unintentionally. If I have caused any offense, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. I shall make good use of what you have left behind. Thank you. With that, he bowed deeply. While his actions may have appeared somewhat foolish, Jiang Xiaobai adhered to his principles. This territory once belonged to others, and one must approach with reverence and gratitude when seeking treasures here. At the very moment he bowed and rose, a sudden clanging sound erupted from behind the statue, startling Jiang Xiaobai, who swiftly darted back to the edge of the hot spring, vigilantly gazing at the center. Could it possibly be alive? A shiver ran down Jiang Xiaobai's spine at the thought. If it were true, it must be an ancient creature of considerable age. He observed for a moment, noting no further anomalies, and his courage began to swell. Circumnavigating the statue, he approached its rear, peering closely. Through the layers of swirling mist, he discerned a peculiar opening at the back of the statue. This discovery ignited a spark of excitement in his eyes. It was a mechanism. Without hesitation, he leapt onto the statue's pedestal. Up close, he confirmed that the exquisite white jade statue had indeed opened a square aperture, within which lay a finely crafted, antique box. Jiang Xiaobai sprang into action, retrieving the box. No sooner had he grasped it than the opening at the back of the statue sealed shut. Subsequently, mechanical grinding echoed from the base of the statue, which began to sink gradually. Oh no, could it be collapsing? No time to waste, Jiang Xiaobai thought. Swiftly stowing the box and leaping away, he dashed outward, having witnessed similar situations countless times on the screen, where greedy adventurers took treasures from caves only to trigger mechanisms that caused the entire cavern to collapse. He had no desire to be another foolish casualty. Thus, he fled with great haste. At the very moment he exited the cave, the statue, now slowly descending, seemed to manifest a face in its blank visage, silently observing him through the mist as he departed. Its eyes, akin to autumn waters, held a gaze that transcended time. In that instant, in another cave, Chun Lingmiao listened intently as Jiang Xiaobai recounted the events. Suddenly, she appeared momentarily dazed. Noticing this, Jiang Xiaobai inquired, "What's wrong?" Chun Lingmiao regained her composure and shook her head. "It's nothing, just a fleeting illusion. I thought I heard a strange sound." Chapter 46, A Twist of Fate. A strange sound? Jiang Xiaobai perked up, straining to listen. As she did, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I think I heard it too. It sounds like someone is shouting. Run. The cave is collapsing." Just as Jiang Xiaobai was about to affirm that was indeed the sound she heard, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly burst in, shouting as he ran, "Run. The cave is collapsing." Jiang Xiaobai's lips twitched slightly. It was he who had been yelling. "Why are you screaming? What do you mean, collapsing?" She retorted with a hint of annoyance. How could a perfectly good cave collapse? Jiang Xiaobai rushed to the two women, taking them by the arms without further ado. He then hurried to the still unconscious Chunxing and Qiuxing, hoisting them under his arms. Seeing the two young ladies still dawdling, he urged them anxiously. "There's no time for explanations. We need to move." The two women exchanged puzzled glances, but ultimately complied, following Jiang Xiaobai toward the cave's exit. Sighing in relief, Jiang Xiaobai trailed behind them, ready to support them if necessary. As they reached the entrance, a violent rumble erupted behind them, and the entire cave shook violently. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they no longer dared to hesitate and sprinted toward the exit. Upon emerging, they beheld the dirt and stones cascading from above. Jiang Xiaobai and Chun Lingmiao's faces paled as they murmured, "It really has collapsed. I told you so, yet you didn't believe me. We were lucky to escape." Jiang Xiaobai was quite displeased with the women's indecisiveness. "Is it my fault?" Jiang Xiaobai pouted in response. But then, she suddenly recalled something and turned to Jiang Xiaobai, puzzled. "How did you know the cave was going to collapse?" Jiang Xiaobai hesitated momentarily. "Ahem, let us not dwell on the details." At this, they all understood. The cave's collapse was undoubtedly linked to him. He spoke with such conviction that they nearly felt guilty. "We shouldn't linger here. Let us leave at once." "Agreed." Chun Lingmiao, having recovered well, nodded and departed alongside Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai cast one last glance at the cave's precarious collapse, muttering, "Did I forget something? Never mind, it doesn't matter." With that, he took one brother under each arm and followed suit, determined not to stray from the group again, lest he find himself lost once more. He had no desire to engage in a game of hide-and-seek with those two gorillas again. Meanwhile, hidden within a thicket in the dense forest, the thin monkey observed quietly. In the clearing before him, three spirit beasts were locked in a fierce battle. One was a fiery fox, while the other two were robust gorillas. Positioned at the edge, Ouyang Shui was intently directing the fight. The thin monkey watched the flames fly, his heart pounding with anxiety. What should I do? Should I lend a hand? But if I intervene, it might be futile. What terrible luck to encounter such a situation. Perhaps I should just retreat. After all, the young master can handle those two on his own. But if she doesn't guard the cave entrance, how can I lure those two sisters away? The thin monkey's expression fluctuated between ease and distress. After luring Jiang Xiaobai to the cave, he had rushed to find Ouyang Shui, instructing her to guard the entrance while he sought out the two sisters. But upon arriving, he found Ouyang Shui already engaged in battle with the two gorillas. He couldn't help but think how reckless it was to challenge such beasts. Unbeknownst to him, Ouyang Shui had not intended to fight. She had been on her way back to the cave when she unexpectedly encountered the pink gorilla. With no other choice, she had to engage. And just as she dealt with that one, another appeared. Frustrated, she pondered who had led these creatures to her. The two gorillas were extraordinarily fierce. Had they not been at odds with each other, Ouyang Shui would have found herself at a distinct disadvantage. The chaotic melee continued for hours. The thin monkey found himself in a bind, unable to advance or retreat. Soon, the young master would finish up, and he couldn't afford to linger. Otherwise, those two sisters would return, and that would spell trouble. After much internal conflict, he finally made his decision. He abandoned Ouyang Shui and fled. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the cave, the two girls from the Li family stood in bewilderment, surveying their surroundings. "Qianqian, did we come to the wrong place?" "No way. I never get lost." "Then what is going on? Where's the cave we just saw?" Wang Qianqian scrutinized the area and pointed to what appeared to be the cave entrance. "Do you think it could have collapsed?" "Collapsed?" Zhou Ting exclaimed in disbelief. examining the area closely and realizing it indeed resembled a cave-in. Wang Qianqian, confirmed by her friend, tilted her head thoughtfully before exclaiming, I know. Cheng Xian must have taken the most valuable treasure from the cave, causing it to collapse. That's quite possible, but isn't it dangerous? Zhou Ting remarked. Wang Qianqian patted her chest confidently. Don't worry, Cheng Xian is incredibly capable. He would have taken the treasure and left safely. Yes, that seems likely. Zhou Ting nodded in agreement as she thought of that man. After all, he was a genius from a prominent family. However, what are we to do? Upon hearing this, Wang Qianqian was momentarily stunned and then appeared somewhat lost. Indeed, what shall we do? Zhou Ting sighed silently. Qianqian, I am not criticizing you. Your circumstances are not lacking. Why insist on hanging your hopes on this crooked tree? Li Chengxian has likely gone after Chun Lingniao again. Look, if he truly cared about you, he wouldn't abandon you without a word, not even leaving someone to inform you. Hearing this, Wang Qianqian lowered her head, feeling somewhat wronged. She mumbled softly, I know, but he just likes her. Zhou Ting, witnessing this, could only helplessly facepalm. Great, a love-struck person is beyond saving. Let South leave this place. I will help you look for alternatives. Is that acceptable, Miss Wang? You are the best, she replied. No, save that for your brother Qingxian. No, I want to call him husband. Oh dear, you little vixen, you truly lack shame. 2 days later, at the Li residence. Black and white became the prevailing colors of the day at the Li family. Zhou Ting supported Wang Qianqian as they exited the Li family estate. Once in the car, she glanced at her dazed friend, hesitating to speak, and sighed internally. It seemed that her friend's aspiration to call someone husband was destined to remain unfulfilled. Chapter 47, Jiang Xiaobai's aspiration. No one could have foreseen that the esteemed heir of the Li family, a prodigy recognized among his peers, a young man with limitless potential, would meet his demise in the secret realm due to greed. It was indeed a cause for deep lamentation. The exact events leading to this tragedy remain shrouded in mystery. However, it is common knowledge that the Li family may soon find itself in a state of disarray. Whispers began circulating in the upper echelons of Jiang City. Have you heard? The young master of the Li family, Li Chengxian, died in the secret realm just a few days ago. No way. Is he the one who was about to get engaged to Chen Lingniao? Yes, that's him. This is so sudden. Wasn't he there an assessment in a month? Given his strength and talent, entering the prestigious academy in Shangjing should have been a cinch. What a pity. Indeed, who would have thought? The Li family has truly suffered. First the head of the family passed away, and now the young master follows suit. Moreover, I've heard some strange rumors recently. Oh, please elaborate. This gossip, is said to be related to Zhao Haiyue. Zhao Haiyue? You mean Li Qingshuan's mother? Exactly. It is said that she is cursed with a solitary fate, having brought about the deaths of her husband and son. That sounds outrageous, but it certainly invites speculation. She must have a hard life. As a widow, she will be pitiful. I truly wish I could assist her. Wow, my friend, you are quite the scoundrel, not even sparing a widow. So what? Don't you think so? Hee, of course, a kindred spirit indeed. Jiang Xiaobai listened to the lewd laughter of these two individuals, lamenting the decline of societal morals. The current trend of unscrupulous behavior among the elite circles was quite disheartening. He looked down upon such conduct and distanced himself from the wall. Regarding Li Qingshuan's fate, it was not a deliberate act on his part. He truly had not thought of this person in his moment of desperation. However, he bore no psychological burden. After all, the other party had intended to kill him. Thus, they should be prepared to face the consequences of their actions. In truth, this outcome was rather fortuitous. First, the trouble could not find him. Second, the Qin family would not engage in war with the Li family over this matter. Even if the Li family harbored suspicions, they could only swallow their grievances, as they were already weaker than the Qin family, and now their future pillar of support had perished. This situation could very well lead to the downfall of the Li family, leaving them vulnerable to being devoured by other rival families. Therefore, Zhao Haiyue was indeed an extraordinary woman. Contemplating this, Jiang Xiaobai felt a heightened sense of urgency. While Zhao Haiyue might refrain from confronting the Qin family, he suspected she would harbor no such reservations towards him. After all, that frail monkey was still alive. Once he returned to settle accounts, discrepancies would undoubtedly arise. Ultimately, one must strive to become stronger. Jiang Xiaobai sighed internally, and upon arriving at Jiang City Grand Hotel, he entered to find Zhang Shun looking at him with suspicion. Jiang Xiaobai, what brings you here again? After emerging from the secret realm, Chen Lingniao had clarified the truth behind the engagement debacle, revealing to everyone that Jiang Xiaobai had no relationship with her. This fulfilled the promise made previously. Upon observing Zhang Shun's demeanor, Jiang Xiaobai felt a tinge of sadness. He had thought this brother was on good terms with him, but it seemed he too judged others by their appearances. With a resigned smile, he approached. However, Zhang Shun dashed to the lawn, arms crossed, adopting a stance of defiance. I tell you, Jiang Xiaobai, you will not ruin my lawn again. Last time, I had to clean up after you for several days. Look at what a sunburn I have. Jiang Xiaobai paused, then burst into a radiant smile. Aunt Zhang was still the same Aunt Zhang. How delightful. With that, he patted his shoulder and strode towards the hotel. Zhang Xin scratched his head, bewildered, and shouted at his retreating figure. What is up with him? Did he get some sort of shock? Why don't you come back and jump on the lawn again? Kid, I've heard everything Ling Yao told me. In an ancient-style room, Chun Huatian pushed a cup of freshly brewed tea towards Jiang Xiaobai. Give it a try. This is ancient spirit tea, invigorating for the mind. Jiang Xiaobai took a sip and felt instantly revitalized. This tea was likely more than just a stimulant. It probably enhanced mental acuity. The reason I called you here is mainly to express my gratitude. Chun Huatian did not wait for Jiang Xiaobai to inquire, directly stating his purpose. You are too kind, Chun Patriarch. I only acted in self-defense, Jiang Xiaobai replied humbly. Chun Huatian gazed deeply at him, took a sip of tea, and chuckled softly. Young man, it seems you are quite concerned about what I said that day. Jiang Xiaobai understood that Chun was referring to their conversation in the car, and the distance in his tone was palpable. Nevertheless, he feigned ignorance. What day? Enough with the charade. I've encountered more people than you've had meals. Chun Huatian candidly called him out. However, from my perspective, I believe you would act similarly. I, for one, will not apologize for that. This world is inherently pragmatic. You either possess sufficient strength or talent, or you come from a powerful background. Otherwise, no one will regard you highly. Jiang Xiaobai fell silent. He recognized that Chun Huatian's words were rooted in reality. However, being underestimated still stung a bit. Naturally, he refrained from spouting cliché phrases about youth and fortune. He firmly believed that leading a good life and realizing his aspirations were paramount. What were Jiang Xiaobai's ambitions? Initially, they were simple. He merely wished to escape a life of poverty. After some time and effort, he had managed to accumulate a modest fortune. His desire for riches had diminished. Yet, as is human nature, one must always look forward. With the system in place, he felt he might have the chance to become a formidable force. Therefore, if someone attempted to sway him with money, he would unhesitatingly refuse. Moreover, he would assertively declare, wealth is but refused to me. As a token of my gratitude, I shall present you with two choices. Chun Huatian raised two fingers and then slid a bank card across the table towards Jiang Xiaobai. First, this is a gift of 100,000. The second is, thank you, Uncle Chun. I shall not be polite then. Before Chun Huatian could finish his words, Jiang Xiaobai gleefully tucked the bank card away. He retracted his previous thoughts. After all, one must always look towards wealth and profit. From Chun Huatian's negative emotional value, 30. Jiang Xiaobai's demeanor caused the words he had prepared to be swallowed back, leaving him somewhat stifled. After a moment, he shook his head and smiled. Well, this certainly simplifies matters. He had initially anticipated a lengthy discourse, yet this lad was surprisingly agreeable. Given this turn of events, his daughter would likely have no further interactions with this young man. With this thought in mind, he found Jiang Xiaobai considerably more likable. Chapter 48. Thank you. No need for thanks. At this moment, however, Jiang Xiaobai was elated. Finally, at last. This was a scene he had long dreamed of. Someone coldly tossing him a bank card and saying, "Here, this amount is for you. Stay away from my daughter." He had fantasized about such a day while watching mindless dramas. Little did he expect it to come to fruition so swiftly, and his situation was far better than he had imagined, as Chun Huatian had spoken to him in a remarkably amicable manner. Not just that, but there was nothing else to discuss. Thus, Fu Sheng, a butler-like figure, entered the room. Please, bring some calming tea for Jiang Xiaoyu and let him take it with him. Fu Sheng nodded and returned shortly with a small package. Here you go. I noticed you enjoyed it earlier, so consider this a gift. Jiang Xiaobai accepted it in astonishment. Before he could express his gratitude, Chun Huatian had already called for the guest to leave. Jiang Xiaobai, somewhat bewildered, exited the room with a bank card in one hand and a small pouch of ancient spirit tea in the other. During his journey back, he struggled to comprehend the situation. What had gotten into the father of Chun Daxiaji? Why was he suddenly so kind to me? Jiang Xiaobai pondered this matter as he silently recalled everything that had just occurred, ultimately leading him to a possibility. His eyes widened slightly. Could it be that he had recognized my extraordinary potential? Was he considering me as a prospective son-in-law? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, and his gaze hardened with determination. No, I cannot fall into his trap. Becoming a son-in-law is out of the question. A man must not endure such humiliation. I will not allow this sugary facade to erode my formidable spirit. As he spoke, he prepared to return the bank card and the spirit tea. After taking a couple of steps, he paused. Well, he did mention it was merely a token of gratitude. This is what I am entitled to. Having convinced himself, Jiang Xiaobai contentedly prepared to leave. Suddenly, a figure flashed around the corner of the staircase, pulling him aside. Hey, what are you doing? In broad daylight, in clear skies. Are you attempting to forcibly abduct a young man? Chun Lingmiao spat at him, having developed some resistance to his temperament. No negative emotional value floated by. Chun Lingmiao leaned closer and whispered, "Did my father make things difficult for you? Make things difficult for me?" "No, not at all," Jiang Xiaobai hastily clarified. Not only did he not make it difficult for him, but he was surprisingly amicable. "Uncle Chun is quite good to me." "Really?" Chun Lingmiao regarded him with skepticism. And Jiang Xiaobai nodded vigorously. Upon seeing this, a flicker of doubt crossed her brow. "So, he has agreed to your entry into the Qin family?" "Entry into the Qin family?" Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback. What did she mean? He suddenly recalled the second option mentioned. Could it be that this second condition was indeed to enter the Qin family? Prominent families are not solely comprised of their own kin. Almost all prominent families, for the sake of prosperity and longevity, tend to recruit outstanding external disciples. In simpler terms, they seek external assistance. Naturally, these individuals are typically talents in specific fields. Especially those genius beast tamers without any background often receive numerous olive branches from large families when they are vulnerable. This is quite normal. Jiang Xiaobai had never anticipated that the second option presented to him would involve entering the Qin family. No wonder Qin Huatian had appeared so pleased. He had thought the man had taken a liking to him, but in reality, he wished for him to stay as far away as possible. Upon understanding everything, Jiang Xiaobai felt little turbulence within. Even if the second option was presented, he would still choose the first. He had no habit of living under another's roof. "No, I chose 1 million. You chose 1 million? Chun Lingmiao exclaimed, somewhat anxious. "You fool, why didn't you choose to enter the Qin family? My surname is Jiang. What does that have to do with your surname?" Chun Lingmiao countered, "Zhang Shun, do you not know him? He has the surname Zhang. What does that matter? But I think 1 million is quite good. By entering the Qin family, you would have protection. The Li family would not dare to harm you. And there are abundant resources available to you. Resources that could far surpass that 1 million, potentially allowing you to continue on the path of a beast tamer." I had to plead with my father for this. As she spoke, Chun Lingmiao's voice gradually diminished. She grasped Jiang Xiaobai's hand, attempting to pull him back. "Let me speak to my father again, to allow you to reconsider." However, after pulling for a while, she realized he remained steadfast. Turning to look at him, she found that Jiang Xiaobai's eyes and demeanor seemed markedly different from his usual roguish self, now imbued with a touch of determination and seriousness. "Classmate Chun, I appreciate your goodwill. I understand that you feel I am in your debt for rescuing me from danger and for saving my life, which compels you to do something in return." At this juncture, Jiang Xiaobai paused slightly and produced the contract from his pocket. "However, all of this is reciprocal. Have you forgotten? We are engaged in an equal exchange, so do not feel indebted to me." After speaking, Jiang Xiaobai gazed quietly at her, each word resonating heavily in Chun Lingmiao's heart, rendering her silent with her head bowed. The atmosphere fell into stillness. After a long while, she slowly lifted her head, her expression returning to its usual calmness. "You are right. This is merely my guilt manifesting. I should not impose my will upon you." Jiang Xiaobai inwardly sighed. Maintaining a composed exterior, "I am glad you understand, Miss Chun. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave." Chun Lingmiao stepped aside. Jiang Xiaobai nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded downstairs. Just as he reached halfway down the stairs, a voice suddenly called out to him. "Hey, wait a moment. There seems to be something I have yet to formally express to you." He looked up to see the young woman leaning against the railing, her smile radiant, instantly infusing the surroundings with vibrancy. "Thank you." The young man's tense face finally relaxed, returning her smile. "No need for thanks. Throughout life, one encounters many choices, both good and bad. Yet often, there is no real choice at all." Although Chun Huatian appeared to have offered Jiang Xiaobai 2 options, there was, in fact, only one correct answer from the beginning. Chun Lingmiao's choice stemmed from her kindness and inner stubbornness. Yet Jiang Xiaobai could not concede to her at the expense of his own well-being. Nevertheless, he also could not allow her mindset to waver, causing her to develop strange feelings for him. Thus, he earnestly and sincerely explained everything to her, alleviating her inner turmoil. As a beast tamer, possessing a tranquil heart is equally paramount. The reason Chun Huatian repeatedly went to such lengths to compensate Jiang Xiaobai was solely for the sake of his daughter. Little did he know he was nearly creating complications. It was all well and good, but he came perilously close to causing a ruckus. On his way home, Jiang Xiaobai smirked, silently disparaging Chun Huatian. Chapter 49. The Debate of the Two Young Children. After navigating a few turns in the lowly shanty town, he arrived at a narrow concrete road. The dilapidated 2-story houses formed a continuous stretch. Gazing at this familiar scene, Jiang Xiaobai let out a long sigh. He had finally returned. It had been nearly 2 months since he stepped out on the day of his awakening, and he was now back in this well-known place. He had intended to return earlier, but an assassination attempt had thwarted his plans. How comforting it was to be here. He had grown weary of the luxurious hotels. Jiang Xiaobai stretched lazily as he made his way toward his small courtyard, feeling much more relaxed and at ease. As he approached his home, he noticed two children engaged in a heated discussion. These children, around 8 or 9 years old, included a boy and a girl, both displaying a competitive spirit as they argued about their respective genders. My dad says that men are the pillars of the family, so men are superior. Humph. My mom says that women can hold up half the sky, and the sky is not bigger than the home, right? The little boy, with a runny nose, struggled to formulate a counterargument, stammering incoherently until he finally resorted to a blunt statement. Anyway, men are stronger than women. You can't come up with a retort, can you? Hee hee, women are still superior. The quick-witted girl tilted her head triumphantly, inciting a flush of frustration on the boy's face as he shouted in exasperation. I know. Men are better than women. When my parents fight at night, my dad is always on top, and my mom ends up crying. Nonsense. That's just because your mom is weak. In my house, my mom is always on top. Jiang Xiaobai, overhearing this exchange, felt his mouth twitch slightly. He hurried over to interrupt this amusing debate. What on earth are these children learning nowadays? The two kids noticed his approach and instinctively looked up. Upon seeing him, their eyes brightened with excitement. Xiaobai Gidge, you're back. Jiang Xiaobai affectionately ruffled their hair and playfully scolded them. Speak properly with your big tongues. Xiaobai Gidge, we haven't seen you in ages. Were you off seeking knowledge? The boy, still sniffling, looked up with rosy cheeks. Jiang Xiaobai squatted to wipe his nose, momentarily taken aback. Seeking knowledge? Who told you that? My dad said so. He mentioned that since you Haven Tea returned for so long, you must have been busy fooling people and were invited to the West to see the Buddha. The boy's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Xiaobai Gidge, is it fun in the West? Can you take me with you next time? Jiang Xiaobai's mouth twitched again. That place is not fun. It's best to avoid it. Oh, Xiaobai Gidge, ignore that silly boy. The girl interjected, tugging at Jiang Xiaobai's arm with her small head bobbing and her two little braids swaying. Did you bring any delicious food or fun things back? As she spoke, the boy also perked up, joining in the excitement. Jiang Xiaobai, eager to return home, realized he had indeed forgotten to bring any treats. Overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, he could only promise, next time, I'll bring each of you a big surprise, all right? It's a deal. The girl, with her clever little eyes darting about, quickly pulled the boy away, seemingly afraid Jiang Xiaobai would change his mind. After running a few steps, she suddenly turned and shouted back at him. Oh, I forgot to mention, Grandpa Zhou has been looking for you a few times. He wants you to visit him when you come back. And come to my house for dinner tonight. Got it. Jiang Xiaobai smiled sincerely as he watched their retreating figures. Remembering what the girl had just said, he walked towards a larger courtyard ahead. Upon entering the courtyard, he noticed the door was ajar and, without a greeting, walked straight in. Just as he stepped into the yard, he spotted an elderly man with graying hair, hunched over in the flower bed, searching for something. Jiang Xiaobai's smile widened as he suddenly called out, Hey, old man, are you catching mice? The old man, startled by the unexpected voice, straightened up and turned around. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai, he paused momentarily before launching into a tirade. You little rascal, are you trying to give me a heart attack? If my heart disease flares up, it'll be your fault. After glaring at him, he plopped back down onto a bamboo rocking chair, closing his eyes as he began to rock back and forth. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled and said nothing further. Familiar with the routine, he went into the house to boil water and set out the tea set. After pouring tea for the elder, he poured himself a cup as well. Ignoring whether the old man was drinking or not, he took a sip, just as he swallowed. The old man's leisurely voice drifted over. That'll be $5 a sip. Old man, why don't you just rob me? Jiang Xiaobai paused. The old man opened one-eyed to glance at him, his white beard fluttering. Humph, I am robbing you. You owe me 2 months' rent, and this is the overdue interest. Jiang Xiaobai grinned at the remark and moved behind the old man, eagerly massaging his shoulders. Old man, with the bond we share, discussing money feels quite ungrateful. Doesn't he it? No, brothers should settle accounts clearly, the old man replied sagely. Talking about feelings just drains money. Besides, it's been months since I last saw you. You go out once and come back all dressed up. Do you still owe this old man rent? Didn't you say that money should be spent wisely? Jiang Xiaobai coughed lightly. I think rent isn't that important, so I don't need to spend money on it. The old man was directly amused by Jiang Xiaobai's response. I really can't believe it. So this is how you think money should be spent wisely? Naturally, you wouldn't consider it important. You little rascal have taken all the advantages. You're really something. Jiang Xiaobai's mouth twitched slightly. Old man, I think you should spend less time in internet cafes from now on. What nonsense is that? The old man shot him a glare. If I don't go online, what else can I do? Am I supposed to join those old geezers and dance in the square with their partners? Jiang Xiaobai's expression turned serious. That is not necessary. I believe that at your age, it's the perfect time to strive. Get lost. Jiang Xiaobai rubbed his rear as he slipped out of the courtyard. You know, that kick hurt quite a bit. The old man, despite his age, still had a vigorous physique, truly embodying the spirit of hard work. Jiang Xiaobai stood at the door, looking at the small courtyard beside him, which was clean and tidy, devoid of any weeds, appearing much the same as when he left. With a knowing smile, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. It feels wonderful to be home. Chapter 50. The Gift. Since Jiang Xiaobai had run away from the orphanage, he had settled down in this area adjacent to the shantytown. Old man Zhou, originally named Zhou Changsheng, lived up to his name as a senior citizen. Although he was advanced in age, his health remained remarkably robust. He was considered relatively well off in this neighborhood. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai, who was alone and vulnerable, he took him in. Fortunately, the small courtyard beside the old man had become available, and thus Jiang Xiaobai moved in. However, the old man was particularly frugal. Whether his actions were purely out of kindness or a desire to find a long-term tenant remains uncertain. After all, that small courtyard had been in disarray. And given the impoverished conditions in this area, it was not easy to rent it out. The financially constrained could not afford the rent, while those with means looked down upon the location. Nonetheless, Jiang Xiaobai had grown fond of this small courtyard. After his meticulous efforts, the place began to resemble a home. In the lower town, particularly within the slums, a chaotic mix of individuals could be found. All sorts of people existed here. Naturally, Jiang Xiaobai had to interact with them. Fortunately, being a boy, he faced only the occasional fistfight or harsh words, which were relatively mild compared to what a lonely girl might endure. In impoverished and harsh environments, the darker aspects of human nature often reveal themselves vividly among those who struggle at the bottom. Yet, for every ill-tempered individual, there were also kind-hearted souls. Although the families of Godan and Arya were not paragons of virtue, they treated Jiang Xiaobai well. During his most challenging times, he often found solace in their homes, sharing meals. Grateful by nature, he held these memories dear and intended to reciprocate whenever possible. If he stumbled upon something delightful or delicious, he would bring it back for the two little ones. Now that Jiang Xiaobai had achieved a measure of success, he was even more determined not to forget their kindness. Hence, the following day, he set out early, indulging in a shopping spree. When he returned, he bore 2 bags of gifts. This time, Godan and Arya were not engaged in their usual debates over profound philosophical issues, but instead eagerly awaited him at the door. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai, Arya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she whispered to Godan, "See, I told you brother Xiaobai would bring us something good. You are indeed clever, Arya." Godan replied, wiping his nose in admiration. As Jiang Xiaobai approached, the 2 little ones rushed towards him eagerly. "Brother Xiaobai, what wonderful things have you brought us?" He chuckled, lifting 1 bag of gifts. "This time, I have prepared a present for each of you. Which one would you like?" Godan and Arya glanced back and forth before their eyes settled on Jiang Xiaobai's right hand. Unable to see the contents due to the wrapping, their youthful curiosity drew them to the larger package. "I want this one," they exclaimed in unison. Jiang Xiaobai feigned a troubled expression, pondering what to do. "How about we play rock, paper, scissors? The winner gets to choose first." All right, the 2 little ones, who had previously been amicable, immediately found themselves at odds. Arya, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, whispered to Godan, "I'll choose scissors. What will you pick?" Godan scratched his head, contemplating. "Then I will definitely choose rock." "It's settled then. No changing your minds. Anyone who does is not a real man." Hearing real man, Godan's cheeks flushed with seriousness. "Rock, paper, scissors." Godan stared in disbelief as Arya revealed paper, shouting in frustration, "You're cheating. You're not a real man." Arya shot him a triumphant glance. "Well, I'm not a real man either." Jiang Xiaobai chuckled at their antics. The 2 little ones were quite the pair, one cunning and the other blissfully naive. "This larger one is mine," Arya declared, clutching the big gift to her chest, nearly dropping it in her excitement, certain it contained delightful treats. Jiang Xiaobai, beaming with joy, ruffled Godan's hair, offering comfort to his tender heart, and encouraged Arya, "Hurry and open it. I chose these just for you." Unable to contain her excitement, Arya placed the gift on a nearby stone stump and began to unwrap it. As she peeled away the yellow paper, a delicate box emerged. Overjoyed at the sight of the exquisite box, Arya beamed, thanking Jiang Xiaobai with an eager smile before opening it. However, upon seeing its contents, she froze in place, rubbing her eyes and then closing them. She reopened the box in disbelief. "What do you think, Arya? Do you like it?" Jiang Xiaobai asked. Noticing her stunned expression, he stepped closer and retrieved a set of 5 years' worth of elementary school exercises, explaining, "This is math, this is language arts, and this is foundational training for spirit beasts. I carefully selected these for you." Arya's disappointment surged as she suddenly burst into tears, wiping her eyes as she ran away. Jiang Xiaobai, I'm telling my mother that you bullied me. Jiang Xiaobai, holding the workbook, shouted after her. Wait, Arya. Is it because you don't like it? I can get you a different version. Watching the little girl retreat, Jiang Xiaobai sighed softly, pondering the complexities of a woman's heart, especially one so young. He turned his gaze to Go Dan, who was attempting to sneak away with the gift. Go Dan. How about, Brother Xiaobai? My mother said not to take things from strangers, Go Dan replied, lifting his head with an unprecedented seriousness. As evening descended, the warm breeze carried a hint of festivity. Jiang Xiaobai was busy cooking in the small courtyard when two unexpected visitors arrived. You heartless little rascal. If you weren't going to come back, you shouldn't have returned just to bully my daughter. A woman in her 30s scolded, hands on her hips, pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Xiaobai. Arya clung to her mother's leg, her eyes swollen and red, glaring at Jiang Xiaobai with indignation. Unfazed by the reprimand, Jiang Xiaobai continued his cooking. Ah, Aunt Wang, you're here? Have you eaten? Would you like to join me for a meal? Get lost, you brat. Don't change the subject. Why did you have to make my daughter cry like this? Jiang Xiaobai chuckled helplessly, still holding the spatula, wearing an apron. Not at all. I merely brought Arya a gift. Aunt Wang, whose full name was Wang Yi, regarded him with suspicion, her tone softening. What did you bring? Let me see. It's in the back room on the table. Feel free to look. I still have to finish cooking. Wang Yi sashayed into the inner room. Upon opening the box, she paused briefly, glancing down at her daughter. Clearing her throat, she called out, You little rascal, what kind of ridiculous gift is this? I'm taking it home to burn. She lifted the box, heading outside, not forgetting to comfort Arya. Don't worry, my dear daughter. I'll dispose of these things that made you cry. Arya, still feeling wronged, nodded quietly as they prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Jiang Xiaobai called, wiping his hands before stepping inside. Moments later, he emerged with another bag of gifts, handing it to Wang Yi. Aunt Wang, this is for you and Uncle Wang. A little token of appreciation. You can open it tomorrow. Wang Yi paused, surprised, then hesitated before accepting it, giving Jiang Xiaobai a teasing smile. Well, at least you have some conscience, you little rascal. With that, she turned, taking Arya with her. Before stepping out of the courtyard, Arya stuck her tongue out at him in playful defiance. Jiang Xiaobai laughed, shaking his head as he removed his apron and settled at the stone table. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow across the land, he raised a cup towards the sky, one toast to the setting sun and another to the moonlight. Life is filled with farewells, and none can predict what the next moment may hold. The following day, when both families and a lonely old man gathered around Jiang Xiaobai's courtyard, they found only a note. Young master has stepped out briefly. If he does not return, he may never come back. Old Master Zhou held the note, his white beard quivering. This rascal, even while departing, did not forget to flaunt his success. Indeed, it seems he has truly prospered. Wang Yi felt a surge of emotion. Perhaps we too should consider relocating. The others in the courtyard nodded in agreement, their expressions solemn. They had not anticipated that the gift from this young man would be a check, and a remarkably substantial one at that, amounting to 300,000. This sum was more than sufficient for them to secure a more comfortable living situation. The kindness they had shown in the past had ultimately brought them this fortune. However, upon hearing this, old Master Zhou became even more irate. This impudent boy, how could he leave nothing for me, the old man? What does this mean? I took him in out of kindness. Upon uttering these words, the couples from both families changed their expressions, their throats tightening with discomfort. I just remembered my clothes are still drying. Oh, right, I need to pick up my grandmother from school. But your grandmother has been dead for many years. What business is that of yours? Who wants to concern themselves with you? I need to return home to rest. Aren't you a man? What does that have to do with you? In an instant, all the adults in the courtyard departed, leaving only the two children and old Master Zhou. Arya and Go Dan approached old Master Zhou, looking up at him and asking, Grandpa Zhou, has Brother Xiaobai left again? A faint smile appeared on old Master Zhou's lips as he turned to gently pat the shoulders of the two little ones, gazing into the distance and murmuring, Yes, he has gone to where he needs to be. I shouldn't have come. Jiang Xiaobai's unwilling shout echoed throughout the forest, startling some birds and beasts. He now understood the difficulties faced by Robinson. On the night following his return home, he stealthily slipped away, under the cover of darkness. He reached the Jiangbei Forest in the northern part of Jiang City. The Jiangbei Forest had always been a favored location for beast tamers in Jiang City. Known for its abundant spirit beasts and complex terrain, it harbored a variety of spirit beasts of all attributes, yet none too powerful, making it an exceptionally suitable training ground for lower-level beast tamers. The term danger zone broadly refers to areas inhabited by spirit beasts, which are further classified into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and special levels, culminating in the most perilous ultimate level. Unlike secret realms and ruins, these danger zones exist tangibly in the present world and serve as a primary resource for many ordinary family beast tamers. Jiang Xiaobai was eager to leave for two reasons. First, in just a month, the assessment selection was to take place, and this time, a beast tamer had to reach level 20 to qualify. This posed a significant challenge for Jiang Xiaobai. While he considered his strength commendable, advancing in levels as a beast tamer was a test of luck beyond measure. The experience packages only appeared during lottery draws, and the odds were not favorable. Given his unfortunate luck, he felt he could not afford to gamble. Hence, he decided to venture into Jiangbei Forest for training, hoping to expedite his level advancement. The second reason was that if he remained at home, it was likely that once the Li family emerged from their grief, they would not hesitate to take action against him, potentially endangering old Master Zhou and the others. Thus, before the assessment, he slipped away, simultaneously evading the Li family's pursuit and enhancing his strength. What could be more advantageous? However, merely 5 days had passed, and he was already weary of this primitive lifestyle. What am I doing here? I could have easily lounged in bed, scrolling through my phone and strengthening my skills. Instead, I chose to endure hardship in this desolate place. Just as Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, a droplet of bird droppings fell from the sky, nearly hitting him. All right, so the birds do relieve themselves here. Leaning on his arm, Jiang Xiaobai cursed his misfortune, his face filled with dejection. Xiao Ke perched opposite the campfire, wearing a disdainful expression. You can't withstand this little hardship and still aspire to become strong? Over this period of growth, the little creature had ceased being so lethargic. Its feathers had thickened considerably, giving it a plumper appearance. Xiao Ke, I'm not criticizing you, but at such a young age, you eat so much. It won't be good for you. You'll end up with high blood pressure and cholesterol when you grow up. You should exercise to shed some weight. How about this? When we encounter a spirit beast, you can join me in the fight? Jiang Xiaobai earnestly advised, feeling that the little creature's health was alarmingly robust, as if it were pretending to be weak. Xiao Ke remained unfazed, slowly raising a small claw to form a peace sign. Jiang Xiaobai furrowed his brow. You want to fight twice? Why the sudden eagerness? Just then, he noticed one of Xiao Ke's claws slightly bending, pointing at him. Too. Jiang Xiaobai read, feeling a wave of frustration. This little creature had indeed picked up some bad habits, and was now finding ways to tease him. With this thought, he approached and playfully rolled Xiao Ke into a ball, provoking its dissatisfaction. From Xiao Ke's negative emotional value, 30. While the two of them were playfully bickering, a faint cry for help suddenly echoed from afar. Help! The voice seemed to be drawing closer. Jiang Xiaobai immediately became alert. Tossing Xiao Ke atop his head and peering in the direction of the sound, he spotted a girl, somewhat disheveled, fleeing towards him, closely pursued by a large cat. The cat stood as tall as a person and seemed in no rush to catch its prey. Instead, it appeared to be playing, occasionally approaching to poke at the girl, causing her to stumble and scream in fear before it paused, even licking its paw. Chapter 52. Who are you? Why are you spying on me while I bathe? It truly was a large cat, a calico at that. Jiang Xiaobai observed the scene calmly, feeling a sense of contemplation. In the midst of the chase, the girl caught sight of Jiang Xiaobai. Instantly, she dashed toward him as if seizing a lifeline. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xiaobai took off running, not daring to look back, disappearing in the blink of an eye. From Li Tiantian's negative emotional value, 30. Li Tiantian stood there, staring blankly at the vanishing figure, engulfed in deep suspicion. Turning to the grooming large cat, she irritably remarked, Silly cat, stop licking. It's surely your poor acting that gave you away. The large cat cast a resentful glance at the girl, its eyes seemingly conveying, You're blaming me again. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai had already sprinted several hundred meters away. Noticing the floating screen behind him, he scoffed disdainfully, Such trivial tactics, and you think you can deceive me? Even if that large cat retained some feline instincts, it would not toy with its prey so carelessly in the wild. In the wild, survival and food come first. Even if toying with prey, it would at least ensure that the prey could not move normally. Although Jiang Xiaobai did not know the girl's intentions, it was wise to run at the first sign of something amiss. This person also bears the surname Li. Could she be from the Li family? Have they discovered me? Jiang Xiaobai mused, sensing a wave of urgency. It seemed he needed to accelerate his progress. His days of survival in the wilderness had hardly been smooth. He had encountered only a couple of low-level spirit beasts, around levels 8 or 9, and still in their initial forms. After defeating 2, he had barely managed to level up to 13. As he walked, he silently calculated. At this pace, leveling up once every 5 days meant he had 25 days left. With 2 days set aside for the return journey, time was running short. The possibility that someone from the Li family was on his trail loomed large. No, he could not afford to be so careless any longer. Jiang Xiaobai suddenly felt invigorated. After a moment of thought, he pulled out a map of Jiangbei Forest from his pocket, pointing to a marked area labeled danger. One does not act, nor does one rest. One must aim for a grand endeavor, leading to a swift return. However, before that, it is essential to find a secure location. With this thought in mind, Jiang Xiaobai began to wander purposefully through the forest. It was only when darkness fell that he discovered a relatively concealed cave. The entrance was obscured by a tangle of branches, which pleased Jiang Xiaobai immensely. Upon entering, he conducted a meticulous examination and, finding it merely a rocky cavity, felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, if he were to sleep and suddenly be confronted by some ferocious beast, it would be quite the ordeal. After retrieving his tent from the system's inventory and setting it up, he took out some provisions to stave off hunger. Chewing on the dry rations, he sighed in resignation, reminiscing about the comforts of urban life. After barely filling his stomach, he inspected the cave again and established a rudimentary alarm system at the entrance, which consisted of a few thin strings attached to bells. Once everything was arranged, he crawled into the tent. As his consciousness sank, he opened the system panel to check his recently accumulated emotional value balance, which brought him immense satisfaction, over 300. Since returning from the secret realm, he had not exchanged anything, nor had he participated in any lotteries. If he were to convert this entire balance into attribute packages, it would indeed be a commendable decision. However, after the agony of the last experience, he felt a degree of reluctance. Moreover, he believed it wise not to exchange too much at once. Given his current state, exchanging for 30 attribute packages at one time would be the utmost limit. Exceeding that could lead to complications. Each attribute package costs 100 emotional points and contains 10 attribute points. Therefore, he decided to exchange for 25 this time. Instantly, the inventory icon for attribute packages changed to 54. The balance was correspondingly reduced by 500, leaving him with over 800. Jiang Xiaobai disregarded the other details and began to allocate the attribute points. With 250 attribute points at his disposal, he contemplated in exchange for another attribute package, feeling considerably more at ease. Now with 260 attribute points, he intended to prioritize agility again. However, unlike the previous imbalanced allocation, this time, he planned to invest some points into mental strength as well. Through recent battles, he had identified a significant flaw. His eyes and brain struggled to keep pace with his speed, often forcing him to restrain his velocity within manageable limits. Thus, augmenting his mental capacity was imperative. After half an hour of deep contemplation, he finalized the distribution of his attribute points. The system panel displayed the following results. Level, 13. Health, 2510. Mental power, 1180. Attack power, 145. Strength, 6350. 113. Agility, 12195. 216. Spirit, 3865. 103. Constitution, 6350. 113. Luck, 51. Fire resistance, 100. Water resistance, 0. Ice resistance, 0. Lightning resistance, 0. Do you confirm the current allocation plan? Yes. Jiang Xiaobai bit down on a towel, bracing himself for the impending pain. As he confirmed the allocation, the agonizing sensation surged forth instantaneously. Though he had prepared himself, the intensity of the pain nearly caused him to faint. Curled up in the tent, the veins in his neck bulged, and his face flushed crimson from the torment. Sounds of cracking emanated from within his body. After rolling back and forth in the tent for over 10 minutes, the pain gradually subsided. Jiang Xiaobai removed the disheveled towel from his mouth and tossed it aside, panting heavily while the stench of his sweat lingered in the air. He chuckled resignedly, realizing he should have refrained from allocating points in such a desolate wilderness. This bout of pain seemed somewhat less severe than before. Perhaps his increased mental power had fortified his will considerably. This discovery indirectly validated his hypothesis. Although he could not command beasts, mental strength was equally crucial for him. After tidying up briefly, Jiang Xiaobai slipped out of the cave. Under the moonlight, he traversed through the dense forest. The nocturnal Jiangbei forest appeared even more vibrant than during the day, with spirit beasts occasionally darting past. Pairs of green eyes often flickered in the darkness. Relying on his recollections, he made his way to a nearby stream. Upon hearing the distant sound of trickling water, he felt a wave of relief. He had not lost his way after all. Initially, he had been somewhat disoriented, but after the allocation, his senses had sharpened considerably. It was the faint sound of water that guided him. Before reaching the stream, he eagerly stripped down to his underwear. "Ah, here I come," he exclaimed, leaping into the moonlit water, yearning for an intimate communion with nature. However, he overshot his jump and landed across the stream, nearly performing an unintended belly flop. "Oh, I see. I am not quite used to this," he remarked, turning around to execute a graceful dive, splashing water everywhere. Instantly, the fatigue and odor dissipated, and he surfaced, ready to shout in exhilaration, only to stifle his words midway. A head emerged from the water nearby, silently observing him. He was momentarily taken aback, then blurted out, "Who are you? Why are you spying on me while I bathe?" Chapter 53, The Seductress. When one is rendered speechless, laughter often ensues. At this moment, Li Tiantian deeply understood this sentiment. What did she mean by him accusing her of watching him bathe? Was there no shame left? This fellow had the audacity to reverse the blame. Clearly, she had arrived first. He was the shameless lecher. Fearing exposure, Li Tiantian dared only to keep her head above water, indignantly shouting, "You better get out of here, no peeking." Jiang Xiaobai squinted, and upon closer inspection, recognized her as the girl from earlier, Li Tiantian. It seemed she was indeed trouble. How was she still alive? Upon seeing her and hearing her words, Jiang Xiaobai sneered. Why should I leave? If I do, you'd get an unfiltered view, wouldn't you? You shameless seductress. From Li Tiantian's negative emotional value, 30. From Li Tiantian's negative emotional value, 30. Well, it seemed Li Tiantian was quite the chatterbox. Jiang Xiaobai silently mocked her for being petty. You are the lecher. Li Tiantian fumed, gritting her teeth, her face displaying a fierce expression as she revealed her little fangs, threatening, "If you don't get out, I'll beat you up when I do." In her excitement, she waved her small hand, then suddenly remembered something and sank back down, leaving only her head above water. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Xiaobai could no longer contain himself. Instead of leaving, he waited closer, feigning a mischievous expression. "You just said you'd beat me up when you get out. That makes it even more imperative that I don't let you out. Hey, what do you think you're doing? I'm warning you. I'm very powerful, don't mess with me." As Jiang Xiaobai approached, Li Tiantian panicked, swimming backward while shouting, "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll call my fierce cat. It eats people without spitting out bones." "Foolish cat." Jiang Xiaobai chuckled. He had never heard such a name before. Jiang Xiaobai did not genuinely intend to approach. He merely sought to frighten her. Thus, after swimming forward for a short distance, he halted. He then observed Li Tiantian, filled with fear, swimming ahead, and within moments, she vanished from view. Finally, she had departed. He could now wash up and rest. As a competent young man, Jiang Xiaobai was swift in his actions. 5 minutes later, he emerged from the water. Naturally, young men are quick when it comes to bathing. After changing into a fresh outfit, he stood by the shore, stretching his body, feeling refreshed. Just as he prepared to leave, he suddenly spotted a goat appearing at the water's edge, chewing on something. Curiosity piqued, he approached to investigate. To his surprise, the goat was not munching on grass, but rather on scraps of fabric, its belly distended. Jiang Xiaobai cast a disdainful glance and turned away. Such a creature truly consumes anything. Moments later, the goat, with its swollen belly, leisurely ambled away. After a few more minutes, a graceful figure appeared at the shore, looking around anxiously for something. After searching for a while without success, Li Tiantian stood there, dumbfounded. In a fit of anger, she stamped her foot and exclaimed, "Damn that lecher. He has stolen my clothes." Following a wild imagination of what the thief might be doing with her garments, she felt a shiver run down her spine. With her face flushed with anger, she declared, "Let me not lay eyes on you again, or I shall not spare you." The following day, the sun shone brightly. Jiang Xiaobai kicked a careless hyena away, hands on his hips, gazing out over the endless grasslands, his spirit soaring. The scene inspired him to compose a poem. Regrettably, Qiuxing was not present, and he found himself missing him a bit. The grasslands at the northernmost part of Jiang Basin were indeed the destination of his journey. This area, known as Basin Prairie, was not particularly suitable for novice beast tamers to explore, the primary reason being the presence of several species of social spirit beasts, one of which was the infamous spirit hyena, nicknamed the second brother of the prairie. This spirit beast, though unremarkable in appearance, was known for its kindness, often aiding other spirit beasts in treating hemorrhoids, making it a competent proctologist. Individual spirit hyenas were not particularly strong, with adult specimens reaching around level 12. However, they excelled in teamwork, were numerous, tough-skinned, and vengeful, making them formidable adversaries. Jiang Xiaobai refrained from delivering a fatal kick to this oblivious creature, fearing it might summon a pack of spirit hyenas. These beasts were cunning, preferring to prey on the weak. It sufficed to make them aware that one was not to be trifled with, avoiding unnecessary trouble. This time, his objective lay deep within the prairie. The journey was not short, thus he had not allocated time for his body to adjust. He intended to adapt while on the move. Observing the distance the hyena had been sent flying, Jiang Xiaobai's lips twitched slightly. Surely he had not kicked it to its demise. The force of his kick, indeed, was remarkable. He silently assessed his strength, realizing he might have reached a level comparable to that of the two large gorillas in the secret realm, roughly equivalent to the power of a level 25 strength-type spirit beast. As for speed, he suspected he was even faster. However, he could not ascertain his exact capabilities without a comparison. Of course, in his current state, he could not exert his full strength, as it would be easy to injure himself. Mastery over one's power and speed, as well as control over one's body, required practice. Jiang Xiaobai did not linger, moving through the waist-high grass as he headed north. Suddenly, he paused, glancing to the side. He noticed the grass in the distance beginning to sway. In the blink of an eye, another patch of grass shifted. Soon, to his right, a cluster of grass began to tremble. Something was approaching, and it was not alone. Jiang Xiaobai quickly assessed the situation, his brow furrowing slightly. Was it possible that so soon after kicking that spirit hyena, a pack had already surrounded him? But why was there no sound? With this thought, he swiftly began to run. As he accelerated, the tall grass transformed into sharp, fine blades, slicing against his body. Soon, his clothes bore numerous tears. Although his skin had hardened due to his enhanced physique, his garments were not spared. Jiang Xiaobai winced at the sight. But there was little he could do. Once he broke free from the encirclement, he halted, his clothes now tattered. Well, he had become quite the nonconformist. Surprisingly, it looked rather stylish. Anticipating further incidents of this nature, Jiang Xiaobai decided against changing. He took out a map to ascertain his location. Suddenly, a voice filled with a mix of shock and anger reached his ears. Is that you? Jiang Xiaobai turned toward the source of the sound and was taken aback. It was none other than Li Tiantian again. However, she appeared quite disheveled, with dirt smudged on her face and her clothes in tatters, revealing patches of snow-white fabric. It's you, the female lecher. Li Tiantian's negative emotional value, 30. Do not call me a female lecher, you big pervert. Li Tiantian retorted, hands on her hips, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Xiaobai. Did you steal my clothes? Please, why would I steal your clothes? Jiang Xiaobai replied, exasperated. There is no way for you to secure your research here. Do not slander me. You dare to quibble. You are the one who took my clothes. Li Tiantian's eyes widened in confusion, clearly not grasping what he meant by securing research. Where else could my clothes, left on the shore while I bathed yesterday, have gone? Jiang Xiaobai froze, suddenly recalling the scene from the previous night, when a goat had been gnawing on fabric. He had mistakenly thought it was her tearing up cloth. It turned out the goat had devoured her garments. Although he knew the truth, he could not be bothered to explain to this capricious young lady. He figured that even if he did explain, she would not believe him. With that in mind, he scoffed. Why are you asking me about your own clothes? Should I guard them for you? I cannot be bothered. With that, he turned away, leaving her with a dismissive glance. Li Tiantian, in a fit of frustration, pointed at him and stamped her foot. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai preparing to walk away, she shouted, foolish cat. As her words fell, a large cat appeared out of thin air, its hind legs flailing as it landed, while its front legs were in a hugging posture. Li Tiantian, observing the cat's antics, remarked, what are you doing, foolish cat? The large cat froze momentarily, then rose, shaking its head as if to clear its dazed mind, before pretending to sidle up to Li Tiantian. Quick, help me teach him a lesson. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai about to retreat, Li Tiantian grew anxious. She was determined to teach this scoundrel a lesson today. The large cat, having received its orders, narrowed its eyes, its pupils constricting into sharp diamonds. With a gentle leap, it pounced toward Jiang Xiaobai. Sensing the movement behind him when the large cat appeared, Jiang Xiaobai's anger surged. This girl truly dared to take action. It seemed he must teach her a lesson. Just as the cat's paw was about to land on him, he left behind a shadow and reappeared several meters away. The large cat, having swiped at nothing but air, paused momentarily in surprise, its pupils dilating further. Its body arched, its fur bristling, making it appear much fluffier. Upon witnessing the grand feline's demeanor, Li Tiantian covered her small mouth in astonishment. She was most familiar with the habits of her family's spirit beast, and this appearance was clearly indicative of encountering a formidable adversary. This left her utterly perplexed, as she had not observed Jiang Xiaobai summoning his spirit beast. Could it be lurking in the shadows? She cast a vigilant glance around the hay, increasingly convinced of this possibility. A sudden realization struck her. This individual was far from ordinary. After Jiang Xiaobai executed a swift attack, he clicked his tongue, waving his index finger dismissively. Too slow. Too slow. From the foolish cat's negative emotional value, 40. Goodness, it truly is called the foolish cat. Jiang Xiaobai could not help but express his exasperation. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he swiftly darted aside. The remaining illusion of his figure was ruthlessly shattered by a claw that had appeared out of nowhere. This remark evidently wounded the grand feline's pride, prompting it to engage earnestly. Still too slow, Jiang Xiaobai proclaimed arrogantly. From the foolish cat's negative emotional value, 52. The grand cat grew even more incensed. Meow. It turned back to Li Tiantian, who nodded in understanding. Rest assured, I can hold my ground. Li Tiantian felt the battle intent emanating from her spirit beast, and her expression grew notably serious. At the same time, she cast a curious glance at Jiang Xiaobai, unable to fathom how he achieved such speed, even surpassing her foolish cat, a level 20 spirit beast renowned for its swiftness. Was he a humanoid divine beast? Li Tiantian gazed at his handsome and refined visage, struggling to reconcile those words with him. If he was so formidable, what caliber of spirit beast did he possess? While she channeled her mental energy, her thoughts wandered. Meanwhile, flashes of afterimages darted across the scene. To the untrained eye, it would be challenging to perceive. Only a beast master with formidable mental prowess could capture the traces. The human and beast pursued one another, swiftly clearing a patch of ground nearby. Li Tiantian grew anxious. Her foolish cat had yet to subdue its opponent after such a lengthy engagement. The efforts of Jiang Xiaobai and the foolish cat were remarkably well matched. This state of affairs persisted for approximately 10 minutes, during which Li Tiantian's complexion began to pale. Simultaneously, the foolish cat's speed gradually diminished. Jiang Xiaobai could distinctly sense a reduction in pressure. After another 5 minutes, the foolish cat regained its normal velocity. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai paused and chuckled, saying, "You should refrain from taking the carriage in the future. Meow? Walk instead. Meow. Very well, considering you've been a decent companion in our playful endeavors. I shall administer a minor punishment to your master." Meow meow. The grand cat grew agitated, its cries becoming more urgent. It leapt to stand before Li Tiantian, whose face was as pale as a sheet, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. She promptly retrieved a dark red pill and swallowed it. Instantly, her complexion visibly brightened. Gazing intently at Jiang Xiaobai, she declared, "Humph, let us call this a draw for now, and I shall spare you temporarily." Jiang Xiaobai regarded her with a bemused smile for a moment before laughing lightly. "Very well then. I have never been one to bully elementary students." From Li Tiantian's negative emotional value, 33. Who is an elementary student? I am 18. Li Tiantian retorted, incensed. In truth, while her stature was somewhat petite, it was not as exaggerated as she implied. Jiang Xiaobai was merely teasing her. With important matters to attend to, he was disinclined to indulge her further. Once assured of her lack of malevolent intent, he gradually relaxed his stance. Seeing this, Li Tiantian's expression softened slightly as she pointed in a direction. "Let us proceed this way." "Certainly." Jiang Xiaobai nodded and ambled off in another direction, soon vanishing from sight. Once he had left, Li Tiantian exhaled deeply and gazed at her grand cat, feeling a mix of frustration and trepidation. As she walked, she murmured to herself, "This fellow is truly daunting. How can he be so strong?" She, a prodigy in her own right, had anticipated little challenge during this trial. To her surprise, she encountered such an individual. Was it not said that this year's batch in Jiangzhou had no promising talents? What could possibly explain this person? Li Tiantian was thoroughly confounded. After much contemplation, she ultimately categorized Jiang Xiaobai as a genius from another city, akin to her, who had come to Jiangsheng to gain experience. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai wore a grave expression as he surveyed his surroundings. That familiar clearing, the remnants of hay he had ruthlessly trampled. Damn it, am I lost again? Chapter 55, The Guide. Jiang Xiaobai began to doubt his life choices. In the past 18 years, he had never before realized that he could not discern direction. However, this affliction seemed not to apply within the city. Back in the days when he was hustling to make a living, he had navigated the streets with ease. Well acquainted with those hidden paths, everyone has their weaknesses, he consoled himself. Just as he prepared to regroup and select a direction for his advance, he suddenly sensed an encroachment of entities surrounding him, truly relentless. He sighed, this time choosing not to flee but to stand his ground and await their approach. He intended to teach these grassland nuisances a lesson, perhaps even level up in the process. As he halted, the encroaching entities swiftly drew closer. When Jiang Xiaobai beheld what emerged, his expression shifted dramatically. What the? He bolted, not daring to look back. Behind him, a black ant, the size of a mouse, appeared, peeking about. As it emerged, thousands of ants rapidly swarmed from the hay, converging together. This sight would surely be a nightmare for those with a fear of clustered entities. While Jiang Xiaobai was not intimidated by the image, he dared not linger. In the grasslands, the most troublesome creatures were these gnawing ants. Even more terrifying than the grassland nuisances. With hard exoskeletons, they yielded little experience when defeated. Most dreadfully, they secrete formic acid from their mandibles. A single bite could result in muscle soreness. While a few may not pose much of a threat, should they come in numbers, movement would become nearly impossible, leaving one to be consumed alive. Certainly, nothing good would come of this. Jiang Xiaobai felt as though his luck had been a mix of highs and lows recently. But he could not pinpoint the reason. It seemed everything had begun upon entering the secret realm. He was hesitant to utter any ill-fortuned words, fearing they might come to fruition. Had he known, He would have hired a guide. When might he find his way out of this predicament? As he ran, these thoughts raced through his mind. Suddenly, he heard voices ahead. Foolish cat, did you sneak some fish snacks again? Meow? Don't dare lie. There's a fishy odor in your mouth. When we find a water source, you better brush your teeth. Meow meow. Humph, pouting won't he help? I won't converse with a cat with a foul mouth. Those with bad breath are even worse, especially that damned one. Jiang Xiaobai, hearing this, was already too late. Having run too swiftly, without stopping, he barreled forward due to inertia. Hearing the commotion, Li Tiantian instinctively turned to look. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai charging towards her, her face paled, and she raised her hands defensively, saying, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken ill of you. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled. This girl still knows fear. She was quite defiant just moments ago. As he passed, he playfully ruffled her hair. It's good to recognize one's mistakes. Next time, it won't be just this. Jiang Xiaobai remarked. From Li Tiantian's negative emotional value, 66. This fellow has no pity for the fairer sex, hitting so hard. Li Tiantian covered her small head, casting a resentful glance at him. Suddenly, she caught sight of his gaze, which was filled with an intense fervor. An involuntary sense of panic enveloped her. In this desolate wilderness, they were but a solitary man and woman. She shifted her hands to cover herself in a different manner, her voice trembling as she spoke. What are you looking at? Let me tell you, you big pervert, do not harbor any ill intentions. I would rather die than succumb. Jiang Xiaobai, with an expression of exasperation, scrutinized her from head to toe and retorted, You think too highly of yourself. I think too highly of myself. From Li Tiantian's negative emotional value, 250. Li Tiantian felt profoundly insulted. Jiang Xiaobai's actions and tone inflicted 1,000 blows upon her pride. How could he still be the one in demand, while she had become the lecherous woman? Jiang Xiaobai, uninterested in the ramblings of this scatterbrained girl, awkwardly inquired, Do you know the way? Li Tiantian burst into a peal of laughter, her voice ringing like silver bells across the vast grassland. Jiang Xiaobai wore a stony expression, rendered speechless throughout the encounter. You know, I have a little dog at home. One day, I took it out to play but accidentally left it by the roadside. When I returned, I forgot about it. Can you guess what happened next? Li Tiantian's eyes sparkled with curiosity, while Jiang Xiaobai's expression darkened further, his silence palpable. Later, it actually found its way back all by itself. If such a small dog can remember the way, do you really think someone could get lost? Li Tiantian chuckled, covering her mouth. Jiang Xiaobai had never encountered anyone so talkative. He was preoccupied with thoughts of being a guide, only to stumble upon a chatterbox instead. Why aren't you laughing? Are you naturally devoid of humor? Li Tiantian teased. You are being tedious, Jiang Xiaobai replied, pursing his lips. Humph, miser, Li Tiantian remarked, realizing that he was ignoring her and thus decided to stop. Pointing ahead, she declared, Look, it's right over there. Jiang Xiaobai gazed into the distance and saw a series of undulating sand dunes stretching far away. The wild wind swept across, lifting dust under the setting sun, halting at the seam where the grassland met the desert. They had finally arrived. After a long day of travel, Jiang Xiaobai, somewhat unsteadily, reached his destination by dusk. This stretch of sand dunes bore no name and was scarcely inhabited. Yet it was the most perilous location in the entire Jiangbei forest, a place inhabited by the singular type of high-level spirit beast in this treacherous area. Are you certain you want to go in? Li Tiantian asked, eyeing the dunes warily. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, Of course. Then I wish you good luck, Li Tiantian shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaobai turned towards her, wearing a smile that made Li Tiantian feel uneasy. I should say, let us wish ourselves good luck. Li Tiantian's eyes widened in protest. You can't do that. Jiang Xiaobai tugged at her collar and began to lead her towards the dunes. Under the sunset, their footprints trailed back into the distance, the gentle breeze carrying the sounds of their playful banter. Let go of me, Jiang Xiaobai. Don't you understand the principle of male-female propriety? She exclaimed. I only know that a man and woman working together is less tiring, he countered. That's a flawed argument. Don't pull me like this. I can walk on my own. I'm mainly worried you'll fall into quicksand. Since I brought you in, I must ensure I bring you out. I am a responsible man, he stated. Oh, so I should thank you then. She replied sarcastically. That's not necessary, but if you insist on thanking me, a simple bow will suffice. Nothing too extravagant. As night fell, Li Tiantian lamented, This is all your fault. You have the worst luck. Jiang Xiaobai glanced around at the shifting sands. Meeting Li Tiantian's gaze, which was half buried in the sand, he smiled sheepishly. See, I told you there had to be quicksand here. Chapter 56. Are you capable? From Li Tiantian's negative emotional value, 55. Isn't that obvious? Do I need to be told that quicksand exists when I am about to be buried in it? Li Tiantian glared at him and called out, Silly cat. At her command, A large cat appeared seemingly out of nowhere. "Silly cat, help me up," she shouted, but the large cat jumped down and promptly fell into the quicksand, flailing its hind legs in the air. Li Tiantian exclaimed. Jiang Xiaobai commented, "Indeed, it is a silly cat." Jiang Xiaobai couldn't help but chuckle as Li Tiantian nearly burst into tears. "Hurry, think of something. I can barely breathe." At that moment, the quicksand was nearly at her chest, hastened by the cat's antics. Jiang Xiaobai remained unperturbed, calmly declaring, "Watch and learn." With that, a lump of green substance appeared in his hand, eliciting disgust from Li Tiantian. "What is that? It's revolting," she exclaimed. "This is a life-saving item." Jiang Xiaobai replied before tossing the green mass aside. A miraculous moment unfolded. With a hint of theatricality, he proclaimed, and then he vanished without a trace. In his place lay the green substance he had just flung. Li Tiantian's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed this spectacle. Just as she began to process what had happened, a rope swung down from the edge of the sand dune, landing right beside her. Jiang Xiaobai's voice echoed from afar. "Grab the rope." In a daze, she tightened her grip on the rope, and with a sudden tug, she was yanked out of the sand. After a moment, Li Tiantian glanced at Jiang Xiaobai, hesitating to speak. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, "Was that lump your spirit beast?" "Oh, here comes another little fool." Jiang Xiaobai thought amusingly. It seemed that even Li Tiantian had made the same misconception as Jiang Xiaobai. Not receiving an answer, she took his silence as acquiescence, marveling at the oddity of it all. "How enviable," Li Tiantian remarked, recalling her own silly cat with annoyance. "No more fish treats for you this month." Ahead lay the dwelling place of the spirit beast. Caution was advised. They walked for an undetermined time until the terrain became significantly flatter. Jiang Xiaobai glanced ahead and observed shattered eggshells scattered about, each the height of a person. Upon seeing these shells, he knew they had arrived at the right location. The Feitian Yinshi, a class fierce beast, typically reached the strength of a beast king in adulthood, with some exceptional individuals attaining the status of beast emperor. Known for their temperamental and savage nature, they are untamable and cannot be controlled by beast masters. The reason these fierce beasts are distinguished by their ferocity is due to their inherent traits, which render them impossible to be commanded or contracted. Such spirit beasts are not uncommon, with most possessing significantly greater strength. The Feitian Yinshi falls into this category, with mature individuals generally exceeding level 40. Given Jiang Xiaobai's current prowess, seeking trouble with them would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, he still pressed on. This location was pivotal. It served as the breeding ground for the Feitian Yinshi. Each year, during the cold end of winter, they would return to lay eggs, and by spring, the hatchlings would take flight once more. Thus, Jiang Xiaobai aimed to capture a juvenile Feitian Yinshi. Even so, there remained a risk of encountering the larger adults. This was precisely why Li Tiantian had been reluctant to come. It could very well mean their demise. However, Jiang Xiaobai remained undaunted. Now that they had reached their destination, he strode forward with confidence, as if daring anyone to overlook him. This left Li Tiantian feeling anxious, torn between fear and concern. In the end, she could only stomp her heels in frustration, continuously complaining. "Is this how we just enter? This is utterly mindless." Possessing absolute strength, there was no need for intellect. Li Tiantian gazed at his confident demeanor, filled with suspicion. "Are you capable of this?" Jiang Xiaobai, upon hearing these words, became displeased. "What do you mean by that? A man must not admit defeat. Just wait and see." Li Tiantian was momentarily comforted by his confidence and began to observe her surroundings with a sense of ease. This was her first time here. Towering on either side were shattered eggshells, each one a kaleidoscope of colors, intertwined and shimmering with various hues even at night. As they walked along the path formed by the shells, it felt as though they had stepped into a wondrous realm. Jiang Xiaobai led the way, with Li Tiantian closely following. They had no particular direction, leisurely strolling as if enjoying a post-dinner walk. Suddenly, the sound of cracking shells and crunching noises echoed ahead. They both froze and turned to look. A massive winged lizard was situated amidst the eggshells, tearing into something with its jaws. It seemed absorbed in its meal, oblivious to their presence. In instinctive response, Li Tiantian glanced sideways, preparing to inquire whether they should take action. However, when she looked, she found herself frozen in place. Where had Jiang Xiaobai gone? Turning around, she spotted him stealthily retreating, a picture of stealth. Li Tiantian was taken aback, her anger nearly spilling over. "Is this what you meant by watching me? Where had that arrogance gone?" She had actually believed in him just moments ago. From Li Tiantian's negative emotion value, 77. Suddenly, the sounds behind her ceased abruptly. Realization dawned on Li Tiantian, and she stiffly turned around. The massive lizard, which had been eating moments ago, now raised its head. Its cold, slit-pupiled gaze fixated on her. Given its size and stature, Li Tiantian felt a wave of misfortune wash over her. This creature was undoubtedly an extraordinary entity, possessing at least level 30 strength. She was certain she could not defeat it. With that thought, she turned to flee, only to discover that Jiang Xiaobai had vanished without a trace. Damn it, you cowardly lecher. With no other choice, Li Tiantian steeled herself. Extending her hand, her familiar companion appeared once more. The moment it arrived, its fur bristled, and its head turned stiffly to glance at its owner. An expression of clear comprehension on its face. It seemed to say, "Is this really how you treat me?" Li Tiantian could only plead with it, extending 10 fingers. 10 fish treats, your favorite durian flavor. Instantly, the familiar's fighting spirit surged as it leaped in front of the massive lizard. The two spirit beasts, one large and one small, began to confront each other, ready for combat. Meow, hiss. The skirmish between the familiar and the massive lizard commenced. Although the lizard had tough skin and sharp teeth, the familiar was remarkably swift, its claws equally sharp. Initially, it even held a slight advantage. Observing this, Li Tiantian chuckled. I can handle it alone. However, as the flying lizard ascended into the air, the tide of battle began to turn. The adversary, hovering above, unleashed fireballs upon the familiar, forcing it to leap back and forth to evade. Seizing an opportunity, it lunged into the air to strike, but the massive lizard easily dodged, quickly gaining the upper hand. Its tail and fur suffered considerable singeing. Alarmed, Li Tiantian realized the peril of the situation. After consuming a recovery pill to regain her mental strength, she began to reconsider her approach. Chapter 57, Return. This won't end well. I must retreat. With that thought, her resentment towards Jiang Xiaobai deepened. That coward is truly despicable. After conveying a command to her familiar, she began to turn and flee. However, after taking just 2 steps, her expression shifted as she abruptly halted. She noticed that a second massive lizard had appeared at her escape route, having seemingly materialized from nowhere. Though smaller than the previous one, it still posed a significant threat. With its icy gaze locked onto her, it charged forward. Damn it, Li Tiantian's heart raced, and she prepared to draw her most precious treasure. Yet, at the moment the massive lizard lunged towards her, a figure swiftly descended from the sky, landing heavily atop its head and forcing it down into the ground. A cloud of dust erupted. With a resounding crash, Jiang Xiaobai made his grand entrance. As the dust settled, he struck a dramatic pose, turning to Li Tiantian with a smirk that revealed his dazzling white teeth. What do you think? Am I handsome? Li Tiantian's lips twitched in irritation, her embarrassment palpable. Handsome? My foot, she thought, longing to give him a good thrashing. Is it really necessary to be this pretentious? From Li Tiantian's negative emotion value, 20. From Li Tiantian's negative emotion value, 20. Jiang Xiaobai gazed in astonishment at the floating text in the background. Hadn't he just appeared? And he had even saved her. Why was she still angry? Did she suspect that he had deliberately used her as bait? Jiang Xiaobai delivered a decisive blow to the lizard beneath him, then cleared his throat and jumped to Li Tiantian's side. Sorry, my mom called me to come home for dinner. Li Tiantian was utterly perplexed. You couldn't have come up with a better excuse? In her anger, she opted to ignore him. Aware of his misstep, Jiang Xiaobai chuckled awkwardly. Hold on. Let me help the familiar. It was then that Li Tiantian remembered her familiar was still engaged in battle with the massive lizard. Jiang Xiaobai's distraction had nearly caused her to forget. At that moment, her familiar was already singed in several places, and the air was thick with the scent of charred fur. Jiang Xiaobai ambled over, sniffing the air. It smells delicious. Is there someone cooking here? Her familiar shot him a resentful glare. How could you say that? From the familiar's negative emotion value, 100. Observing that her familiar was beginning to falter, Jiang Xiaobai ceased his teasing. His expression grew serious as he focused on the massive lizard flying above, disdain evident on his face. How ugly. From the flying lizard's negative emotion value, 50. Oh, so this lizard can understand human speech, Jiang Xiaobai realized. Seizing the opportunity, he continued to taunt. Hey, you big fluttering lizard, come down and face me one-on-one. He even arrogantly beckoned with his fingers. Come on down. The flying lizard shot him a cold glance, but surprisingly dove down toward Jiang Xiaobai and the familiar. Its large mouth, lined with sharp teeth, opened wide, intent on swallowing the provocative human whole. In its eyes, the familiar was already nearing its limits, while humans were inherently weak. It had devoured many before. Jiang Xiaobai, seeing it finally descend, allowed a triumphant smile to grace his lips. He crouched slightly, his right fist coiled and ready. Take this. The massive lizard, upon seeing his stance, instinctively reacted, opening its mouth wide to target him. However, just as its enormous maw approached, Jiang Xiaobai delivered a powerful upward kick, striking the lizard's chin with a force that sent it reeling, its head tilting back in shock. Wasn't it supposed to be a punch? Why did it turn into a kick? The unfortunate great lizard, upon its first encounter with the malevolence of humanity, met with a tragic demise. A single blow rendered it unconscious, leading to a scene of unspeakable violence. Once the ordeal concluded, Jiang Xiaobai sat atop the fallen flying lizard, massaging his aching fists. It was excessively tough. His hands were sore from the impact. Why did he insist on using his fists so foolishly? At that moment, Li Tiantian was comforting the aggrieved, silly cat in her arms. She tossed a black dagger to Jiang Xiaobai, suggesting that this spirit beast might possess a spirit core located in its cranial region, and he should examine it. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, albeit clumsily, and began the dissection. The so-called spirit core typically appears in mature spirit beasts, with a low probability of occurrence in those below a certain level. It is a crystalline entity that encapsulates the essence of the spirit beast, which can enhance the strength of other spirit beasts of the same attribute when fed to them. Jiang Xiaobai awkwardly crushed the head of the great lizard, but found no crystalline substance. Li Tiantian lamented, "What a pity, we lost 500,000." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was stunned, his face falling in dismay. His previously cheerful mood diminished considerably. "Why does your face look so grim? Did you get hurt?" Li Tiantian inquired, puzzled. "Yes, my heart aches," Jiang Xiaobai mumbled, clutching his chest. "My 500,000." Li Tiantian was speechless, having thought something more serious was amiss. "You are far too obsessed with money." After a brief rest, the two departed, having accomplished their objective. Following the defeat of 2 flying fire lizards, Jiang Xiaobai had also reached level 20. In a team setting, experience points would be shared. Li Tiantian had contributed significantly, leading to an approximate distribution of 60 to 40. The beast mastery system in this world is undeniably fair. If one does not contribute during battle, even in a team, they would receive scant experience. Sometimes, Jiang Xiaobai pondered whether an omniscient deity truly governed this world. Otherwise, how could one explain all of this? In contrast, his own system for counterattack appeared far less reliable, exuding an air of unreliability. "You pitiful system, show yourself. Are you feigning death?" Jiang Xiaobai cursed angrily within the confines of his tent. When he reached level 20, it seemed the counterattack system had also undergone an upgrade. During his journey back after bidding farewell to Li Tiantian, it persistently displayed, "System upgrading, temporarily unavailable." After 2 days and nights, the system finally completed its update. Jiang Xiaobai eagerly opened it, noticing additional changes to the menu compared to the previous shopping mall and lottery center. A new tab labeled Trading Mall had emerged. Upon inspection, he discovered that it appeared to allow exchanges for real currency, as well as the purchase of items within the mall using real money. Out of curiosity, he decided to experiment, only to find himself deceived. "You unscrupulous merchant, refund my hard-earned money immediately. If you don't, I shall buy something else from you. And I will be your dog. You wouldn't want to lose all future income, would you?" Chapter 58, A Midnight Message. Despite Jiang Xiaobai's threats, the system remained unresponsive. He could no longer endure such cold indifference, yet he was powerless against it, forced to endure in silence while continuing to spend money. "Would you like to exchange for 1,000 gold coins?" At the bottom of this pop-up, there was a line of small text. It was this very line that had led to his misfortune. Exchange rate, 110. It seemed innocuous. Yet anyone reading this pop-up would assume it meant $1 exchanged for 100 gold coins. Jiang Xiaobai thought little of it and intended to use $100 to acquire 1,000 gold coins. To his dismay, the exchange rate was inverted. It required $10 to obtain 1 gold coin. Consequently, he was deducted a staggering $10,000. Do not ask how he knew this. The bank's text alerts had already notified him. At this point, he had exited the confines of Jiangbei Forest and was camping in a suburban area, where his phone signal had resumed. Gazing at the items in the trading mall, his heart bled. The cheapest item required at least 10,000 gold coins to exchange. This meant he would need to acquire another 9,000 gold coins if he wished to obtain anything from the trading mall. If he refrained from exchanging, his $10,000 would be wasted. Jiang Xiaobai felt as though he had been ensnared in a trap. Truly, there is no merchant without deceit. With no other option, he painfully exchanged for 9,000 gold coins, hoping the items would prove useful. Otherwise, he would curse. Jiang Xiaobai clicked on the item priced at 10,000 in the trading mall, which appeared to be an icon of a gift box. "Would you like to exchange for a lucky blind box, copper?" With no turning back, Jiang Xiaobai selected yes. In that moment, he was utterly taken aback. A new pop-up emerged, declaring, "Insufficient gold balance. A platform handling fee of 10 is required. Exchanging for this item requires 11,000 gold coins." Jiang Xiaobai was nearly propelled into a fit of rage. Is it necessary to be so unscrupulous? Even loan sharks would weep at this. Merely for an exchange, they demanded a 10 handling fee. Why bother establishing a mall when they could simply rob him? Jiang Xiaobai's expression darkened further. He was left with no choice but to endure the pain of exchanging for another 1,000 gold coins. His previously burgeoning wealth was rapidly diminishing, leaving him feeling as though his heart was bleeding. Was this system exploiting him? Was it carving into his flesh? The evils of capitalism. If there were any further mischief, he would unequivocally avoid this wretched trading mall henceforth. I shall never be enslaved, Jiang Xiaobai declared fiercely, clicking to confirm the exchange. At last, the lucky blind box, copper, was in his possession. Jiang Xiaobai could hardly contain his excitement as he opened it, eager to see what marvels awaited him. After all, he had expended $110,000 for this. He was determined to discover its unique qualities. Accompanied by a flicker of dark yellow light, the lucky blind box opened. Congratulations. You have obtained the skill book, Precise Throw. Learning this will grant you the skill of Precise Throw, Advanced. Jiang Xiaobai was left in utter disbelief. What? 110,000 for this? What use is a throwing skill? He had no need for hidden weapons or such items. Was he expected to hurl stones at people during fights? Jiang Xiaobai felt thoroughly deceived. He should have anticipated the nature of this treacherous system. With a sigh, he resigned himself to his fate. Would you like to learn Precise Throw now? Yes. Skills are never a burden, and it was still something he had exchanged vast sums for. Plus his proficiency was commendable. The proficiency levels range from beginner to ordinary, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, and extraordinary. Advanced proficiency is already quite impressive. Jiang Xiaobai possessed several skills with high proficiency, albeit rather unconventional ones. Grease on the feet, grandmaster level. Innovative ideas, grandmaster level. Bamboozling, master level. And sarcasm, master level. It was truly hard to look at. Regardless, after learning to throw, he finally had something to showcase. At the very least, he could perform some knife-throwing tricks at future banquets. Jiang Xiaobai consoled himself as he collapsed in his tent, staring at the ceiling while reflecting on the events and his gains during this period. After this perilous adventure in the secret realm, he had indeed reaped considerable rewards, finally reaching level 20, just barely meeting the threshold for advancement. Additionally, he had made progress in his own strength. Level 20. Health 2, 650. Mental strength 1325. Attack power 152. Strength 120. Agility 223. Spirit 127. Constitution 120. Luck 51. Fire resistance 100. Water resistance 0. Ice resistance 0. Lightning resistance 0. Compared to his previous pitiful strength, his abilities had undergone a dramatic transformation. Additionally, he had acquired numerous treasures. At this moment, his inventory had expanded to 20 slots upon reaching level 20, containing a mysterious liquid from the secret realm. Unsure of its purpose, he decided to keep it for now. Jiang Xiaobai pondered for a moment and retrieved a small box from his inventory. The box appeared somewhat antiquated, yet emanated an extraordinary glow. This was the small box he had found within the white jade statue in the secret realm. It was the first time he examined it closely. After turning it over several times, he still could not discern its secrets. Attempting to open the box, he found it unyielding despite his efforts. This piqued his curiosity about its contents. This must be the legendary restriction. He recalled scenes from novels he had previously read. He bit his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the box, only for the glow to repel his blood. Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback. What does this mean? Is the box averse to dirt? Subsequently, he tried various methods, burning, drowning, and other forms of torture, but there was no response. Finally, he resigned himself to defeat, tossing the box back into his inventory and choosing not to dwell on it. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Who is messaging me at this late hour? Jiang Xiaobai picked up his phone and opened the green bubble, surprised to find a message from Chun Lingmiao. Linger, are you there? Ding dang. Sleeping. Linger. Ding dang. Preparing. Linger, oh. Ding dang. Good, when? Linger. From Chun Lingmiao's negative emotion value, 20. Noticing that the young lady was upset, Jiang Xiaobai dropped the playful banter and got straight to the point. Ding dang. Is there something you need? Linger. Nothing much, just checking if you're still alive. Jiang Xiaobai's lips twitched slightly. This young lady truly lacked conversational skills. He retorted, somewhat irked, not dead yet. Meanwhile, in the Chun household, Chun Lingmiao pursed her lips, typed a few words, and then quickly deleted them. After several attempts, she finally sent a message, be careful. Upon reading this, Jiang Xiaobai understood. Chun Lingmiao had likely received news that the Li family might be taking action. Thus, she was warning him. Chapter 59. Days of Surfing the Internet. Jiang Xiaobai felt a warm glow in his heart. Although this young lady might struggle with conversation, she genuinely cared for him. He sent her a panda emoji, all good. Following this, the usually aloof Chun Lingmiao ceased to respond. The reason Jiang Xiaobai did not return to his courtyard was due to concerns that the Li family's retaliation might affect old Master Zhou and the others. Although he was exceedingly reluctant, he had no choice but to live a life of wandering in the vast Jiang city. Even the Li family would find it challenging to locate him. Unperturbed, Jiang Xiaobai began his daily training. With his phone in hand, he opened a large group chat, ready to take advantage of the discussions. Young people typically stayed up late, and the group remained lively into the night. Hong Shixin's alt account. What should I do, everyone? There's only a week until the assessment, and I'm still stuck at level 18. I'm quite anxious, waiting online. Hua Wuxian's escaping mother monkey. What can be done? Just chill. I have a sword. I have a plan that can help you resolve this crisis. Chunsheng is a younger brother. The above must be Chunsheng's alt. Stop pretending. I have a sword. Hong Shixin's alt. Stop messing around. Help me think of a solution. If I fail the assessment, I'll have to go home and inherit my family's $100 billion fortune. Ding dang. Don't be impulsive. It's just a matter of not progressing to the next level. No need to despair. Hong Shixin's alt. What do you mean? I have a sword. Indeed, a younger brother who doesn't understand. It's a ghost coin. Hua Wuxian's escaping mother monkey. Haha, from Sun Quandan's negative emotion value, 100. Shrimp without blinking. Wow, this brother is a talent. However, the assessment threshold this time is indeed high. I can barely meet the requirements. Seductive mother cockroach. The one above is quite arrogant. I've heard that many talents from other cities are participating, which is why the standards have been raised overall. Zhang Iji's eldest disciple. Our Jiang city has been somewhat disappointing in recent years. Universe Invincible First Handsome. Dear brothers and sisters, do not worry. With me here, there will be no issues. No cilantro, scholarship edition the brother above. Please let me ride your coattails. Exiled little princess. What is that smell? It's overwhelming, even coming through the screen. No cilantro, scholarship edition Universe Invincible First Handsome, brother. Look at her, truly vulgar. Universe Invincible First Handsome. Alright, I'll mediate. Please give me some face and stop quarreling. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled as he observed the messages in the group. He had to admit, everyone in the group was quite talented and articulate. He recognized some of the individuals. No need to mention the two foolish brothers Chunsheng and Xiaoxing. The rather ostentatious username Universe Invincible First Handsome belonged to Han Yu, the school heartthrob from the first high school. He was indeed quite flamboyant, and his social media was not set to private, revealing a narcissistic selfie as the first image. No wonder no cilantro had taken notice. Handsome, wealthy, and possessed of great talent, he was naturally popular, drawing envy and rivalry among the girls. Especially after Li Chengxian went offline, leaving him without a competitor. In Jiang City, Han Yu had become a standout in the girls' favorability rankings. Aside from these characters, many others remained silent. However, the majority continued to discuss the upcoming assessment, as the group had been established for this very purpose. With such sudden changes, it was likely that few would pass. Indeed, if one could easily enter a university in Shangjing, their life would be set. I heard that there's a Chunqiu Academy in Shangjing, built near the seaside, rich in resources, with no tuition fees, and reportedly several secret realms as well. Wow, that sounds incredible. I want to attend Chunqiu Academy. Jiang Xiaobai observed the conversation and suddenly interjected. You all think too much. Let us focus on reaching level 21st. The previously lively discussion in the group fell into silence for a brief moment. Damn, that was too blunt. Although it was true, it was rather heart-wrenching. From Shi Jinxiang's negative emotion value, 30. From Hang Dali's negative emotion value, 25. From Sai Jiaochan's negative emotion value, 35. From Jiang Xiaobai looked contentedly at the incoming funds in the background, grinning widely. Look at this, how effortless. Once he felt it was sufficient, Jiang Xiaobai tossed his phone aside. A faint smile gracing his lips as he slipped into slumber. Time flew by swiftly, and in the absence of pressing matters, Jiang Xiaobai enjoyed a few leisurely days. With nothing to do during the day, he ventured to the riverside for fishing and hunting. Initially, he had set out to fish, but when the fish began to taunt him in the water, fishing quickly transformed into catching. The throwing skills he had just learned came into play, and he finally discovered a semblance of enjoyment in camping. He indulged in plenty of game. As night fell and boredom settled in, I occasionally engaged with the group chat to earn a semblance of emotional currency. Life had been quite leisurely. Tomorrow marked the day of the formal assessment. Rarely today. Jiang Xiaobai abstained from participating in the chat and instead reopened the system. After a period of accumulation, coupled with the remaining points from the last upgrade, his emotional currency had once again reached 5,000. Jiang Xiaobai first browsed the shopping mart, which had gained 2 new items following the recent system enhancement. The first item was a basic red potion, priced at 100. The note read, consuming it will restore your vigor as a man, gradually recovers health, healing injuries. Effective for 30 minutes. The second item was a basic blue potion, also priced at 100. The note stated, Consuming it will invigorate you, ensuring you remain tireless through the night. Gradually restores mental energy, effective for 30 minutes. Jiang Xiaobai furrowed his brow, questioning the seriousness of the system. The actual effects were relegated to the parentheses, while the preceding peculiar descriptions took precedence. The effects of these two items were straightforward. One healed injuries, while the other restored mental energy, both undeniably practical. After some contemplation, he decided to exchange for 10 of each. In critical moments, such items could be life-saving, and he felt no remorse in stocking up. Having spent 2,000 emotional points, he resolved to indulge in a long-awaited 10 consecutive draws. One cannot deny the addictive nature of gambling. Grasping his 3,000 emotional points with exuberance, Jiang Xiaobai boldly bypassed the customary single draw for a full 10 draws. The misty wheel began to spin, and he watched eagerly. However, his expression darkened as a series of thank you for participating flooded the screen. The entire 10 draws yielded merely one white slot indicating a reward. Congratulations, you have received a happy pill. Jiang Xiaobai held the blue pill, questioning the meaning of life. Wasn't this akin to Viagra? Who do you look down upon? He thought indignantly. As a strapping young man, do I truly need this? In a fit of anger, he nearly discarded the pill but ultimately decided to keep it. After all, it was worth 990 emotional points, and discarding it felt wasteful. He pressed on, undeterred, and initiated another 10 draws. There was a hint of excitement in the air as the wheel spun faster, finally slowing to a halt amid a burst of silver light. Jiang Xiaobai was electrified. Through his recent explorations, he had discerned some patterns in the system's items, identifiable by their colors: white, bronze, silver, and gold. Although he had yet to encounter a gold item, he speculated on its existence. The appearance of another silver item sent his heart racing. Recalling how useful the previous green item had been, this time, the brilliance was even more dazzling, indicating something superior. He could hardly contain his anticipation. Congratulations. You have received a worn-out Pokeball, valued at 100. Note: has a certain probability of indiscriminately capturing any spirit beast. Capture time: 1 hour. Skill cooldown: 12 hours. Jiang Xiaobai's initial delight was swiftly extinguished. Although the item was promising, the limitations felt overwhelming, rendering it seemingly ineffective. Given the certain probability, he suspected it to be dismally low. The sole redeeming quality was the phrase indiscriminately, yet it paled in comparison to the green item. With a tinge of disappointment, Jiang Xiaobai stowed the Pokeball away. Turning to the remaining slots from the 10 draws, aside from the Pokeball, he uncovered a bronze item. Upon inspection, he found, congratulations, you have received a pet recipe book, valued at 100. Jiang Xiaobai automatically disregarded the price, knowing that the recovery value of most drawn items was 100 unless he had lost his mind to sell them. Extracting the recipe book, he perused its contents and found it to be quite satisfactory. As Xiao Ke grew, so did its appetite, and the little creature was notoriously picky, rejecting many foods. Now, he had the opportunity to experiment with some recipes for it, although certain ingredients were challenging to gather and the cooking process was not particularly simple. Having spent nearly 2,000 emotional points, Jiang Xiaobai felt a lingering sense of loss despite the gains. With over 1,000 points remaining, he decided to save them for future needs, adhering to the wisdom of conserving resources. After a flurry of activity, it was already late into the night. Jiang Xiaobai prepared for bed, hoping to rejuvenate for the impending assessment. Just then, his phone buzzed. Walla walla, Grandpa, your grandson is calling. He picked up the phone to find an unfamiliar number, frowning as he immediately hung up. Received negative emotional value from Li Tian, minus 50. Ah, it was her. Jiang Xiaobai recalled that he had shared his contact information when they parted, neglecting to save hers. The phone buzzed again. Without waiting for the sounds to finish, he answered. The number you have dialed is no longer in service. Jiang Xiaobai could no longer maintain his FAAD, his grasp of the language faltering. Received negative emotional value from Li Tian, minus 50. Why did you hang up on me? Came an exasperated voice from the other end. Jiang Xiaobai switched to speaker mode, distancing the phone slightly as he noticed several mosquitoes had infiltrated his tent. He began swatting them away. Oh, I was busy and accidentally hung up. My apologies. What's the matter? With each smack, Li Tian listened in confusion, her expression shifting as realization dawned. Her face flushed crimson. You shameless, she exclaimed before abruptly hanging up. Jiang Xiaobai, bewildered, crushed the last mosquito and wondered what had provoked her. Had she forgotten her medication? Received negative emotional value from Li Tian, minus 10. Received negative emotional value from Li Tian, minus 10. Received negative emotional value from Li Tian. The screen displayed a flurry of notifications, each meager in value. Jiang Xiaobai sighed and checked his messages, discovering a text from Li Tian that simply read, "Breakup." Breakup? He was taken aback, rolling his eyes at her dramatics. It seemed absurd, as if they had ever been in a relationship. If that is what you want, then so be it. He promptly blocked her number. Meanwhile, on the other end, Li Tiantian was torn. Upon reflection, she realized that her assumptions might have been misguided, leading to a pang of regret. After some contemplation, she composed another message. What were you doing just now? A red exclamation mark appeared. Li Tiantian paused, then sent a casual smiley face. This time, there was no exclamation mark. Confused, she wondered if there was a glitch and promptly sent the question again. Another red exclamation mark appeared. Li Tiantian. Undeterred, she sent another emoji, which surprisingly went through. What on earth was happening? She felt a wave of bewilderment wash over her as she continued to send messages. Still perplexed by the situation, Jiang Xiaobai received a message. Miss, it's late at night. If you have something to say, just say it. Disturbing me like this is quite troubling. Li Tiantian felt a flush creeping onto her cheeks as she recalled her recent behavior. It indeed seemed she had been intrusive. Foregoing further inquiries about what Jiang Xiaobai was doing, she hastily broached the main topic. I heard that all the academies in Shangjing are enrolling students this time. Which academy do you plan to attend? Jiang Xiaobai glanced at the message and halted his hand, which was poised to block her, lost in contemplation. He had not actually given this much thought. His knowledge of the prominent universities in Shangjing was rather limited. Which do you intend to attend? Jiang Xiaobai countered. I plan to go to Shangjing Academy. It suits me well. You should be considering the E Academy, right? I haven't decided yet. I'll go wherever accepts me. Humph. Jiang Xiaobai's expression darkened as he resisted the urge to block her. He inquired, why do you think I would choose E Academy? Your spirit beast ability is quite unique. E Academy loves to recruit talents like you. Jiang Xiaobai understood now. Li Tiantian seemed convinced that his spirit beast resembled a lump of green muck. The name E Academy was indeed peculiar, likely indicating a preference for beast tamers with extraordinary abilities. After exchanging a few brief words with Li Tiantian, Jiang Xiaobai fabricated an excuse to send her on her way. Continuing the conversation would likely drag on until dawn. Stepping out of the tent, Jiang Xiaobai gazed up at the luminous moonlight, softly murmuring, have we truly arrived at this juncture? The next morning dawned bright and sunny. Jiang Xiaobai rose early, performed a set of calisthenics, stretched his body, and began packing his belongings to set out. The assessment was scheduled to take place at Jiangxing No. 1 High School. Chapter 61. The assessment begins. For most families, today was of utmost significance. The entire Jiangxing was making concessions for this extraordinary day. Upon arriving at the school gate, Jiang Xiaobai found it unusually quiet. The familiar faces of the uncles and aunts were nowhere to be seen, which felt rather disconcerting. A glance at the security booth revealed that the former security guard had been replaced by Teacher Chun. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai, Teacher Chun was momentarily taken aback, removing his sunglasses to scrutinize him with an expression of disbelief. Jiang Xiaobai, what brings you here? I am here to participate in the assessment. What else would I be doing? Jiang Xiaobai replied matter-of-factly. Teacher Chun paused, contemplating the logic of his words. However, he wondered if such a talented individual with dual qualifications should even be present. Though he kept this thought to himself, aware that it could hurt Jiang Xiaobai's pride, he nonetheless cautioned, just don't cause any trouble. There are many significant figures present today. Jiang Xiaobai, unusually compliant, nodded and entered the campus. After taking just a couple of steps, he suddenly turned back to Teacher Chun. Teacher Chun, did you go to the foot-washing city again last night? Startled by the question, Teacher Chun quickly pulled Jiang Xiaobai aside and whispered, what nonsense are you spouting? How could your teacher go to such a place? Then what s with those dark circles under your eyes? Cough, I bumped into something accidentally. It seems you bumped into it quite spectacularly, Jiang Xiaobai chuckled. Get lost. You little rascal. You dare to tease me? Teacher Chun, a bit flustered, responded, all right, hurry inside. All you do is irritate me. With that, he playfully kicked Jiang Xiaobai into the school. Watching the boy's slender frame retreat, Teacher Chun quietly called out, don't overexert yourself. If it becomes too much, I can pull some strings to find you a job. Jiang Xiaobai did not turn back, but waved his hand dismissively. Teacher Chun sighed, glanced around, and promptly put his glasses back on, muttering complaints under his breath. Damn it, that woman is so heavy-handed. I'll deal with her eventually. Ouch, it hurts. Xiaoli is much better. Upon entering the school playground, Jiang Xiaobai noticed a considerable number of people had already gathered. Although the threshold for this assessment had significantly increased, many were still unwilling to concede defeat. Even if they did not reach level 20, if the enrollment numbers fell short, or if candidates excelled in other areas, various universities would still consider accepting some individuals as exceptions. Thus, many were there to try their luck. At this moment, all attendees were clustered around a platform, facing a row of VIP seats. Jiang Xiaobai blended into the crowd and scanned the area, spotting several familiar faces. Two areas stood out prominently. One was led by Han Yu, surrounded by a flurry of admirers, making it impossible to catch a glimpse of him. The other area included Chun Lingyao, Jiang Xiaobai, and Lu Yuxiao, with the inner circle occupied by the daughters of prominent families, while the outer circle consisted of protective admirers. The remaining attendees were scattered in small groups, creating a clear hierarchy at the assessment venue. It was quite rare to see someone like Jiang Xiaobai standing alone, most clustered together, incessantly discussing their anxieties. I'm so nervous. My family sold everything just to help me reach level 20. If I fail the assessment and don't get selected by the 5 major academies, we'll be in dire straits. My family is slightly better off, but it's south still close. What is there to be nervous about? Look at that guy. He is so calm. A few voices turned towards Jiang Xiaobai, momentarily surprised, feeling a sense of familiarity. However, they brushed it off, as they were all from the same school and crossed paths often. Little did they know, 3 months prior during the awakening ceremony, they had all been greatly vexed by Jiang Xiaobai. Meanwhile, in Chun Lingmiao's circle, they were also engaged in conversation. Lingmiao, what level are you at now? Lu Yuxiao, licking an ice cream, captivated the attention of the surrounding boys. I'm at level 24, Chun Lingmiao replied, subtly reminding Lu Yuxiao to refrain from attracting too much attention. Unfazed, Lu Yuxiao widened her eyes and playfully waved her hands at the boys, prompting a chorus of cheers. Forget them, she said nonchalantly. Xiaowai, what about you? I'm at level 23. Jiang Xiaowai approached and playfully pinched her friend's cheek, laughing. What is up? Are you worried about passing the assessment? Feeling anxious? Lu Yuxiao, wanting to escape, accidentally dropped her ice cream, puffing up in annoyance. Humph, you pinched my face and now my ice cream is gone. You owe me one. Jiang Xiaowai grinned and leaned closer, teasingly whispering. All right, I'll make it up to you, my precious Yuxiao. How do you want me to repay you? No. Lu Yuxiao's hair stood on end, and she raised her hands in surrender. She could hardly tolerate Jiang Xiaowai's antics. They were simply too much. The 3 girls exhibited no signs of worry regarding the assessment, a typical demeanor among the offspring of affluent families. They had access to family resources, making it relatively easy to reach level 20, as long as their qualifications weren't too poor, with ample resources. Leveling up to 20 as a beast tamer was quite manageable. Once their primary spirit beasts matured beyond level 20, the leveling process would slow significantly. Thus, the threshold set by the major universities was fundamentally a process of filtering the qualifications and backgrounds of beast tamers. All right, the assessment is about to begin, everyone. Please quiet down. At that moment, an elderly man with a spirited demeanor appeared on the platform. His aged yet resonant voice carried throughout the crowd, clear and loud even without amplification. The elderly gentleman in question is the principal of Jiang Chung Yizhong, affectionately referred to as Sun Lao. As his words echoed in the air, an immediate silence enveloped the audience. Satisfied with the tranquil atmosphere, Sun Lao nodded and continued, before we commence the assessments, let us invite a few esteemed guests who have traveled from afar. No sooner had he spoken than a hearty laughter resonated throughout the campus. Old son, no need for your introduction. Allow me to take the lead. Though the figure remained unseen, his voice was unmistakable. Suddenly, a colossal, vividly striped tiger, exuding an aura of ferocity, descended from the sky. The gusts of wind whipped around, silencing the surroundings as the tiger landed upon the stage. On its back stood a robust figure, arms crossed, surveying the students below with an imperious gaze. Most of the onlookers were intimidated by the tiger's menacing presence, with some retreating involuntarily. I am Wang Kai, mentor from the Beast Spirit Academy. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the imposing scene of man and beast, unable to suppress a sense of wonder. This entrance was undeniably extravagant. Before he could finish his contemplation, a woman's delicate snort pierced the ears of everyone present. Wang Manzi, how clever of you to try and seize the spotlight. The Yuling Academy shall not acquiesce. With that proclamation, a woman elegantly leaped over the heads of the students, her azure dress flowing gracefully around her. Her sweet smile lit up the atmosphere as she landed, causing a splash that transformed into a water elemental, materializing beside her. Greetings, fellow students. I am Ning Miao, a mentor from the Yuling Academy. Though Ning Miao's entrance lacked the grandeur of Wang Kai's, her finesse was far more intricate, and her elemental spirit was a rarity, leaving the audience in awe. Sister Miao's water elemental has certainly improved in strength. Amidst the murmurs of admiration, a tall, slender figure, clad in leather boots, made her way to the stage. Perched quietly upon her shoulder was a small, entirely golden bird. Though her entrance was unremarkable, her refined features combined with an air of cold elegance created an imposing presence that subtly overshadowed the previous 2 mentors. Bai Ling, a mental-type beastmaster from Shangjing Academy. The succinct introduction took the crowd by surprise. My goodness, a rare mental-type beastmaster. She is indeed a formidable figure. The bird upon her shoulder must be an exceptionally rare mental spirit. It was said that mental spirits possessed at least a grade of aptitude, and given their unique abilities, they could rival even higher-ranked spirits. Truly, Shanjing Academy was remarkable. I have made my decision. I must enroll in Shanjing Academy. Not for anything else, but to one day be close to Mentor Bai Ling. The individual beside him looked at the leg-obsessed boy with disdain, taking a step back. Jiang Xiaobai recognized the young man, momentarily stunned. Wasn't he the one from the awakening ceremony? Mentor Bai Ling. It appears this year's spotlight has once again been stolen by you. Suddenly, a parrot swooped down from the sky, landing on the stage with a thud, transforming into an elderly gentleman with graying hair and a monocle, leaning on his cane. He wore a wry smile as the former parrot began preening its feathers atop his staff. I am Zhang Qingfeng from the Alien Academy. Before the crowd could marvel at the peculiarities of the Alien Academy's mentor, a young man in a long blue robe descended gracefully upon a celestial crane. Dear juniors, I am your senior, Song Jiming. As the handsome young man on the crane captured the attention of many, several girls' eyes sparkled with admiration. Oh my, he is so handsome and ethereal. What should I do? I may have developed feelings for him, but Han Yuapa, please don't blame me. Hearing the praises from the audience, the young man smiled warmly, gracefully alighting from the crane. Then, oh no, I twisted my ankle. The scene abruptly fell silent, leaving everyone stunned, especially the girls who had just been enamored. What happened to the graceful, ethereal figure? Jiming, you are a mentor now. How can you be so unsteady? Sun Lao, the principal, sighed in exasperation, stepping forward to assist Song Jiming. This was a mistake. It was all planned for effect. Shall we do it again? Do it again? You must be joking. Do you want to further embarrass me? Sun Lao shot him a glare. You are now representing the Chuanqiu Academy. Be mindful of your image. Rest assured, Principal, Song Jiming replied with a reassuring glance, straightening his attire. He then addressed the students with a smile. I am Song Jiming from Chuanqiu Academy. I also hail from Jiangchang, so just call me your senior. The earlier incident was merely a jest to leave a lasting impression. To the students, he appeared youthful, likely around 25 or 26. Yet he was already a mentor at Chuanqiu Academy, indicating his exceptional capabilities. First time meeting you. Where is Mentor Qian? Wang Kai asked, arms crossed. Mentor Qian is currently in another province. Since my family is from this region, the academy assigned me here, Song Jiming responded. It seems Chuanqiu Academy doesn't hold much hope for this batch of students from Jiangchang, Bai Ling remarked coolly as she turned to face him. With a smile? Song Jiming replied, not at all. They are all equally valued. Bai Ling chose not to argue, merely nodding in acknowledgement before taking her seat. The others followed suit. Settling down. The introductory ceremony, a customary occurrence each year, serves as a subtle strategy for the recruiting mentors. Shanjing Academy comprises 5 prestigious colleges: Chuanqiu Academy, Yuling Academy, Alien Academy, Beast Spirit Academy, and Shanjing Academy itself. These institutions are of comparable strength, none overshadowing the others. Chuanqiu Academy is the preferred choice for elemental-type beastmasters, while speed and strength-oriented beastmasters fare better elsewhere. The rivalry between Yuling Academy and Beast Spirit Academy has persisted for years, with students and mentors alike harboring animosity. The Alien Academy, as previously mentioned by Li Tiantian, seeks to recruit those with unique abilities, maintaining a low profile, yet possessing considerable strength and a fierce protective instinct. There was a notable incident where a prominent family surrounded a core disciple of the Alien Academy, only to have that family mysteriously annihilated overnight without a trace. Although the Alien Academy denied involvement, everyone understood the implications. Since then, no one dared to dismiss any of the 5 prestigious academies. Now, let us maintain silence. Sun Lao exchanged glances with the other mentors, observing that they were all prepared before he spoke. I shall explain the rules. Upon hearing the word rules, the audience fell into an attentive hush. The upcoming assessment comprises 3 rounds, the first being a test of aptitude and level. Each of you will take the stage in turn to evaluate your qualifications. Only those who achieve a level above 20 may proceed to the subsequent rounds. The specifics of the latter 2 assessments shall remain undisclosed for now. Now, those ready may come forth. As soon as Sun Lao finished speaking, a bold voice rang out from the crowd. I will be the first. In the midst of the crowd, Han Yu raised his hand. All right, you shall be the first. Place your hand on the crystal orb and wait until the light dims before removing it. With a confident stride, Han Yu ascended the stage under the watchful gaze of the multitude. Whispers began to circulate among the audience, speculating on his level. I estimate he must be at least level 24. Indeed, given his talent, he may well surpass level 24. Of course, our Han Yu Appa is undoubtedly the strongest. In the eyes of the crowd, Han Yu was a guaranteed success, and there was no need for concern. Upon reaching a spherical crystal orb that stood half his height, Han Yu placed one hand upon it. Suddenly, a surge of green light erupted from the orb, lasting for approximately half a minute before gradually extinguishing. The screen behind the orb displayed a series of characters: qualification, mental strength, beast affinity, level 25. Elder Son glanced at it, nodded, and stated, "Not bad, you've passed." However, Hanyu seemed oblivious, staring blankly at the screen. Eventually, he muttered in dissatisfaction, "This shouldn't be. How could I, the esteemed Hanyu, possess such a low beast affinity?" The audience erupted into fervent discussions once more. Hanyu truly is impressive. He has indeed reached level 25. I doubt anyone in Jiangxing can surpass him. If Li Chengxian were still alive, he would be comparable. But didn't he awaken with a beast affinity of level 3? How did he end up with this? It's quite simple. There are disparities even among the same levels, as you surely understand. Indeed, after reaching level 20, these subtle differences can significantly impact performance. Hence, this assessment employs more precise instruments. I see. Meanwhile, the esteemed guests began to engage in amicable exchanges, as it was customary to compete for promising talents each year. "This Hanyu is one we must recruit for Jing Academy," asserted Bai Ling with an unyielding demeanor. "Hee, Miss Bai Ling, do you assert that so easily? This young prodigy possesses dual affinities. He cannot be relinquished so readily," Wang Kai retorted, unwilling to concede. Bai Ling shot him a cold glance. "You think you can best me? Come back when you can." Wang Kai seethed, ready to retort, but Ning Miao interjected. "Since both of you have set your sights on Hanyu, the Yuling Academy will not contest." "Oh." Wang Kai regarded her suspiciously and scoffed. "Then I shall withdraw as well. Besides, whether he wishes to join your ranks remains uncertain. Precisely, this endless rivalry is quite tiresome. This year's crop from Jiangxing is not as promising as last year's," Zhang Qingfeng remarked, stroking his beard to diffuse the tension. At this, silence fell over the crowd. Song Jiming awkwardly scratched his head, as his words rang true. Traditionally, prior to assessments, each academy would conduct a preliminary survey across various regions. The results this time revealed that Jiangxing's overall talent and strength were rather unimpressive. Not only was the talent level subpar, but there were also no standout leaders to speak of. Other cities boasted tales of prodigies venturing into secret realms, defeating formidable beasts, or pursuing notorious criminals. While Jiangxing only had the embarrassing tale of a genius from the Li family who was buried alive due to greed. Reflecting on this, Song Jiming felt a twinge of embarrassment for his hometown. "Esteemed mentors, there are still quite a few promising candidates. Perhaps we should look further. There may be a dark horse among them." The mentors nodded in silence, acknowledging that being a city, there must be some potential talents to uncover. This year, the number of spots allocated to Jiangxing was limited, with each academy entitled to only 5 candidates. Although they might not yield a leading prodigy, selecting some upper-tier talents would still be beneficial. The testing process proceeded swiftly, with many candidates possessing commendable qualifications, even if their levels fell short, being deemed exceptional enough to pass. Such individuals typically hailed from average backgrounds, and with a bit more time and resources, they could easily catch up. Yet, aside from Hanyu and a select few from prominent families, there were no talents that piqued the interest of the academy mentors, as most appeared rather mediocre. Level 20. Pass. Level 21. Pass. Level 18. Pass. As the assessments continued, the mentors grew increasingly intrigued by the results. A mental strength affinity of level 5. Although the beast affinity hasn't reached level 3, it's still commendable. "Who is this girl?" Bai Ling's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired about the young lady on stage. "She is the eldest daughter of the Qin family." Song Jiming began to answer, but Ning Miao interjected, her eyes glimmering as she smiled at Qin Ling Miao. "Sister, you just selected Hanyu. I did not contest you. How about you let this little girl be mine?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ling found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She looked at Ning Miao with a wry smile. "Well, you certainly did your homework. You came prepared for this. You were aiming for this girl all along, weren't you?" Ning Miao grinned sweetly and replied, "Indeed. So, sister, will you grant me this favor? Given your earnest request, I shall not contest you for her. This girl's mental strength is extraordinary and indeed suits your Yuling Academy well." Bai Ling cast a sideways glance at Wang Kai, who was about to speak. "Wang Kai, you wouldn't dare contest this, would you? She doesn't fit your academy's style, and you wouldn't want to mislead her, would you?" Wang Kai, taken aback, swallowed his retort. "Of course not. I, Wang Kai, am not so unreasonable." Seeing this, Ning Miao cast a grateful glance at Bai Ling. Amidst the lively exchanges on stage, the audience below buzzed with chatter. "The Chan goddess possesses remarkable mental strength. She truly deserves her title." "Nonsense, she is our goddess. What number are you in the group?" "Group? You haven't even joined the goddess support group. You have no right to call her a goddess." "My adoptive father will get me in." "That is fine, but you need to pay the membership fee first." "Membership fee? How much?" 100. That is not expensive. I'll transfer you, and you add me. Alright, received it. You are now Ling C number 2. Huh, number 2? ISNT there are a lot of people? Who's number 1? Number 1 is me. From Dongfang Bu buys negative emotional value, 100. Jiang Xiaobai patted his companion on the shoulder and said earnestly, Dongfang, don't dwell on the details. Once you join the group, serve the goddess well and bring in more like-minded individuals. As the organization grows, you will become a founding member. I believe in you. Oh, by the way, here's a code for the membership fee. Don't forget to pay. Chapter 64. The Provocation from the Li Family. While Dongfang Bu Bai remained bewildered, Jiang Xiaobai approached another group. Brothers, you claim to be fans of Lu Goddess? Then hurry and find the organization. This is the Goddess's support group. It requires neither 9,998 nor 998, just 98, and you can bring the Goddess home. Act now, or you'll miss this opportunity. Payment of 98 yuan received. Payment of 98 yuan received. In the midst of their bewilderment, Jiang Xiaobai gleefully collected his payments and withdrew. The others exchanged glances, collectively harboring a thought, am I being deceived? Yet, upon observing their companions remain silent, they began to wonder if perhaps they were overthinking. They tentatively initiated banter. Ahem. This group seems quite decent. It appears we've found our organization. Indeed, haha. I believe as devoted admirers of the goddess, we ought to expand our organization. You speak the truth, my brother. With just a few exchanges, their conviction solidified. They had not been misled. They had genuinely found their organization. Chunling Yao, Jiang Xiaobai, and Lu Yuxiao, the trio of close friends, consecutively took the stage for their evaluations, bringing a slight surge of excitement to the first assessment. The talents of the three women were commendable and visually appealing. Beautiful women, especially those endowed with exceptional talents, naturally attracted even greater attention. Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Yuxiao had similar qualifications, both being level 23 and level 25 Beastmasters. Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback by how quickly Lu Yuxiao, the glutton, had leveled up, leading him to suspect that perhaps her appetite had contributed to her advancement. Seizing the wave of enthusiasm they generated, he harvested another round of emotional value. Of course, he was reluctant to accept the money, but declining would seem rather disingenuous. When the moment felt right, he ceased his actions. It was time for him to take the stage. Is there anyone else? Elder Sun called out from the platform. I am here. Jiang Xiaobai raised his hand and stepped forward. As he ascended the stage, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Hey, this person looks familiar. Yes, I feel the same way. ISNT he that useless one? Which useless one are you referring to? The one from 3 months ago at the Shuang event. Oh, now that you mention it. I recall him. How did he even show up? Who knows? He must have lost his mind. With his talent, how dare he come here? If he passes the test, I'll eat 2 tons of dung right here. That is a bit harsh, but you really have no risk there, haha. It seems like anyone and everyone is showing up now. He should just leave and not embarrass us in Jiangxing. Once they recognized Jiang Xiaobai, the unflattering remarks began to circulate. At that moment, someone boldly shouted from the crowd. Jiang Xiaobai frowned, glancing to see that he did not recognize the speaker. However, the individual beside him was a familiar face, the slender monkey. This is... Jiang Xiaobai vaguely sensed the animosity from the young man. Could he be from the Li family? Although Jiang Xiaobai was indifferent to others' mockery, he naturally could not tolerate personal insults. He immediately retorted, whose belt is loose, revealing your inadequacies? What business is it of yours? The crowd erupted in uproar upon hearing his words. Uffed. Wow, this guy has quite the sharp tongue. That must be the new heir of the Li family, Li Chengfeng, younger brother of Li Chengxian. I kind of admire this brother. Although his talent is lacking, his courage is commendable. Li Chengfeng, publicly humiliated under the gaze of many, suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Compared to his cousin Li Chengxian, his facade was evidently lacking. He pointed at Jiang Xiaobai, angrily exclaiming, What? Did I say something wrong? Aren't you just a useless one? Does a waste like you even deserve to participate in the assessment? This is simply a waste of time. Don't you all agree? The slender monkey and several others from the Li family chimed in. Exactly. Hurry up and leave. Our young master is only trying to help you. As they jeered, numerous students began to point at Jiang Xiaobai. While some disapproved of the Li family's behavior, many felt their words held merit. With low abilities and poor talent, one ought to be looked down upon. Chunling Miao and the other two noticed Jiang Xiaobai's predicament. Their concern for him growing. What they are saying is too much, Lu Yuxiao exclaimed angrily. A bunch of snobs, focusing their thoughts on this, Jiang Xiaobai scoffed, wishing she could silence those individuals. Chunling Miao furrowed her brow, silently observing the scene, feeling deeply uncomfortable, particularly as she watched Jiang Xiaobai standing alone against the ridicule directed at him, wishing she could silence their mouths. Silence. This is the assessment venue. If you wish to fight, I will give you the opportunity later. Elder Sun scolded the chaotic scene. Turning to Jiang Xiaobai, he said, "Classmate, you may begin." Jiang Xiaobai nodded, turning back to the mockers and gesturing with his middle finger. Amidst their furious gazes, he approached the crystal ball and gently placed his hand upon it. A dazzling green light erupted. Upon witnessing this brilliance, those who had just mocked him stood agape in disbelief. Impossible. How could he possibly shine green? Isn't he supposed to have dual talents? Such talent could not possibly reach level 20 in just 3 months. Having observed previous tests, they understood that a green glow from the crystal ball indicated that one had met the level requirement. A red glow, conversely, indicated insufficient level. At that moment, the crystal ball radiated a vibrant green light, albeit somewhat oddly. While others maintained a steady green glow that gradually dimmed over time, Jiang Xiaobai's flickered like an alarm, flashing incessantly. "I don't believe it. The machine must be malfunctioning," Li Chengfeng exclaimed, glancing at the screen behind him, only to find himself frozen in place. The display clearly showed qualification, dual, mental strength, Beastmaster talent, level 20. How could this be? He had indeed reached level 20. Not only was he taken aback, but everyone present was similarly incredulous. His qualification remained unchanged, still a rare dual talent. Yet, the level was unmistakably displayed. What is going on? I possess a dual talent and Haven T even reached level 20. How did he manage it? Chun Ling Miao covered her mouth in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Jiang Xiaobai would truly achieve level 20. But how had he accomplished this? Did his slime possess some unique qualities? Meanwhile, in the VIP section, several instructors were equally surprised. Ning Miao remarked, "This talent is unprecedented. But how did he manage to reach level 20 so quickly?" A flicker of blue light passed through Bai Ling's eyes as she quietly observed Jiang Xiaobai. As she watched, an unusual color flashed in her gaze. But she quickly composed herself, shaking her head and saying, "I'm not sure. He must have had some fortuitous encounter." Even so, she mused, reaching level 20 by sheer luck could not sustain such talent. Zhang Qingfeng shook his head, expressing his disappointment. Wang Kai gazed at the young man on stage with a hint of regret. "This boy piques my interest. His character is commendable, but alas, his talent is unfortunate." "Well, you have passed. You may step down." Jiang Xiaobai, upon hearing this, chose not to address those who had looked down upon him. It was far more satisfying to let facts speak for themselves. By annoying those who despised him, he could further enhance his strength. He increasingly felt that this system was tailored specifically to him. Just then, another wave of notifications appeared on his screen. Negative emotional value from Li Chengfeng, 60. Negative emotional value from Lu Benwei, 70. Who is this Lu brother? Jiang Xiaobai had thought that Li Chengfeng would be the standout among this group. "Brother, didn't you just say he had passed? What was that about?" "Ahem, did I say that?" His success seems to be a mere stroke of luck, likely exhausting his physical potential just to barely meet the standards. Such an underwhelming performance surely cannot survive the next round. If he does manage to pass, what is it to me, Lu Benwei? Many shared similar sentiments as these two brothers, believing that Jiang Xiaobai had only managed to pass the test by sheer chance. After Jiang Xiaobai stepped down, several others followed suit, and soon all participants had completed their assessments. Those who passed were elated yet somewhat anxious, while those who did not were crestfallen. A few individuals, feeling discontented, likely vented their frustrations on Jiang Xiaobai, thinking it unjust that someone with inferior qualifications could succeed where they had failed. At this moment, the name of a certain individual flitted through his mind. With the conclusion of the first round, 108 participants had passed. After a brief interlude of 10 minutes, the next round of assessments was to commence. Once the list was organized, Elder Sun stepped forward to announce, "The next stage is a free-for-all elimination match. U-108 will gather on the arena. And once only 50 remain, the assessment will conclude. Those who stand on the arena at the end will pass the second round." The announcement of this second round's contents instantly stirred a commotion. Goodness, how ruthless. A free-for-all? We must band together for warmth. This is terribly unfair. Those aristocratic scions have such an advantage with their numbers. Precisely. We must unite and contend against the capital. Before the assessment even began, a throng of participants began seeking allies. Meanwhile, in the distance, the trio of Chun Ling Miao were beckoning Jiang Xiaobai over. Just as he prepared to approach, he was unexpectedly obstructed. "Jiang Xiaobai, what's wrong? Afraid? Want to hide behind a woman?" Li Chengfeng, with a somewhat juvenile appearance, adopted a flippant tone as he confronted Jiang Xiaobai. Frowning, Jiang Xiaobai shot him a cold glance. "Step aside. Good dogs do not block the way." Li's deliberate provocation was particularly irksome to him. "Kid, you seem clever enough to understand why I'm here." Li Chengfeng gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to strike, and leaned closer to Jiang Xiaobai, whispering, "How did my cousin die? If you tell me truthfully, I want to make it difficult for you." "What do you say?" Jiang Xiaobai took a slight step back, visibly disgusted, and shouted, How repulsive. I've said it before, I'm not interested in men. You, a pathetic creature, should stop clinging to me. At this utterance, all eyes turned towards them, gazing at Li Chengfeng with an expression of incredulity. Goodness, so Li Chengfeng is of that orientation. No wonder he is always so effeminate. Oh, I suddenly recall he spoke to me the other day. He wouldn't be eyeing me, would he? You'd better watch out. The surrounding laughter caused Li Chengfeng's face to turn crimson with rage, his body trembling as he pointed at Jiang Xiaobai. Unable to articulate a response. You're talking nonsense, I'm not. He stammered. Don't listen to his lies. However, his defense was woefully inadequate. Once the seeds of doubt were sown, belief became a matter of personal conviction. Particularly within the upper echelons of society, such orientations were not uncommon. Jiang Xiaobai turned away. Satisfied. This fellow is so naive. He thinks he can contend with me? What a futile endeavor. Approaching Chun Lingmiao and her companions, Jiang Xiaobai remarked. You're quite wicked. Now Li Chengfeng is beyond redemption. Who told him to provoke me? Jiang Xiaobai replied. Why do you seem so gleeful about it? Not at all. I'm merely concerned for you. Jiang Xiaobai feigned innocence. Enough of this. Let us get back to business. Chun Lingmiao interjected, turning her attention to Jiang Xiaobai. For the upcoming second round, you will stick with us three. Understanding their intentions to assist him, Jiang Xiaobai felt a warmth in his heart and nodded, saying, all right. I'll protect you three. Oh no, he is at it again. The two girls sighed, rolling their eyes, occasionally admiring his confidence. As if he is going to protect us. We're the ones looking out for him. Jiang Xiaobai, unperturbed by their thoughts, glanced curiously at Lu Yuxiao. Don't you have anything to say? Lu Yuxiao, lost in thought and grinning foolishly, shot him a resentful look when interrupted. Nothing much. As she spoke, a hint of shyness crept onto her face. Oh, well, if the day comes when you surrender to life, could you shoot a video? I'd love to see it. Jiang Xiaobai, perplexed, asked what on earth? What video? What else could it be? If you ever you know. With Li Chengfeng or another man, her words were abruptly silenced by Jiang Xiaobai, who grinned awkwardly at Jiang Xiaobai. This silly girl is just being silly. Don't mind her. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the two in confusion, scratching his head, unsure of what they meant regarding Li Chengfeng and a video. Was it that this little glutton wanted to see him in a dashing battle scene when he took care of Li Chengfeng? Realizing this, Jiang Xiaobai thought it might not be a bad idea. If the opportunity arose, he could certainly indulge this fan's modest request. Of course, he would have to charge a fee. Perhaps he could extort a little from the wealthy girl in exchange for a fair transaction. After all, fans' money is meant to be reaped. As he pondered this, the time for the second assessment arrived. Time is up. Those who passed, come to the stage. With Elder Sun's call, the crowd began to mobilize. The arena was quite spacious, and as over 100 individuals ascended, they maintained a considerable distance from one another. Soon, they formed small clusters, evidently having found their companions. Jiang Xiaobai, benefiting from Chun Lingmiao and her friends, found himself in a relatively secure position. With Elder Sun's command, the second assessment commenced. Initially, the scene fell silent for a brief moment, but within seconds, a plethora of bizarre and unique spirit beasts flooded the arena. The space felt rather cramped. Han Yu was the first to strike. His spirit beast was an unusual two-headed creature, a lion-headed, goat-bodied, snake-tailed monster. It looked fearsome, hovering in the air, large wings whipping up a gale that sent several nearby participants flying away. Wow, Han Gu is impressive. Han Yu is amazing. The sycophants around him showered him with praise. Much to Han Yu's delight as he crossed his arms and gazed around with pride. Is that a chimera? Such a rare and extraordinary spirit beast. The mentors on stage exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with interest. It seems that in Jiangcheng, Han Yu stands out the most, commented Zhang Qingfeng from the Foreign Academy. If it's a chimera, perhaps his qualification rating could be elevated even further. Bai Ling concurred with a nod. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai caught sight of the two-headed monster and couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Riding on such a creature would surely be the epitome of coolness. He mused about the little gluttonous bird, wondering when it would grow up. It seems there is little hope. Even upon growing up, one may never soar. As someone made the first move, the tension in the arena ignited instantaneously. In a flash, the entire stage devolved into chaos, with energy projectiles flying in every direction. Occasionally, individuals were blasted off the stage. Chun Lingmiao and her two companions occupied a direction, standing back to back against the oncoming challengers. Their strategy was not to actively eliminate opponents, but to steadfastly hold their ground. Consequently, Jiang Xiaobai, ensconced in the middle, remained seemingly unperturbed and quite safe. He casually retrieved a small stool and began cracking sunflower seeds right where he sat. This spectacle incited envy among those engaging in fierce battles, resulting in a surge of negative emotional energy directed at Jiang Xiaobai. From Ni Jinshui's negative emotional value, 44. From Zhun Shurgo's negative emotional value, 33. Damn it. I could break my head. And he just their cracking seeds? Damn it. In my next life, I want to be a pretty boy. Well, you won't get that chance in this life. Look at you. Dark as a crow. Get lost. I despise being called a crow. In the midst of the crowd's fervor, a few individuals, unable to tolerate the sight any longer, attempted to assault Jiang Xiaobai during a moment of distraction from the three girls, only to be repelled by them. Moreover, they were met with a barrage of counterattacks. Particularly, Lu Yuxiao seemed to hold a grudge, believing these intruders were there to trouble her. Any assailants were swiftly pursued by her spirit beast, a vividly colored spirit dragon capable of emitting a corrosive, multi-hued flame. Goodness, we can't handle this, brothers. Let's target the softer ones. At present, the trio of Chun Ling Miao ranked among the top contenders in Jiangqing. United, they seldom encountered worthy adversaries. They were not foolish. Recognizing they could not prevail, they swiftly diverted their efforts towards weaker opponents. Within mere minutes of the assessment commencing, a third of the participants had already been eliminated. In the direction of the Li family, Li Qingfeng had effectively cleared his surroundings and was now gazing ominously towards Jiang Xiaobai. Just a waste of space hiding behind women. A lean figure approached, whispering something into his ear. Li Qingfeng's eyes suddenly gleamed with clarity. Indeed, that will do. I shall arrange it forthwith. The lean figure scurried off to another group. Li Qingfeng smirked as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Xiaobai. This time, let us see how you can escape by sheer luck. As time elapsed, the initial turmoil subsided. Approximately 60 individuals remained on the stage, and an unusual tranquility enveloped the arena. Groups hesitated to make any moves, fearing they might be targeted and overwhelmed. This standoff persisted for a minute until a figure stepped forward. It was the lean one. Fellow students, we currently have 55 participants, but the assessment concludes only when we reach 50. After all your hard-fought battles, I'm sure no one wishes to be eliminated at this juncture. He emphasized the phrase hard-fought with particular weight. Thus, I propose a suggestion. What suggestion, you monkey? Let us hear it. Hanyu called out with keen interest. The lean one felt a tinge of embarrassment upon being called a monkey, yet he dared not express discontent in front of the school's current top student. I propose that each of our 13 teams nominate their weakest member, allowing these 13 to be reduced to 5. This way, we can maintain harmony. After all, we are classmates. Upon hearing the lean one's proposal, the assembled crowd fell into contemplation. Soon, many began to show signs of agreement, though those with slightly weaker standings were displeased expressions. Consequently, a long silence followed with no one voicing consent. I agree. I disagree. The crowd turned in unison towards the source of the voices, their minds flooded with two large question marks. Jiang Xiaobai and Hanyu had raised their hands simultaneously. Are you insane? Jiang Xiaobai tugged at Jiang Xiaobai's sleeve. This is clearly targeting you. Why would you agree? Targeting me? Jiang Xiaobai blinked in surprise. I think this idea is rather good. Are you serious, bro? The three girls stared at him in unison, as if seeing him for the first time. Look at how strong our team is. Sending just anyone would easily crush them. Jiang Xiaobai asserted confidently, isn't this a guaranteed win for us? He then called out to Hanyu. Why do you disagree? The crowd collectively turned to Hanyu, eager to understand his reasoning. Hanyu crossed his arms, puffing out his chest. I believe we should select the strongest individuals for a chaotic competition. That would truly be exhilarating. Watching weaklings peck at each other holds no appeal. Upon deep reflection, Jiang Xiaobai found an inexplicable sense of logic in Hanyu's words, which unnerved him. He hastily shook his head to dispel the thought. That guy? He is toxic. Chapter 67. The siege. After all his efforts to graduate from his adolescent phase, Jiang Xiaobai resolved to keep his distance from Hanyu henceforth. Otherwise, he risked being infected by his juvenile spirit, which would spell disaster. I agree. I concur. Since everyone agrees, I shall also agree. A chorus of affirmations emerged, leading to a swift majority consensus. A few unfortunate souls were selected. When it came time for Jiang Xiaobai and his group, all eyes fixated upon him, leaving him perplexed. What are you all staring at? I am not the weakest. After a brief moment, Jiang Xiaobai stood obediently in the center of the stage, feeling utterly vexed. What kind of vision do these people possess? Is he really that weak? They all looked like they should be sent to a blind massage academy. Meanwhile, as he observed those chosen, Chun Ling Miao furrowed her brow and pointed at several individuals. Li Tianming, Wang Hu, Qin Zaihu, you three shouldn't be here. Though these individuals were not considered geniuses within their respective families, they still ranked above average. Each boasted a level 22 strength and impressive talent. A few others were also quite formidable. Wang Hu, sporting a buzz cut, grinned. I just got injured, so I'm quite weak right now. Li Tianming and Qin Zaihu nodded in agreement. Yeah, we're all injured, and our mental energy has been significantly depleted. They gestured to their minor injuries, which could be easily covered by a band-aid. That's hardly fair. They deliberately chose strong candidates to eliminate us. The expressions of the other selected individuals soured. Well, you can always replace your picks. After all, the match hasn't started yet. Li Chunfeng remarked disdainfully. Then let me take Jiang Xiaobai's place, came Chun Lingniao's cold retort. Rest assured, I will show no mercy. At these words, the faces of those from the Li, Wang, and Qin families fell. This is against the rules. Chun Lingniao scoffed, pinching her arm to reveal a red mark. I too am injured and weak. This statement caused the expressions of several individuals to darken, particularly Wang Hu and his companions, whose faces turned ashen. Their intent had been to target Jiang Xiaobai, only to find themselves inadvertently digging their own graves. Seeing Chun Lingniao's irate demeanor, it was clear they would face her wrath. If they were eliminated because of this, how would they justify themselves? Contemplating this, Wang Hu and his companions exchanged glances. My injuries seem to have healed, as you can see. With that, he picked up a brick from the ground and struck his own head, performing a feat of iron head skill in front of everyone. I, too, feel capable of defeating 10 opponents, so I shall refrain from intervening. Ha ha ha, what a useless bunch. Do you even deserve to be called strong? A derisive and domineering laughter echoed as Han Yu soared through the air and landed before the crowd. His eyes filled with the spirit of battle. I shall face Miss Chun Lingniao. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. A chaotic brawl was about to transform into a showdown between strong contenders. The finals had seemingly commenced ahead of schedule. This would surely be a spectacle. Although Chun Lingniao was formidable, she likely could not rival Han Yu. After all, Han Yu possessed dual abilities, and his Chi Mei La was a rare spirit beast. However, the unpredictability of combat could yield surprising outcomes. Discussions erupted among the spectators, as the entrance of Han Yu and Chun Lingniao had altered the nature of the assessment. The numerous instructors present did not intervene. Rather, they observed the unfolding scene with great interest. Who do you think is stronger? Han Yu, Wang Kai said coolly, crossing his arms. And what leads you to that conclusion? Ning Miao, unusually, refrained from sparring verbally with him. It is the instinct of a beast, Wang Kai stated coldly. Arms still crossed. If it were a prolonged battle, I would argue that Chun Lingniao holds the advantage, Ning Miao retorted dismissively. A woman's perspective, Wang Kai replied with indifference. Ning Miao, unable to tolerate his pretense any longer, asked, can't you drop the act? Isn't it exhausting? Wang Kai, unfazed, replied, why should I care what you think? Ning Miao chose to ignore the imbecile and redirected her gaze to the stage. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the distraction, Wang Kai relaxed his arms and shifted uncomfortably. Would he really disclose that his arms had gone numb? That would be quite embarrassing. On stage, the expected confrontation was still absent. Jiang Xiaobai stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Chun Lingniao. Let me handle this. There is no reason to hide behind a woman. He understood their intentions, yet he was unaware that he, too, had ulterior motives. Chun Lingniao cast a worried glance his way, hesitating to speak. However, having uttered that phrase, she felt compelled to relent, simply advising him to be cautious. Returning to Jiang Xiaowai's side, the latter whispered, don't worry, when has this guy ever suffered defeat? He is full of clever tricks and would not undertake anything without confidence. Hearing this, Chun Lingniao felt a bit reassured. Indeed, Jiang Xiaobai seemed to have never encountered failure. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai appeared, those who had feigned injuries sprang back into action. Ahem, I seem to have sustained another injury. So do I. The crowd had grown accustomed to their shamelessness. Jiang Xiaobai observed them and suddenly grinned, saying, what a coincidence. I happen to know a bit of medicine and can assist in treating your injuries. You? Medical skills? What kind? Wang Hu and the others instinctively inquired. Jiang Xiaobai replied with a smile, I am a veterinarian. I can treat you mutts perfectly. Laughter erupted from the crowd, causing the three to scowl darkly. You brat. It seems you are tired of living. Wang Hu and the others snarled, initially intending to eliminate him, but now they sought to teach him a lesson for provoking them. Enough with the banter. Let's begin. We've dawdled long enough, the onlookers eagerly urged. Regardless, they had already passed this assessment, and now they felt quite relaxed. As the words fell, the area cleared, leaving only a dozen or so individuals in the center. With the sound of a whistle, Wang Hu and his companions charged forward, their targets in sight, instantly unleashing their respective spirit beasts. They pounced towards Jiang Xiaobai. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd gasped in astonishment. My word, how brazen. There was no attempt at concealment. A whole group attacking a single individual. Even Han Yu might struggle against such odds. Who could be blamed for this? It was solely his fault for being so foul-mouthed and antagonizing others. At that moment, Li Chunfeng felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. A cruel smile spreading across his face. Jiang Xiaobai, I wonder if you will survive this time? As Wang Hu and his companion spirit beasts lunged at Jiang Xiaobai, he stood frozen, seemingly paralyzed by fear. Everyone anticipated his grim fate. Sustaining injuries would likely be the least of his troubles. It must be said that they were not holding back. All the spirit beasts targeted Jiang Xiaobai's vital points. Chun Lingmiao clenched her clothing tightly, filled with anxiety. Why hasn't he summoned his spirit beast yet? Jiang Xiaobai also felt a twinge of worry. However, just as the beasts launched their attacks, Jiang Xiaobai remained utterly still. Crack! Wang Hu's spirit beast, an ironback bear, struck Jiang Xiaobai's face with a powerful paw, yet it passed right through him. Huh, a residual image? Wang Hu was momentarily taken aback, a sense of foreboding washing over him as he swiftly scanned his surroundings. He then heard a cold voice behind him. What are you looking at? Wang Hu was taken aback, instinctively turning around, only to see two fingers rapidly approaching. Oh no! A piercing scream erupted as Wang Hu clutched his eyes in agony, rolling on the ground. The others who had attacked with him reacted as well. Turning to see Jiang Xiaobai had somehow appeared behind them, grinning with two fingers extended towards them. They looked like they had seen a ghost. How did you get over here? Naturally, I walked over, Jiang Xiaobai replied nonchalantly, as if it were the most ordinary thing. Enough with the chatter. Let's take him down together. Qin Zetager shouted, pointing at Jiang Xiaobai. A black panther sprang forth, its sharp claws slashing at Jiang Xiaobai. The glint of cold steel flashed as the panther missed. Slightly stunned, it prepared to pursue again, only to see its master suddenly fly through the air, crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. The scene fell silent for a moment. All the onlookers stared in disbelief at the young man in the arena. Profoundly shocked. How could this be? They had witnessed Jiang Xiaobai toss Qin Zetager aside, as if he were a mere chick. Was he even human? The strength displayed was likely comparable to that of a power-type spirit beast. My goodness, could this fellow be the reincarnation of Li Yuanba? It seemed plausible, as he had flung Qin Zetager, who was quite hefty, over 30 meters. When the time comes to utilize knowledge, one may lament its insufficiency. A simple exclamation of disbelief could not encapsulate the situation. If you lack education, perhaps you should say less. No one would mistake you for mute. Meanwhile, in the VIP section, Wang Kai suddenly stood up, exhilarated. Could it be a spirit beast of supportive strength? His gaze swept over Jiang Xiaobai with keen interest. Zhang Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, initially frowning before shaking his head. It looks similar, but it shouldn't be. I did not sense any fluctuations of spirit beasts around him. The blue light in Bai Ling's eyes faded as he nodded in agreement with Zhang Da's assessment. He is correct. I did not detect any extraordinary mental energy disturbances. Upon hearing this analysis, Wang Kai was filled with doubt. Are you implying that this is purely physical strength? After expressing this thought, he found it hard to believe, shaking his head repeatedly. How could that be possible, unless he were a beast master of my caliber? But how old could he possibly be? That remains uncertain. Zhang Qingfeng mused, stroking his beard, lost in contemplation. Song Jiming chimed in. Perhaps he possesses innate divine strength. While such occurrences are rare, they do exist, after all. The world is vast, and there are always extraordinary individuals and events. Indeed, several mentors, unable to discern the underlying reasons, could only attribute the situation to this. Out of curiosity, they redirected their gaze toward the scene, where they witnessed an episode that caused their lips to twitch slightly. No, I surrender. Please, put me down. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai was gripping one leg each of Wang Hu and Li Tianming, swinging them back and forth, sending those who had just attacked him flying one by one. Yet, this was not the end. He astonishingly charged towards their respective spirit beasts, leaving the creatures in a dilemma of whether to engage or remain passive. After a few rounds, both men, battered and bruised, began to plead for mercy. What did you say? Jiang Xiaobai feigned ignorance, shouting back. He struck the two again, causing them to wail in pain. Do not wail at me. Quickly state your demands. I am quite benevolent. Negative emotion value from Wang Hu, 111. Negative emotion value from Li Tianming, 123. They were in agony. Could they not wail? Furthermore, now that they had voiced their demands, Jiang Xiaobai's deliberate pretense of not hearing made it seem futile to speak. At this moment, the others began to understand. This was undoubtedly intentional, revealing a rather sinister side to Jiang Xiaobai. I advise you not to go too far, Jiang Xiaobai. Release them at once, Li Chengfeng admonished sternly. Jiang Xiaobai continued to spin them like a windmill. Glancing at Li Chengfeng, he grinned. What? Do you wish to join in the fun? They seem to be enjoying themselves. Why not ask them? Jiang Xiaobai finally halted. Wang Hu and Li Tianming were now dazed. Jiang Xiaobai asked, Are you done playing? Instinctively, they nodded, then abruptly realized their agreement. Their heads bobbed like chicks pecking at grain. Enough, enough. Jiang Xiaobai smiled with satisfaction and turned to Li Chengfeng. They are done. How about you experience it yourself? Negative emotion value from Li Chengfeng, 55. Experience what? Just looking at their pitiful state makes me shudder. Li Chengfeng scoffed in frustration. Unwilling to speak further, Now that he was so close, he genuinely feared Jiang Xiaobai's wrath. At that moment, even with his entourage's protection, he doubted they could withstand Jiang Xiaobai's power. Sensing this, Jiang Xiaobai lost interest. With a flick of his hands, he tossed the two aside. Observing the crowd below, Jiang Xiaobai scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. It seems I've exceeded the limit. Should I bring a few more up? The group exchanged glances, at a loss for words to express their current feelings. The second round of assessments concluded with 48 individuals advancing. All right, take an hour to rest before we commence the third round. While they were still in a state of confusion, Elder Sun appeared timely. The group descended from the stage, discussing all that had just transpired. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaobai felt a pat on his back and turned to see Lu Yuxiao, rubbing her palm in complaint. You are too tough. Are you made of iron? It hurts. Jiang Xiaobai felt helpless. His previous actions were merely a spontaneous defensive response, causing the area about to be struck to harden. He still could not control his body very well. Isn't it better to be hard? A man shouldn't be too soft, Jiang Xiaobai chuckled. But being too hard is uncomfortable. How could it be? Hardness is what brings comfort. You are still a girl, so you wouldn't understand. Boys understand. Lu Yuxiao found this perplexing and looked up in confusion. Jiang Xiaobai cleared his throat. I'm not talking about boys and girls. I mean girls and women. Women? Chapter 69, the third round of assessments. Just as Jiang Xiaobai was about to enlighten her on life's essential lessons, he caught a glimpse of Chun Lingyao's warning glare, abruptly silencing him. The break was not very long, yet many students voiced their grievances, especially those who had exhausted their mental energy during the previous assessment. For a beast tamer, lacking mental energy was akin to being a leaf adrift without roots. However, all complaints were met with Elder Sun's merciless reprimands, emphasizing that on the battlefield, enemies would not grant you rest. Though reluctant, they had to recover as swiftly as possible. Those with energy potions used them, while others could only watch, silently lamenting their fate's unfairness. What is the matter with you? I didn't even see you use your spirit beast. Oh, that's all thanks to the wisdom imparted by Teacher Chiyu. Naturally, the three girls could not resist interrogating Jiang Xiaobai about his peculiarities, yet his answers left them utterly baffled. Who is Teacher Chiyu? You do not know? Truly, ignorance accompanies long hair, Qiu Sheng remarked disdainfully. The brothers Chunxing and Qiuxing, having an overbearing sister at home, had just formed a team with others. Now, seeing Jiang Xiaobai present, they eagerly approached him. Qiuxing, oblivious to Jiang Xiaobai's unfriendly gaze, focused entirely on Jiang Xiaobai, excitement radiating from him. Brother Xiaobai, is Teacher Chiyu's training method truly effective? But why haven't you gone bald? Jiang Xiaobai silently mourned for this Navi child for 2 seconds, then patted his shoulder earnestly. Brother Qiuxing, it is indeed effective. The reason I have not gone bald is that I am not strong enough yet. I see, Qiuxing responded, enlightenment dawning upon him as if struck by a revelation. His fists clenched tightly, as if he had made some grand determination. I, Qin Qiuxing, shall also endure. Sister, I was wrong. His ambitious declaration was abruptly cut short, as Jiang Xiaobai pulled him away for a one-on-one match. Brother Xiaobai, it has only been 3 days. Yet you have changed so much. Chunxing beamed, looking inexplicably delighted. Truly, such is the bond of superficial brotherhood. You flatter me, Jiang Xiaobai mused internally. Amidst Qiuxing's wailing, Jiang Xiaobai engaged in casual conversation with a few acquaintances. Meanwhile, those he had recently recruited into the group were quietly discussing among themselves. Did you see that? That is our goddess's #1 fan. Look at how he is conversing with her. Do you not envy him? Dongfang Bubi exclaimed animatedly, his words flowing with vivid imagery. The others glanced at Jiang Xiaobai, their envy evident. Envy? Brother, let us not say another word. We want to join the group too. That's the spirit. As long as you continue to develop your connections, one day you will also reach his level. As he spoke, he patted his chest vigorously, his arm trembling slightly. Go for it. I have faith in you. The others were mesmerized by his words, their excitement palpable. The future is ours. Satisfied with their reactions, Dongfang Bubi departed, quietly contemplating, the future is indeed ours. This fits our organization's motto perfectly. An apparently casual action, perhaps unintentional, can sometimes profoundly affect the future. Fate can be quite extraordinary. At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai also felt this truth keenly. Number 1, Jiang Xiaobai. Number 2, Li Chengfeng. Please come to the stage for the competition. Jiang Xiaobai did not expect to win a prize just by drawing lots. Was he truly this fortunate? The third round of assessments was quite simple. It merely required drawing lots for paired duels, with the victors advancing. Thus, precisely 24 individuals triumphed. Each higher institution would recruit 5, which was sufficient. Originally, there were to be 25, but having eliminated 2 earlier, there was now 1 fewer. Jiang Xiaobai had long harbored displeasure toward Li Chengfeng, who constantly sought to provoke him. Given the latter's qualifications, passing the assessment and advancing should have been relatively effortless. Now that their fates were intertwined, Jiang Xiaobai felt it was time to show Li Chengfeng the reason for flowers blooming so beautifully. Li Chengfeng, upon hearing the results, was momentarily taken aback. However, there was no cause for concern. Rather, a hint of joy appeared on his face. After the two ascended the stage, Li Chengfeng smiled and said to Jiang Xiaobai, "It seems the heavens have eyes, allowing me to personally deal with you." Jiang Xiaobai was genuinely taken aback, wondering where this man's confidence stemmed from. The subsequent words from his opponent clarified everything for him. "You must be one of those inherently strong individuals, but alas, this is a world of beast tamers," Li Chengfeng proclaimed arrogantly. "Relying solely on brute strength cannot secure victory. Wang Hu and the others were merely careless. As long as I maintain a certain distance from you, you are nothing more than a plaything." Jiang Xiaobai chuckled. "Your analysis is commendable, but my assessment is this. Even a tofu pudding possesses a brain, yet you do not." Li Chengfeng was momentarily stunned before gradually comprehending the situation. From Li Chengfeng's negative emotional value, 44. All you can do is flaunt your tongue, he retorted, choosing silence thereafter. For Jiang Xiaobai's words were too caustic for him to counter. It seemed that Li Chengfeng's viewpoint was largely endorsed by the crowd. After all, Jiang Xiaobai had yet to summon a spirit beast, likely possessing only weak creatures. He merely had brute force, while Li Chengfeng, albeit somewhat effeminate, was indeed strong, far beyond the likes of Wang Hu. Though rough, his reasoning holds water. I too believe that if Jiang Xiaobai manages to defeat Li Chengfeng, I shall double my wager. Brother, you said the same before the last match. By the way, when will you consume those 4 tons? Shall I come to support you? Lu Benwei remarked. I refuse to believe he can prevail this time. Let us observe. I have a feeling this fellow possesses something extraordinary. Are you prepared? Let the match begin. The pre-battle banter concluded, and the competition was about to commence. Li Chengfeng indeed followed his analysis, retreating at once. He promptly affixed a talisman to himself. After completing his preparations, he extended his hand to summon his spirit beast. A colossal creature loomed before him, accompanied by a foul stench. Jiang Xiaobai squinted, pinching his nose as he exclaimed, "What a large worm, and it stinks." From Sha Chong's negative emotional value, 77. Li Chengfeng's spirit beast was a gigantic flower python, approximately 5 to 6 meters long, with a girth comparable to a human thigh. However, this python appeared to be somewhat unique. Its icy, slitted eyes fixated intently on Jiang Xiaobai, while a faint purple mist emanated from its body, rapidly enveloping half the arena. Poisonous. Jiang Xiaobai furrowed his brow, immediately delving into his consciousness to inspect his attributes. After flipping a page, he located his poison resistance. Poison resistance, 50. Chapter 70. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the display. It was satisfactory, although uncertain of the effectiveness of this 50 resistance, at the very least. Jiang Xiaobai felt merely a slight, unpleasant odor without any other discomfort. I know your strengths lie in power and speed, but facing me, you have indeed drawn the short straw, Li Chengfeng boasted. In his perspective, although Jiang Xiaobai was swift, he could not withstand the toxic gas released by his spirit beast. Though the poison was initially mild, it would intensify over time. Therefore, as long as he could prolong the battle, victory would inevitably be his. Contemplating this, he refrained from rushing into an attack, allowing his toxic python to guard him. Aren't you going to attack? Jiang Xiaobai smiled. If you do not make a move, you may find there will be no opportunity left. Li Chengfeng dismissed him. How difficult it is to counsel the foolish. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head, lamenting how his good intentions were often misunderstood, truly lonely as snow. With that, he sprang into action. Shadows flickered in the air as Jiang Xiaobai's figure darted like a wraith. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the toxic python. While this speed might be imperceptible to the average observer, the beast tamers present could discern it clearly. To the spirit beast, it was even more evident. The python shook its body, its thick tail whistling through the air as it swung toward him. Jiang Xiaobai deftly sidestepped and propelled himself into the air, evading the attack. Observing this, Li Chengfeng narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within. A flaw. In an instant, the python's head lunged forward, its massive jaws aimed at the airborne Jiang Xiaobai. This elicited gasps from the onlookers, who were astonished that Jiang Xiaobai, who spoke so boldly, would make such a foolish mistake. These inexperienced youths truly lack combat capability, Wang Hu commented from the VIP section. Just as those words left his lips, another wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. Jiang Xiaobai, who had been suspended in midair, suddenly transformed into another figure, Li Chengfeng, whose smile had turned to shock. The python's gaping maw was now half closed around him, and with a little more force, its venomous fangs would surely pierce his skin. The sight stirred a commotion among the spectators. Am I seeing things? It doesn't hurt at all. I doubt it. Why? Because you were gripping my thigh. It hurt quite a bit. Apologies, I got carried away and grabbed the wrong spot. What just happened? Unclear. This fellow is quite peculiar. How did he suddenly switch places? They had only vaguely seen Jiang Xiaobai toss out a green shadow, and then, as if by magic, he had exchanged positions with Li Chengfeng. This nearly made Li Chengfeng the first beast tamer to be devoured by his own spirit beast. This fellow has truly unleashed his spirit beast. He always enjoys such thrilling antics, Jiang Xiaobai remarked. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuxiao curiously inquired, was that green blob his spirit beast? Indeed, his spirit beast is rather strange. It must be some kind of slime. Slime? Ugh, that sounds disgusting, like the kind that melts clothing? Lu Yuxiao replied with disdain. Jiang Xiaobai rubbed her forehead, exasperated. Yes. Keep your distance from Jiang Xiaobai. He loves to play tricks with slimes. Be wary, or one day he might expose you. What? Lu Yuxiao immediately hugged her arms. Feigning fear. That won't do. My mother said that if a daughter is seen naked, she must marry the one who saw her. I do not wish to marry. Chun Ling Miao and Jiang Xiaobai chimed in unison. You should listen to your mother. The three girls were engrossed in their conversation. While the battle on the stage grew increasingly intense, Li Chengfeng's earlier embarrassment had ignited his fury. He could no longer afford to employ any delaying tactics. Commanding his python, he launched a full-scale assault on Jiang Xiaobai. With a loud crack, the long tail of the snake slammed against the ground, creating a deep dent. Jiang Xiaobai sidestepped, delivering a powerful punch to the python's tail. With a resounding thud, the snake's body was knocked sideways several meters. The toxic python, in pain, let out a shriek, its mouth gaping wide as it expelled a cloud of purple mist that quickly enveloped the surroundings. This purple mist was considerably denser than the previous gas, exuding a palpable sense of danger. Jiang Xiaobai dared not underestimate it, promptly creating distance with light-footed retreats until he reached the edge of the arena. The toxic python, having struggled to subdue a human for so long, grew increasingly enraged, especially with Li Chengfeng losing his composure. Seizing the opportunity, he would not let it pass. You shall perish. With Li Chengfeng's furious roar, the python coiled slightly, transforming into a spring before launching itself forward with astonishing speed. This was a skill learned upon reaching level 20. In a brief moment, the opportunity presented itself. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. Jiang Xiaobai's speed far exceeded what he had displayed. The head of the poisonous python collided violently with Jiang Xiaobai's position, creating a deep pit in the arena's foundation, sending dust swirling into the air. An immediate silence enveloped the crowd, with onlookers either tense or curious, silently awaiting the dust to settle and reveal the outcome. At that moment, Li Chengfeng's complexion turned pale, a clear sign of mental fatigue. Yet, he seemed unconcerned, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Humph, a mere clown. Will you meet your end this time? Whispers filled the crowd, speculating on the boy's fate. Could he be dead? It's been quite a while without a sound. That last strike was too fierce to dodge, even if he was fast. I doubt he could have escaped. Li Chengfeng's attack was ruthless. If it hit, he wouldn't just be injured, he would surely perish. Serves him right. Who told him to speak so insolently? The audience, having anticipated this outcome, was not particularly optimistic about Jiang Xiaobai's chances. Chun Ling Miao and her companions began to feel anxious. As the dust began to disperse, the scene within the pit gradually came into view. However, all that could be seen was the dazed head of the poisonous python, swaying back and forth. Where was the boy? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, instinctively turning towards the python's mouth, yet no blood or severed limbs were found. Such a large individual could not have been swallowed whole, could he? Just as they pondered this, a voice resonated from above. Taishan presses down. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky with precision, landing heavily upon the python's head, causing it to plunge deeper into the pit. The already disoriented python instantly lost consciousness. The crowd collectively looked upwards along the python's head. The young man broke into a bright smile, radiating sunshine. Ladies and gentlemen, my humble apologies. Chapter 71, Examination Passed. The audience had envisioned countless possible outcomes, yet none had foreseen this conclusion. How had Jiang Xiaobai evaded that lethal strike and soared into the sky right before their eyes? Only a few instructors in the VIP section seemed to understand. This lad is quite intriguing, Wang Kaidao remarked. Indeed. It is unfortunate that mere brute strength and speed alone cannot sustain one in the long run, Zhang Qingfeng added with a hint of regret. That slime he possesses must have some special abilities, quite effective, yet its level is somewhat lacking, failing to emit any significant fluctuations. Otherwise, he would be a promising candidate for our academy. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling couldn't help but smile, choosing not to comment. Instead, it was Song Jiming, who rarely spoke, who chimed in. I believe he performed admirably. At the very least, Li Qingfeng is not his match, making him a dark horse. So, are you suggesting that your Chuanqiu Academy has an interest in him? Ning Miao inquired with a smile. Song Jiming cleared his throat awkwardly and replied, well, that remains to be discussed. The instructors shared knowing smiles. The competition was not yet concluded. Jiang Xiaobai, a player who adhered to the rules, naturally had to complete the match earnestly. At that moment, he was wielding a shoe sole he had acquired from somewhere, playfully tapping it against Li Chengfeng's face. He would strike, then turn to call out to the audience. Hey, did you capture that? Lu Yuxiao furrowed her brows, pouting as she held her phone towards him. Can't you strike a bit slower? It's too blurry, do it again. Li Chengfeng's negative emotional value dropped. From Li Chengfeng's negative emotional value, 66. From Li Chengfeng's negative emotional value, 55. Jiang Xiaobai has stopped. How is it that the more he hits, the less resentment he seems to feel? Lu Yuxiao exclaimed. Why did you stop again? Hurry up and keep going. I'm waiting to capture the moment. Jiang Xiaobai glanced at Li Chengfeng's reddened face and the furious gaze directed at him, instantly realizing that the resentment had shifted. This young lady, Lu, had intercepted his fun. If this continued, there would be no more fluff to glean. Without hesitation, he kicked the now swollen-faced Li Chengfeng off the stage, whereupon the Li family members hastily retrieved him. The lean monkey cast a deep glance at Jiang Xiaobai as he instructed others to carry the unconscious Li Chengfeng away. Turning away, a peculiar smile crept onto his lips. Although Li Chengfeng, the clown, was quite annoying, Jiang Xiaobai recognized the need to restrain himself, acknowledging that this fellow was obnoxiously endearing, albeit rather foolish. Such a person posed no real threat to him. He clapped his hands, declaring his success. With elder son's announcement, Jiang Xiaobai became the first to pass all assessments. For a moment, the crowd found it hard to accept this conclusion. Was it truly over? Had he actually won? Despite their disbelief, he had indeed triumphed over Li Chengfeng. What the heck? Brother, I recall you saying something about doubling down. The village's restroom wouldn't suffice for this. Are you trying to pull a fast one for free food and drinks? What nonsense. Get lost. After Jiang Xiaobai descended from the stage, brothers Chunxing and Qiuxing quickly surrounded him. Congratulations, brother Xiaobai. Stay humble, stay humble. Jiang Xiaobai modestly waved his hand. I merely exerted a little effort. You two brothers will undoubtedly be just fine. I still have much to learn from you. Flattery, flattery. Brother Qiuxing's divine eagle is exceptional as well. Surely capable of breaking through the void. Not at all. It is brother Xiaobai's guidance that is truly remarkable. Nearby, the three girls could no longer tolerate the mutual flattery between the three boys, and, intending to congratulate Jiang Xiaobai, walked away in exasperation. Number 3, Lu Yuxiao. Number 4, Yi Chenan. Upon hearing her name, Lu Yuxiao handed a half-eaten bag of chips and a bottle of cola to Chen Lingmiao. Lingmiao, hold this for me. You two mustn't sneak any. I'll be right back. With that, she clapped her hands and prepared to ascend the stage. Just as she took a few steps, she suddenly turned back, concerned about Chen Lingmiao. Seeing this, Chen Lingmiao responded with mild irritation. Go on, no one is going to steal your chips. All right, I'm off then. With that, she bounced onto the stage, appearing completely unconcerned. After engaging in some light banter with the two brothers, Jiang Xiaobai approached Chen Lingmiao to watch the next match. The next round features Miss Lu. Yu Xiao is quite strong, so it should be no issue, Chen Lingmiao replied, her gaze fixed on the stage as she spoke calmly. After that, she fell silent, intently observing the competition. This examination served as an initial opportunity to accumulate battle experience, allowing these fledgling beast masters to familiarize themselves with combat against one another. There was much to learn from each encounter. Currently, the boy battling Lu Yuxiao evidently lacked her strength and seemed somewhat flustered. He could have held his ground longer, but soon revealed a flaw, which Lu Yuxiao swiftly capitalized on, leading to his swift defeat. As Lu Yuxiao hopped down from the stage, she suddenly froze in place. Her small face puffed up in anger. Pointing at Chen Lingmiao, she demanded, "Where are my chips? Where's my cola?" Only then did Chen Lingmiao recall, glancing at her hands before turning to Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai also looked at her with an innocent expression. "What are you looking at me for? Do I look like someone who would steal someone else's food?" From Chen Lingmiao's negative emotional value, 33. From Lu Yuxiao's negative emotional value, 66. Do I look like it? No one resembles you more. Your lips still bear the remnants of potato chips, and that burp from earlier is quite telling. Could you not draft your lies beforehand? The entire assessment proceeded swiftly, concluding by evening. Fortunately, no unusual incidents arose thereafter, nor did we encounter any mishaps akin to Li Qingfeng's. At this nascent stage of awakening, opportunities are scarce, thus reducing the variables significantly. One's strength is inherently linked to talent, rank, and background. Naturally, the individuals from the Chen family passed the assessment without incident. However, The final decision regarding which institution to choose will only be made tomorrow. This allows each successful candidate a moment to deliberate with their families, as well as providing the mentors with time to consider their options. On the way back, Jiang Xiaobai found himself at the mercy of others, burdened with a large bag of snacks, resembling a lackey. Reluctantly, he followed Lu Yuxiao, who seemed quite pleased. Enough already, miss. I cannot carry any more. Lu Yuxiao, still munching, turned her head to shoot him a glance. I don't care. You promised me, and I still want to bring some back. With that, she skipped ahead. Suddenly recalling something, she turned back with a conspiratorial whisper. Oh, and when we get home, just say you brought this, understood? Jiang Xiaobai nodded in comprehension. I understand. One must bring something when visiting the in-laws, after all. As they continued, Jiang Xiaobai expressed his disbelief. What do you mean, in-laws? You think I benefit from this too? Lu Yuxiao shot him an annoyed look. You can say whatever you want, but don't dare speak like that in my house. My father is not like Uncle Chun. Jiang Xiaobai offered her a reassuring glance. Rest assured, I know my place. Very well then, let us proceed. He followed her with resignation. After all, who could resist the charms of food? Moreover, he needed to stay over at her place tonight. Thus a little labor was requisite. When the assessment concluded, Chen Lingmiao was concerned that the Li family might retaliate against Jiang Xiaobai, so she asked Lu Yuxiao to let him stay at her house for a few nights. After their last encounter, it seemed inappropriate for Jiang Xiaobai to visit the Chun household again. He required temporary shelter to evade troubles from the Li family. The Lu household was strict, disallowing junk food inside, which led to the current arrangement. At this moment, Jiang Xiaobai gazed in awe at the estate before him, marveling at the grandeur of a prominent family. Let us go. Dinner should be ready at home, Lu Yuxiao urged, glancing back. Jiang Xiaobai followed with a soft "Oh. Can you still eat? You've hardly paused since we left." Upon arrival, she finally ceased her consumption. Why can I eat? Lu Yuxiao asked, surprised. Fine. I want tea asked. Jiang Xiaobai couldn't fathom how such a petite frame could accommodate so much. As they strolled and chatted, they entered the villa of the estate. Just inside, Jiang Xiaobai spotted a striking woman descending the staircase from the second floor. Clad in a flowing black gown, her figure was accentuated beautifully. She bore a resemblance to Lu Yuxiao, yet appeared more mature and voluptuous. Upon seeing the pair at the door, the woman smiled. Oh, look at our Xiao Xiao. Bringing her boyfriend home. Lu Yuxiao's cheeks flushed as she cast a quick glance at Jiang Xiaobai, racing forward to cling to her mother's arm. Mom, what are you saying? I just told you. Yes, my friend. Am I wrong? Isn't he your male friend? Oh, I won't bother with you anymore. All right. I shall cease. Lu Yuxiao shook her mother's arm, helping her down the steps, and they approached Jiang Xiaobai together. The woman scrutinized Jiang Xiaobai, making him feel as though he were under the gaze of a predator. That sensation dissipated as she withdrew her gaze. This woman is formidable, Jiang Xiaobai thought, yet heard her extend her fair hand with a smile. Hello, Xiao Xiao's friend. I am her mother, Lu Ruyu. Jiang Xiaobai politely shook her hand before letting go. Miss Lu, it is a pleasure. My name is Jiang Xiaobai. Upon hearing his name, Lu Ruyu's eyes sparkled with amusement. Ah, so you are Jiang Xiaobai. Xiao Xiao has mentioned you. But weren't you the boyfriend of that Lingmiao girl? What brings you to my daughter? Jiang Xiaobai scratched his head, chuckling. You may be misinformed. That was a ruse. Miss Lu and I are merely friends, and I am here to stay temporarily. My apologies for the disturbance. Oh, Lu Ruyu's voice lingered playfully. No worries, friendships can evolve further. I have a good feeling about you, handsome. Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, about to respond when Lu Yuxiao interjected, Mom. What are you saying? She felt a bit embarrassed, pushing Lu Ruyu away. Aren't you busy with something? Go on, my friend will be entertained by me. You child. Lu Ruyu shook her head, swaying her graceful figure as she departed. Just as she rounded a corner, she turned back, winking at Jiang Xiaobai, appearing rather mischievous. By the way, Xiao Xiao stays on the third floor. The largest room is hers. She sleeps rather soundly, if you know what I mean. Lu Yuxiao's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly pushed Lu Ruyu out. Jiang Xiaobai found this scene amusing. Lu Ruyu was truly exceptional, in every sense. Eager to set her daughter up. Was she that concerned about her not marrying? Yet, Lu Yuxiao was quite naive. If she encountered someone with ill intentions, the outcome could be dire. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled inwardly at this thought. Does this not indirectly suggest that he possesses good character? Indeed, exceptional individuals often cannot conceal their brilliance. While he was lost in contemplation, he was suddenly yanked aside by Lu Yuxiao, nearly straining his back. Just as he was about to complain, he noticed her signaling for silence, her head nodding toward the stairs. Following her gaze, he spotted a young woman clad in loose, deep blue pajamas descending the stairs, yawning as she proclaimed, Mom, when's dinner? I'm starving. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, attractive yet somewhat disheveled. Who is she? Jiang Xiaobai pondered. As he was about to inquire, he noticed that the woman in pajamas had seemingly vanished, and he felt a tightening sensation on his back. Instinctively, he turned to see the same young woman, now smiling at them. "Hello," Jiang Xiaobai greeted politely, unsure of her identity. "Well, aren't you a fine one?" The woman remarked approvingly, then playfully slapped Lu Yuxiao on the backside, chiding, "Sister, you barely say hello when I return. Where were you hiding?" Lu Yuxiao slowly turned, forcing a smile. "Sister, when did you return? Why didn't you notify me?" The woman scoffed. "If I had informed you, would I still have seen you?" Approaching, she pinched Lu Yuxiao's cheek, examining her closely. Have you lost weight? Something feels off." "Sister, I haven't lost weight. I've actually gained." Lu Yuxiao protested. "No, it feels different because I've grown up. In the heart of one's elder sister, one will forever remain a child." Lu Yuxiao observed the harmonious scene among the sisters, filled with envy. She gently urged, "Miss Lu, your sister has brought you some delicious treats. I think you should give them a try." Lu Yuxiao turned her head, casting a resentful glance at Jiang Xiaobai. "How about I give them to you?" "That would be quite inappropriate," Jiang Xiaobai declined. Lu Liu waved her hand graciously. "It's all right. We brought plenty this time, so there's no need to be polite." In the evening, at the dining table of the Lu family, Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the peculiar food before her, finally comprehending why Lu Yuxiao had such a strong aversion and why she was so frightened to see her sister. Was this truly fit for human consumption? Jiang Xiaobai stared at the bizarre creature, and despite its processed appearance, she couldn't bring herself to take a bite. It resembled some form of spirit beast in its former life. She caught a glance of Lu Yuxiao, who seemed to share her plight, and there was a flicker of vengeful delight and schadenfreude in her eyes. "Come on, is it not to your taste?" Lu Liu eagerly prodded. "It's highly nutritious. Others would pay a premium for it, yet I wouldn't part with it. I brought it back specially from Shangjing. You won't find this elsewhere." Jiang Xiaobai sighed inwardly. It was clear one should not take pleasure in another's misfortune. She reluctantly picked up a fork and tentatively selected a piece that appeared less intimidating. Suppressing her nausea, she found that the food melted in her mouth, and a warm sensation rapidly spread throughout her body. Her pores opened wide, and her eyes brightened. Wow. Although the flavor is a bit unusual, this sensation is absolutely delightful. What do you think? Not bad, right? Lu Liu observed her with an amused expression. Indeed, it is splendid. The taste is exquisite, Jiang Xiaobai praised sincerely. At that moment, she realized this must be one of those expensive, special ingredients available in the market. Clearly, they were enjoying a meal meant to replenish energy and vitality. Despite its unappetizing appearance, Lu Yuxiao, though a foodie, was a girl after all, naturally repulsed by such horrifying fare. Thus, she bore her sister's insistence and forced herself to consume it with her eyes closed. After overcoming her initial aversion, Jiang Xiaobai began to relish the meal. The dinner consisted solely of the three of them, as Lu Yuxiao's parents seemed preoccupied with other matters. Consequently, Jiang Xiaobai did not encounter the eccentric head of the Lu family, Lu Zhanzhan, who was a formidable figure akin to Chun Huatian, one of Jiangqing's elite. "My parents asked me to assist you in considering these academies." Lu Liu initiated the serious discussion once they had nearly finished eating. "Do you have any particular academy in mind?" Lu Yuxiao tilted her head in contemplation for a moment before replying. "I have no preferences, sister. You decide." Jiang Xiaobai, observing this, felt her lips twitch slightly. "No preferences?" You pondered for so long. It was evident that Lu Liu was already accustomed to her sister's lack of decisiveness, and she could only place her hand on her forehead in exasperation. "All right then, your spirit beast is a rare elven dragon, which is quite suitable for the Beast Spirit Academy. However, attending other academies wouldn't be a bad choice either. Yet, I am somewhat uneasy about you going there alone. Do you know which academy Ling Miao and Xiao Wei are considering?" Lu Yuxiao shook her head, indicating that they had not yet made a decision. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Liu suggested, "How about you join me at the Shangjing Academy?" I don't want to." Lu Yuxiao, rarely assertive, decisively rejected the idea. The thought of being beside her sister, often treated like a plaything and forced to eat unpalatable dishes, painted a grim picture of her future. Upon hearing this response, Lu Liu felt a mix of frustration and concern. "It does worry me. You are quite naive. You need someone clever to guide you. I will soon graduate, and I cannot care for you for long. You should choose one of Ling Miao or Xiao Wei's paths." "I was thinking the same thing," Lu Yuxiao replied nonchalantly, and then extended her hand towards Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai looked perplexed. "What for?" "For something delicious. Aren't you full? There are desserts after dinner." Later that night, as Jiang Xiaobai lay in bed, her thoughts raced. She too contemplated which academy to attend. According to Li Tiantian, she seemed suited for the exotic academy. However, that was merely her misconception, as she mistakenly believed Jiang Xiaobai's spirit beast was that green creature. Only Jiang Xiaobai knew the truth of her identity as a spirit beast, a secret she could not disclose to anyone. With the system at her disposal, the choice of academy mattered little. Thus, she quickly liberated herself from that worry. She began scrolling through her phone, seeking amusement. At that moment, the group chat buzzed with activity, evidently stirred by the examination results. Some rejoiced while others lamented, and a few took the opportunity to exploit the situation. Half a cheese lamented, "Woe is me. I failed the assessment. I seek comfort. Someone, a tall male listener, please hear my woes." Flying Xiang responded, "Miss, may I?" A toad, dreaming of eating swan meat, came to retort. Half a cheese laughed, "I see you truly are a toad dreaming of swan meat. Do you not have a mirror at home? You must have some shame." Flying Xiang replied, "All right then, in a pitiful tone, I shall take my leave." Half a cheese questioned, "What do you mean? Speak up." Tonsillitis never speaks, chimed in, "I usually remain silent, but you truly are remarkable." Ding dong teased. Could it be that the one above is indeed tonsillitis? Have I wandered into an immunity group? Tonsillitis never speaks, concluded, "I shall continue to lurk. This world is too harsh for me." Jiang Xiaobai observed the data appearing before her, utterly satisfied. Creating a secondary account had proven to be a wise decision, allowing her to orchestrate her own narrative. A double harvest indeed. Hong Shixian's small account noted, "Everyone, this examination was truly bizarre." Li Chengfeng was surprisingly eliminated. Chun Sheng is a younger brother, commented, "What is so strange about it? Faced with my brother Jiang Xiaobai, he had no chance. I have short legs and will take my leave," added, "Do you know Jiang Xiaobai? Is that fellow playing the role of a pig to eat a tiger?" Hua Wuxian's escaping mother monkey mused, "I don't think that's the case. Perhaps he just has great strength." Beyond level 30, a Beastmaster's physical prowess significantly improves, leaving him with no distinct advantages. You concluded, what the lady above said is correct. Lack of potential is key. The higher the innate talent of a Beastmaster, the greater their potential. You all are merely meddling in others' affairs. Why concern yourselves with someone else's situation? It would be wiser to focus on your own future, interjected Chun. To those who did not pass the assessment, do not despair. If you cannot attend Shangjing, there are other institutions. The future remains uncertain. For those who passed, do not become complacent. I have heard each academy will also conduct entrance examinations. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled at this. Chen Laosher has changed his online name. He seems quite trendy, though that profile picture is hard to command. A selfie with sunglasses dominates the screen. However, Chen's comments held merit. Many Beastmasters of average talent had achieved extraordinary feats. As for his mention of entrance examinations, it was the first time Jiang Xiaobai had heard of such a requirement. The difficulty of these assessments would undoubtedly increase manifold, given that they would involve the elite from various regions. What kind of sparks would ignite when they gathered together? Jiang Xiaobai felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. After becoming a Beastmaster, life seemed to take on a particularly vibrant hue, especially after acquiring this system. Everything transformed in ways he had never imagined. In the past, he could hardly have envisioned himself intersecting with such prodigious talents. Was this not a form of triumphant reversal? Yet, he understood that the road ahead was long and arduous. He relished this life, filled with uncertainties. Life indeed. Tick-tock. As he contemplated, the screen of his phone suddenly lit up. He opened it to find a message from Chun Lingyao. "Linger, are you there?" Jiang Xiaobai smiled. This young lady always commenced her greetings in such a manner, exuding a hint of aloofness. Ding dang. "Not here," he is taking a shower. On the other end, Chun Lingyao abruptly sat up in bed. She stared at the phone screen for a long moment, then bit her lip and replied, "Who are you?" Ding dang, guess. Negative emotional value from Chun Lingyao, 44. Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback. Why was she still angry with him? The subsequent reply clarified things for him. "Linger, is it fun?" It turned out he had been found out. Indeed, the eldest Miss Chun was quite astute. Jiang Xiaobai sent a voice message. "I really am in the shower. If you don't believe me, I can show you." With that, he initiated a video call. However, the other side immediately hung up. Negative emotional value from Chun Lingyao, 66. "Linger, you shameless. Who wants to see you?" Jiang Xiaobai grinned widely, finding great amusement in teasing this young lady. He then sent a photograph. Chun Lingyao gazed at the image, her face slightly flushed. In the picture, Jiang Xiaobai was washing dates, flashing a cheeky grin at the camera. That rascal was truly infuriating. Chun Lingyao flopped back onto her bed, an inexplicable smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Her fingers flew over the keyboard. "Stop being coy. Have you decided which academy you will attend?" Ding dang. "Not yet. Which one are you going to?" Linger, Shangjing, and Yuling. Jiang Xiaobai understood well that Chun Lingyao's attributes were indeed more suited to these two academies. Shangjing Academy was relatively comprehensive, while Yuling Academy was said to be more suitable for Beastmasters with higher mental acuity. He recalled that the recruitment mentors for those two academies were both women. They would likely be eager to recruit her. After a brief exchange, they ceased communication. Jiang Xiaobai quickly showered and then dove into bed. The next day dawned bright and sunny. The summer in Jiangcheng was relatively cool due to its proximity to the sea. However, Jiangqing one high school was bustling with activity. Compared to yesterday's quietude, today the school gates were thronged with people. Many parents and onlookers were allowed to visit. Numerous parents brought their children to watch, serving as a form of indirect encouragement for those too young to attend. In previous years, Jiang Xiaobai had not had the time to witness this event, being too busy making a living. Standing on the stage this year and observing the envious gazes below, he felt a mix of emotions. He never expected to experience a day of admiration himself. Hey, that young man, I think I recognize him. Which one? The fair-skinned, quite handsome one. He does seem familiar. Don't you remember? He was the one who tricked us with ghost money a few months ago. Ah, it really is him. This young man is a genius after all. I could tell he was clever back then. Look, he has truly achieved something. Yet I recall you were the one scolding him back then, weren't you? All right, quiet down. Elder son stepped onto the stage to host. As soon as he spoke, the chaotic scene below fell silent. In Jiangcheng, elder son held a prominent position. At this moment, the 5 mentors in the VIP seats had already taken their places. Additionally, there were some others seated in the VIP section on either side, including Chun Lingmiao's father and Lu Yuxiao's sister and mother. These individuals were the heads of significant families, and naturally, they would not miss such an important occasion. In the Li family section, Li Qingshuan's mother, Zhao Haiyue, appeared noticeably more haggard than before, gazing at the stage lost in thought. Next came the moment for the mentors to select students. The 24 of you will step forward in turn to introduce yourselves. If multiple mentors express interest in you, then you will have the privilege to choose from among them. Now let us begin. With that, Hanyu was the first to step forward. This fellow seemed eager to stand out. Hanyu, level 25 strength system, elemental system, beast master. With the innate spirit beast chimera. As he spoke, he whistled, and a chimera materialized, soaring above his head. Wow, what kind of spirit beast is that? It looks terrifying. No wonder he is the heir of the Han family. That talent is truly enviable. The audience erupted with admiration and gasps. A middle-aged man from a prominent family in the VIP section laughed heartily, saying, "Haha, my son is so handsome." He then proceeded to ask those beside him, "What do you think, handsome or not?" eliciting eye rolls from the others. The Han father and son were indeed cut from the same cloth, exhibiting an ostentatiousness that was hard to ignore. The most infuriating part was that they genuinely possessed the talent to back it up. After Han Yu presented himself, everyone except for Ning Miao from Yuling Academy gave green lights. Subsequently, the 4 mentors began their campaigning for votes. In the end, Han Yu chose Shangjing Academy. Jiang Xiaobai observed the entire process, utterly at a loss for words. Was this not a blatant imitation of a music festival's competition format? Chen Chunxing, Chen Xiuxing. Beast Spirit Academy. The selection process proceeded swiftly. The Chun brothers also opted for Beast Spirit Academy. This left only Jiang Xiaobai and the 3 young ladies, including Chun Lingmiao. The 3 of them seemed to be deliberating, thus had yet to make a decision. At this point, the remaining slots among the mentors were limited. Beast Spirit Academy, 1 slot. Chuanqiu Academy, 1 slot. Yuling Academy, 2 slots. Shangjing Academy, 1 slot. I'll go first, Jiang Xiaowai said as she stepped forward. Jiang Xiaowai. Level 24, Agility System Beast Master, with the innate spirit beast, Lightning Rabbit. Jiang Xiaowai had managed to level up in just a few days. Lightning Rabbit? Not bad. This time, 2 academies lit their green lights for her, one from Beast Spirit Academy and one from Yuling Academy. Jiang Xiaowai pondered for a moment and declared, "I choose Beast Spirit Academy." Wang Kai laughed heartily. "Girl, you have good taste." Upon hearing this choice, the faces of the Chun brothers fell, looking as if they had just tasted something bitter. Then it was Chun Lingmiao and Lu Yuxiao's turn. This time, Chun Lingmiao stepped forward first. Chun Lingmiao, level 24 Dark Wind Elemental Beast Master, with the innate spirit beast, Silver Moon Demon Wolf. The appearance of the Demon Wolf elicited another round of astonished gasps from the audience. Ning Miao could not help but speak up. "I must have this girl. I implore the mentors to grant her to our academy." Ning Miao thanks you in advance. "Sister, rest assured, I promised I wouldn't compete with you. As for those 2, you need not worry. That girl likely won't choose." Bai Ling smiled, one long leg crossed, attracting several male gazes. "Then I can relax," Ning Miao said, lighting her green light. However, this still led to a contention with Song Jiming. But this sparked discussions among the crowd below. What is going on? Why did Chen Lingmiao only have 2 lights? Given that there were not many academies left, wasn't that quite normal? But why didn't Shangjing Academy light up? That was indeed a bit peculiar. Clearly, they were unaware of the underlying complexities. As for the outcome, Chun Ling Miao remained largely unfazed. I choose Yuling Academy. Upon hearing her response, Ning Miao felt a wave of relief wash over her. She smiled sweetly at Bai Ling and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sister. As for that young lady from the Liu family, you might want to vie for her. She is quite remarkable. I shall not contest it with you." Bai Ling shook her head dismissively, replying, "It's all right. We shall engage in fair competition in the next round." Subsequently, she glanced at the stage and murmured in a voice only she could hear, "I don't believe I need to compete." After Chun Ling Miao made her selection, only Liu Yuxiao and Jiang Xiaobai remained. To everyone's astonishment, when it was Liu Yuxiao's turn, Bai Ling still did not light up. Ultimately, Liu Yuxiao, like Chun Ling Miao, chose Yuling Academy. This outcome left the crowd perplexed. Logically speaking, among the mentors present, Bai Ling was regarded as one of the more sought-after instructors, and with Shangjing Academy's profound heritage, she should have been able to recruit the most exceptional talents if she desired. Yet, it seemed that apart from the first contestant, Han Yu, the other three, while commendable, paled in comparison to the three young women, and she had not lit up even once. "Sister, what is going on?" Ning Miao asked, her curiosity piqued. Bai Ling chuckled softly. "It's nothing. There is just one person I have my eye on. Who could it be? Is there still an undiscovered genius?" Ning Miao looked towards the stage, considering that apart from Jiang Xiaobai, there seemed to be no one else unselected. Perhaps it was. She surveyed the students below, noticing that some had performed quite well, such as Li Chengfeng, who was indeed an unfortunate soul. There were always several candidates with significant future potential in previous years. Bai Ling smiled mysteriously, "You will find out shortly." The other mentors were equally baffled. However, at this moment, only Song Ji-ming from Chuanxiu Academy and Bai Ling from Shangjing Academy had remaining slots. Even if they had misjudged, they had no opportunity to contest. They grew increasingly curious about which student had captured Bai Ling's attention to such an extent that she was willing to forego acknowledged prodigies like Jiang Xiaobai and Liu Yuxiao. Jiang Xiaobai, at level 20, an auxiliary system beast master, with his spirit beast. When it was his turn, he stepped forward, attempting to emulate the others. However, he stumbled midway, unable to continue. He was at a loss for words, not even knowing what species his little bird was. Was it a bird? Or a koan? That was far too vague. The beast panels of others clearly labeled the species of their spirit beasts, yet he had nothing written down. He certainly couldn't say that his spirit beast was a little chubby bird. As he hesitated in silence, the audience grew anxious. Some, displeased with Jiang Xiaobai, began to shout, "Come on, just say it. What are you hiding? Is it some divine beast or something?" Exactly, pretending to be a master, making a grand entrance. Isn't it just a green slime? He likely felt it was too embarrassing to admit, considering that everyone understood what a slime was. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai, infuriated, raised his middle finger towards the hecklers. "Are you from Dunhuang?" The crowd below exchanged bewildered glances. "What does that mean?" "I don't know." "You don't know? What kind of people are you? Dunhuang murals are abundant." "What? Is he cursing us?" From Li Tianming's negative emotion value, 34. From Hu Ku's negative emotion value, 33. From Ma Chao's negative emotion value, 32. From a wave of negative emotion values flooded in. Given this, Jiang Xiaobai decided to rise above the squabbling and showcase his spirit beast. "Come on out, my little treasure." A small, round, red chubby bird perched atop Jiang Xiaobai's head, its drowsy little eyes drooping as if it had just awakened, resembling a little punching bag. Upon the appearance of this creature, the crowd fell silent, and after a moment, someone burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, I can't believe my eyes. Is this really his spirit beast? A little bird? Or a little koan cub? It looks like a juvenile. How did he reach level 20? While some laughed, others held differing views. Several girls were captivated, their eyes wide with delight. "Wow, that little thing is so adorable. It's just too silly and cute. I want to pet it." "Yes, and it's sitting on his head. This scene is just delightful." Meanwhile, Chun Ling Miao and the other two young women were left speechless in astonishment. Jiang Xiaobai, too, wore a confused expression, questioning the situation. Wasn't he his spirit beast, that slime? How did it suddenly transform into a chubby little bird? The most crucial detail was how annoyingly cute this little creature was, even more so than her own flash rabbit in its youth. Chun Ling Miao and Liu Yuxiao shared the same thought. Girls seemed to have no resistance to such charming creatures. Liu Yuxiao even reached out to touch it. But her height was insufficient, leaving her to jump beside Jiang Xiaobai. However, when she attempted to touch the little bird, it disdainfully evaded her grasp, leaving the little foodie somewhat disheartened, pouting at Jiang Xiaobai with a forlorn expression. From Chun Ling Miao's negative emotion value, 55. From Jiang Xiaobai's negative emotion value, 66. From Liu Yuxiao's negative emotion value, 77. From Tang Yuhua's negative emotion value, 44. From Jiang Xiaobai felt utterly bewildered. He hadn't offended anyone, so why did a series of negative emotion records suddenly appear? Moreover, they were all female names. The debut of Jiang Xiaobai's spirit beast in the public eye stirred quite a commotion. The little bird seemed displeased with the crowd's attention, lightly pecking at Jiang Xiaobai to express its dissatisfaction. His spirit beast, with its talent and level, barely scraping level 20, would likely remain unselected by the mentors. How embarrassing would that be? Having passed the assessment, but still not being chosen? Passing the assessment was merely a threshold. If the mentors were unwilling to take him, it would be futile. Ultimately, relying on unconventional means to get through would not lead far. Below, Li Chengfeng listened to the surrounding chatter. Despite being bandaged like a large dumpling, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. The surrounding crowd, including Shou Ho and Wang Hu, reveled in his misfortune. Don't worry, no mentor will want him. Exactly, when the 2 slots open up, one will certainly go to Brother Feng. I suspect Mentor Bai Ling has her sights set on Brother Feng's potential. Once he arrives at Shanjing Academy, Jiang Xiaobai will be inconsequential. Chapter 76, The Coveted One. Hearing the flattery from his peers, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. In his view, Mentor Bai Ling was undoubtedly going to select him. He anticipated that Jiang Xiaobai's outcome would be a red light. However, before he could bask in his delight for too long, a sudden uproar erupted around him. Looking up, he saw that both remaining academies, Chuanxiu Academy and Shangjing Academy, had simultaneously lit up their green lights. Witnessing this scene, he trembled in disbelief, muttering, "How could this be?" Clearly, others shared his astonishment. What is happening? How could both academy mentors choose Jiang Xiaobai? Indeed, while his current strength is commendable, his potential is utterly lacking. No, something is terribly amiss. I seriously suspect that Jiang Xiaobai is the illegitimate child of some prominent figure. The crowd buzzed with speculation. While the other mentors in the VIP section wore expressions of shock, they had not anticipated that the individual Bai Ling had chosen would be Jiang Xiaobai. Moreover, Song Jiming had also selected Jiang Xiaobai. Could it be that this young man was merely feigning weakness to deceive them all? Bai Ling cast a surprised glance at Song Jiming, asking, "Is this out of hometown affection?" Song Jiming chuckled, "Bai Ling, you possess keen insight. My junior brother is rather interesting. Since he has passed the assessment, it wouldn't be right to let him suffer undue embarrassment." Bai Ling nodded, saying, "You should be reassured. I want him at Shangjing Academy, so please allow me to have him. Or perhaps I should let my junior choose for himself." Song Jiming did not acquiesce. "Oh." Bai Ling straightened slightly, scrutinizing him before eventually saying, "No wonder someone so young can become a mentor. You are indeed quite impressive." "You flatter me," Song Jiming humbly replied. Then cautiously inquired, "Shall I go first?" "Sure," Bai Ling responded with a slight hum, relaxing back into her seat. Song Jiming nodded lightly and stood up, addressing Jiang Xiaobai. He said, "Your name is Jiang Xiaobai, correct?" Jiang Xiaobai affirmed, "Yes, senior. Would you like to come to our Chuanxiu Academy? If you join, I will look after you." "How does that sound?" He raised an eyebrow and added, "Moreover, our Chuanxiu Academy is home to many beautiful women. What do you say, junior? Are you tempted?" Jiang Xiaobai's lips twitched slightly. Was this how one recruited others? Using a lure? Did he think Jiang Xiaobai was so shallow? He immediately retorted earnestly, "Senior, I place greater importance on the scenery and environment of the academy. Beauty is merely a fleeting illusion. True strength is the ultimate goal. So, does your school have a beach?" Song Jiming's eyes brightened. "Yes, of course. Chuanxiu Academy is adjacent to the seaside. How could it not have a beach? If you enroll, I can help you apply to live by the sea." "That indeed aligns with my expectations," Jiang Xiaobai mused, stroking his chin. The others regarded these 2 frivolous seniors with disdain. It was utterly shameless. Especially Jiang Xiaobai, who initially appeared so earnest, yet in the next breath asked about the beach. Was that where all his thoughts were directed? At that moment, Bai Ling suddenly stood up and coldly laughed. "If you come to Shangjing Academy." She extended her long leg, clad in a high boot, resting it on the seat, showcasing her perfect leg curve. "Do you see this leg? If you join Shangjing Academy, I will let you touch it." Such bold words startled everyone, causing them to collectively gasp in astonishment. What was happening? This was quite the proposition. Bai Ling's long legs were simply mesmerizing. Many young men blushed at the sight. The notion of such a dream scenario being used as leverage was utterly envious. In an instant, Jiang Xiaobai's backer surged, leaving him momentarily stunned. He stepped forward and decisively stated, "Teacher Bai Ling, I look forward to your guidance in the future." "Goodness, you didn't hesitate at all. Is it really that superficial?" How infuriatingly enviable. This response caused another wave of excitement. Jiang Xiaobai had not anticipated such a reaction. Was it really necessary? One might think there was a vendetta involved. These 2 waves had contributed over 1,000 emotional points to him. And he wondered why Chendajia was also involved. Had he somehow displeased her? Amidst envy and jealousy, The onlookers were puzzled as to why Jiang Xiaobai was the object of such intense competition from two mentors. How did he suddenly become the most desirable candidate? They couldn't comprehend why such lowly tactics were employed. Wasn't his talent considered mediocre? And that spirit beast appeared to be merely a decorative accessory. Was it solely due to his so-called auxiliary beastmaster skills? Such abilities were indeed rare. Typically, an auxiliary beastmaster did not excel in combat, but provided significant benefits to other spirit beasts or fellow beastmasters during group engagements. However, Jiang Xiaobai seemed to be more of a humanoid tyrannosaurus. No one could provide them with an answer. Subsequently, Song Jiming, seemingly disinterested after failing to secure Jiang Xiaobai, casually selected a student with a peculiar spirit beast as his final choice. Bailing appeared to be in good spirits, crossing her legs and humming a tune. Bailing, what about him? Ning Miao hesitated before asking. Yet Bailing merely smiled and replied, "It's nothing. I just find him pleasing to the eye. Plus, he's rather unique. I would like to study him further." Ning Miao's lips twitched slightly as he silently felt sympathy for Jiang Xiaobai, while others were skeptical of Bailing's explanation. They could not deduce the reasoning behind it. They could only consider it a minor episode and quickly dismissed it from their thoughts. All right, everyone. This round of entrance examinations has concluded. Those who pass should proceed to their respective mentors to collect their enrollment tokens. Old Sun announced the final results, marking the end of the assessment in Jiangxing. That night, Jiang Xiaobai lay on the large bed of the Lu family, toying with a heavy, dark token in his hand. Murmuring, "What is this made of?" This token served as the enrollment certificate for Shangjing Academy, inscribed with the traditional characters for Shangjing on both sides. Each selected student received such a token. Bailing had clearly stated that the enrollment ceremony at Shangjing Academy would commence in 2 weeks, recognizing only the tokens and not the individuals. It was indeed laden with trials. Jiang Xiaobai stowed the token away and, sinking into contemplation, activated the system. Chapter 77, The Bouncing Egg. It had been quite some time since he last accessed the system. Jiang Xiaobai gazed at the system interface with a sense of nostalgia. It felt akin to receiving a paycheck only to head to a foot massage parlor. He typically spent his emotional points whenever he accumulated around 5,000 to 6,000. Holding such an amount gave him an inexplicable sense of confidence. He first opened the shopping store. After the last enhancement, some time had passed. Yet Jiang Xiaobai was not inclined to exchange for an enhancement package. This was primarily because he had yet to master his current body. Enhancements were like a sudden enlightenment. While they could allow a novice to acquire extraordinary martial skills, if one could not wield them, the training would be futile. Rushing into it before fully assimilating his current abilities could lead to adverse effects. At present, his various panel statistics were roughly equivalent to that of a level 30 spirit beast, which was more than sufficient to handle emergencies. Thus, he decided to search for practical items. Upon opening the store interface, a vast array of pixelated images greeted him, instilling a sense of unexplainable curiosity. Ignoring the distractions, he focused on the newly available items and was instantly taken aback. Although he was aware of the system's unreliability, he still underestimated its lack of integrity. The bouncing egg, priced at 200. Note, a blessing for countless single women, it explodes, can be used for self-defense in critical moments. He silently glanced up at the top of the store's display, the beaker. Then he looked back at the bouncing egg and quietly remarked to the system, "Pray tell, were you a vending machine for adult products in your past life?" Jiang Xiaobai felt utterly exasperated. Why did this system only feature such items? The beaker was similarly unusable. If it could be put to use, he could potentially open a shop and start a business, couldn't he? Yet, this precisely aligned with the system's name, the loser's reversal system. The last beaker had served as a container. What could this new item possibly be used for? Jiang Xiaobai could not fathom it. Would he swing it around like nunchucks? At that thought, he was astonished by his own imagination and, inexplicably, clicked to exchange it. The bouncing egg has been redeemed. Should I extract it now? Yes. 2 pink ovals were connected by a string and appeared in Jiang Xiaobai's hand. He stuffed them into his pocket and swiftly donned his clothes before slipping out. Moments later, in a secluded corner of the Lu family estate, a sudden explosion reverberated, startling the residents from their slumber. They hurried to investigate, only to find a large crater in the ground, with a pink string lying within. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai stood in the bathroom, staring at his reflection, his face as dark as coal. Good grief, it really exploded. The following morning at the Lu family breakfast table, Lu Yuxiao stuffed food into her mouth while mumbling something. "Did you not hear that loud noise last night? It was deafening. I was sleeping and it woke me up." Jiang Xiaobai shook his head vigorously, claiming he had been deep in sleep. Who could be so inconsiderate as to set off fireworks in the middle of the night? Indeed, but I envy you. My sleep is rather poor, Lu Yuxiao said, casting a jealous glance at him. At least I still have a good appetite. Jiang Xiaobai felt embarrassed to comment on her appetite, thinking it was more than just a good appetite. It was insatiable. Previously, he had thought she was merely a foodie, but it turned out she was quite the glutton. In half a month, we will part ways, and I will miss you all, Lu Yuxiao said, biting into a small cake with a hint of sadness. No worries. If you miss me, just give me a call. Jiang Xiaobai gestured as if making a phone call. Uffed. Who would miss you, you stinky man? Lu Yuxiao teased him lightly before furrowing her brows in confusion. Your words sound so familiar. I feel like I've heard them somewhere before. As she pondered, a light bulb went off in her mind, exclaiming, I remember now. This line is usually said by girls to boys. So it should be, if you miss me, you can call me. Lu Lia, who was drinking milk nearby, nearly spat it out. She then launched into a tirade directed at her silly sister. Jiang Xiaobai looked at the foolish girl with a touch of sympathy. She was clearly being duped while helping others count their money. Perhaps in the end, she would say something like, you are quite nice. The breakfast was filled with lively chatter and banter. Jiang Xiaobai found the atmosphere of the Lu family quite enjoyable, provided that Lu Yuxiao's parents were not around. Strangely enough, during his many days at the Lu residence, he had encountered Lu Ruyu only on the first day. He had not seen her parents since. Yuxiao, what are your parents busy with? Lu Yuxiao shot a resentful glance at her sister, rubbing her flushed cheeks. What else could they be busy with? The auction in Jiang City is about to commence. Our Lu family is one of the hosts. An auction? Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback. Yes. It's one of those auctions for rare treasures, mostly items used by beast tamers, Lu Yuxiao explained, tilting her head while counting on her fingers. Let me see, the 7th. The 8th. Ah, it should start in about 5 days. We should be able to make it before we leave. The entrance ceremony for these prestigious institutions in Beijing typically starts about half a month later. Even if there is a slight delay, it would only be a day or two at most. Allowing for travel time, departing a week in advance would suffice. After all, Beijing is an island, and traveling over the sea can be perilous. Only large cruise ships equipped with defensive barriers can set sail, and there aren't many flights available. Of course, if one opts for an airship, there is less to worry about. Departing 3 or 4 days in advance would be sufficient. However, the ticket price for the airship is exorbitant, so Jiang Xiaobai decided to take the ship instead. Lu Yuxiao and her companions, though not short of money, also wished to experience the journey by ship, thus opting for the same. Upon hearing about the auction, Jiang Xiaobai felt intrigued. Can I participate in this auction? Lu Yuxiao nonchalantly nodded. Of course, just come in with me when the time comes. Thank you so much. Oh, how surprising to hear a thank you from your lips. Am I celebrating the new year? Am I really that rude? You are. 5 days later, at the Jiang City auction venue, luxury cars filled the parking lot, and elegantly dressed individuals exchanged pleasantries. At the entrance, a middle-aged man with a flamboyant mustache and slicked-back hair stood elegantly, welcoming each arriving guest. As Jiang Xiaobai and the Lu sisters approached the entrance, they were suddenly stopped by the mustached man. Lu Lia frowned and was about to lash out when the man spoke first. Sorry, Miss Lu, the venue has a rule against allowing bodyguards inside. Bodyguards? The two Lu sisters were slightly taken aback. Angrily, they responded, what bodyguards? The mustached man pointed at Jiang Xiaobai. Miss, is this not one? He is my friend. Lu Yuxiao retorted, somewhat annoyed. Apologies, Miss Lu, I assumed. The middle-aged man stepped aside, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Clearly looking down on Jiang Xiaobai, Lu Yuxiao was about to erupt in anger, but Jiang Xiaobai stopped her. It's fine, let's just go in. She hesitated, then huffed and turned to enter. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai's nonchalance, Lu Lia did not pursue the matter further. As Jiang Xiaobai passed by the middle-aged man, the latter held his head high, nostrils flared. Jiang Xiaobai merely patted his shoulder and said, good luck, do your best, and bring in the wealth. With that, he walked inside, leaving the man stunned. Wealth? It took him a moment to process before his mustache bristled in anger. Jiang Xiaobai's action and words clearly belittled him, treating him like a mere doorman. The negative emotional value from Qin Yukai, 70. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled. Such a petty attempt to humiliate him was merely childish. That man is the steward of the Qin family, father of Qin Zaihu, and since the Qin family is one of the hosts, it makes sense. Lu Lia walked beside Jiang Xiaobai, whispering an explanation. It's nothing, just a clown. Jiang Xiaobai finally understood. No wonder this little mustache sought trouble. It was retribution for having thrashed his son. This minor incident did nothing to dampen Jiang Xiaobai's spirits. Following the Lu sisters, they made their way to a private room on the 2nd floor. Mrs. Lu and Mr. Jiang, this way please, a cheerful girl greeted them. In contrast, her professionalism was far superior. They found themselves in a corner private room with an excellent view, allowing them to observe everything happening below. The first floor was the hall for general guests. Given Jiang Xiaobai's qualifications, they should have been seated in the hall below. This time, it was thanks to Lu Lia's status. After all, She was not just the eldest daughter of the Liu family, but also a student at a prestigious academy in Beijing. In comparison, her latter identity carried more weight. While waiting for the auction to begin, Jiang Xiaobai and Liu Yuxiao resumed their playful banter. No way, you must have cheated. Liu Yuxiao clutched Jiang Xiaobai's middle finger, her cheeks flushed. I didn't. Your sister was watching. How could I deceive you? Jiang Xiaobai feigned innocence. They had been idly passing the time playing a finger-guessing game, where one hand clinched the other, and the opponent had to guess which finger was being held. Naturally, there were stakes involved, specifically the fruits and snacks brought to the private room. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai had amassed a considerable pile. While Liu Yuxiao was left with a solitary banana, she cast a pitiful glance at her elder sister. Sister. Liu Liye shook his head and placed his hand on his forehead, stating that he truly did not cheat this time. In fact, this was the only occasion. Previously, Jiang Xiaobai had been the one to engage in deceit. Upon hearing this, Liu Yuxiao pouted, her expression full of grievance, yet she reluctantly handed over the last banana. In her gaze, Jiang Xiaobai chuckled and gently peeled the golden banana before bringing it close to her nose, as if enticing a child, asking if she wanted it. Liu Yuxiao swallowed hard and nodded slightly, yearning for it. Jiang Xiaobai took a bite. Well, you should think carefully. From Liu Yuxiao's negative emotional value, 66. This girl truly was a reincarnation of a glutton. Seeing her forlorn expression, Jiang Xiaobai felt amused and gently pushed over the spoils he had just won. All right. Stop looking at me like that. These are for you. I'm only eating your banana. There's no need to be so stingy. Liu Yuxiao's eyes lit up with joy as she looked up at Jiang Xiaobai, touched. You are quite nice. This child is hopeless, Liu Liye remarked, lightly patting his forehead in exasperation. After this commotion, time flew by, and the auction seemed poised to commence. Jiang Xiaobai raised his eyes and observed the hall below, which was filled with people, among them several familiar faces. The Chun brothers were present, though it seemed that Chun Lingmiao and Jiang Xiaobai were absent. They likely did not attend. In truth, had it not been for Jiang Xiaobai and her sister's desire to come, Liu Yuxiao would not have shown interest in such an event. At this moment, a distinguished middle-aged gentleman appeared on stage, clad in an extravagant black overcoat. Upon seeing this man, Jiang Xiaobai paused momentarily, noting some resemblance to the two sisters from the Liu family. He immediately inquired of them, Is that? Liu Yuxiao nodded, affirming, Yes, that is my father. Although Jiang Xiaobai had stayed with the Liu family for a few days, he had yet to meet their father. Their father seemed rather trendy. No wonder he could win over a beauty like Liu Ruyu. Jiang Xiaobai silently marveled at this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 29th Jiangqing auction. Liu Zhan announced from the stage with a booming voice. I shall not introduce myself. I believe everyone knows who I am. You are all familiar with the rules of the auction, so I shall not elaborate. However, I will say this, the highest bidder wins, regardless of status or power. As long as you can offer the appropriate price, I, Liu Zhan, guarantee that you will successfully acquire the treasures of this auction. As Liu Zhan spoke, his gaze shifted, and an invisible pressure suddenly engulfed the entire venue, silencing all present. Should any unscrupulous individuals disrupt or violate the rules, do not blame me for being merciless. Now, I declare the auction officially begins. As his voice faded, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and a burst of confetti erupted from the stage, after which Liu Zhan vanished, replaced by a young man sporting a slicked-back hairstyle. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be your host from here on. Jiang Xiaobai, observing the recent events, understood. This was a tactic of intimidation, a classic approach of delivering a blow before offering a sweet reward. The host, with a broad smile, lightened the earlier tension. He gestured toward the back and continued, Without further ado, let me present the first auction item. With that, two young ladies dressed in qipao gracefully pushed a small cart onto the stage, covered by a red cloth. The audience watched with curiosity. This auction did not provide a menu of items and had explicitly stated that the items would be presented in random order. So the first item could very well be a highly valuable treasure. This process added a layer of intrigue to the auction, though the finale would undoubtedly be saved for last. Jiang Xiaobai too was curious about what this first treasure might be. Others shared similar thoughts, eagerly watching. Ladies and gentlemen, I am sure you are all wondering what this first treasure is. The host smiled mysteriously. Allow me to build some suspense. This red cloth has the ability to shield mental energy, so there is no need to test it. I will provide a few keywords, and you may speculate. Probability, evolution, liquid. It must be said that the host was indeed skilled at piquing curiosity. After delivering this, he grinned at the crowd and fell silent. The attendees began to whisper among themselves. I believe this item is extraordinary. Given it mentions evolution, it cannot be an ordinary item. Liquid. Could it be something to drink? Something that enhances mental energy? I suspect it is something rather common. Haven't you heard the mention of probability? Moreover, the card is so small, it might just be a vial of liquid. Some impatient individuals began to shout, "Wang Lun, hurry up, stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us what it is and what the starting bid is. Exactly, why all this fuss? We still need to see it before bidding." The host, named Wang Luan, remained unfazed, a smile gracing his lips. "Please, everyone, this time it is a bit different. According to the original owner's wishes, this item requires blind bidding. And there are 3 copies. Blind bidding?" The crowd was perplexed. "What does blind bidding mean?" Wang Luan explained with a smile. "Blind bidding means that this item will not be revealed. You will only see it upon successful transaction." "What?" At this, the audience grew restless. "What nonsense is this? How could we bid on something we cannot see?" "Exactly." A chorus of objections arose. The host merely smiled in silence before raising a finger. "Starting bid, 1 yuan. Let the bidding commence." As these words were spoken, the venue fell silent momentarily. After a considerable pause, no one called out a bid. After about 30 seconds, Wang Luan shook his head and sighed. "It seems this item will go unsold." He began to lift his gavel. Suddenly, a timid voice piped up, 2 yuan. Wang Luan's lips curled into a slight smile as he pointed to the young girl who had raised her hand. "Very well, 2 yuan. Any higher bids?" 2 yuan? Who do you think you are? 100. 100? Ha, how petty. I wouldn't even bother for less than 500. 5,000. 10,000. 20,000. As the first bid rang out, a flurry of auction calls erupted. In a moment, an unknown item was fiercely contested. In a private room, Lu Liye remarked, "What a clever tactic my father has devised this time. It truly exploits human greed." Jiang Xiaobai nodded in agreement, genuinely affirming, "Indeed, the person who thought of this must be a genius." 300,000. As the price climbed, some individuals began to withdraw. After all, it was an item hidden from view. A price too high would likely exceed its actual value. The attendees were not naive. If this item were truly of high value, would it require such a gimmick? The remaining bidders were mostly those holding on to a gamble mentality, their faces flushed as they vied for the item. At this moment, one bidder was an old scholar, the other a tattooed young man. 301,000. 305,000. The old scholar adjusted his reading glasses, grunting, "Old dang, I am determined to go head-to-head with you today. 400,000. 405,000. The tattooed young man taunted, "Have you really brought out your savings?" 500,000. 505,000. The old scholar remained unfazed, steadily raising his bid. Gradually, the tattooed young man's expression grew grim. At 604,000, he hesitated for a moment before ultimately conceding. "Forget it, out of respect for the elderly. I yield." What a farce regarding the supposed respect for the elderly and the young. Was it not you who summoned that old lantern just moments ago? A chorus of disdain erupted among the crowd. Ultimately, the elderly scholar acquired this obscure item for a staggering price of 640,000. Wang Luan, hurry and unveil the red veil to reveal what lies beneath, someone impatiently called out. Wang Luan, however, did not rush. Instead, he sought the elderly scholar's approval. And upon receiving a nod of consent, he returned to the stage with a smile. "Well, with the blessing of the esteemed Spring Lao, we can now unveil this item for all to see." As he spoke, he slowly lifted the red veil amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, and the mysterious object finally came into view. Yet, when everyone laid eyes upon the 3 items, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. The elderly scholar was momentarily stunned. Then a flush of color surged to his weathered face as he rose to his feet, one hand clutching his chest and the other tremblingly pointing at the items on stage. This is utter deception. With the scholar's outburst, the atmosphere erupted in chaos. What the devil? This auction isn't some scheme to swindle money, is it? Huh. Truly the annual joke of Jiangxing, spending over 60,000 on 3 cups. Who do they think they're fooling? The young man with the floral tattoo, who had just competed against the scholar, doubled over in laughter. Who would have thought? At your age, you still possess such vigor? 1 cup is insufficient, so you opted for 3. On the small cart, 3 cylindrical cups gleamed brightly, drawing laughter from the crowd, nearly causing Spring Lao to faint from anger as he leaned against his chair, recovering for quite some time. In the private room, Jiang Xiaobai wore a guilty expression. The 3 items displayed on stage belonged to him, acquired from a secret realm, and he had entrusted the Liu family to auction them off. The method employed was also his suggestion, and the outcome had exceeded all expectations, as the true value of those items fell far short of the price they fetched. After the initial uproar, some voices of dissent emerged. "Wait, didn't Wang Luan just say that these items have no connection to the keywords?" Someone questioned. "I suspect there is more to this." Hearing these words, Spring Lao felt slightly reassured and sat up with the support of his chair. Wang Luan, no longer provoking him, proceeded to explain, "This item is merely a container. Although we cannot fathom why the original owner chose such a vessel, the true treasure lies within. The liquid inside possesses remarkable properties. capable of providing a chance for two spirit beasts of the same attribute to undergo fusion and evolution. With his explanation, the crowd began to comprehend. Spring Lao's complexion regained its rosy hue. While the item may not hold value for others, his passion for research rendered the liquid's worth quite satisfying. Following the successful transaction, he remained puzzled as to why the original owner had insisted on handling it with care. Thus, a not-so-comedic misadventure concluded, invigorating the atmosphere of the auction. The subsequent items fetched impressive prices. Clapping his hands softly, Wang Lun signaled two burly men to bring forth a massive cage draped in red cloth. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item will surely delight you. Chapter 80, the grand finale. Wang Lun had a knack for stirring the emotions of the crowd. As the large cage was revealed, curiosity ignited among the attendees regarding its contents. Surely it must contain a spirit beast, otherwise, why bother with a cage? The absence of sound suggested it might house a deceased beast. Presumably, some of the more astute individuals in attendance had already deduced the truth. When Wang Lun deemed the moment right, he revealed, indeed, within this cage lies the carcass of a spirit beast. Gently, he lifted the red cloth, unveiling a colossal, grotesque creature. However, a deep, meter-long gash marred its neck, clearly the cause of its demise. This creature belonged to the dinosaur lineage, known as Yabosi Long, a force of nature. Its physical constitution was exceptionally robust, typically classified as a high-tier spirit beast. This particular specimen had been a level 45 beast king. As you can see, the carcass of this Yabosi Long is remarkably well preserved, brimming with value. Those who understand will recognize its worth. Without further ado, the starting bid is set at 400,000. As Wang Lun's voice trailed off, bids immediately began to surface. Wow, what a treasure! 500,000. How dare you start at 500,000? I bid 530,000. Jiang Xiaobai found himself equally intrigued. The carcass indeed appeared to be as Wang Lun described, full of potential. Its formidable physique meant its hide could be crafted into various soft armors, while its bones were suitable for weaponry. Additionally, there existed a significant probability of obtaining a spirit core from within. Should the spirit core be successfully extracted, the value of this beast's carcass could multiply immensely. Consequently, the competition for this auction became particularly fierce, and soon the bid exceeded 1 million. If you're interested, I can assist you. Lu Liu seemingly noticed Jiang Xiaobai's eagerness. Offering kindly, Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Accepting the offer, I appreciate it. I shall repay you later. He estimated that acquiring this spirit beast carcass would deplete his current savings entirely. 5 million. Suddenly, a voice from a private room on the second floor chimed in. It appeared to be a young woman. Jiang Xiaobai felt an inkling of familiarity with the voice. It seemed he had heard it before, but could not place it. 6 million. Lu Yuxiao, who had been observing the scene, interjected unexpectedly. Jiang Xiaobai shot her a bewildered glance, wondering what she was doing. Humph, this time, I will secure it. Lu Yuxiao straightened her posture, offering no explanation. 7 million. Immediately, the opposing bidder responded with an increase. 8 million. 2 million. 5 million. Jiang Xiaobai's lips twitched in resignation. It appeared he stood no chance now. This young woman had escalated the price significantly. Even with his prior earnings of over 600,000 combined with his existing savings, he could not compete with such sums. It was evident that the daughters of prominent families possessed wealth and were unrestrained in their bidding. Clearly, Lu Yuxiao and the woman in the opposite room had some history, engaging in a battle of wills. Miss Lu is truly extravagant. Since you are so keen on being the fool, let this item be yours. The woman from the opposing room scoffed, ultimately conceding. Unless the spirit beast's carcass guarantees a spirit core, otherwise you will surely incur a loss. TCH, I am willing. Lu Yuxiao retorted dismissively, projecting confidence one moment and then casting a pleading glance at her sister the next. Sister, please, use some of your funds. I promise to repay you after the sale. Lu Liu pursed her lips in annoyance. Fine, but a 10 interest isn't unreasonable, is it? Not unreasonable. A 10 interest? Was this sister truly a sister? Such exploitation of her own sister was quite audacious. Even capitalists would shed tears. Just for the sake of a transaction, she demanded a 10 fee. Truly unbelievable. Once again, the auction atmosphere surged with excitement. The event proceeded with fervor as prominent figures from Jiangxing began to participate, making substantial bids. Transactions of tens of millions were commonplace, with some treasures even accepting barter. Yet, Jiang Xiaobai found it curious that these influential individuals seemed to only engage in a brief contest before withdrawing. Observing this, he inquired, "What is going on?" Lu Liu replied, "It's quite simple. They are conserving funds for the grand finale." Understanding dawned upon Jiang Xiaobai. Each auction's final item typically had a high value, yet was challenging to acquire, resulting in fierce competition. Gradually, the auction began to draw to a close. Wang Luan paused momentarily, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, and with an enigmatic expression, proclaimed, "Next, we present the Pai Si to our assistants of this auction. I am certain many distinguished guests have come specifically for it, and I believe you have all grown impatient. Therefore, I shall not prolong the suspense. Let us welcome our grand treasure to the stage." Once again, it was brought forth on a cart, though this time it was pushed by Lu Zhan. He slowly advanced, without a hint of hesitation, gently lifting the red cloth that covered the item. Before the audience appeared a massive egg, its surface a kaleidoscope of colors, shimmering under the spotlight with an otherworldly brilliance. Good heavens, it is indeed a spirit beast egg. The vibrant hues suggested it was imbued with life. A colorful egg. Could it possibly be a high-grade spirit beast egg? Excited murmurs erupted throughout the hall as some guests gazed in astonishment. Typically, the coloration of a spirit beast egg reveals the innate talents of the creature within. This particular egg was no exception, as you have already discerned. This extraordinary spirit beast egg was discovered by our prominent families during a recent expedition to an ancient relic, Wang Luan announced from the stage, having descended to allow Lu Zhan to take over the presentation. Such a pivotal moment required his presence, as the families were unwilling to yield and decided to auction it instead. However, it was not solely the participating families that could make bids. Any distant friends or members of other families with the means could also claim this spirit beast egg. Upon hearing this, a voice emerged from a private box on the second floor. "Master Lu, I would like to inquire, if this spirit beast egg was indeed found in an ancient relic, does that not imply that the spirit beast hatched from it would be an ancient spirit beast? If that is the case, would the prominent families of Jiangxing be willing to part with it?" The speaker, a young man, exhibited no respect towards Lu Zhan, and his words suggested he was not from Jiangxing. "Indeed, young sir, you are quite astute," Lu Zhan replied with a smile. "To be candid, this spirit beast egg does possess vitality. However, we have attempted numerous methods to no avail in terms of hatching it. It proves useless in our possession, and thus we have chosen to present it for the greater good." "Humph, such eloquent words, yet it is merely a dead egg," came a sarcastic voice from another box. Lu Zhan remained unperturbed, merely smiling as he explained, "Your perspective is understandable. Whether to bid is entirely at your discretion. We will again only accept barter." After declaring this, he leaned back casually, waiting for offers. "Old Lu, the moment I laid eyes on this item, I was overjoyed. If you cannot do anything with it, I will find a way to hatch it." A hearty laugh resonated from the second-floor box, as a stout middle-aged man with a crew cut appeared at the floor-to-ceiling window. It was Qin Ming, the head of the Qin family, another prominent family of Jiangxing. "Old Qin, do not merely talk," Lu Zhan jested. "Of course, my friend." Qin Ming produced a small porcelain vial, stating, "Inside are 5 Jiang Xiaobai. Each of the 5 families can have one. This should suffice in exchange for the egg. Correct?" The room erupted in astonished murmurs. "Indeed, Jiang Xiaobai. The Qin family is truly generous," the crowd whispered, recognizing the significance of the 5 pills. Jiang Xiaobai was known for its remarkable ability to help beast tamers break through their level cap, a crucial step in their journey of growth. "That should certainly be enough, but it seems you have been quite resourceful over the years," Lu Zhan remarked, glancing at the others. "Gentlemen, old Qin has made his offer. It is time for you to present your intentions." As Qin Ming's box removed its barriers, a middle-aged man in a black robe leisurely sipped tea at the window, his voice calm and steady. "The Wang family offers 10 level spirit beast corpses." Lu Zhan nodded. "Very well, but they must be of varying attributes." "Certainly," Wang Langtian replied, and the barriers were lifted once more. Compared to the Qin family, Lu Zhan seemed to share a more amicable rapport with Wang Langtian. In the box where Jiang Xiaobai was seated, Lu Yuxiao interjected, "The Wang family represents another faction in Jiangxing and is in opposition to our Lu family, as well as the Chun family of Ling Miao. Thus, the relationship is rather strained. The individual who just attempted to outbid me was Wang Qianqian." "Wang Qianqian?" Jiang Xiaobai felt a strange familiarity with the name. Soon, the other 2 prominent families of Jiangxing revealed their respective offers, though they appeared somewhat lacking in value and would need to supplement with additional materials. Thus far, the most valuable offer remained that of the Qin family's 5 Jiang Xiaobai. "This city truly exhibits a lack of ambition. No wonder it is in decline." A voice echoed with sarcasm, drawing ire from many attendees. Who is this person, speaking so boldly? Who knows? But why such arrogance? Did they feast on garlic this morning? Lu Zhan's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. Regardless, this was Jiangxing, and even if the individual held significant influence, their repeated disrespect was beginning to irritate him. Before he could respond, another voice rang out. "Lin Wanqing, Jiangxing is indeed a place of talent." The crowd turned to see a box containing a man and 2 women. initially pleased to see a family member stepping forward. They were taken aback by the scene that unfolded. Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Yuxiao were in a fierce struggle over a bag of potato chips, each refusing to relinquish their claim. Give it back. I only want one bag. No way. Jiang Xiaobai, in a fit of exasperation, opened the bag, licked a chip, and tossed it back in, shaking it for emphasis. Here, take it. Lu Yuxiao recoiled in disgust. You are truly revolting. This absurd spectacle had not gone unnoticed by onlookers, who found it utterly ridiculous. What a farce. At that moment, the barriers of Lin Wanqing's box were lifted. A young woman, elegantly dressed and reclining with her legs crossed, revealed her strikingly fair thighs. With a slight upward tilt of her eyes and a beautiful visage, she exuded an inherent allure. She laughed delicately. Ah, who would have thought I would encounter Sister Lu here? By the way, I recall that your hometown is Jiangqing. Lu Lilu responded with a cold smile. I too did not expect to see the young lady of the Lin family from Lingzhou here in Jiangqing. Naturally, I am here to gain experience. However, Jiangqing has truly left me disappointed, Lin Wanqing remarked, gracefully fanning herself with a round fan, her movements exuding elegance. Though her words were far from pleasant. Upon hearing those words, Lu Lia furrowed his brows, preparing to retort. A voice emerged from behind. If you're dissatisfied, why not return home? What are you doing here as if you have no home? From Lin Wanqing's negative emotion value, 33. At this, the previously composed and elegant Lin Wanqing momentarily froze. Her movements halted and her breath slightly labored. Casting a glance at Jiang Xiaobai, she snorted softly. With such a vast world, where could I not go? Jiang Xiaobai shook his head, expressing doubt. How can you not go? You can't enter the men's restroom. From Lin Wanqing's negative emotion value, 44. What do you mean I can't go? I insist on going. Jiang Xiaobai looked innocently perplexed. Isn't that rather lewd? Are all the young ladies from Linqing so uninhibited? A crowd below stared, dumbfounded, watching the two bicker like children. However, this time, a rare majority sided with Jiang Xiaobai. Although he was somewhat of a scoundrel, his spirit was endearing. It was said that Linzhou had a very open culture, and this lad was not afraid to speak his mind. Indeed, that girl was too arrogant. Even a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. And such a person was necessary to teach her a lesson. Hearing the murmurs, Lin Wanqing became even more incensed. From Lin Wanqing's negative emotion value, 55. Her chest heaved with indignation, and her fingers tightened around her round fan. Yet, in an effort to maintain her elegant demeanor, she merely shot Jiang Xiaobai a fierce glare and coldly snorted, choosing not to engage further. This detestable fellow was infuriating, especially since she could not best him in argument. She made a mental note to settle the score later. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, she addressed Lu Zhanzhan. Master Lu. To return to the matter at hand, I am quite interested in this spirit beast egg. May I offer something in exchange? Chapter 82. The auction concludes. Lin Wanqing held a quaintly styled round disc. What is this? Lu Zhanzhan scrutinized it, uncertain. Is this not an array disc in Miss Lin's hand? Master Lu. You have a keen eye. Indeed, it is an array disc, Lin Wanqing smiled. Although array discs are precious, they should not suffice to exchange for this spirit beast egg. Lu Zhanzhan pondered. Naturally, I have no need to present an ordinary array disc. The one I possess is merely one among 10. Only when these 10 array discs are combined do they form a complete set. As she spoke, a flash of light appeared in her hand, revealing the other 9 array discs atop the table. The function of this array disc is quite simple. It can ensnare spirit beasts within a certain range, rendering them incapable of combat. A collective gasp resonated among the attendees. Setting aside the material worth of these 10 array discs, if her claims about their function were true, it would indeed be extraordinary. Just imagine, possessing this set of array discs to capture spirit beasts in a secret realm would yield unimaginable rewards. This was an item that no prominent family could refuse. Lu Zhanzhan exchanged glances with several heads of families above, recognizing the interest in each other's eyes. Then he turned to Lin Wanqing and said, Miss Lin, this item is exceedingly precious. Are you certain you can authorize its sale? Lin Wanqing nodded calmly. Rest assured. The ownership of this item is mine, and this array disc only affects spirit beasts below the rank of Beast King. I see. Then Lu is reassured. Still, its value is indeed considerable, Lu Zhanzhan replied. Satisfied, Lin Wanqing sat back and, amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, tucked the item away. Finally, she cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Xiaobai, biting her silver teeth and letting out a soft huff, before reactivating the restriction and disappearing from view. Miss Lin is indeed generous. I shall refrain from participating this time. The gentleman known as young Master Hai, who had remained hidden in his booth, merely smiled gently. Withdrawing from the competition, Lu Zhanzhan surveyed the room and called out, Is there anyone else wishing to make an offer? After a prolonged silence, no one responded. He was left with no choice but to announce, "Very well, the ownership of this final spirit beast egg will be determined among these esteemed guests. Please bear with us while I confer with several family heads." With that, he turned and departed, presumably to the second floor. The spirit beast egg remained prominently displayed on the table, unguarded, yet the crowd could only gaze hungrily, none daring to act. The prominent families were astute. This was clearly intentional. Indeed, they likely sought to provoke offers, hoping to strike a deal. After all, who would be foolish enough to act rashly following the incident 5 years prior? That individual was still evading capture, having failed to secure the item and now too afraid to return home. After a moment, when Lu Zhanzhan returned, a decision had been made. "After our discussion, we have unanimously decided that the spirit beast egg shall belong to Miss Lin Wanqing. Congratulations." Lin Wanqing reappeared within the crowd's view, standing by the window and basking in the attention. With a smile gracing her lips, she replied, "Thank you, Master Lu. Although the younger generation in Jiangcheng has become increasingly lacking, there are still many good treasures." The auction concluded with Lin Wanqing's biting remarks, leaving most of the young attendees, who had come merely for the spectacle, returning home in frustration. However, they felt powerless to refute her claims. It was indeed true that the younger generation in Jiangcheng lagged behind the others in recent years. On the way back, Lu Yuxiao expressed her indignation. "Sister, who is that Lin Wanqing? She's so arrogant, just like that Wang Qianqian." Lu Lia glanced at Lin Wanqing, who was departing in a luxurious vehicle, and sighed. "She is the young lady of the Lin family from Linzhou, a prodigy from your previous cohort, ranking 3rd on the freshman list at the Shanjing Academy. It was no wonder she was so haughty. She indeed possessed both the strength and the means." Jiang Xiaobai, intrigued, interjected, "Sister Lu, what is the freshman list?" As he was about to enter Shanjing Academy, he naturally wished to learn more about its affairs. The freshman list is a ranking established by Shanjing Academy to motivate new students in their cultivation. Every 2 sessions, a ranking is created, Lu Lier explained. The top 100 on the freshman list each semester receive substantial rewards, with the top 20 receiving even more generous prizes. "I suspect that the array disc she just displayed was an award from the academy." "I see," Jiang Xiaobai nodded, coming to an understanding. No wonder so many people were eager to attend schools in Shanjing. The resources available were unparalleled. "Sister, how many of our seniors from Jiangcheng are among the top 20 on the freshman list?" Lu Yuxiao asked, linking arms with her. Lu Lier replied, "In recent years, Jiangcheng has not produced any exceptional talents, so only 2 made it to the top 20, and their rankings are quite low." As she spoke, she glanced at Jiang Xiaobai and sighed. "This year, it seems even less promising. When I returned, I heard that the only one worth mentioning entering Shanjing this time is Han Yu, but compared to the geniuses from other cities." Lu Lia shook her head. The unspoken implication clear. "Who says that?" "There is still Jiang Xiaobai." Lu Yuxiao ran over to pull Jiang Xiaobai, patting his back. "He's quite impressive." "Is that so?" Lu Lia looked at Jiang Xiaobai in surprise, not expecting him to be a genius. She was not very familiar with the previous assessments in Jiangcheng. However, since her sister had said so, he likely would not be inferior to Lu Yuxiao. Jiang Xiaobai scratched his head and chuckled modestly, "Just keeping a low profile." Keeping a low profile. The auction concluded, and Jiang Xiaobai joyfully returned home with his hard-earned 600,000 Daiyang, coupled with his previous savings. His total fortune now approached 2 million. The only source of his discontent stemmed from the exorbitant commission taken by the auction house. Feeling a sense of imbalance, he resolved to seek compensation through other means. Under the cloak of night, he stealthily made his way to the largest room on the 3rd floor of the Lu residence. Meanwhile, Lu Lia pondered the impending school term, and the thought of being separated from her precious younger sister left her feeling restless. Clutching a pillow, she ascended to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching her sister's room, she prepared to knock, only to discover that the door was ajar. How could she sleep without closing the door? With a resigned smile, she was about to push the door open when she froze in her tracks. Inside, a conversation between a man and a woman ensued. "Please, let me play with your little bird for a bit." "No, it's quite shy. Just for a moment." "No. It will curl up into a tiny ball at the sight of you. If I touch it gently, it will grow bigger." "All right, but be gentle. It requires a certain finesse. Rest assured, I am quite the expert. Hurry, let it out. Don't rush." At that moment, the sound of a zipper echoed from within the room. Crouching at the door, Lu Lia first felt puzzled, then her eyes widened in shock. "How does it feel? Is it comfortable?" "It can't speak. How would it know if you ask?" "Then you speak for it. I believe it must be comfortable." "Wait. Why did it curl up again? Perhaps you were too forceful. Try blowing on it gently." "Very well, but you mustn't move. I will blow." Upon hearing this, Lu Lia could no longer contain herself. Her face flushed with anger as she kicked the door open and stormed into the room, pointing at the 2 individuals inside. "What are you 2 doing?" Inside, Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Yuxiao looked at Lu Liya with bewildered expressions, while the small bird perched between them tilted its head in confusion, gazing at the woman by the door. Sister, you startled me, Lu Yuxiao exclaimed, patting her chest. Noticing the bird remained unscathed, she breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Lu Liya with a hint of reproach. Do you always break down doors when you enter? You nearly frightened the little one. Lu Liya's gaze swept across the room, and her face reddened further. Clearing her throat, she fumbled awkwardly, glancing around before pointing at the door. Ahem, I recently broke through and lost control of my strength. I'll call someone to fix it later. No need to mind me. Continue on. I shall find someone to repair it. With that, she hurriedly exited, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Once outside, she slapped her forehead in frustration. Truly, she had humiliated herself. Back inside, Jiang Xiaobai and Lu Yuxiao exchanged glances, both utterly perplexed. All right, enough of this. It's time. Do you prefer a bank transfer or cash? Jiang Xiaobai glanced at the time and produced the payment QR code. I still haven't had enough, Lu Yuxiao pouted playfully. Then you can extend the session. Very well, I'll pay for an entire night. The overnight rate is a bit higher. Not an issue. I have the funds. You can leave the little bird here. All right, boss. Enjoy your time. As Jiang Xiaobai cheerfully waved goodbye, he departed, leaving behind the small bird, which gazed at him with an expression of despair. Outside the room, Jiang Xiaobai murmured to himself, Little one, this is for your benefit. You get to experience the warmth of a beautiful woman while also earning your keep. What a splendid arrangement. Others would envy such an opportunity. Such is life. When one cannot resist, one must learn to savor the experience. This truth applies equally to the beastly existence. After the first night, the little bird transitioned from its initial reluctance to gradually embracing the experience. Initially resistant to the idea of working, it now eagerly leapt forth at the sight of a beautiful woman. Jiang Xiaobai felt a mixture of disdain and envy towards it, marveling at how the bird had seemingly inherited a penchant for such pursuits. At that moment, a massive cruise ship cut through the waves on the vast ocean. Jiang Xiaobai leaned over the railing, gazing at the cerulean sea and sky, feeling an unparalleled sense of joy. Nearby, beneath a sun umbrella, a group of stunning women donned in various bikinis surrounded a small red bird, laughing and playing. Brother Xiaobai, what do you think of this scene? Asked the spring and autumn brothers, leaning over the railing beside him. Jiang Xiaobai glanced back with envy. Oh, it seems even birds live better than us. But, as men, isn't our purpose to live for such beauties? Indeed, the three young men sighed in unison. Another sigh erupted from the group. They turned to see Han Yu, with a troubled expression, leaning against the railing. Brothers, you don't understand. These women are exceptionally difficult to deal with. I seriously suspect they were sent by my adversaries to sap my will and impede my growth. This fellow was oblivious to the fortune he possessed. Quit being so dramatic, Xiaoxing retorted with an eye roll. Do you even have any enemies? You don't comprehend. I am destined for greatness. They must be here to steal my fortune and undermine my resolve. I cannot fall for their schemes, Han Yu replied solemnly. The three exchanged glances, choosing to ignore him. Yesterday, the expedition to Shangjing Island commenced. Although they attended different academies, their destination was the same, and they boarded the same cruise ship. Being from the same school, some interactions were inevitable. Upon getting acquainted, they discovered that Han Yu did not possess the spoiled demeanor of Li Qingfeng. Apart from his occasional childishness, he was surprisingly easy to get along with. Jiang Xiaobai, along with the spring and autumn brothers, found their personalities to be quite engaging. Within a day, the four formed a close bond. For these young men yearning for the future, the winds of change were blowing toward their school. The excitement of embarking on a new journey to a fresh school and place was palpable. For Jiang Xiaobai, the ocean voyage was also a novel experience, marking the first of his life. Contemplating this, he turned to the elegant figure on the second level, leaning against the railing. Seemingly sensing his gaze, Chun Ling Miao, who had been admiring the distant scenery, also turned toward him. Their eyes met, and she broke into a smile, raising her glass of red wine, her lips parting as if to speak. Jiang Xiaobai responded with a smile, lifting his glass in return, whispering to himself, until we meet again, fate permitting. That night, Jiang Xiaobai stood in Chun Ling Miao's room, gazing at the check in his hand, feeling a surge of emotion. Indeed, it is fate that brings us together again. After tucking the check away, he looked at her, swallowing hard unconsciously. She sat at the edge of the bed, adorned in a silk lace nightgown, her fair, delicate skin barely concealed. Compared to her usual attire, this outfit exuded boldness and sensuality. Feeling the weight of her appearance, he instinctively felt nervous. Miss Chun, did you need something from me? A faint smile danced in Chun Ling Miao's eyes as she playfully replied, Why are you sitting so far away? Come closer. Are you afraid I might eat you? However, the other party's demeanor genuinely instilled a sense of trepidation in him. Miss Chun, if you have something to say, Please do so. We have collaborated numerous times, and I, Jiang Xiaobai, am known to accept remuneration in exchange for alleviating troubles. Ultimately, he fetched a chair and sat down. Indeed, there is a matter, Chun Lingmiao smiled, seemingly in good spirits. I have heard about the item you auctioned off and would like to inquire if it's still available. Understanding dawned on Jiang Xiaobai, who sighed in relief, having initially feared something more sinister. After all, why else would such a substantial sum, amounting to 500,000, be offered? Previously, Li Chengxian had set his sights on Chun Lingmiao's spirit beast, intending to exploit the mysterious liquid for forced evolution. To others, that enigmatic liquid seemed rather inconsequential. Yet, for Chun Lingmiao, it held significant value. I have 2 bottles left. I shall give them to you. He began to retrieve the mysterious liquid without hesitation, pleased to facilitate this transaction given the generous offer. However, a sudden thought struck him, and he scratched his head awkwardly. May I deliver it to you later? That is acceptable, Chun Lingmiao replied, though she did not comprehend the reason behind his request. Nonetheless, she was not concerned about Jiang Xiaobai reneging on his word. The liquid, while useful, appeared to possess a rather low probability of effectiveness. Jiang Xiaobai kindly reminded her, "No worries, I am aware of that." Reassured, he refrained from further inquiries. Adhering to the adage that one should not pry into the affairs of women, another saying cautioned against delving into the matters of one's employer. The convergence of these 2 maxims compelled him to maintain silence. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Jiang Xiaobai suggested, gesturing toward the door. To his surprise, upon hearing his words, Chun Lingmiao seemed to grow somewhat agitated. Very well, you may leave, she replied coldly. Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback, confused as to why he had inadvertently offended this young lady. Upon returning to his room, he remained perplexed, realizing that a woman's thoughts are often inscrutable. Dismissing it for the moment, he focused on his pressing matters. Once inside, he carefully placed the 2 bottles of liquid aside, then procured a container to transfer the liquid from the beaker. He had refrained from presenting it directly earlier, fearing it might be misconstrued as inappropriate. After all, at the auction, anonymity shielded him, but he still desired to uphold a measure of dignity. After completing the transfer, Jiang Xiaobai contemplated the beaker in his hand. What purpose might this liquid serve? Based on previous experiences, he suspected the items provided by the system held some utility. As he pondered, a sudden realization struck him, as though a new realm had been unveiled in his mind. His pupils widened in astonishment as he murmured, "So, this is how it is. Everything is interconnected." In that moment, he grasped the system's benevolent intentions. Thus, he did not rush to deliver the items to Chun Lingmiao, but instead immersed himself in the system and exchanged for 100 beakers. When empty, these beakers could be stacked within the same inventory space, alleviating any concerns regarding storage. Excellent. Now I possess a means of long-range attack, he mused. Indeed, there are no useless skills, only individuals who do not know how to wield them. The thought of future battles filled him with a sense of amusement. With a newfound sense of excitement, he set off to deliver the items, but this venture kept him away for the entire night. The following morning, in the dining room of the cruise ship, Qiuxing scrutinized Jiang Xiaobai, ultimately unable to contain his curiosity. "Xiaobai, what happened to you?" Chunxing echoed his sentiments, both bewildered by Jiang Xiaobai's disheveled appearance. He bore dark circles under his eyes and rubbed his waist incessantly. "Do not ask," Jiang Xiaobai replied, his face weary. "Last night with Ling Miao was utterly exhausting." "What?" Chunxing and Qiuxing exclaimed in shock, their mouths agape. Jiang Xiaobai's current state resembled that of someone who had overindulged. The 2 of them could no longer remain seated and stammered. "Did you too develop so quickly?" Jiang Xiaobai nodded, sighing deeply. "Not just us. There were also your elder sister and the 2 sisters from the Lu family." Good heavens! Chunxing and Qiuxing could hardly believe their ears, staring at Jiang Xiaobai in disbelief. "One is not enough for you. You went for 4? All sisters?" It became clear why this young man was in such a state. Even a strong man could not endure such excess. No wonder Ling Miao and her companions were absent from breakfast that day. "Brother, I seldom admire anyone. But you are the first," Chunxing exclaimed, patting Jiang Xiaobai's shoulder with genuine respect. Qiuxing, hesitant to voice his thoughts, eventually sighed in resignation. "Xiaobai, in the struggle between Chu and Han, others may lose, but you have triumphed." "What nonsense is this?" Jiang Xiaobai realized something was amiss. Had these 2 misunderstood? He hastily clarified, "What are you thinking? We merely played cards all night." "Played cards?" The brothers remained skeptical. Even if they had played all night, it should not have resulted in such dark circles. Jiang Xiaobai grew more frustrated at the mention of this. "It's all your elder sister's doing. The punishment for losing was this eye makeup that won't wash off. And your waist? Thanks to your sister," Jiang Xiaobai retorted, lifting his shirt to reveal a ring of scratch marks around his waist. Xiaoxing and Chunxing gasped in astonishment, casting pitying glances at Jiang Xiaobai. Brother, we misjudged you. Cherish life and steer clear of women. As the novelty of the cruise ship's scenery wore off after the initial few days, it began to feel excessively monotonous. Perhaps to inject some excitement into the journey, unexpected complications arose when there remained only one day until their destination. While Jiang Xiaobai was indulging in a leisurely slumber, he was abruptly roused by a blaring alarm. Simultaneously, an announcement echoed throughout the ship. Attention, attention, a sea monster has been sighted ahead. All passengers on deck are to return to their cabins immediately and refrain from wandering. Jiang Xiaobai sprang from his bed, flipping open the sun visor. Peering out the window, he observed monstrous waves churning in the distance beneath the night sky, and in the glare of the spotlight, he caught fleeting glimpses of thick, writhing tentacles. Is that a giant octopus? Just as he pondered the nature of this sea creature, the captain's voice resounded once more over the intercom. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your safety seats and activate your safety devices. This sea monster's level approaches that of a beast god. Please prepare for impact. The mention of beast god was Jiang Xiaobai's first encounter with such a classification. It seemed to denote a being even more fearsome than a beast emperor. The captain's tone suggested that this incident was quite serious. Surely, I cannot be so unfortunate, Jiang Xiaobai murmured quietly. Obediently, he returned to his safety seat and secured himself. Every year, maritime disasters were not uncommon. Each large cruise ship typically had formidable individuals on board. Nevertheless, such incidents still occurred frequently, and when they did, they were invariably catastrophic. Only a select few fortunate individuals among the passengers would survive, as most beast tamers had relatively fragile physiques. The sea creature capable of overturning a deep-sea cruise ship is at the very least a beast emperor level. The one they encountered today is even closer to the existence of a beast god. Meanwhile, in the captain's cabin of the cruise ship, the atmosphere is exceptionally tense. A burly man with a thick beard clenches a large cigar, exhaling a puff of smoke as he curses. What's the word from Shanjing? The captain asks. Shanjing says they are sending someone over. But what? The burly man's eyes widen at the reply. But we need to hold on for half an hour. Half an hour? The burly man glances at a figure in a black robe among the crowd. Can we manage? The black-robed figure hesitates momentarily before scoffing. We can. Provided that beast doesn't attack us. What nonsense. Isn't it already over? The burly man, infuriated, spits out his cigar. Are we just going to give up? That's a creature close to a beast god. There's nothing I can do, shrugs the black-robed figure, appearing unconcerned. Anyway, you all can survive. If it doesn't work, just run. Leaving the ship here will buy us some time. Damn it, I would never abandon ship to save my own skin. The burly man retorts, pointing an accusatory finger at the black-robed figure. You cowardly waste. If you want to run, then do so yourself. With that, he disregards the black-robed figure and begins issuing commands to the crew inside the cabin. Return to your posts and follow my orders. If any coward dares to flee, don't blame me for feeding them to the fish. Yes, despite his foul language, the crew seems to trust the burly man. Once everything is in order, he starts to direct the ship. Right rudder 20. The massive cruise ship slowly begins to turn its colossal steel body, gradually deviating from its course. Meanwhile, the creature in the deep sea appears oblivious, continuing to frolic in the distance. Observing this, the captain suddenly bellows, "Cease the spotlight. Cease the spotlight." The first mate echoes his command. Once the orders are given, the bright beams vanish instantly. Under the night sky, the two enormous entities seem to be separated by a great distance, yet everyone cannot help but break into a sweat, knowing that for the creature in the sea, it could close the gap in an instant if it desired. Proceed at a slow pace. The burly man commands once more. The cruise ship inches away from that dangerous area. As time ticks by, the distance between the ship and the sea monster gradually widens. Well done, big guy. You've got some skills. Get lost. I don't wish to converse with you. You're just a level 51 beast master. The burly man spits disdainfully. Just as the black-robed figure is about to respond, he suddenly vanishes from sight, reappearing on the deck. Gazing at the sea, he raises his hands high. O Lord of the rivers from the abyss, appear and devour them. As his voice falls, a swirling mass of black energy emerges from beneath the ship. A colossal creature with catfish-like whiskers slowly surfaces from the water. The catfish monster glances silently at the black-robed figure before turning and submerging into the depths. Within 2 minutes, a violent tremor shakes the seabed. All aboard the ship silently observe, bewildered by the unfolding events. Suddenly, the entire cruise ship jolts violently. After the initial shake, it is followed by a series of tremors. The occupants of the captain's cabin are caught off guard, thrown into disarray. The burly man's hat flies away. Damn it, Lin, if you don't fight back, we're really done for. The black-robed figure turns around, revealing a handsome face now devoid of its hood. With a casual shrug, he replies, "Big guy, am I not doing my best?" He then turns back, focusing entirely. A hint of blue light igniting in his eyes as he gazes into the depths below. As he watches, his brow furrows slightly, and he mutters, "This beast is rather clever." Beneath the surface, a catfish monster and an octopus-like creature engage in fierce combat. The catfish's massive tongue punctures the octopus's flesh with each strike, though the wounds quickly begin to heal. Each hit from the octopus's enormous tentacles sends the catfish flying. Whenever the catfish retreats, the octopus rises, using its tentacles to batter the cruise ship. Were it not for the protective barriers surrounding the vessel, it would have been overturned long ago. Lin Wanfeng watches this scene with a heavy heart, realizing he is indeed no match for this sea monster and can only offer slight resistance. Turning towards Shangjing, he retrieves a medicinal pill, placing it in his mouth, causing the blue light in his eyes to intensify. "I hope help arrives soon." Meanwhile, at Haowu Port in Shangjing, a somewhat lewd voice exclaims, "My dear wife, I have arrived." A lanky figure bounds into the room, landing on a tattered bed piled with adult magazines. As the figure opens one of the magazines, preparing to indulge, he suddenly glances toward a corner of the room, startled into a jump. "What the hell? When did you arrive?" Since your lewd chuckle, comes a voice from the shadows. The disheveled man glances at the long legs of a slender figure, swallowing hard. About to say something, he notices the disapproving gaze directed his way, and his expression shifts. "Don't you know to knock when entering someone else's home? Your room, doesn't he have a door?" retorts Bai Ling, observing the man's appearance and the surrounding environment. Her delicate nose wrinkling slightly. However, upon seeing his silver hair, a flicker of pity crosses her eyes. "Is it really necessary?" The man, scratching his foot, pauses at her words, his tone growing colder. "Is it?" Bai Ling takes a deep breath, then slowly responds, "Forget it. I'm not here to debate this with you." A cruise ship headed to the island has encountered a sea monster, and there are several promising talents aboard. You need to go and assist. The disheveled man frowns at her words. "Why don't those old geezers go?" "You're closer," Bai Ling replies indifferently. "What kind of reasoning is that?" The man sprawls on the bed in resignation. "I'm not going. Let whoever wants to go, go." Bai Ling silently studies him for a few seconds. Seeing his resolve unshakable, she turns to leave, but suddenly stops at the door. "I seem to recall there's an intriguing little fellow on that ship. Quite similar to you. What a pity." Chapter 86, Abstract Battle. With that, she pivots and exits, leaving the disheveled man in the room, his mood fluctuating. He then addresses the inflatable doll on the bed, saying, "Wife, wait for me a moment." "Never mind, I'm worried you'll be lonely. I'll take you with me." Saying this, he deflates the doll, rolling it up and tucking it under his arm, slipping into a pair of flip-flops and a pair of loud floral shorts before leaving the room. He gazes out towards the sea, then leaps off the tall watchtower into the water below, splashing as he vanishes from sight. Meanwhile, aboard the cruise ship, Jiang Xiaobai is in a dire state. His constitution cannot withstand the continuous shaking. He can hardly imagine how the others are faring. This sea monster is too formidable. He hears the tremendous roars echoing and the violent shaking, a constant sense of impending doom that makes him acutely aware of the fragility of life and his own weakness. Just as this tumultuous ordeal continues, a thunderous voice suddenly reverberates from outside. "You wretched beast, cease at once." The voice carried a piercing quality, seemingly modest in volume, yet resonating within the depths of the mind. This was a form of mental communication. During the initial assessment, several mentors had demonstrated this skill, but the individual now present was evidently far more formidable. "Ah, esteemed senior, you have finally arrived. Had you delayed any longer, I might have fled," another voice chimed in, youthful and tinged with relief. "Are you from the Lin family? Do you know me?" On the deck, Lin Wanfeng clasped his fists in salute towards the water below. "Indeed, you bear a striking resemblance to your father." Lin Wanfeng's lips twitched slightly, yet he refrained from retorting, offering only an awkward smile. "Even your temperament mirrors his, both of you, soft and yielding." As the words fell, a figure sprang forth from the ocean's surface. A disheveled man stood atop the water, and upon his emergence, the sea beast beneath ceased its assault, retracting its tentacles and drawing them together. Its enormous eyes fixated intently on the man above. With the turbulence subsiding, Jiang Xiaobai unfastened his seatbelt and leaned towards the window, eager to witness the aura of a true powerhouse. However, upon gazing at the disheveled man, he found himself frozen in disbelief. What was this? Where was the formidable presence he had anticipated? Who was this scruffy uncle? And what was that peculiar object beneath his feet? Jiang Xiaobai rubbed his eyes, scrutinizing the scene multiple times until he confirmed that he was not mistaken. The man was indeed standing upon an inflatable doll. In an instant, the image of a powerhouse crumbled in his mind. The others aboard shared his sentiment. Upon hearing the mental communication from outside, they erupted in joy. Wonderful! A strong man from Shangjing has arrived. We are saved. Yet, once they beheld the disheveled man, their expressions mirrored Jiang Xiaobai's, filled with skepticism regarding their fates. The captain, who had been thrown about like a rag doll, clambered to his feet. After accepting the captain's hat from the first mate, he rubbed his back and gazed out at the sea. Upon seeing the scruffy man, his pupils constricted, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. He began issuing orders to the crew. All right, return to your posts. We shall set sail again. The first mate cautiously approached. Captain, the sea beast is still below. Will setting sail now provoke it? The captain chuckled. Have no fear, he is here. The first mate, glancing at the diminutive figure on the water's surface, instinctively inquired. Who is he? The bearded captain peered out and murmured, a legend, though. Though what? The two were interrupted as the disheveled man suddenly crouched down, gently stroking the face of the inflatable doll beneath him. My dear, please accompany me in dealing with this beast, all right? Upon finishing his words, a viscous, translucent substance enveloped him, swiftly coating his entire body until it formed a peculiar, intricately patterned suit of armor. A transparent trident materialized in his grasp. The formerly disheveled man, now adorned in this extraordinary armor, exuded a hint of wildness. Now that resembles a true powerhouse, Jiang Xiaobai thought, feeling a sense of balance restored within him. Yet, the man's next actions promptly dismantled that impression. Beast, meet your demise. The disheveled man shouted, abruptly striking the inflatable doll's rear. Deer, launch the meat projectile. An utterly absurd scene unfolded before the onlookers. The inflatable doll, under his command, surged forward, while he perched atop, hollering incessantly. Then, with a thud, he was flung off, hurtling through the air as if skipping across the water, only to eventually sink beneath the waves after sputtering a few mouthfuls of seawater. All onlookers were momentarily rendered speechless, unable to fathom such a ludicrous approach to combat. Are you certain you are not here to entertain us? In the captain's quarters, the bearded man turned to the first mate, quietly expressing the latter half of his earlier thought. It's just too abstract. Enough with the spectacle. Let us set sail at full speed back to port. Forget what you've just witnessed. Keep your mouth shut, or beware, someone may pay a visit to your windows at night. Don't say I didn't warn you, the captain barked. The crew exchanged glances, uncertain. Visiting windows? Surely, that's an exaggeration. After all, he is a formidable warrior capable of battling sea monsters. However, recalling the earlier spectacle, they began to feel that such a scenario was indeed possible. They shivered collectively and opted to selectively forget the incident. The cruise ship, unimpeded, swiftly distanced itself from that treacherous region. Yet, most aboard remained curious, gazing back toward the scene, eager to learn the outcome of the battle. Just as they pondered this, a massive severed tentacle suddenly surged from the depths, spiraling in the air before crashing back down onto the surface, twitching a few times before lying still. What is this? A tentacle from the sea beast? Severed? The sight was astonishing. Such a terrifying creature had lost a tentacle so quietly and swiftly. Those with keen eyesight could discern that the disheveled man was now seated atop the enormous tentacle, setting up a barbecue and preparing to feast on freshly caught seafood. This absurd tableau left them in awe, fostering a mixture of respect and curiosity towards the man. Jiang Xiaobai stood by the window, feeling contemplative. How carefree and elegant he is. He turned away, wiping his mouth and muttering softly, I wonder how this octopus tastes? Ugh, truly dreadful. The meat is far too tough. The disheveled man grumbled, tossing the skewer aside in disdain. He stood up, stretching lazily, scratching his head, and suddenly exclaimed, Wait, did I forget something? Chapter 87. Entering the preliminary trials of Shangjing Academy. The arrival at Shangjing Island was notably earlier than anticipated, perhaps due to the disturbance caused by the sea beast. The subsequent journey progressed at a markedly swifter pace. By midday the next day, the cruise ship docked. Upon landing, the sounds of those who had narrowly escaped echoed around them. The diversity of expressions was astonishing. Brothers, this experience has only strengthened my resolve to grow stronger, Han Yu declared, fists clenched, as if fueled by an invigorating rush. Ever since witnessing the disheveled man in battle, he had been incessantly vocalizing his enthusiasm. Jiang Xiaobai patted his shoulder, offering heartfelt encouragement. Keep at it. One day you too shall don oversized shorts and flip-flops, triumphing over your foes. Ahem. That is rather excessive. Our teacher taught us to extract the essence while discarding the dross, Han Yu countered, clearing his throat. All right, dear brothers, as we part ways, I bid you farewell. Although we from Jiangcheng are temporarily separated, I believe we shall meet again at the pinnacle one day. Han Yu addressed the Chun brothers in farewell. Qiu Sheng, puzzled, replied, But Han Yu, we are still on the same island. Though we are on the same island, Shangjing Island is vast, With numerous barriers between the academies, the distances are quite considerable, Han Yu explained. Thus, the chances of us crossing paths here are exceedingly low, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. I see. That indeed warrants a proper farewell, Chun Sheng interjected, clasping his fists solemnly. Brother Xiaobai, Brother Han Yu. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. On the other side, a scene of reluctance unfolded among several girls. As they prepared to part ways, Lu Lia smiled at Chun Lingmiao and her companions, assuring them, do not worry, I will look out for Jiang Xiaobai, as long as he does not cause any major trouble. Chun Lingmiao expressed her gratitude, knowing that after this time together, they had already considered Jiang Xiaobai a friend. Although he had his quirks, being somewhat frugal and money-minded, he was genuinely a good person, and their time together had been filled with joy. Well then, it is getting late. Let us part ways here. Similar farewell scenes played out at the port. After bidding farewell to old friends, Jiang Xiaobai finally had the opportunity to survey the island, which he had only seen on television. He recalled that the most iconic structure here was a grand statue of a dragon and phoenix playing with a pearl. With this thought, he looked around but saw nothing at all, leaving him puzzled. He stopped a passing student, asking, excuse me, isn't there's supposed to be a statue of a dragon and phoenix on Shangjing Island? Why can't I see it? The boy replied instinctively. That statue can only be seen by those with fate. It's just a ploy to fool people. Suddenly realizing something, the boy sized him up and said, you must be new here, huh? Yes, what about it? After parting ways with them, Jiang Xiaobai chose not to accompany Han Yu to the academy. It was not that he wanted to stand out. Rather, Han Yu had insisted on testing himself, leaving Jiang Xiaobai with no choice but to go along with him. Furthermore, Bai Ling had previously advised against forming groups during registration, though she had only smiled and said nothing more about it. There was certainly something fishy about it. Do you need a guide? I am Bai Hua, and I can help you get acquainted with Shangjing Island, he said, extending his hand enthusiastically. Jiang Xiaobai eyed him suspiciously, asking, how much do you want? Money? That would be too sentimental. Bai Hua waved his hand dismissively. Jiang Xiaobai immediately shook his head, replying, if you don't want money, then forget it. Working for free is just foolish. My mother doesn't let me play with fools. It's contagious. With that, he turned to leave, leaving Bai Hua stunned in place. It took him a moment to react, fuming with anger and wanting to settle the score, only to find that Jiang Xiaobai had already vanished. At that moment, Jiang Xiaobai was strolling along a bustling street, amused at the situation. The most costly things are often those offered for free. Did they really think they could deceive him with such trivial tricks? Did they believe that just because he was named Bai Hua, he could charm him into compliance? Although he was unaware of the true purpose behind the academy's trial, he sensed that there was a rationale behind it. Just as he turned a corner, a bald boy came rushing towards him at great speed, almost colliding with him. Noticing the bald boy brandishing a token, Jiang Xiaobai instinctively stepped aside, thinking, who would have a chance encounter with a bald boy, especially not while carrying a slice of bread? Unexpectedly, the bald boy shouted angrily, where did this country bumpkin come from? Get lost. Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback by the rudeness. With a swift motion, he sidestepped and tripped the boy. The bald boy, quick on his feet, managed to avoid the fall and turned back to glare at Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai merely looked at him expressionlessly and said, apologies, are you all right? The bald boy, confused, wondered if Jiang Xiaobai was dazed. Just then, he felt a tremendous force at his legs and suddenly flew backward, crashing into a nearby lamp post. The sound of impact was sharp, and the lamp post bent slightly from the force. Security. Someone is vandalizing public property, Jiang Xiaobai shouted, raising a finger to point at the bald boy, who was now sprawled on the ground, struggling to get up. Upon hearing this, the bald boy quickly regained his composure and, without further ado, shot Jiang Xiaobai a fierce warning, you better watch out, kid. With that, he scurried away. However, it appeared that a token and a wallet had dropped to the ground. Jiang Xiaobai glanced around to ensure no one was watching and picked them up. He soon realized that the token was identical to his own. Could it be that this bald boy was also a student of Shangjing Academy? He then noticed the slightly cute wallet and felt a shiver run down his spine. It couldn't be that this bald boy was just as he was about to open the wallet. A voice called out, big liar, give me back my things. Jiang Xiaobai turned to see a cute girl in a white skirt, her legs adorned with ribboned socks, glaring at him with her large, round eyes filled with fury. He pointed to himself, feigning innocence, are you talking to me? It had been years since anyone had referred to him in such a manner. Upon hearing this, the girl grew even angrier, pointing at him and exclaiming, who else could it be? Don't think I want to recognize you just because you're wearing a wig. Hand over my wallet and token, or else don't blame me for being rude. A wig? Wallet? Token? Jiang Xiaobai quickly pieced together the situation. It seemed these items belonged to this girl before they were taken by that guy named after a lumberjack and then lost in the scuffle. He had initially thought the bald boy had changed careers. Hey, are you listening? Hurry up and give them back. The girl insisted, shaking her fist. Yet, her demeanor hardly conveyed any real threat. Jiang Xiaobai, noticing her attitude, decided against returning the items. I found these, just because you say they're yours. Does that make them yours? You're talking nonsense. These are the things you took from me. You're quite the kind-hearted thief, huh? The girl accused him, her tone shifting as she continued. I may have mistaken you for someone else. Handsome, could you please return those 2 items to me? She had been anxious earlier and, upon seeing Jiang Xiaobai with her belongings, had blurted it out. Now, after a closer look, she realized that this person was clearly not the bald boy. Their height, build, and facial features were vastly different. Realizing her mistake and having scolded the wrong person, she felt a bit guilty. Oh, Jiang Xiaobai replied, somewhat surprised. He had expected her to be the unreasonable type. He didn't anticipate her to soften. How can you prove those items are yours? The girl, named Zhang Sunner, became anxious upon hearing this. Her voice hurried. The wallet contains a photo. And I'm in it. You can check. Jiang Xiaobai opened the wallet and found an old photograph. It depicted a kind-looking grandmother smiling while holding a young girl. Additionally, there were several banknotes of small denominations. Wow, is this young lady's wallet really so empty? Jiang Xiaobai thought to himself, glancing at it before tossing it back. Zhang Sunner clumsily caught it and smiled sweetly. Thank you. With a hint of embarrassment, she glanced at Jiang Xiaobai and said, that token also belongs to me. However, Jiang Xiaobai, I did not return the token to her. Instead, he tossed it into the air, caught it in his hand, and smiled. This token doesn't bear your name. Moreover, it is quite precious. I have no obligation to return it to you. He chuckled mischievously. If I were to sell this, I could probably fetch a handsome sum. Upon hearing this, ZHNR became anxious and explained, that truly is my token. The person who took it from me claimed to be a senior sent by SHNGJ Academy to escort us and asked me to present my token. So, I gave it to him, only to have him snatch it away. Jiang Xiaobai, I pressed his lips together, speechless. Was this girl truly so naive? Did she possess no worldly experience whatsoever? Such a ruse could fool her. She was almost as foolish as LY11O. Even if what you say is true, and the token is indeed yours, I have found it. I could return it, but what benefit can you offer me in return? Furthermore, both your wallet and this token were taken from that bald man with my assistance. Jiang Xiaobai, I realized that beating around the bush with her was futile, so he addressed the matter directly. He had no real use for the token, but it would be contrary to his character not to seize the opportunity to extract some advantage from this young lady. Huh. ZHNR tilted her head, contemplating for a long while, seemingly torn. Finally, her face flushed crimson as she timidly suggested, how about I treat you to a meal? A meal? Jiang Xiaobai, I had not anticipated such an answer. It seemed this young lady was rather frugal. Oh well, someone offering to treat him was acceptable, especially since it was mealtime. All right, Jiang Xiaobai, I readily agreed and tossed the token back to her. The girl received the token, stowed it away carefully, and looked up at him with a sweet smile. Thank you. You are truly kind. What is your name? Jiang Xiaobai, I gazed at her innocent smile, devoid of pretense, and her pure eyes, momentarily taken aback. He felt inexplicably guilty. Ahem, one who does good deeds without seeking recognition. Just call me Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai, thank you. Let us go eat. Sure. Jiang Xiaobai, I sat in a small restaurant, staring at the 4 dishes and a soup on the table, unable to respond for a while. It wasn't that the food was unappetizing. In fact, it was quite delicious. He was genuinely surprised that this young lady was rather down to earth. Eat up, don't be shy. I truly appreciate this. ZHNR said with a smile as she served Jiang Xiaobai a piece of meat. He nodded and began to devour the food voraciously, mumbling, you should eat too, don't just watch. The taste is quite good. During the meal, Jiang Xiaobai, I felt thoroughly satisfied. Through their brief interaction, he found that this ZHNR from LNZHU did not exhibit the airs of a typical young lady. She was rather easy to get along with. However, he couldn't help but wonder if her sheltered upbringing had rendered her somewhat too innocent, even bordering on foolishness. Realizing this, Jiang Xiaobai, I decided to assist her fully. We seem to have a connection, both being from SHNGJ Academy. I can be a bit directionally challenged. Why don't we team up? Upon hearing this, ZHNR immediately patted her chest without hesitation. Sounds good. I have a great sense of direction. Just leave the navigation to me. After making their plans, they set off together. The port was not particularly close to SHNGJ Academy. Although both were situated by the sea, the port was located in the southwest corner of the island, while the academy lay at the northernmost tip of SHNGJ Island. Thus, once they arrived on the island, there were still 2 days' journey ahead. Strangely, the only means of transport to the academy was the complimentary horned horse-drawn carriage, which could be rented for free with a token. Jiang Xiaobai, I found this quite absurd. What era was this, still relying on such outdated transportation? It was truly remarkable. It wasn't until Jiang Xiaobai arrived at a perilous forest area with a massive barrier enveloping it, and a warning sign that he realized the situation. The sign simply stated, "No beast masters above level May 30th enter this perilous area." It turned out that the Academy had intentionally set up this assessment project. Such a place was ideal for nefarious deeds. They only recognized tokens upon enrollment, not individuals, which clearly encouraged others to seize the tokens from these new disciples. To put it bluntly, the Academy was nurturing a trap. Chapter 89, Token Theft. Jiang Xiaobai, I had no objections to this notion. However, the ride in the carriage was rather uncomfortable. He had initially thought that Jiang SNR, being a delicate young lady, would complain, but surprisingly, she had not uttered a word during the journey. When he turned around to look, he found that she had fallen asleep in the carriage. She truly was carefree. If he were to sell her off, she likely wouldn't even know. Jiang Xiaobai, I shook his head and chuckled softly, continuing his role as the driver. The area appeared remarkably tranquil. Occasionally, a wild beast would dart by, merely passing through. The horned horse-drawn carriage slowly made its way along the shaded path. The scorching sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a stunning Tyndall effect. He had to admit, the scenery was quite pleasing. Jiang Xiaobai, I silently remarked to himself. When they passed a small stream, he decided to stop the carriage. He couldn't let the horse run continuously. It needed to graze and drink water. However, coincidentally, on the opposite bank of the stream, another group was resting. This group clearly outnumbered them, comprising approximately 20 to 30 individuals. Except for a few, everyone wore matching black outfits. It was evident that they had noticed Jiang Xiaobai's presence. After observing for a moment from a distance, one or two individuals broke away from the group. Although they were far apart, Jiang Xiaobai, I still caught the movement. Watching this scene, his brow furrowed slightly. Ignoring whether the horse had eaten enough, he set off on his way. Upon witnessing this, the group across the way also began to move, closely trailing Jiang Xiaobai. As expected, Jiang Xiaobai, I realized trouble was brewing. However, he remained unhurried, maintaining his original pace, as if unaware of the situation. Behind him, the two leading men in the group were fixated on Jiang Xiaobai's direction. Lolio, does this kid not realize we're following him? One asked. He shouldn't, otherwise he wouldn't be moving so slowly, the other replied. But are you sure this kid is a new disciple from SHNG Academy? I can't be certain, but generally, those who come here don't travel alone. Didn't the young master say that if we encounter a small group, we should engage them first? Right. Let us wait for the young master to arrive before making a decision. You all hurry ahead and surround him. We must not let a single detail slip. If anything goes wrong, we'll all bear the consequences. The young master must obtain that token this time. Otherwise, he won't be able to enter SHNG Academy next year when he is older. The two leading men quietly urged their group. They swiftly prepared themselves for action and surged forward. Meanwhile, not far from their location, another group was gathered around a finely dressed young man, leisurely enjoying tea and snacks in the woods. Suddenly, two figures burst forth and made their way into the crowd without pausing. Young master. It seems Liao and his group have spotted a target. Oh, the well-groomed young man, wearing sunglasses and reclining in a rocking chair, had his eyes closed in relaxation. Upon hearing a sound, he sat up abruptly. Could it be true? It seemed unlikely to be a false alarm. That young man was alone and had rented one of the Academy's complimentary carriages. Excellent. Zhou Mingchen clapped his hands, unable to conceal his joy. Lead the way ahead, quickly. Everyone, keep up. He had already determined that the discovery made by Lao Liao and his companions was most likely this year's new student from the Academy. Who knows the trials he had endured to reach this moment? He, a pampered young master, had spent 2 whole days in this desolate place. Finally, a target had appeared, and he was now impatient. The group hastened towards their destination. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai had no choice but to stop the carriage. Ahead on the road, 2 men were eyeing him with ill intentions. Seeing this, he feigned a look of panic and surprise. What do you want, brothers? Cut the nonsense. This road is mine. This tree is mine. If you wish to pass, leave behind a toll. Lao Liao brandished a machete, looking quite intimidating. Jiang Xiaobai appeared frightened. Brothers, I'm merely a coachman, accompanying my young lady for some practice. If you seek money, my young lady has plenty. I can fetch it now, but please do not harm us. With that, he turned and stepped into the carriage. Lao Liao and Lao Sun exchanged hesitant glances, momentarily unsure. Did it seem like he was lying? Could they have misjudged? Perhaps they were not the new students after all. Don't let your guard down. This lad might be acting. We should observe first, Lao Sun advised. At that moment, Zhang Sunner, who had been disturbed by the commotion, awoke. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai enter, he looked at him blankly. What is happening? Jiang Xiaobai grinned. His expression relaxed. It's nothing, just a couple of fools. Hold on tight. The carriage might go a bit fast. Jiang Sun nodded, somewhat confused. After giving a brief warning, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly changed his expression and leaped out of the carriage. Brothers, my young lady left in a hurry, and doesn't he have much money? Will this suffice? He displayed a few coins in the palm of his hand. Lao Liao and Lao Sun glanced at the coins, then exchanged looks, their anger flaring up. You little rascal, dare to play tricks on us. Seize him, bind him first. With that command, the atmosphere shifted as figures emerged around Jiang Xiaobai, each accompanied by various spirit beasts. Realizing the situation, Jiang Xiaobai immediately jumped back into the carriage, urging the horses to charge directly at the two men blocking the path. What audacity! Lao Liao bellowed, summoning his spirit beast. Suddenly, a massive sea turtle appeared in front of them, taking a defensive stance. Defensive position, Lao Liao commanded, and the enormous sea turtle withdrew into its shell. Spinning like a top, the approaching horses, frightened, came to a halt. Lao Liao grinned with satisfaction. Haha boy, let us see how you escape. Lao Sun chimed in. I advise you to remain here obediently. Don't worry, we won't harm you. Once my young master arrives, as long as you hand over the token, you will be safe, and my master will even reward you handsomely. My master has more than enough money. What do you say? Upon hearing the last part, Jiang Xiaobai withdrew the coins from his hand, scoffing, robbery is robbery, no need to dress it up as a fair deal. Should I present you with a banner to commemorate it? Come now, don't be so harsh. This is a reasonable transaction, Lao Sun retorted, noticing a hint of wavering in Jiang Xiaobai's demeanor. My young master is quite merciful, others wouldn't afford you such an opportunity. You should cherish it. Chapter 90, A Billion-Dollar Project. Cherish? What a load of nonsense. Jiang Xiaobai had never encountered such brazen shamelessness. However, his cultivated demeanor prevented him from unleashing a torrent of curses. Otherwise, he would have asked how much his mother's dowry was. Ahead, the spinning turtle obstructed their path, surrounded by a group of individuals blocking the way. If Jiang Xiaobai were alone, it might have been manageable, but with a carriage and another person inside, he could only bide his time. Primarily, his confidence in his own abilities kept him from fear of being surrounded. After several minutes of silent waiting, a group of people approached. From a distance, an excited voice rang out. Hey, Lao Liao, didn't I say? We are legitimate businessmen. How can we treat my partner so rudely? Zhou Mingchen approached with a flourish, waving to the crowd. All right, let us not be so agitated. He walked directly in front of Jiang Xiaobai, his eyes lighting up at the sight of him. Excellent. He doesn't seem to be from one of those untouchable noble families. Having done his homework beforehand, he removed his sunglasses, smiling broadly. I am Zhou Mingchen, son of Zhou. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head, indicating he didn't recognize the name. Ah, no matter, Zhou Mingchen continued, momentarily taken aback. We come from a merchant lineage. Today, we've stopped you to discuss a significant project. A significant project? Worth several billion? Jiang Xiaobai inquired. Zhou Mingchen hesitated. Well, not quite that much. The negativity from Zhou Mingchen increased as he thought. This kid has quite the audacity. Jiang Xiaobai rested his chin in thought for a moment. Several hundred million would suffice. But I have a question. Several hundred million. How bold, Zhou Mingchen thought, signaling his subordinates with a furtive glance. To keep Jiang Xiaobai steady, he instinctively asked, what question? Do you have any sisters or younger sisters? Zhou Mingchen frowned, puzzled. I have an older sister. Why? Before he could finish, Jiang Xiaobai interrupted. Is your sister beautiful? Zhou Mingchen's brow furrowed even further. Yes, she's quite beautiful. Everyone knows my sister, Zhou Mingyue, is a beauty in the capital. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled lightly, then it settled. I can discuss this several hundred million or billion project with your sister. Discuss with my sister? For a project worth several billion? Zhou Mingchen was taken aback. Could this young man have an extraordinary background? As he contemplated this, he began to feel uncertain. If that were the case, he would not dare to provoke him, lest he face unnecessary consequences. May I inquire your name? Me? I am Li Chengfeng. Jiang Xiaobai proclaimed without a hint of hesitation. Li Chengfeng. Zhou Mingchen felt the name ring a bell, whispering to Lao Sun beside him. Have you heard of this person? Lao Sun, uncertain, replied. There seems to be a Li family in Jiangcheng, and the young master is known as Li Chengxian. However, it was rumored he was buried alive in a secret realm a while back. According to our estimates, this Li Chengfeng could be related to the Li family. Zhou Mingchen had also heard of that incident, which had become a source of amusement. I recall the Li family has somewhat fallen since that incident, right? Lao Sun nodded. Yes, young master. You can rest assured that engaging him poses no issue, but since he mentioned something regarding the young lady, it would be prudent to inquire further. Zhou Mingchen nodded silently. He turned to Jiang Xiaobai and inquired, Brother, do you know my sister? No, I don't, Jiang Xiaobai replied nonchalantly. This project doesn't necessarily require prior acquaintance, does it? Then how could you possibly be connected to my sister? She wouldn't discuss projects with strangers. Zhou Mingchen felt an inexplicable discomfort but couldn't articulate it. Do you even possess sufficient funds? I don't need to invest money. As long as your sister wishes to start a business, I can contribute some labor. Jiang Xiaobai nearly burst into laughter at the thought of what he was about to say, quickly adopting a serious demeanor. Just labor? Zhou Mingchen's strange feeling intensified. Meanwhile, the older individuals around them suddenly wore peculiar expressions. Lao Liao and Lao Sun exchanged glances, with one barking at Jiang Xiaobai. You little brat, stop wasting time. My young master wants that token. Hand it over now, or you'll regret it. The other whispered to Zhou Mingchen. Young master, stop wasting words with him. Let's take action. He's clearly stalling. Zhou Mingchen felt slightly displeased with his subordinates overstepping, but was curious about the project. Li Qingfeng, tell me what project you wish to discuss. It involves the cultivation and hatching of human embryos. It sounded rather advanced. Biotechnology, perhaps? Is the return rate high? It's decent. Your family will definitely profit. If the project succeeds, I might even give you what you desire for free. Zhou Mingchen's eyes brightened at the prospect. Was this not an opportunity for him to obtain the token effortlessly? Let the Zhou family take on this project. Please elaborate. Jiang Xiaobai displayed a hesitant expression. This might not be appropriate. It's too embarrassing. Your sister must come to discuss it with me in person. What's inappropriate about it? Zhou Mingchen asked, puzzled. Lao Sun, unable to contain himself, leaned in to whisper. As he listened, Zhou Mingchen's face turned crimson, reflecting on the genuine questions he had just asked. And seeing Jiang Xiaobai's smug grin, he nearly lost his temper. He smashed his sunglasses onto the ground, shattering them, and pointed at Jiang Xiaobai, fuming. You little brat. Dare to play tricks on me? Get him. Make sure he pays. From Zhou Mingchen's negative emotion value, 998. Astonishingly, it was the first time Jiang Xiaobai had encountered such an overwhelming surge of negative emotion value. He was somewhat taken aback. However, he could hardly blame the other for being so furious. The sycophants around them shared knowing glances, suppressing their laughter. It must be said that this fellow named Li Qingfeng was truly something else, remarkably adept at provoking others. Anyone else in his position would have been infuriated, let alone the young master, who had never faced defeat. As his words fell, a group of individuals surged forward, intent on dismembering the one who had humiliated their young master and mistress. Chapter 91, Escape. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaobai merely flashed a grin at Zhou Mingchen. He then vanished from sight, reappearing directly in front of his opponent. A large hand reached out to grasp him. Zhou Mingchen was momentarily blinded, and before he could comprehend the situation, a hand lunged at him. Reacting instinctively, he raised his arms to defend. A loud crash echoed. Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily stunned, feeling a tingling in his hand. Undeterred, he reached out again. Another loud impact reverberated through the air. At this moment, a jade talisman on Zhou Mingchen's chest emitted a soft glow, repelling Jiang Xiaobai's hand. What are you waiting for? We're here. Zhou Mingchen was evidently startled by Jiang Xiaobai's speed. Fortunately, the protective talisman had intervened. He quickly shouted to those around him and retreated hastily. The group immediately reacted, and two stern-faced men rushed forward, the fastest among them. Strangely, these two chose to engage in close combat, like Jiang Xiaobai. They launched punches and kicks aimed at his vital points. Jiang Xiaobai extended one hand to block the incoming fist, while simultaneously kicking out sideways. The two forces collided with a resounding thud. The attackers were sent staggering back, their faces displaying astonishment as they regarded the tall, slender youth. They quickly retreated to Zhou Mingchen's side, warily watching Jiang Xiaobai. Young master, be cautious. This fellow is quite formidable. Zhou Mingchen was equally surprised. He had not anticipated that a peer could withstand the close-range assaults of his two bodyguards, who were accustomed to battling spirit beasts. What manner of creature are you? Jiang Xiaobai slowly turned to him, a smile playing on his lips. Little brother-in-law, how rude of you to call your brother-in-law a monster. From Zhou Mingchen's negative emotion value. 66. Get lost, you little brat. Don't be too arrogant. There are dozens of us here. Zhou Mingchen, infuriated by the title, retorted. I advise you to hand over the token quickly. Otherwise, if I catch you, you will wish you had never been born. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled coldly. Let us see if you can catch me first. As his words fell, he did not recklessly attack. Instead, he surveyed the scene, contemplating his next move. He had initially intended to capture the young master unexpectedly, taking advantage of the element of surprise. However, the talisman on Zhou Mingchen's chest was remarkably efficacious, capable of repelling his strikes. After his previous attempt, he realized that now that Zhou Mingchen was on guard, winning through speed alone would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, it would likely trap him within a surrounding encirclement. It seemed he would not be able to seize him today. Retreat was the wisest course. With this in mind, Jiang Xiaobai pulled out a few coins from his pocket. With a smile, He remarked, someone just mentioned that I should leave some travel expenses. While I have none of those, perhaps these can serve as a dowry. Little brother-in-law, catch. As he spoke, he suddenly flung the coins with all his might. Whoosh. Young master, be careful. Under Jiang Xiaobai's precise aim and strength, the coins transformed into deadly projectiles, striking the two men engaged in close combat. They stumbled back, the coins embedding themselves into their flesh. One coin struck Lao Liao's thigh, leaving a bloody hole that caused him to scream in agony. In the chaos, the spinning turtle blocking their path was also affected, coming to a halt. Jiang Xiaobai kicked the turtle aside and swiftly returned to the carriage. Seizing the moment of confusion, he navigated through the throng, escaping with a flourish, leaving behind a mocking remark. Little brother-in-law, be sure to tell your sister that I shall come to propose to her another day. From Zhou Mingchen's negative emotion value, 88. From Lao Liao's negative emotion value, 123. A barrage of notifications appeared. As a group stared at Jiang Xiaobai's departing figure, they were rendered speechless. Incompetent fools. A whole crowd, and yet one person managed to escape. Pursue him. Li Qingfeng, I will make sure to flay you alive. Zhou Mingchen's furious roar echoed throughout the dense forest. In Jiangcheng, at the Li residence, Li Qingfeng was abruptly awakened from his slumber, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Young master, did you have a nightmare? The slender monkey eagerly inquired. Rushing over with a towel, Li Qingfeng took the towel and wiped his brow, inhaling deeply. I dreamt that our Li family was confronted by a powerful clan, and their young master specifically sought to kill me. The slender monkey chuckled. Young master, dreams often reflect the opposite of reality. There is no need to be overly concerned. Though our Li family has fallen from grace, even a frail camel is larger than a horse. Only a few families in Jiangcheng would dare to trouble us, and they must weigh their options carefully. Li Qingfeng nodded in agreement. Let us hope so. By the way, what has my aunt been up to lately? Upon hearing this, the slender monkey glanced around, scampered to the door, and checked the lock with a furtive air before returning. Noticing the monkey's mysterious demeanor, Li Qingfeng frowned. What is going on? Speak plainly. Young master, that fellow recently went to the capital after passing his assessment, didn't he? Li Qingfeng understood that the monkey referred to Jiang Xiaobai and felt a twinge of annoyance. I asked about my aunt. Why bring him up? Oh, the Madam's recent actions are related to him. Oh, do tell. The slender monkey leaned in closer, gesturing as if to cut his throat. I heard the madam spent a hefty sum hiring a group of merciless assassins, planning to eliminate him before he enters the academy. What? Li Qingfeng was startled awake. Has my aunt lost her mind? Does she dare to act against someone from the academy? The madam believes that if he is dealt with before reaching the academy, the institution will likely remain uninvolved. Li Qingfeng's brow furrowed even deeper. While Jiang Xiaobai was indeed detestable, he had never contemplated killing him. Merely creating obstacles seemed sufficient. After all, the circumstances surrounding his cousin's demise remained shrouded in mystery. For reasons unknown, hearing of his aunt's intentions filled him with an ominous premonition. I hope I am merely overthinking. Meanwhile, far away in the capital, Jiang Xiaobai was desperately fleeing with Zhang Sunner on his back. Why don't you just put me down? Zhang Sunner whispered from Jiang Xiaobai's back. Quit your nonsense. Your lightweight wouldn't hinder me at all, Jiang Xiaobai replied. His body covered in numerous wounds as he sprinted with remarkable speed. Oh, Zhang Sunner obediently acknowledged. Glancing back, she noticed flickering lights in the distance. Earlier, they had evaded Zhou Mingchen and his group, believing themselves safe. However, as night fell, danger suddenly loomed. A group of assassins clad in black robes emerged unexpectedly. Though few in number, only 10 or so, their strength was vastly superior to Zhou Mingchen's crew. They were well-trained and excelled in close combat. Jiang Xiaobai suffered significant setbacks under their assault. Had he not been sufficiently agile and quick, he and Zhang Sunner might have perished during the initial ambush. Where did all these assassins come from? Jiang Xiaobai felt quite vexed. On his very first day in the capital, he faced 2 waves of enemies, both skilled in close-quarters combat. These beast masters, while seemingly akin to Jiang Xiaobai, were fundamentally different. Their personal strength was not particularly formidable. They were a special branch of support-type beast masters. Their spirit beasts typically possessed unique enhancement abilities, augmenting either strength or speed, and sometimes even providing shields. These individuals were born assassins, capable of directly targeting beast masters, making them the most dreaded adversaries for all other beast masters. The assassins pursuing Jiang Xiaobai belonged entirely to this category. This won't do. I must resolve this situation. After running for a while, Jiang Xiaobai discerned a complex terrain ahead and found a concealed spot to set Zhang Sunner down. Stay quiet here and don't make a sound. Put on this cloak. Your current attire is too conspicuous. Jiang Xiaobai handed her a black trench coat, which fit her petite frame perfectly, as he had brought ample clothing for their journey. What about you? Zhang Sunner asked, her small face tense with worry. I can help too. Jiang Xiaobai surveyed their surroundings, tilted his head in thought, and leaned closer to her ear. All right, here's the plan. They found themselves in a pile of scattered rocks, with the forest to the north and their previous path to the south. An obvious narrow passage opened to the east, while another pile of rocks lay to the west. They were positioned at the highest point on the northern side, affording a clear view of the rapidly approaching lights. Based on the speed of the flames, it was estimated that they would reach their location within 5 minutes. Jiang Xiaobai slipped to the eastern side of the rock pile, standing at the entrance of the narrow passage, waiting silently. After 3 or 4 minutes, over a dozen black-clad figures sprang forth. Upon spotting Jiang Xiaobai, they exchanged glances but did not rush to attack. Instead, they split into 2 groups, encircling him from both sides. Observing this, Jiang Xiaobai placed his hands on his hips and scoffed. Indeed, a bunch of cowardly rats. So many of you yet so cautious? The leading assassin remained motionless, silently scanning the surroundings before coldly retorting, only the living have the right to mock. These assassins were taciturn, rarely retaliating against Jiang Xiaobai's deliberate taunts, instead focusing on completing their encirclement. Once they had completely surrounded him, leaving only the narrow passage behind as an escape route, they began to close in. The leader was the first to strike, his body darting forward, creating a depression in the ground as he shot towards Jiang Xiaobai like a cannonball. Come at me, Jiang Xiaobai shouted, adopting a stance to confront the attack before swiftly turning and dashing into the narrow passage. The leader hesitated for a moment, cursing under his breath at the cunning youth. He promptly followed him inside. This narrow passage was extremely constricted, barely allowing them to pass sideways, which slowed Jiang Xiaobai's escape. The assassins trailing him faced the same limitation. As Jiang Xiaobai maneuvered sideways, he flicked coins at the leading assassin. Though the assassin managed to deflect each coin with his hand, the impact still caused his hand to tremble with pain. I refuse to believe you can keep dodging forever. The assassin glared fiercely at Jiang Xiaobai, his patience wearing thin. The coins were limited, and in reality, he had nearly exhausted them. Jiang Xiaobai opened his hand, casting a sidelong glance at the nearly filled passage behind him. A faint smile crept onto his lips. However, I have something else I'd like you to try. The assassin's heart sank at the sight of Jiang Xiaobai's smile, a bad feeling washing over him. He hastened his pace, drawing a poisoned dagger, determined to close the distance and eliminate his target. He was confident that in close combat, his skills would swiftly dispatch the loathsome youth. Yet, the narrowness of the passage hindered his speed, causing him frustration. At that moment, he noticed Jiang Xiaobai brandishing an unfamiliar object in his hand. Upon seeing that object, he was momentarily taken aback, but then suddenly smiled. Is this what you refer to as a fine item? My apologies, but we are no mere commoners. We do not engage with such trifles. Jiang Xiaobai also chuckled, lightly shaking the beaker in his hand. That will not do. You must partake in this today, regardless. Rest assured, this particular item is truly unique, and it will undoubtedly elevate your spirits to an exquisite height. With that, Jiang Xiaobai hurled the beaker he had exchanged in the system towards the black-robed figures behind him, simultaneously shouting. The beaker traced a graceful arc through the air, ultimately landing in the narrow passage between Ming Sha and the black-robed individuals behind him. Both men glanced down at the object, puzzled. Suddenly, the beaker began to swell and turn red as though it had ingested an expanding agent. Before they could react, bang! A burst of flames engulfed the two, rising within the narrow confines. Damn it! Ming Sha's anguished curses echoed. Half of his body was charred black, for the explosion's lethality was akin to a small grenade, compounded by flames. Although their physical forms were remarkably enhanced by spiritual beasts, the pain was undeniably real. Oh, quite resilient, are we? Let us continue. Do hang on. Jiang Xiaobai laughed, tossing several more out, and with his precise throwing skills, those beakers consistently landed just beyond their reach. In this constricted space, they were treated to a series of soul-stirring explosions. The preceding assassins, including Ming Sha, were thoroughly disoriented from the blasts. Their heads buzzed incessantly. Although their physiques were robust enough to withstand the damage from explosions and flames, they could hardly endure the continuous onslaught. Meanwhile, the assassins at the rear observed the commotion ahead with a mix of admiration and concern. Their leader was becoming increasingly formidable, and that young man was no less impressive, engaging fervently alongside him. Yet, something felt amiss. What was that young man shouting in some foreign tongue? Ah, you clearly lack knowledge. That boy is shouting, oh? You've grasped it? What does it mean? It signifies to fire, to open the passageway. Isn't that simple? But where is this passage? What are we to fire at? That remains a mystery. Just as one assassin pondered, a cylindrical object suddenly flew towards them from above. What the heck? Am I hallucinating? Is that a flying beaker? It certainly appears to be. I can't believe it actually flies. The object descended into the space between them, eliciting bewilderment. What on earth is this? Just as he began to speak, his eyes widened in shock. Bang! His face was engulfed in darkness from the explosion. What the? Before he could finish, another beaker appeared before him. Bang! Damn it! Bang! Retreat, everyone! We are facing a devilish Grenade King. This time, he dared not utter further curses, fearing that the object might somehow target him. Witnessing their companions convulsing on the ground, they fled without looking back. However, in this narrow passage, entry had been difficult, and so was the escape. The individuals behind realized the dire situation. Anxiously, they began to withdraw. Fortunately, they were relatively close to the exit, nearly breaking free, when suddenly they collided with an invisible barrier. Those behind urged irritably, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and run. We cannot get through. There's an invisible wall. Do you think I wish to remain here?" As they focused ahead, they saw that the guards at the entrance had been taken down. Before them stood a cute girl in a short skirt and ribbon stockings, her large eyes sparkling. Before her, a radiant unicorn, glowing white, bore a horn that emitted a sacred light. In that moment, despair enveloped them. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai, basking in the remnants of the explosions, approached slowly, holding the beaker with a sinister smile. It was as if a demon whispered, "Do not rush to leave. Were you not here to kill me? I have yet to fully enjoy myself." Enjoy what? Blast it. The remaining assassins wore faces of despair. Who among them could contend with him? They had never encountered an explosive beaker before, let alone one wielded as a grenade. What baffled them most was, did he purchase all these beakers? Why are there so many? Do not come any closer. If you do, we will call for reinforcements. Jiang Xiaobai chuckled. Go ahead, even if you scream to the heavens. No one will hear you. Bang, bang. Not there. The bright moon hung high amidst the rocky terrain. Jiang Xiaobai, with a small stick, poked at a large spider-like creature, his face displaying confusion. What kind of spiritual beast is this? Zhang Sunner, who had been diligently collecting rings and wallets from the assassins, paused and shook her head. I have never seen such a thing either. Jiang Xiaobai, realizing she was equally perplexed, whispered, perhaps this is their spiritual beast. After dealing with these assassins, peculiar creatures resembling roach-like monsters sprang forth from their backs. Each person had one, with the leader S being particularly large. These creatures appeared lifeless, likely due to the explosions. Jiang Xiaobai tossed one into the System S backpack without further examination. Approaching the lone surviving assassin, he sprayed him with carbonated water. Who sent you to kill me? The assassin, upon awakening, hesitated for a moment, then slowly surveyed his surroundings. The corpses of his companions lay nearby. Witnessing this, his pupils dilated in horror as he glared fiercely at Jiang Xiaobai. I will not divulge that information. Kill me if you must. Very well. Jiang Xiaobai delivered a punch, and with a crack, the assassin's neck snapped. Zhang Sunner, witnessing this, timidly asked, You just killed him like that? Jiang Xiaobai responded matter-of-factly, otherwise, would I leave him to return and inform others to hunt me down? No, I meant, want you inquire about the mastermind behind this? Zhang Sunner explained hurriedly. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head, deeming it unnecessary. I can roughly guess who is responsible. Moreover, these assassins are unlikely to speak easily. I am inherently merciful and do not indulge in torturing others. Zhang Sunner's lips twitched slightly as she glanced at the charred corpses surrounding them, feeling utterly drained. You call this mercy? Although she was kind-hearted, she was neither foolish nor naive. These individuals had come to kill them, and it was only logical to grant them no mercy. Enough, let us gather our things and retreat quickly. The earlier ruckus may attract unnecessary trouble, Jiang Xiaobai urged, and the two began to collect their spoils. Meanwhile, not far away at a campsite, a group of individuals huddled around a campfire, fervently discussing matters. What the heck? I think I heard thunder. Nonsense. Where would thunder come from on such a clear day? Truly, did you not hear it? The rumbling was persistent. I too have heard it. It should not be thunder. Perhaps there are people engaged in battle. A few individuals should accompany me to investigate. Lao Sun rose to his feet, casting a glance at Lao Liao to signal him to remain behind, while he set off with several companions. Upon cautiously arriving at the pile of rubble, they were met with a scene of utter devastation and the horrifying sight of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Gasping at the sight, he took a sharp breath. Were so many people burned to death? Could it be that an extraordinary fire-type spirit beast had intruded here? This was unacceptable. He needed to promptly inform the young master that this place was not safe for prolonged stay. Lao Sun hurriedly made his way back. That night, the Zhou family set forth in grand procession towards the entrance of the perilous land. It was evident that, in comparison to entering the Shangjing Academy, he deemed his life to be of greater importance. Reluctantly, he had to abandon the endeavor. Chapter 94. I wish to see how many horns it has the following day. Under the radiant sun, the registration area at the Shangjing Academy bustled with a myriad of individuals. Observing their uniforms, it appeared they were mentors and students of the academy. The group of mentors stood at the forefront, silently awaiting. Behind them were several older students, each brimming with vitality. The boys exuded confidence and sunshine, while the girls dazzled with their brilliance. A cacophony of chatter began to emerge from the crowd. Rumor had it that this year's newcomers were even more formidable than the last. Several recruitment teachers had remarked that some extraordinary geniuses had arrived. Really, these recruitment mentors say the same every year, yet the outcome remains unchanged, does it not? How could it be the same? Wasn't the previous batch of newcomers quite impressive? Indeed, that is true. The current top-ranked newcomer is quite remarkable, having nearly reached level 40. No way, is that true? Doesn't that surpass even my level? I am a year ahead of them. Well, isn't that the norm? The top 5 newcomers have already reached level 40. Isn't the 7th relic of the Academy about to open soon? I've heard they all plan to seize this opportunity to break through. The 7th relic, how enviable. I wish to go as well. You should practice a bit more. Among the mentors, a striking figure stood out, particularly her captivatingly long legs that ensnared many a gaze. Bai Ling was already accustomed to such attention, leisurely stifling a yawn, when a female mentor clad in a white coat and wearing glasses approached her and inquired, "Bai Ling, do you believe that young man can pass the first trial?" Bai Ling turned to her, smiling gently. "Absolutely, it's without a doubt." The mentor adjusted her glasses slightly, leaning closer to Bai Ling, and whispered mysteriously, "Is he truly as remarkable as you say?" Recalling the encounter from the other day, Bai Ling nodded. "Sister Bai, have I ever deceived you? Then it's settled. Ha. When he arrives, you must help me secure him. Rest assured, Sister Bai, that lad is quite the flirt." Bai Ling chuckled, adding, "And with his talent, I doubt anyone else would take notice of him." "Oh, then I shall be at ease." Nearby, a middle-aged man with a square face cast a discreet glance their way, then coughed lightly and remarked, "It seems Bai Ling Mentor is in good spirits. Did she encounter some promising prospects on this trip to Jiangxing?" Bai Ling raised an eyebrow at this. "It's tolerable. However, regarding Jiangxing, Mentor Zhao, you must be aware that it has not been performing well in recent years. Barely managing to scrape by, certainly not on par with Linzhou." "Ah, it must be challenging for you," Bai Ling Mentor. Zhao De, the recruitment mentor from Linzhou, responded without suspicion, smiling. "However, this time Linzhou has indeed produced some fine talents. Among them, I believe that if we grant him a year, he could very well enter the top 3 of the newcomer list." "Oh," Bai Ling expressed mild surprise. Achieving the top 3 in a year is no simple feat, especially since this batch must compete with the previous year's students. Furthermore, the basic threshold for the top 3 is level 40. The highest among the newcomers is merely level 28 at present. Even so, reaching level 40 within a year is no easy task. Thus, her curiosity about the newcomer Zhao De mentioned piqued. Who might this Linzhou genius be? He is from the Hua family of Linzhou, named Hua Yang, possessing dual talents. Zhao De said with a hint of pride. "Dual?" Bai Ling expressed slight astonishment. The dual talent is indeed exceedingly rare, at least in Shangjing. This talent is exceptional. Bai Ling mused. "However, I have heard that this time, Shangjing and Haizhou also seem to have some extraordinary geniuses. Thus, I am conservatively stating the top 3. Zhao De remarked, glancing towards 2 mentors at the far side, one an elderly man with black hair, the other an elderly woman with white hair. The black and white elders oversee the abundant resources of Shangjing and Haizhou, which cannot be compared to Jiangzhou and Linzhou. Their brief conversation concluded, they moved on. The registration period would last 3 days in total, and today marked the 2nd day. Following the usual pace, students should begin arriving in succession. Therefore, their duties over these 2 days would involve welcoming the students who had passed the trials. If all went swiftly, perhaps someone might even arrive by noon today. As they pondered this, a carriage slowly made its way through the treacherous forest. Oh, has someone already passed through the perilous area so swiftly? It can't be. It's barely morning. Could they have encountered no obstacles on the road? Curiosity swept over the crowd. Several mentors shared their surprise. Eager to see which student had managed such a feat, the carriage gradually approached, eventually coming to a halt before the mountain gate. Yet, after a considerable wait, no one emerged from the carriage. "Student, you have passed the trial, please disembark." Zhao De called out, but still, there was no response. Observing this, he leapt to the side of the carriage. Upon opening the compartment, he was taken aback to find it empty. What? How is it empty? Where's the person? Whispers of confusion spread among the onlookers. This scene left everyone bewildered. Who would go to such lengths to send an empty carriage to amuse them? Achoo! Achoo! Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaobai suddenly sneezed several times. Who is thinking of me again? He wiped his nose, feeling somewhat vexed. When those assassins attacked yesterday, they were resting, unable to attend to the carriage. Now, they could only hasten on foot to reach the academy before the registration deadline. "Are you coming down with a cold?" Zhang Sunner approached, raising her hand to feel his forehead. "You're not warm at all." "I'm fine. My health is excellent. How could I possibly catch a cold?" "Someone must be speaking of me." Jiang Xiaobai replied, slightly flustered by her natural display of affection. Looking at the innocent girl, he could not help but ask, "Is that unicorn your spirit beast?" "Yes, her name is Xiaozhi, and she is a sacred unicorn." Upon hearing the word sacred, Jiang Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. "You are a holy attribute beastmaster?" Zhang Sunner did not conceal her abilities. Yes, the holy and dark attributes are relatively rare compared to other elemental attributes. And spirit beasts of these two types are usually quite formidable. Jiang Xiaobai marveled at the girl's impressive talent. That transparent light wall from last night must have been the unicorn's skill, effectively cutting off the retreat of those assassins. However, what truly concerned him was not her holy attribute, but something else that seemed intimately connected to him. "Could you summon Xiaozhi once more?" Zhang Sunner tilted her head. Puzzled, "I can, but why summon her now?" Jiang Xiaobai pondered for a moment and replied, "I wish to see how many horns she has."